Shrouding the Heavens chapter 1052 to chapter 1093. In the latter half of the night, the starlight was cold and the silver moon was slanting in the west. Not a sound could be heard, and the mountain peak was shrouded in mist. Yi Fan and the sacred prince sat cross-legged on the blue stone. Their expressions were tranquil, and there was no joy or worry. No matter how the army pressed down on them, they didn't do anything. This was to wear down the sacred prince's morale. No matter how much they clamored, the two of them were as steady as boulders. They were quiet like a virgin, but when they moved, they were like a divine lion splitting apart an elephant. Blood light shone brightly as they waited for the thunderous strike. So many years have passed. What realm has the sacred prince reached? Yi Fan asked. He naturally had to understand everything before the battle began. The sacred prince was originally in seclusion, but he didn't expect Yi Fan to suddenly launch an attack. He traveled through the night to the southern region to cooperate with his thunderous strike. He said, "The same realm as you, standing on the 6th minor step of the Tao-severing realm." Yi Fan's eyes flashed. This sacred prince was indeed impressive, advancing at lightning speed. No matter how many years he cultivated, he still couldn't shake him off. The sacred prince saw his expression and said, "You should be proud. He severed his Tao before you, or rather, you caught up." If he knew, he would definitely be indignant. The Tao severing was a difficult process. Otherwise, the successors of Gu Hua, Jiuli, Daoi, and Zifu wouldn't have fallen one after another. There were only a few sacred princes and saintesses left. They had long been replaced by the younger generation, becoming a pile of dirt. When Yi Fan returned to the other side of the starry sky, he spent 3 years to sever his Tao and directly advanced to the 3rd minor step. But from then on, every step forward was filled with difficulties. At first, he could still advance 1 minor step a year, but later on, he used a whole 8 years to successfully advance from the 5th minor step to the 6th minor step. How strong is his actual battle prowess? Yi Fan asked. This was the question he was most concerned about. Extremely strong, immeasurable. The sacred prince said solemnly. Otherwise, he would have killed this great enemy long ago. How could he still be alive? Huang Shidao and Fire Qilan's occasional help was one reason, but the main reason was that the heavenly prince himself was strong enough, far exceeding ordinary people. His bloodline power was unprecedented since ancient times. The sacred prince's hair was dazzling under the moonlight, as if it was cast from gold. His expression was solemn as he revealed a secret that could shock the world. Almost every month, he would have a great battle with an inconceivable existence. Do you know who it was? Yi Fan looked suspiciously at the solemn sacred prince and asked him. Yi Fan listened attentively. He has at least 10 chances a year to fight the undying heavenly emperor in his youth. The sacred prince's voice was very low. What? The light in Yi Fan's eyes intensified, shooting out 2 lightning-like rays of light. His face revealed a strange expression. This news was sensational. Battling with the undying heavenly emperor in his youth was like a dream. That was an existence that was regarded as surpassing gods, and was revered by all races. What's going on? The undying heavenly emperor is very strict with his only son and left behind many methods to train him. It was rumored that the undying heavenly emperor's arts were profound, and he had left behind an inextinguishable imprint from his youth. Only his bloodline could activate it, awaken the imprint, and carry out the battle. When Yi Fan heard this, he frowned. This was such a terrifying way of teaching. Ordinary people would not be able to do it. To fight against the legendary supreme beings of the 10,000 races, this was something that all Tao verifiers desired. He has suffered quite a bit over the years. The sacred prince mocked, revealing a smile. Yi Fan nodded and said, "That's true. The undying heavenly emperor is very likely the strongest since ancient times. Even if he inherited his bloodline and heavenly arts, he might not be able to compare. I really hope that the undying heavenly emperor in his youth would beat that brat into a cripple. However, as a father, I don't think he would do so." The sacred prince laughed. Yi Fan rolled his eyes. This monkey was very insincere. Did he really think that he would beat his son into a cripple? This wasn't realistic at all. The mist in the mountains formed ribbons, winding around the mountains and pervading the forest. It blended with the moonlight, wrapping everything in a silvery white. The two of them conversed seriously, analyzing the powerful opponents. Before the heavenly prince was born, his body was in the immortal egg within the stone, located above the Eye of Fortune. It was enough to make his life force 100 times, 1,000 times more powerful than others. Yi Fan had entered the Purple Mountain before and observed the terrain there. Even now, he still felt deeply moved when he thought about it. Many generations of Yuan Taoist masters couldn't find an Eye of Fortune. That was an immortal eye that could truly defy heaven and earth. The undying heavenly emperor left behind the best environment, allowing his bloodline power to be unparalleled in the world. He was nurtured step by step, and it was impossible for this heavenly prince to not be powerful even if he didn't want to. He truly didn't know what other heaven-defying methods he had. Woo, their morale isn't that high anymore, right? The sacred prince laughed. At this moment, it was the darkness before dawn, and it wouldn't be long before the stars in the sky would fade away. The night was almost over. They've come with such a large force, and their morale is as high as a rainbow. Let time wear down their high morale, and when the time comes, we'll strike them down. Yi Fan also smiled. Suddenly, a golden border appeared on this main peak, and a door appeared. It quickly opened, and the large black dog strode out, followed by Longma and Daoist Duanda. When he saw this trio, Yi Fan felt a little strange. There really wasn't a single good person here, and 3 bad guys were gathered together. Especially when he saw Duanda's vulgar smile, he couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Behind them, Yi Tong, Dong Fengyi, and the others also followed out, all of them rubbing their palms together, as if they were extremely excited. Yi Fan waved his hand, and the heavenly source patterns that filled the sky appeared, transforming into a dense expanse of Dao marks that sealed off this mountain, concealing their aura. This was to prevent people who were several dozen kilometers away from deducing anything. After all, the distance was too close. Look at that sinister smile on your face, you must be up to no good. Yi Fan stared at the large black dog. F*CK, I'm going to spit on your face, the large black dog cursed. His expression immediately fell, and he looked very displeased. It was my idea. I had a sudden inspiration, and wanted to do something big, Duanda said with a smile. His face was ruddy, and his hair was jet black. He wore a purple gold crown on his head, and there was a true dragon wooden hairpin on it. He wore a sun-moon Taoist robe, and carried a yin-yang diagram on his back. Every item on his body was a rare treasure. But without these external objects, no matter how one looked at him, he didn't look like a good person, and it made one feel an urge to beat him up. You fraud, what kind of devious idea do you have? Yi Fan stared at Fatty Duan warily. This guy was not a good person. The heavenly prince has come with such a large force, so I think that the north region's nest must be empty. Let's go and destroy his nest, Duanda said with a despicable smile. You're really not a good person. The sacred prince laughed loudly. Although he said this, it was obvious that he was very happy and appreciative. This idea is really not bad. I've already expressed my agreement just now. If we're going to do something, let's do it big. Longma shook his head and wagged his tail. He breathed out white gas from his mouth, and looked like he was overly excited. The 3 of you. Yi Fan rolled his eyes. He knew that nothing good would happen when these 3 bastards gathered together. This is a rare opportunity. If we miss this opportunity, there won't be another one, the Black Emperor said proudly. He was very displeased with Yi Fan's attitude. Yi Fan's expression was solemn, and he said, let's not talk about whether we can find the heavenly prince's nest or not. Even if we do find it, can we really raid it? It's most likely that there's a primordial ancestral king guarding it. I know where the immortal imperial palace is, the sacred prince said. At the same time, he said that there was indeed an ancient ancestor king overseeing that area, but those people were quite a distance away from the primordial Taoist rite. As for how far away it is, I came here to ask you. This is the question I am most concerned about. The Black Emperor's copper bell eyes flickered. It was obvious that he was not joking. Other than the Son of God and the servants who serve him, outsiders are not allowed to enter the immortal imperial palace. The few ancient ancestor kings are all in seclusion on the main peak a little further away from that area, the sacred prince explained in detail. He even drew some terrain maps on the ground to accurately estimate the distance. No problem, I can set up the #1 heaven-deceiving secret formation in the world. This was used by the great Emperor Wuxia to deceive the heavens back then. At such a distance, deceiving a few ancestor kings is definitely not a problem. We can do something big. The Black Emperor was full of confidence. Haha. Let's raid the Heavenly Prince's lair. Let him jump around in the southern region first. Dongfangyi, Li Heishui, and the others were all very excited. The Heavenly Prince led the 8 divine generals south, mustering a large force and attracting the attention of the world. He even invited Huang Shudao, Hua Qilin, and Hua Lin. There was even a half-saint holding the line. If he were to be wiped out at this time, he would definitely vomit blood from anger. In the end, Yi Fan and the Sacred Prince both nodded in agreement. If the northern region was unstable, the Heavenly Prince would definitely be flustered and exasperated. When they returned to rescue, they could intercept and kill them halfway. At that time, the Ancient Prince's alliance and the 8 divine generals' army will all be in chaos. We can take advantage of the situation to collapse and cut them off. Yi Fan said. The Sacred Prince narrowed his eyes, and when they opened and closed, divine light shone brightly. He said, we have to put on a good show. Now, we naturally have to restrain them in the southern region. We should also exercise our muscles and accompany them a few times. After that, we will go to the northern region to harvest the spoils of war. I heard that the undying Heavenly Emperor left behind a few shocking immortal treasures. Duanda, Black Emperor, and Dragon Horse, these 3 bastards, took the lead and opened the realm gate, heading straight for the northern region. Yi Tong, Dongfangyi, Li Tian, Li Heishui, and the others cried out, their faces filled with excitement as they chased after them. Early in the morning, outside the Blue Cloud City, a group of ancient race members had cold expressions. Every one of them was motionless like an ancient god statue. Their army went south, but in the end, there was no one to fight them. This made them feel powerless and unable to vent their anger. Didn't you want to challenge the Heavenly Prince? Now that your true body is here, why don't you dare to fight? Useless things, we will kill as many as we come. From now on, wherever the Heavenly Prince goes, you better tuck your tail between your legs and hide forever. Otherwise, you will die without a burial. Just a bunch of clowns. How dare you compete with the Heavenly Prince? You are just useless ants. You will never be a match for the Divine Son. Many of the descendants of the 8 divine generals were shouting. Their voices were so loud that it caused the mountains in the distance to rumble. Who dares to compete with the Heavenly Prince? From today onwards, all of you can only kneel down. You are not worthy to be the Divine Son's opponent. Do you dare to come out now? If you do, I will crush you into dust with a single toe. You are nothing. A wisp of morning light shot out from the east. A brand new day had begun. Outside the Blue Cloud City, smoke curled up and mist pervaded the air. Chi. Suddenly, a blazing immortal light shot out. The Sacred Prince tore open the void and rushed into the group of people. The rod in his hand swept out, and the bones of those who shouted just now were broken. Their brains burst out, and a large number of them died. What? The Sacred Prince is here. Stop him. Kill him without mercy. However, the monkey left as quickly as he came. His courage was unparalleled under the heavens, and his blood energy overflowed the heavens. With a sweep of the rod in his hand, broken bones and flesh exploded together. He forcibly carved out a path of blood and passed through, leaving behind over 100 corpses as he disappeared into the horizon. Decisive battle outside the ancient Forbidden Land. These were the words left behind by the Sacred Prince. It shook many people until their ears were in pain and blood flowed out. The area outside the Blue Cloud City was in an uproar. Everyone waited for an entire night, and they finally saw the result. Someone took action and decided on the location of the great battle. On top of the ancient war chariot, the Heavenly Prince's face became gloomy. He couldn't stop them in time. He watched as the monkey killed a group of his subordinates and swaggered off. The heavenly blade in his hand shone with dazzling light as it cut through the sky dome. Damn it! An ancient race expert cursed hatefully. However, before the chaos and howls of grief had even calmed down, another streak of blazing immortal light appeared. A dark golden spear tore apart heaven and earth, as if it had opened up a chaotic passageway. The incomparably sharp spear radiance spat out. It was more than 10 li in length as it swept downwards. The ancient race experts cried out miserably as flesh and blood flew everywhere. Yifan fought with the spear in hand, slaughtering in all directions. Pooh! A streak of bloody light suddenly appeared, and a miserable scream sounded. A great completion king-level expert's skull was pierced through, exploding in the void. Where do you think you're going? The heavenly prince was furious and began a massacre in front of him. This was ruthlessly shredding his face. What face did he have left? The undying heaven blade in his hand turned into a dazzling and berserk blazing light. It was as if the 9 heavens Milky Way was falling down. The sky was filled with dazzling blade radiance as it hacked towards Yifan. Dang, Yifan used the dark golden spear like a large rod. He swung it about and directly smashed the sky dome apart. Some of the ancient race experts in the surroundings were all dismembered, and their flesh and blood flew everywhere. The spear shaft flickered with black light as it smashed into the undying heaven blade. A sky-shaking sound rang out between the two, shaking everyone until they cried out miserably and covered their ears. So powerful. Yifan couldn't help but sigh in admiration. This heavenly prince indeed had a peerless bloodline, worthy of being the undying heavenly emperor's son. His divine bravery was unparalleled under the heavens. And at this time, the heavenly prince's expression was cold. The blade he slashed out even shattered the traces of the great Tao. Primal chaos pervaded the air, but it was blocked by the opponent in a single move. Yifan naturally wouldn't continue fighting. This was a powerful opponent who had been fighting against the young undying heavenly emperor for so many years. His cultivation was unfathomable. The battle outside the ancient desolate forbidden land. He left behind these words. Then, he merged with the dark golden spear and turned into a rainbow. He pierced through the body of a great completion king realm expert, shattering him into pieces and disappearing into the sky. At the place where he disappeared, 4 terrifying Tao marks appeared and destroyed that place. Unfortunately, they didn't manage to hit him. The area outside the green cloud city was in an uproar. Everyone was overwhelmed with emotions. The anticipated battle had finally begun. Thousands of miles away, Yifan and the heavenly prince looked at each other and smiled. They could imagine that with the heavenly prince's temperament, he would definitely try to figure out the situation before going outside the ancient desolate forbidden land. This would give them enough time. Let's go and raid his home. The two opened the realm gate and headed towards the northern region. Compared to the southern lands where spring was warm and flowers were blooming, the northern region was much more desolate. Not a single blade of grass grew, and the land was scarlet for millions, tens of millions of li. It was difficult to see the end. During the archaic years, this land was the place with the most exuberant life force in the world. The plants were abundant, ancient medicines were everywhere, and the spiritual energy was so dense that it couldn't be dispersed. This is the law that all living things follow. The sacred prince sighed. Yifan and him arrived in the northern region and directly rushed towards a forbidden land where creatures could not enter. This was an ancient mountain range that was boundlessly vast. In terms of terrain, this was a land of ascension. One could vaguely see mountain ranges that were like dragons occupying this place. The mountain ridges rose and fell, giving off a strange and majestic aura. They corresponded with the sun, moon, and stars, as if they were breathing. Before the archaic years, this place had many waterfalls that were tens of thousands of zhang tall. They were like heavenly rivers, vast and boundless, like a miracle. But now, everything had dried up. There wasn't a single stalk of wild grass, and it was completely bare. The sacred prince and Yifan traveled hundreds of thousands of li before arriving at the deepest part of this ancient vein. It had to be said that this Tao mountain was extremely majestic, and few could compare to it. Hua! The deafening sound of water rang out in front of them. There was life force within the ancient forest, and an archaic expert had used a heaven-defying method to forcefully restore everything here. It had only been a few decades, but the plants and ancient medicines seemed to have experienced 10,000 years. They covered the sky and covered the earth. Of course, there were many plants that were forcefully transplanted from other places. There were 9 great waterfalls descending from the sky in front of him. They were a vast expanse of whiteness, and there was water vapor boiling as they hung from the tens of thousands of tall mountains. This? Yifan couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The mountains of this place were magnificent and beautiful. It was difficult to find a place that could compare to it even if one searched the entire world. The tens of thousands of tall waterfalls hung in front of the valley, producing sounds like landslides and tsunamis. It was also like a magnificent army galloping forward with great momentum. On the mountain walls that were tens of thousands of tall, there were stalks of wondrous medicines that were almost extinct. Their roots were thick, and their leaves were green and translucent. This place, Duanda and the others had already arrived a step earlier, and were currently surrounding the gigantic mountain to observe the terrain. The Black Emperor was the busiest, sending out many array flags, wanting to set up the heaven-deceiving array. If we really trap this place, no matter what happens inside, even if tens of thousands of people undergo tribulation together, the outside world won't know. We can then destroy this nest without worry. There were a few special mountain ranges around this place that were rather far from this place. Every single peak had an archaic ancestral king overseeing it. He was an existence that stood at the pinnacle of the current world, and as long as he wasn't a saint, he would be an ant in the eyes of such an expert. They naturally didn't dare to alarm him. Every single one of them had a piece of jade given to them by the Black Emperor. There were all sorts of runes engraved on them that could confuse the secrets of heaven and conceal one's aura. Back then, when Yifan was being divined by Divine Diviner's disciple, he had been deceived by this. After Yifan arrived, he used his all-seeing Genesis technique to conceal their auras. He also asked each of them to bring a few Genesis stones, which were engraved with the Tao marks that he had comprehended. It had to be said that this mountain range was very wide. They were only at the entrance of the mountain range, and the entire area was filled with lofty and precipitous mountains. I've exhausted half of my old life. You guys have to be careful. You must set up the array flags properly, the Black Emperor warned. On this day, the group of people moved together. Every single one of them was a great expert that could intimidate an entire region, so setting up a formation was naturally not a problem. Among them, Yitong was the most excited. He had always been a good child, and now that he was doing the task of raiding the clan, it was a completely new experience. Boundless celestial being, good indeed, good indeed. Duanda was all smiles, his face glowing with health. He had his hands behind his back as he gazed into the depths of the mountain range. This time, he was the one who had suggested that they come to raid the clan. An hour later, the large black dog personally went to inspect, fearing that there would be any careless mistakes. After all, this concerned their life and death. If they were trapped inside by the ancestral king, they would have to bear the consequences. Afterwards, Yifan also moved out. For the sake of safety, he personally set up a heaven source bewildering formation, just in case, to ensure that nothing would go wrong. Alright, there shouldn't be any problems. Even if we take 10,000 steps back, if we really provoke an ancestral king, we can also immediately jump into the region gate and escape, so there's no need to worry, the Black Emperor said. This time, they had made ample preparations. Each of them had an ancient formation platform, so no matter when or where, they could guarantee that they would immediately escape from this place. It was better to be safe than sorry. Everyone, prepare to enter the mountain. Prepare your saint tools as well. If a big one jumps out, kill them immediately, the Black Emperor reminded everyone. The sacred imperial prince also stood out, telling them to be careful. After all, this was the heavenly imperial prince's old nest, a temporary palace left behind by his father. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a dragon's pool or tiger's den. The mountain range was wide, and there were 9 waterfalls that spanned tens of thousands of meters. After walking in, celestial chi curled up, and celestial cranes danced in the air. All kinds of magnificent sceneries were innumerable. There were green mountains one after another, and 5-colored multicolored mists fluttered about. Palaces and pavilions floated in the air, as if this was a world of legends. Who are you people? There were naturally people guarding the mountain gate. More than 10 ancient race experts immediately rushed over, and each and every one of them had extraordinary cultivation. However, who could stop a group of tigers and wolves like this? Li Tian laughed cruelly. With a bang, the lid of the goddess furnace was opened, and it began to absorb the essence of the sun and moon. Spiritual energy surged over from all directions, and the dozen or so ancient race experts struggled, but they were all sucked in. Why is it so noisy? What happened? In the distance, on top of a 10,000-meter-tall mountain peak, a powerful fluctuation transmitted down. Blood energy surged there, and there was a supreme expert in seclusion. He actually severed his Tao. Who would have thought that there would be no lack of experts among those who stayed behind? Let me do it. Yi Fan walked forward, and the joints in his body crackled. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a handsome youth, and he was no different from the heavenly imperial prince. Looking at your face, I really want to give you a beating. Dong Fangyi said. It could be said that they were too similar, from the form to the spirit, they were extremely similar. Yi Fan smiled, and once again used the heaven and earth changing art, changing everyone's appearance. They all became the descendants of the 8 divine generals, and they were almost the same as the group that appeared in Xianxia city. Even Tai Go turned into a Qilin beast, and Longma turned into a scarlet flood dragon. One was more ferocious than the other, and their auras were oppressive. Yi Fan's original art had reached the acme of perfection. No matter who he used it on, it would be difficult to find any flaws. Everything was done in an instant. He took the lead and walked forward, landing on that mountain peak. The Tao executioner who was guarding this place immediately came out, and the moment he saw them, he was stunned. God's child. He returned so quickly. This ancient race expert was somewhat at a loss. Clang, the heavenly imperial prince personally activated the goddess furnace, and the leaf flames surged into the sky, sucking him in and refining him into a pile of ashes. There are only a few people left here. It really is empty. Let's clean it out. Longma said with an evil expression. They successfully entered, and there were not many ancient race experts along the way. They directly arrived at the important place, and as expected, it was empty. Hee, I finally entered. This is even more of a sense of accomplishment than robbing a saint's tomb. I really hope that I can loot a few celestial treasures. Duanda rubbed his hands, and there was a despicable smile on his face. There were a few main peaks in the center, and every one of them pierced straight into the clouds. It was as if a few celestial swords had been inserted here. There was a celestial palace on each of them, and they were majestic and huge. Streaks of auspicious aura shot out in all directions. This is a treasure land. Let's start from the first one. The large black dog cleared his throat, and then rushed up. There was a formation here, but it was not difficult for the Black Emperor to break it down. He combined the wuxia killing formation and various Tao patterns to carve out hundreds of jade pieces, using the formation to break the formation. The group successfully passed through, and entered the ancient palace. It was richly ornamented, and there were treasures everywhere. Many decorations were carved out of divine source. Split up and search. The group rushed into the depths. Duanda and the Black Emperor were obviously experts, and they rushed in the same direction. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. Boom, suddenly, a powerful wave spread over, and a palace hall collapsed. The barbarian had been ambushed, and his entire left arm exploded. Fresh blood dripped out, and white bones could be seen. Be careful, there's a Tao Slayer here. Yi Fan rushed over as soon as he heard the news. This was a three-eyed ancient race member. When he saw that Yi Fan was a celestial prince, he did not give him any face, and immediately attacked. Pung! Yi Fan's palm landed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. He fell to the ground. Who are you people? You actually dare to pretend to be the son of God? His third vertical eye opened angrily. He could not see any flaws, but his intuition told him that these people were not the real ones. Pung, Dongfangyi used the barbaric ancient mysterious technique to grow a new arm, and he swung his wolf fang club over. This person could not block a saint tool, and with a pu sound, he turned into a bloody mist. This was just an interlude. The others were still going smoothly. Longma charged through the ancient watchtower, trampling on the palace halls, causing rubble to scatter the clouds. The ancient watchtower collapsed, and it tossed and turned. Why can't I even see a Saint Tool? It spat out white smoke, and its heart was set on finding a Saint Tool. Suddenly, the sacred prince let out a cry of surprise. He had made a shocking discovery, and the group hurried over. This chessboard is not simple. Duanda immediately made this judgment after arriving. The stone chessboard was very rough, and there was no luster at all. There were dozens of lines on it, and it was rusty. At first glance, it looked simple and crude, and there was nothing special about it. However, upon closer inspection, this chessboard was like an ancient battlefield. It was surging with killing intent, and it contained a shocking murderous aura. It was as if a great ancient battle had reappeared in the world. Strange, let's capture an ancient race member and ask him. Xianxia took action, and an ancient race servant hiding in the ancient well was pulled over. He searched his sea of consciousness to get to the bottom of this. As expected, it is not ordinary. The celestial prince would occasionally come here to set up the chessboard. Sometimes, he would sit here for an entire day and night. So that's how it is. The sacred prince nodded thoughtfully. Legend has it that the undying heavenly emperor was proficient in divination and loved to play chess. This is most likely a stone chessboard he left behind. Everyone was shocked. If this was really the case, then this chessboard was too precious. There might even be some Tao marks inside. Without a doubt, this is a divine treasure. Otherwise, the celestial prince wouldn't come here to set up the chessboard so often, said Duanda. He was extremely eager to chat with the monkey, wanting to exchange for it. The few of them all gave it a try. They placed their divine senses into the rough chessboard, and they immediately felt the boundless killing tribulation. It was as if they were in the archaic era, experiencing great battles one after another. It really is a good treasure. The undying heavenly emperor turned the true archaic killing tribulation into an imprint and carved it into the stone chessboard. It is worth comprehending even for saints. The value of this treasure is too great. We must keep it well and slowly comprehend it when we return. The sacred prince carefully put it away. Soon after, they swept through this enormous palace. There was nothing else special, so they withdrew and headed to the next place. The second main peak was exceptionally tall, and the enormous palace was even more majestic. It was as grand as the archaic ancient heaven's central heavenly palace. The pressure it gave off was intimidating, and standing here gave off the feeling of overlooking the entire world. All types of auspicious signs appeared, and tens of thousands of strands of immortal energy poured down like a waterfall. The Black Emperor broke through the formation, and the few of them smoothly arrived at the main peak. After all, it was used as a residence, so there weren't any overly terrifying giant formations. This place was filled with ancient medicines, and it was clear that they had never dried up since the ancient times. They took root in front of the heavenly palace Tao. Sacred energy was dense, and a fragrance wafted through the air. The medicinal herbs' leaves were a deep green, flickering scarlet, sparkling purple, and others. They were all different. That is, when they entered this heavenly palace, they were all petrified. Rich immortal energy surged over, and all types of great Tao fluctuations undulated like boundless star domains. It was shocking and left everyone stupefied. It was as if they were facing an ancient universe. Even though Yifan, the sacred prince, Duanda, the Black Emperor, and the others had all seen the great world, they were all excited at this moment. Their mouths were dry. Gulp. They could clearly hear quite a few of them swallowing their saliva. They were truly shocked by what they saw in front of their eyes. Motherf *Ker, only the undying heavenly emperor could do such a thing. He was truly willing to take action. An exceptional immortal object. This is too shocking. Even a group of saints have to bow down and beg for it. I truly didn't expect this legendary item to be left behind in the present world. A world-shocking immortal opportunity. It is still alive in the divine spring. Who would have thought that we would have such a great fortune? If the heavenly prince knew that we were here, he would definitely vomit blood from anger. Even Yifan's eyes were straight. The harvest this time was too great. Just this immortal object alone made this trip worth it. He would laugh even in his dreams. At the center of this heavenly palace was a spring with thousands of strands of auspicious energy and 10,000 streaks of multicolored light surging outwards. It was clearly a divine spring, the spiritual essence so rich it couldn't be dispersed. Of course, this wasn't the most eye-catching part. What truly shook one's mind and made them unable to shift their eyes away was the object within. 10,000 great Tao traces interweaved, dazzling and resplendent. This was a precious tree. Immortal energy swirled about it, making it seem dreamlike and illusory. It was as if it took root in the immortal domain, growing into the mortal world and connecting the two realms. It had a few main branches that were old and rough, but upon closer inspection, one would discover that they had already merged with the Tao. Meanwhile, those fine branches were sparkling and translucent, flowing with brilliant colors, mysterious and profound. In its surroundings were strands and strands of great Tao traces that merged with heaven and earth, occasionally releasing resonant sounds. The sonorous sounds of the great Tao rumbled, almost making one comprehend the Tao in that instant. Of course, the most eye-catching part was the leaves on the tender branches. Not a single one was the same, every single one sparkling and flickering as if they were cast from the 9 heavens' divine jade. They flickered with endless multicolored light, all of them great Tao traces. There was a leaf that was shaped like a small cauldron, lacking luster, simple and unadorned. It had 3 legs and 2 ears. One of the cauldron legs was the leaf stalk, connected to the thin branch, the carrier of the great Tao. Meanwhile, there was another leaf that was shaped like an immortal phoenix, its entire body bright red like blood. Scarlet multicolored light flickered about, as if it was born while bathing in divine flames, about to spread its wings and soar into the sky. Only a single phoenix plume was connected to the branch, surging with red multicolored light and auspicious light. Phoenix cries could vaguely be heard. There was even a leaf that was shaped like a small golden bell, completely golden and translucent. When it swayed lightly, it actually released a great bell-ringing sound that made one want to merge with the Tao. The leaves on it were of all shapes and sizes, difficult to find the same one. Vermilion bird, 8 trigrams, divine sword, gourd, precious umbrella, all of them flickered with divine multicolored light, making one feel intoxicated. Every single leaf was a type of great Tao trace, affecting one's mind. How could this type of immortal tree not be shocking? It was unavoidable for them to swallow their saliva. They were naturally extremely moved. This type of treasure was difficult to find in this world, anyone who came would tremble. Longma was so moved that he almost kicked Daoist Wuliang out. By relying on Duanda's keen eyes and ears, even though he was fat, his body was extremely nimble, avoiding the kick. Treasure! The large black dog swallowed, and was the first to pounce. Longma wasn't willing to fall behind, and it raised its basin-sized hooves and rushed forward, almost stepping on the Black Emperor's tail. Woof! Neigh! Dogs barked and horses neighed. Together with Duanda's infinite celestial being, the place suddenly became lively. There's no need to fight. There are so many immortal leaves here. Yi Fan and the sacred prince quickly separated them, or else they would definitely fight. This was the Tao Comprehension ancient tea tree. No one had expected to see it here. Its trunk was rough, and the old tree bark spread out like dragon scales. It contained the energy of the great Tao. As for the tender branches and those sparkling and translucent leaves, there was no need to talk about them. They were all mystical, and any one of them was priceless. These were not the tender shoots that Yi Fan and the others had collected back then. These were flawless leaves formed from interweaving Tao marks. Boom, a leaf that looked like a 33-story pagoda gently trembled, and Xian yellow energy flowed through it. It emitted a rumbling sound that calmed one's heart, and the restlessness immediately disappeared. Clang, a silver-white leaf that looked like a Tao sword shone with dazzling cold light. It flickered with blazing radiance and released a sword cry. It hacked at everyone's minds, severing all of their obsessions. Everyone felt like they were going to experience enlightenment in that instant. It's too mysterious. No wonder the Tao Comprehension ancient tea tree is known to be the embodiment of the great Tao, taking root outside of the world's mysterious yellow, not within the 5 elements. Every single type of Tao can be found on its body, and one can use this to deeply comprehend it. The divine pool gurgled. It wasn't that large, but spiritual essence surged, wrapping around every single leaf. Water multicolored light pervaded the air, and thin smoke curled about. Brilliant colors shone in all directions, dazzling and beautiful. Yi Fan, the sacred prince, Duanda, and the others surrounded it, carefully sizing it up. They discovered that the lower parts of the trunk weren't connected, all broken branches without roots. This was cut off by someone from the Tao Comprehension ancient tea tree. The cut was smooth, and there was a mysterious liquid seeping out. A fragrance assailed the nostrils, making one feel as if they were going to become an immortal and ascend. As they stood here, all of the cells in their bodies became active, every pore opening and closing, exchanging radiance with the multicolored light here, taking in and sending out essence. Their feet left the ground on their own, as if they were going to ascend to immortality. His methods are truly heaven-defying, entering deep into Undying Mountain and cutting down the Tao Comprehension ancient tea tree, producing a few thick branches. It's just like a fantasy story. Li Heishui sighed. Existences that transcend deities live up to their reputation. Yi Fan said softly. The undying heavenly emperor was an initial archaic figure, perhaps even more ancient, born several million years ago. This Tao Comprehension ancient tea tree was cut down precisely during that era. In the past, the undying heavenly emperor carved the Tao Comprehension ancient tea tree's trunk into a divine coffin, burying himself within. Many people in later generations, including Yi Fan, had seen it before. The Central Province Immortal Manor World's 10,000 Zhang Jade platform had previously displayed the scene of several extreme Tao Emperor weapons confronting each other. The undying heavenly emperor's divine will even more so manifested there. Yi Fan had seized the Tao Comprehension ancient tea tree's coffin there, gifting it to a few old friends. Pangbo had even chewed on the coffin lid because of this, causing a few jokes. The heavenly palace was grand and majestic, richly ornamented and resplendent. The divine pool was located at the center of the hall, gurgling about. The Tao Comprehension ancient tea tree's trunk seemed to still be growing on the main root, possessing exuberant vitality. Auspicious multicolored light shone in tens of thousands of streaks, Tao marks hanging down strand by strand. For them, this was a heaven-defying good fortune that could only be discovered and not sought. Beside the divine pool, there was also a stone table and a few stone stools. On top of it, there was a divine pot with 9 dragons coiling around it, as well as a few jade cups. It was clear that the heavenly prince often drank the Tao Comprehension tea here. People can't be compared to each other. There's Tao Comprehension tea to taste, there's a divine spring to drink, all of this is the extravagance of an ancient great emperor. Let's brew a pot of tea too. Duanda flipped his hand, bringing out a few jade cups, all of them sparkling and translucent, not inferior to the cups on the stone table. He had dug them out from an ancient tomb. Innate Tao flames throbbed, a golden pung spread its wings in the lake, and a black tortoise raised its head, resonating with the great Tao. A rich fragrance pervaded the air, and the entire great hall was covered in clouds and rosy clouds. The tea turned into Tao light as soon as it entered their mouths. Everyone's mind became tranquil, instantly entering a state of Tao comprehension. All of the secret techniques they learned underwent a period of accumulation, improving and sublimating. Too wonderful for words. This was everyone's true feeling. The leaves on the branches weren't that dense, and every single one was different from the others. They didn't look completely bare, and they were all mysterious and unfathomable. It was rumored that the Tao Comprehension ancient tea tree only produced 108 leaves every year, no more, no less. Only during the Great Reincarnation cycle every 10,000 years could it produce 3,000, and now, even though many of them had been used up, there were still several hundred shining, their value immeasurable. This was formed during the 10,000-year reincarnation cycle. We have great luck. They carefully inspected this divine spring, discovering that it didn't lead underground, but was just a pool of water. There were mysterious symbols carved on it, gathering the essence energy of heaven and earth, carrying the divine water and nourishing the Tao Comprehension tea tree. Dig up even the pond. This group of people naturally wouldn't act politely. They came here to exterminate the clan to begin with, so they immediately took action, digging up the entire divine pond, wishing to bring it all away. Where do you think you're going? The sacred prince shouted. There was a Tao severing expert here who had been hiding for a long time. Right now, he wanted to escape to invite the ancestral king, but the monkey brandished the great metal rod, immediately smashing his bones and tendons, dying a violent death. Don't worry, there's a great formation set up. Outside, no one can escape. Let's continue searching. No one would have thought that a temporary imperial residence left behind by the undying heavenly emperor, not the main palace above the 9 heavens that could overlook all living things, would actually have this type of world-defying immortal object. Everyone was extremely moved. They completely flipped through the main peaks, their harvest quite abundant. There were ancient medicines, divine materials, spiritual roots, and everything else, every single one of them priceless. Of course, the most precious among them was the Tao comprehension tree trunk. There were so many leaves, enough for many saints to bow down and beg for them. This was priceless. In the end, not a single blade of grass grew on the main peaks. They dug up all of the medicinal plants and other things, and the palaces almost collapsed. Even the divine source embedded in the pillars and other things were ripped off. It could be said that it was as if locusts had passed through, leaving almost nothing behind. There were quite a few floating palaces in the sky, but they weren't spared either, becoming their spoils of war. They packed them up and stored them into spatial magical artifacts. When they left, the immortal earth that was originally surging with essence energy had turned into a barren mountain range, not even a single strand of hair remained. However, Duanda was still reluctant to leave, continuously wandering around the various peaks, unknown what he was searching for. Let's hurry up and leave, Yi Fan urged. They couldn't stay here for too long, alarming the ancestral kings, and it would be troublesome. This humble Taoist saw that the mountains here aren't bad, surrounded by spiritual water, a wonderful place for burial. I believe that the ancestors of the heavenly princes were most likely buried here, but the result is truly disappointing. The group of people all rolled their eyes. Nothing was left behind wherever this fatty went. The treasures in the divine watchtower and other things were fine, but even the burial mounds were targeted. It was a bit terrifying. One mustn't be too immoral. Boundless celestial being. The group of people left the mountain gate and pulled out the heaven-deceiving formation and the heaven origin rune channel. According to Longma, they might as well burn this place down. The Black Emperor put on an act and said with a sorrowful expression, "Always leave a way out. Not even a single strand of hair is left, what way is there to leave?" Longma said in disdain. "Leave a way out for now, or else the ancestral kings will jump out immediately," Yi Fan said. The group returned with great rewards, disappearing into the depths of the mountain range. In the southern region, the heavenly prince stood on the immemorial war chariot. His black hair was thick, his appearance was handsome, and his eyes were like 2 cold stars. He carried the undying heaven blade on his back, and his aura could swallow mountains and rivers. He led the 8 divine generals to rule the southern region, and no one dared to stop him. Everywhere he passed, everything was silent, and no one dared to speak. The cultivators of the southern region kept quiet out of fear. The sacred prince is nothing, and that mysterious human expert is also an ant. In front of the invincible heavenly prince, he's just a chicken and a stray dog. He can't even withstand a single blow. As soon as these words came out, the entire Eastern Baron was shaken. His words were arrogant and overbearing, and he didn't put the 2 experts who could kill half-saints in his eyes. Everyone knew that the heavenly prince and the sacred prince had shed all pretenses of cordiality, and were about to fight to the death. Otherwise, their troops wouldn't say such things. On that day, the big auction houses of the southern region suddenly announced that there would be world-shocking items being auctioned. God's son. Not good. An ancient flew to a mountain peak in the southern region. What are you panicking for? What happened? The heavenly prince asked in a low voice. Someone is auctioning the undying heaven emperor's palace and all kinds of rare treasures. The heavenly prince's eyes straightened, and his expression was cold to the extreme. Off to the side, one of the 8 divine generals berated loudly, "How dare you? You're trying to mislead us with your lies." "Who's talking nonsense?" "It's not nonsense. I saw it with my own eyes. Also, the jade cup that the heavenly prince uses to drink the enlightenment tea is also being auctioned." The ancient kneeling on the mountain peak was trembling with fear. "What?" The heavenly prince's expression finally changed. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were like 2 bolts of lightning. Also, the ancient kneeling on the ground trembled, and he didn't dare to say anything. What else? A commander shouted. Someone is also auctioning the underwear of the god's son. Pfft. The heavenly prince was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood and almost fell to the ground. He knew that the palace had been ransacked, and this was a tit-for-tat humiliation. The southern region was in a state of turmoil. All kinds of rumors were spreading. The heavenly prince was about to fight against the human race's experts and even the sacred prince. This was no longer a secret, nor was it the most eye-catching part. Today, an even more explosive piece of news came out, leaving everyone dumbstruck. Many felt that it was inconceivable. Did you guys hear? Someone is auctioning an ancient watchtower in the main city of Cloud Peak. It's said to be one of the undying Heavenly Emperor's temporary imperial residences. I wonder if it's true or not. This is nothing. The biggest auction house of the Xianxia city has accepted a transaction. A mysterious person is selling a green dragon cup. It is an ancient artifact from the immemorial era. It is an artifact used by the deities of all races. What you guys are talking about is outdated. Do you know what someone was auctioning just now? A set of divine armor, and even golden underpants. They all belong to the heavenly prince. Pfft. The person next to him heard this and spat out a mouthful of tea, drenching the neighboring table. He hurriedly apologized to cover up his loss of composure. Hey, brother, you can't speak irresponsibly. How could such an unreliable thing happen? I can swear on my grandfather's name that this news is without a doubt true. It has already been verified. Who in Cloud Peak City doesn't know about it? An ancient race member has already used a secret technique to verify it. The entire southern region was in an uproar. Today, all the cultivators were discussing this issue. No one had expected such explosive news to appear before the decisive battle. The group of people was a bit dumbfounded. They felt as if they had been struck by lightning. This was simply unbelievable. What exactly happened? Was the heavenly prince's lair destroyed? Golden underpants, worth millions of kilograms of origin source. There are Tao patterns personally carved by the heavenly prince within. It's impenetrable and is the ultimate defensive divine artifact. Everyone had the urge to spit out blood. This was just too despicable, purely humiliating the heavenly prince, giving him a taste of his own medicine. Not long ago, the descendants of the 8 divine generals had declared that they would kill the heavenly prince and the mysterious human expert. But now, such a thing had happened. This was truly a resounding slap to the face. You said that Yi Fan and the sacred prince are useless. This time, I'll sell you your underwear. Who asked you to be so arrogant? In a certain place, a group of heartless people gathered together to drink Tao comprehension tea. They were extremely relaxed, and almost all of them fell into a state of Tao comprehension. Get to the bottom of this. The veins on the heavenly prince's forehead were popping out. At this moment, he was completely enraged. Ever since he entered the world of cultivation, he had never suffered such humiliation. He was about to grind his teeth to pieces. If anyone dares to auction those things, I'll exterminate their entire family. He was truly angered to the point of vomiting blood. His eyes erupted with radiance, shooting out beams of light that reached several dozen li, piercing through the heavens like 2 heavenly swords. His body was burning with terrifying flames. A huge storm unfolded in the southern region. The heavenly prince almost went crazy. He wanted nothing more than to capture the person hiding in the dark. Even pulling out his soul, tearing his bones, and chopping him up wouldn't be enough to dispel the hatred in his heart. What about the prince? One of the ancient race legatus asked with an ugly expression. Without a doubt, the undying heavenly emperor's temporary imperial residence had been ransacked. Perhaps not even a blade of grass was left for them. This kind of loss was immeasurable. The stone chessboard and the Tao comprehension tea tree must be recovered. We can't let them fall into their hands. The more the heavenly prince thought about it, the more he wanted to vomit blood. He was so angry that his entire body was trembling. That temporary imperial residence was surrounded by a few archaic ancestor kings. It was located at the center of the 8 sky-reaching main peaks. The palace was guarded by the Tao executioners. As long as there was any abnormal movement, they could send out a wave of divine sense to alarm the ancestor kings. The intruder wouldn't be able to escape even if he grew wings. Who in the present world would dare to be so audacious? They would encounter the suppression of the ancestor kings. Even a god wouldn't be able to save them. They would die without a doubt. Unless they have grasped the great emperor's formation patterns and sealed that temporary imperial residence, deceiving the heavens and preventing the ancestor kings from sensing it. The heavenly prince clenched his fists tightly. Divine light radiated from his body. Even though this was a small loophole, with the archaic ancestor kings watching, even if it was theoretically possible, ordinary people wouldn't risk their lives. This wasn't a piece of radiant news, but it spread especially quickly. It spread through the realm gates to various places. The entire eastern wasteland knew about it, and everyone's eyeballs almost popped out. Have you heard? The ancient race's heavenly prince has lost face in the southern region. Rumor has it that his old nest has been completely destroyed. It really makes one not know whether to laugh or cry. He came south aggressively. He was the only sovereign in the entire universe and ruled over the south. How could something like this happen? He simply fell headfirst into a latrine pit. Many people were sneering. The heavenly prince had been too domineering all these years, and there were many who hated him to the bone. However, no one dared to provoke him. Even many people from the ancient race were sneering. Not all the great races were standing on his side. Many people were watching coldly from the sidelines, quietly watching the development of the situation. Haha. His own temporary imperial residence has been destroyed. Is this the so-called undying heavenly prince's son? He wants to rule over 10,000 races in the future? Dream on. On this day, the entire world was paying attention to the eastern wasteland. This absurd farce caused the heavenly prince to sink into an unprecedented passive state. The damage to his prestige was immeasurable. This matter was too bizarre, and many people couldn't help but laugh. Even the older generation figures were sighing at the instigator for being too lacking in morals. It was just a pair of golden underpants, yet it destroyed the heroic image of a divine child. The heavenly prince's hair stood up in anger as he roared towards the sky. Large amounts of mountain peaks collapsed and turned into dust amidst the rumbling sounds. It was unknown just how many mountain ranges were destroyed in the southern region's great wastelands. I can't bear it anymore. If I don't kill you all, I'm not human. Even if he had to sweep through the eastern wasteland and overturn the earth, he still had to take revenge. This was an extraordinary shame and humiliation. Even someone as arrogant as him was angered to the point of spitting out blood several times today. His handsome face was slightly sinister, and his divine bearing was saintly. However, at this moment, he was almost possessed. A bloody light rushed out from the top of his head, connecting the heavens and earth. In the great wastelands, regardless of whether it was the birds or the beasts, all of them were trembling with fear. They knelt on the ground and kowtowed towards this direction. The heavenly prince stood on the ancient war chariot and descended upon ancient cities one after another. The human cultivators all sensed this, and there wasn't a single one of them who wasn't frightened. They no longer dared to look down on him. The power of the divine child's bloodline was terrifying and world-shattering. It was like a divine sea wreaking havoc in the heavens. What? No auction house dares to accept this business? No problem. We'll go and sell it ourselves. The group of unscrupulous people drank the Enlightenment tea and studied the stone chessboard. They all burst into laughter. All of them were refreshed and calm, not in the slightest bit anxious to engage in a decisive battle. The great auction houses of the southern region were silent, but there were people who walked through the streets and alleys like selling dogskin plaster, selling a pair of golden underpants for 10 copper coins. Not a single person dared to buy it. Not to mention other things, just the material and the divine patterns contained within were priceless. However, not a single person dared to participate. Of course, this group of unscrupulous people didn't plan to sell it either. They just wanted to create a commotion and slap the heavenly prince's face. They wanted to create a storm and let the entire world know about it. Enter the central region. Within a mountain range in the southern region, the heavenly prince pulled out the undying heaven blade with a clang sound. He immediately slashed through the sky, and a meteor fell onto the ground. The Heavenly Prince's divine abilities are becoming more and more unfathomable. He can easily summon star fragments, and sooner or later, he will be able to pluck the stars and capture the moon. An ancient race commander said in shock. The great army moved majestically, entering an enormous gate, disappearing into the void, heading north. The central region was no longer peaceful. The Heavenly Prince's movements were being closely watched by the entire world. Every move he made was related to the Eastern Wastelands situation. During this sensitive period, everyone was extremely nervous. Reporting to the Heavenly Prince, the person selling the golden underpants is in the ancient city of Xianxia. Someone came to report with a terrified expression. He was afraid that the Heavenly Prince would kill him in anger. Kill. The Heavenly Prince's eyes were cold. He held the undying heaven blade in his hand and pointed forward. Immediately, all the leaves on the mountain withered and fell down. The somber atmosphere was as if late autumn had arrived. However, when they arrived, the person selling the dog skin plaster had already disappeared and was no longer here. Reporting to the Heavenly Prince, that person has appeared in the ancient city of Hidden Moon. Chi. The Heavenly Prince's black hair fluttered in the wind. His gaze was intimidating as he slashed down with his blade. Blood radiance stretched for hundreds of li, completely evaporating a boundless lake in front of him. At the same time, dozens of broken mountains appeared at the end of the great earth. The 8 divine generals rushed towards the 9 great ancient cities in succession, but in the end, they were all in vain. They couldn't catch up to the enemy, so they were filled with endless resentment. This great army stirred up a heaven-overflowing killing tribulation, and everywhere they passed, all life would tremble. They were like a group of heavenly soldiers. The winds and clouds were stirring in all directions, and the mountains and valleys were trembling. Birds and wild beasts prostrated themselves. Their imposing aura was incomparable. We have deduced that they will definitely appear in the ancient city of Xian. We can go and ambush them and kill them all. The ancient races also had people who were proficient in calculations and could divine the future. They could pry into a strand of heaven's mysteries, and when they spent a great deal of effort to calculate, they would be much more accurate. Unless he has an emperor weapon on him, or if his bloodline is blessed by the heavens, becoming more powerful than the children of God, he cannot escape my deductions. Good. The Heavenly Prince nodded. He had a group of people continue the pursuit, and then he secretly brought some people to the ancient city of Xian to ambush the great enemy. Now, everyone knew that the enemy was doing this on purpose. Peddling the so-called golden underpants was to humiliate him, and it was an alternative response to what he said about them being useless. Xian City was a city of sages in the central region of the eastern wasteland. During the Desolate Era, this city produced more than one sage, and that was how it got its name. At this moment, the atmosphere in the city was extremely oppressive, to the point where even a pin drop could be heard. Regardless of whether it was the teahouses or restaurants, no one spoke loudly. The oppressive atmosphere was suffocating. It was because a dog skin plaster was peddling golden underpants, making everyone keep quiet out of fear and take a detour around him. Today, I want to see where you will run to. Suddenly, a berating voice rang out, almost causing the entire city to collapse. A large army appeared, filling up the sky like a black mass. The Heavenly Prince stood on top of the ancient war chariot. His face was so gloomy that water was about to drip out. The demonic blade in his hand pointed downwards, and his powerful aura swayed like ancient stars. Kill. A group of ancient race experts rushed towards the figure in the city. Killing intent pervaded the air. They wanted to use the cruelest methods to capture this person alive and leave him for the children of God to deal with. Suddenly, a multicolored light blossomed above the ancient war chariot. It was like a flying immortal from beyond the heavens, shattering the 9 heavens and piercing through the dark clouds. It turned into an immortal rainbow as it arrived. Yi Fan held a divine spear in his hand. His body soared through the sky and struck towards the Heavenly Prince's skull. This stunning spear illuminated the past, present, and future as it pierced through the heavens. Immortal light shone brilliantly, and auspicious multicolored light gushed out. The past, present, and future seemed to have been pierced through by the spear. Primal chaos shot out in all directions, and a mighty force capable of opening a world surged out. Pooh! In the heavens, the crown of the heroic body that held the demonic blade exploded. Blood surged several meters into the air, and his corpse fell onto the war chariot. "I've been waiting for you for a long time. I knew you would be like this." Suddenly, a cold voice sounded from another direction. A person held a blazing heavenly blade and hacked over. Another heavenly prince appeared. What happened just now wasn't real. At the same time, phoenix cries shook the heavens. An immortal phoenix danced about, spreading its wings and taking to the 9 heavens. Roar, a Chilan roar shattered mountains and rivers. Another heroic male's blood flowed like thunder, filled with explosive power. He brandished his fist forward. Meanwhile, there was a blue-haired woman at his side. She was beautiful and moving, but the energy she released was like that of a deity descending into this world. When her step descended, heaven and earth split apart. The 4 great ancient princes took action at the same time, locking down this place. They didn't give the assassin a chance to live, wishing to trap him. Chi. However, the one trapped within immediately turned into a streak of clear energy, scattering into heaven and earth. It was useless no matter how they sealed him up. At the limits of the horizon, Yi Fan's true body opened his eyes. 2 torch-like beams of light shot out, and he soared to his feet. The heavenly prince held the black dark gold rod in his hands. "I have already locked on to the heavenly prince. I will definitely kill him in the central region. Kneel here. If you don't appear, I will slaughter the entire Xianxia city." The heavenly prince was extraordinarily handsome, but at this moment, his expression was terrifying. The demonic blade in his hand was about to hack apart the city below. Hua! The Xianxia city seemed to have exploded. The cultivators fled in all directions like disorderly birds. They died in vain here, and the mortals were even more terrified. They cried and shouted as they rushed towards the city gates. "A cornered dog will jump over a wall. He has completely shed all pretense of cordiality to force us out. Perhaps he thinks that you are a human and can't let go of everything." The sacred prince said to Yi Fan. "You dare." Suddenly, a heaven-overflowing aura rushed out from the Xianxia city. A powerful demonic saint aura pervaded the air, causing all directions to tremble. It was as if a star domain had descended. What? A saint's aura? A demonic saint is hiding here to cultivate? Everyone was shocked. "It's the black turtle saint." Dongfangye's hair was disheveled. He laughed like a savage, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth. The reason why they chose this city was because they heard that the southern mountains' barbarian race's divine protector, the black turtle, had come here to reminisce. As such, they chose this place as their last stop. A trifling Dao executioner like you dares to boast shamelessly. You want to destroy a human city? If you dare move, I will skin you alive. A cold voice transmitted from the Xianxia city. No one expected that there was a demonic saint overseeing the Xianxia city. The fleeing people all calmed down and were no longer afraid. No matter how powerful the heavenly prince was, he still didn't dare to provoke the demonic saint's might. Otherwise, a single finger would be enough to crush him to death. Saints transcended the scope of humans, and this type of heavenly moat was insurmountable. Even though it was said that saints couldn't take action, there were restrictions. The premise was that you didn't provoke them. If you dared to slaughter a demonic saint's city, then even if you were killed 10 times over, no one would dare to say anything. Chi. The heavenly prince clenched his teeth. His expression was incomparably gloomy. He slashed open the blue dome of heaven, carving out a 100-li-long abyss that turned into a black hole that devoured all things. There was a ball of anger in his heart, but he didn't dare to truly destroy this city. Otherwise, not even the archaic ancestor would be able to save him and would be killed on the spot. Go. The heavenly prince's thick hair fluttered in the wind as he carried the heaven's saber and left. The ancient chariot streaked across the sky, rumbling as the 8 divine generals followed closely behind. Meanwhile, Huang Shudao, Hu Qilin, and Hu Lin all disappeared from the sky dome. Their cultivation was heaven-defying, no one able to stop them. They came and went as they pleased, no one knowing where they were hiding. This city cannot be slaughtered. I will go and wipe out the other 10 cities. I will make the earth flow with rivers of blood and bones. Let's see if you will come out or not. Cold words resounded through the sky. Everyone had expected that the son of the Heaven Emperor would bring such a large force to the south. There would definitely be rivers of blood and tens of thousands of corpses. Who would have thought that it would be even more vicious than they had expected? The ancient war chariot rumbled. The heavenly prince stood on it with a heavenly blade on his back. His eyes were as sharp as lightning, and his black hair covered half of his face. His killing intent shook the 9 heavens. Strange beasts galloped, and the 8 divine generals turned into a torrent of steel, crushing through the sky. The sound of their hoofs rumbled, and even the void trembled under their stomps. Banners fluttered in the wind. This army was filled with killing intent, and cold light shone from their iron clothes. They were full of killing intent. They wanted to flatten dozens of cities in one fell swoop. They had endured enough. They're here. This emperor has already prepared a large bag outside Xianxia city. Let's see where you can run to this time. The Black Emperor sneered. In the distance, the heavenly prince said with a cold expression, apart from saints, the only one who can enter my undying palace without making a sound is that dog. This old servant is ashamed. It is difficult for me to deduce that dog's movements. An ancient race elder beside him bowed. He knew divination techniques and could deduce the mysteries of heaven. During these years, others might not dare to challenge the heavenly prince, but this dog was not one of them. He had laid down a great formation to obstruct the Son of God. Even though it ended in failure, it had still shaken the world. I hope it doesn't appear. Otherwise, I will make it suffer the consequences. The heavenly prince's eyes were cold as he gazed into the distance. Far away from Xianxia city, the 8 divisions' divine generals had just entered the skies above a mountain range when a world-shocking killing intent suddenly appeared. Streaks of heaven-reaching sword energy cut through the heavens from the tens to over 100 mountain peaks below. What? Someone dares to obstruct the heavenly prince. Several hundred mountain peaks revived and turned into great Tao traces. They intersected and formed a sea of stars. One could clearly see ancient stars appearing one after another, revolving there. This place seemed to have become a star domain. Ah, the ancient race cried out loudly. A large group of people collapsed on the spot, turning into a bloody mist. Their snow-white bones were almost dyed in blood as they flew in all directions. No one expected the killing situation to suddenly unfold. Not good, heavenly prince, we've fallen into a trap. This is a boundless great formation, and it was clearly prepared a long time ago. The 8 divisions' divine generals were greatly alarmed. The ancient beasts all cried out. This place was in great chaos. There was an expanse of ancient stars revolving within the sea of stars, and each time they moved, there would be a world-destroying force sweeping outwards. Pooh! In the blink of an eye, more than 10 powerful ancient race experts turned into bloody light. It was as if they had been crushed by a large millstone, turning into blood and shattered bones. It was difficult for them to resist. There's no need to panic. I knew it would jump out. Arrange the formation flags for me and counterattack. The heavenly prince shook his hand, and a total of 108 great flags flew out. Every single one of them had complicated and profound patterns on them. Archaic formation flags. In the distance, the Black Emperor's heart jumped. These formation patterns were extremely powerful, and they were actually going to shatter the ancient stars. Hong, the 108 great flags shook, and this sea of stars collapsed. Many ancient stars exploded, as if a part of the universe had been destroyed. It became a terrifying black hole and nothingness. Rise! The Black Emperor shouted loudly. 49 formation platforms flew out, and every single one of them had a gentle luster. They revolved around the trajectory of the Tao, suppressing the killing situation here. Insignificant tricks. I've been waiting for this day to kill all of you together. The heavenly prince said sinisterly. He opened his mouth and spat out. 3 special ancient flags of heaven, earth, and human flew out, suppressing this place. Not good. Several years ago, I ambushed him and almost killed him. These are formation flags that were specially set up to deal with me, the Black Emperor said in a low voice. It can't be that we've been countered by him instead, right? Li Tian asked. These were refined by the archaic ancestor kings. Fortunately, I've made many preparations. Hurry to the other 3 directions of the City of True Virtue and move the other formation platforms here. We'll attack together. They had set up a trap for the Heavenly Prince to come to the southern region and lure him into the City of True Virtue. There were killing situations everywhere, and now, they had only activated one of the great formations. I'll go move the formation platforms. Yao Yuekong, Yan Yishi, and the others went together. They already knew how to arrange the great formations, so they could do it. Not long after, the great formations overlapped, and the 4 formation platforms operated at the same time. The collapsed sea of stars appeared again, and the world-destroying aura was obvious. This time, the Black Emperor had put in a lot of effort. He used all the power he had accumulated over many years. He wanted to kill the Heavenly Prince and the 8 divine generals under him. However, there was a deafening explosion. All of the great flags that the Heavenly Prince had set up were shattered and set ablaze. A path was torn open, and the divine generals charged out. The 8 divine generals followed behind. Their banners fluttered, and an army of thousands pressed down on the border. They broke through and charged out, their armored horses trampling through the heavens. How detestable. The archaic ancestor kings used the formation left behind by the undying Heavenly Emperor as reference, and they set up a targeted formation. Even I can't do anything about it, the large black dog said with a sigh. The Heavenly Prince's formation flags had all been destroyed, but the Black Emperor's formation platforms had also been reduced to dust. The army charged out unscathed, and the main force was not affected. Let's go, charge into the southern region, and wipe out everything related to Yifan. The Heavenly Prince issued a killing order. He couldn't find the Black Emperor and the others even when he opened his heaven's eye. He was incredibly cruel, and he wanted to wipe out the place where Yifan had made his debut. Because it originated from the southern region, he wanted to wipe out all traces of it. Although he has come for me, it seems like he suspects that you have returned, the large black dog said to Yifan. It's hard to say. Because the Black Emperor has a close relationship with Yifan, he is driven to desperation, and wants to eliminate us at all costs. That is why he has gone crazy, Li Tian said. This is troublesome. Although he has set up a killing trap, he actually has a great flag to destroy the formation, the Black Emperor said. Then let's fight, the Sacred Prince said in a deep voice. He had him open the region gate and head to the southern region. Let's go. Yifan also nodded. The southern region was in an uproar again. The Heavenly Prince had returned. Now, he had completely thrown caution to the wind. In any case, he had been utterly humiliated, and even his golden underwear had been auctioned off. This time, he didn't hesitate to vent his anger on many innocent people. I once heard that Yifan had once cultivated in a small sex spirit ruined paradise in the forbidden area of the ancient desolate era. In that case, let's turn it into ashes today, and don't leave anyone behind. The Heavenly Prince's expression was cold and emotionless. His eyes were like ice, and they were cold and eerie. In the past, these ants were nothing in my eyes, but today, I am angry. I will make all the humans in that place die without a place to bury their bodies. That region was called Yen Country, and it was a small country. The forbidden area of the ancient desolate era was located in the center, and the spirit ruined paradise and 6 other small sects surrounded the mountain range. Boom, the southern region was in chaos. The Heavenly Prince led the armored cavalry south, and they were completely unrestrained. They trampled a few human sects to the ground, and blood flowed freely. Severed limbs flew everywhere, and the Dao Mountain was razed to the ground. They charged into the center of the southern region, unafraid of incurring the wrath of the humans. They began a massacre, and continuously destroyed over a dozen sects in an iron-blooded expedition. All of this was because these sects blocked their path. Every time this happened, the Heavenly Prince and the 8 divine generals would directly swing their sabers and hack at the giant mountains in front of him. Blood flowed endlessly. It was a pity that these sects were massacred just because they appeared in the direction of the armored cavalry. Large amounts of cultivators were slaughtered, and corpses and blood covered the ground. The southern region's resentment soared into the heavens, but many people didn't dare to speak out. This army was too powerful. Even though more than 10 sects were destroyed, not a single person dared to stand out. Ah. Master. Wails sounded. On the path of the armored cavalry south, a medium-sized sect was destroyed. A young man roared in grief. His entire body was covered in blood as he stood on a broken mountain. He angrily brandished his halberd and faced the 8 divine generals. Pooh. However, the 8 divine generals whistled past. One of them easily pierced through him with a spear. Blood dripped out as he was stabbed into the spearhead, and he was carried several dozen li away. No matter how he struggled, it was all useless. Blood flowed from his chest, and in the end, he died with everlasting regret. Bastard. In the rear mountains, an elder came out from isolation. He faced the sky, but he was slapped down by an ancient race expert on a strange beast. His sternum caved in, and he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. His head of snow-white hair was dyed red, and his turbid eyes gradually dimmed. Grandpa! A white-clothed girl cried out in despair. She staggered over and hugged the old man's corpse, weeping bitterly. You are demons. The heavens will not let you go. Tears rolled down the girl's face as she hugged the old man's corpse and wept helplessly. A cold laugh rang out, and a rider rushed over. The ancient race expert slashed down with his saber, and with a flash of snow-white light, the white-clothed girl was powerless to resist. Her head, which was still young and tender, flew out with a large amount of blood. The headless corpse fell to the side of the old man's body. Today, no matter who it is, anyone who stands in our way must die. The heavenly prince stood on the ancient war chariot and coldly said as he watched everything unfold. The 8 divine generals became even more unbridled as they charged straight for the southern region. They wanted to avenge the heavenly prince and destroy the spirit ruin grotto heaven. What they did on the way was just a matter of convenience. That place was their ultimate target. The southern region was overflowing with resentment. More than 10 sects were destroyed, and many human cultivators were slaughtered. Blood flowed like rivers, and corpses piled up into small mountains. The entire eastern wasteland was shaken. Finally, the Yen land was close. The heavenly prince glanced ahead and suddenly personally took action. A resplendent divine spear appeared in his palm and he tossed it out. Boom! No one expected the heavenly prince to be so cold-blooded. One spear pierced through a city inhabited by mortals, and the Yen country's capital city collapsed in an instant. Ah, it was as if doomsday had arrived. Countless terrified humans' bodies split open, and blood splattered everywhere. The entire city was turned into corpses, and the entire ancient city was smashed into ruins mixed with bloodstains. My goal is the spirit ruins paradise, but anyone who stands in my way will be flattened. The heavenly prince coldly said. Cleanse them all with blood. The 8 divine generals were shouting and their horses neighing. Every one of them was stained with the blood of humans, which was spilled by the sects they destroyed on their way to the south. Bastards! Yi Fan and the others chased after them. The Black Emperor's great formation was ineffective, and they couldn't eliminate the heavenly prince and the 8 divine generals. Instead, they were able to break out of the encirclement. They followed them and saw too much blood along the way. Yi Fan was the first to attack. The dark golden spear in his hand swept through the army, and its sharp point was like a blade. It cut through a group of ancient soldiers, and blood splattered for 3,000 feet. Wang! The heavenly prince attacked. He swung his jet-black iron rod and smashed it towards the heavenly prince's skull. His bravery was unrivaled, and the black rod caused the sky dome to crack. The heavenly prince met him head-on. The undying heaven blade in his hand emitted a blinding light that swept up tens of thousands of blade lights. Even the great Tao was suppressed under it, and its offensive power was unparalleled. Dang! The blade and rod clashed, and the sound was deafening. It was like 2 stars colliding, and the mountains in all directions collapsed. The earth sank hundreds of feet deep. The killing power was incomparable. The cry of a phoenix shook the 9 heavens. On the other side, an imposing man appeared like an immortal phoenix descending from the 9 heavens. He took a step forward, and the phoenix void Tao appeared. His entire body was curled up by Tao marks, and he looked very blurry and unreal. Hong! Yi Fan faced him head-on, and a fist smashed out, blocking his path. However, on the other side, Huo Lin and Hua Chi Zi also appeared. They rushed straight for the heavenly prince, and they were about to take action. These two were terrifying. Their blue hair danced about, and their bodies were like divine bodies. A single drop of blood could penetrate this world, and the supreme blood force of ancient emperors was displayed. You guys should come over as well. A clear aura appeared above Yi Fan's head, and it turned into another him. He cut off the path ahead and stopped the two. Yi Fan blocked Huang Shudao, Hua Qilan's, and Hua Liner's paths. A dark golden spear swept through the sky, wanting to fight the three ancient princes alone. On the other side, the sacred prince held his dark golden rod and confronted the heavenly prince. The great Tao between them resonated and rumbled, emitting a sound like that of a landslide or a tsunami. The land below was a scene of desolation. The Yan capital had been reduced to ruins, and there were bloodstains everywhere. Broken limbs were scattered in every corner, hidden in the rubble. Not a single person in the city survived. They were all killed by the divine spear thrown by the heavenly prince. Not even a single cultivator could escape. Blood was everywhere, and the scene was too horrible to look at. You guys finally showed yourselves. None of you should think about leaving alive today. The heavenly prince roared. His incomparably handsome appearance didn't suit him at all. Heavenly prince, you even attacked mortals. Do you have any humanity left? The sacred prince shouted. Humanity? You guys ransacked my palace, stole my Tao treasure, and humiliated my character. Isn't that the same? The heavenly prince retorted. He didn't care about the deaths of the people in the city at all. The sacred prince scolded, how can this be compared? You led your troops to encircle me, so naturally, we are mortal enemies. We won't rest until one of us is dead. Whether it is destroying your palace or killing your troops, it is all normal. Yet, you killed the innocent and dragged these mortals into this? They have nothing to do with you or me, yet they died for no reason. Just a group of ants. I can destroy them with a wave of my hand. Their deaths are not to be regretted. Since they blocked my path, I'll kill them all. That's nice, the heavenly prince said. His eyes became colder and colder. Just because of what you said, I will definitely kill you today. Yi Fan spoke. The dark golden spear emitted a shocking divine radiance. Humans are truly useless. They are purely emotional creatures. I only massacred a city of people, yet you already came out. The heavenly prince said slowly and coldly. Not only the human race, I think all the other races are the same. Perhaps only a cold-blooded person like you doesn't care about human lives, Yi Fan said in a low voice. If you had jumped out earlier, there wouldn't have been a need to do this. You only came out now because you were scared of me. Now, no one can save you all. Today, I will wipe you all out. The imperial prince said coldly. Who do you think you are to say such words? Is it me or the sacred prince who is afraid of you? You're truly awe-inspiring. You've invited 3 ancient princes, 8 divine generals, and several half-saints to assist you. It's obvious who's afraid. Yi Fan coldly said, if you have the courage, come and fight me. If you are afraid, I will fight you with one hand, and that is enough to suppress you. Yi Fan's words were crisp and clear. He challenged the heavenly prince in front of everyone, saying that he wanted to fight him single-handedly. He had the other ancient princes and half-saints back off, directly asking him if he dared to fight. Who do you think you are? You're not worthy to fight with me. Today, I'll kill this monkey first before I deal with you. The heavenly prince said coldly. You finally dare to fight me one-on-one? The sacred prince's eyes were fiery. The golden fur on his body flickered with sparkling luster, full of fighting spirit and battle intent. He was so excited that he was trembling. It wasn't hard to see the temperament of the battle-sacred ape race. They were born for battle, crazy for battle. The more powerful the opponent, the more excited they would be. Right now, he really wanted to roar towards the sky. There's no sense of accomplishment in killing a monkey like you. It's too much of a waste of time. Dao brother Fire Qilan, come over and kill him with me. The heavenly prince said. The Fire Qilan's body was tall and sturdy. A head of thick blue hair draped over his shoulders. When his eyes opened and closed, radiance shot out like 2 divine lamps. His horns were extraordinary, and he had the bearing of an emperor. He was like an archaic deity. Within his body, the sound of blood rushing through the blood vessels was like a landslide or tsunami. It was deafening, making many people's faces turn pale. It was as if a great emperor was hibernating within his body, ready to revive at any time. When he took a step out, all of the clouds in the distant sky scattered. It was as if he could easily split apart the entire world with a raise of his hand. The power of his bloodline was incomparably powerful. Boom! Yifan blocked with his fist, blocking his path. The short contact between the two caused the heaven and earth to tremble. Thousands of cracks extended out in the void, and the distant mountains collapsed. Swoosh, their figures staggered as they each stood in the sky, facing each other from afar, emitting a terrifying aura. You coward, you will never reach your father's height. The sacred prince's lips curled into a cold smile as he stared at the heavenly prince. The heavenly prince was surprised. He didn't expect the mysterious human expert with the dark golden spear to be able to confront the fire Qilin and not be at a disadvantage. He coldly said, "How laughable. What meaning is there in doing this? I dare say that even if you stop us, there will be many humans who won't appreciate it. They might even blame you for bringing disaster upon themselves." Yifan was silent. What the other party said was true. The human heart made one feel helpless. Sometimes, one could only sigh. The heavenly prince had always been a radical and advocated for the extermination of the human race. First, he lobbied the Valley of Gods to exterminate the Southern Mountains barbarian race. Then, during the Jade Lake Assembly of Myriad Races, he did his best to encourage the archaic ancestral monarchs to attack the human race. If this person became a saint, he would have no scruples and would flatten many great sects of the human race. This would definitely be a great disaster. Yifan took action to deal with him, wanting to eliminate all future troubles in one battle. However, even if the heavenly prince had always wanted to exterminate the human orthodoxy and even killed the innocent this time, there would still be human guardians who would jump out and blame it on Yifan. He shouldn't have provoked the heavenly prince. All of this was predictable. Stop wasting time, this is a battle of life and death. Today, I will take your life. The sacred prince took action. He didn't want to waste time. It was rare to have a one-on-one battle with the heavenly prince, so he wanted to use this chance to kill him. Wang, the iron cudgel swept across the sky, crushing everything. The great wastelands collapsed, and even the Tao of heaven and earth trembled. The sacred battle apes were natural warriors with unparalleled offensive power. Dang, the heavenly prince's hair was disheveled. He held the undying heavenly blade in his hand. The snow-white blade radiance hacked through the heavens and collided with the dark golden cudgel. Immortal light shone brilliantly, scattering down millions and millions of strands. Every strand crushed a mountain ridge. The great wastelands in the distance collapsed, turning into an expanse of dust. The lush and flourishing mountain range was immediately left bare. Not a single blade of grass grew, flattened into flat land. The sacred prince fought against the heavenly prince. This was a battle that hadn't happened in more than 10 years. This was a great battle between ancient princes. It was enough to shake the world and make the entire eastern wasteland tremble. It has begun. The heavenly prince is fighting against the sacred prince. This is a continuation of the archaic emperor's unfinished battle. It has finally appeared again. Forget about the human race, even the ancient race's experts were dazzled. This was a tremendous battle, and the significance it represented was extraordinary. The undying heavenly emperor was high up above, respected by all races. He surpassed deities, and every ancient race expert worshipped him. Meanwhile, the Emperor of Fighting was the last emperor of the archaic era. His fighting prowess shocked the ancients and dazzled contemporaries. He was unmatched throughout the archaic era and similarly made others revere him. And now, the battle between their sons created an unprecedented atmosphere. This was an indirect battle between the ancient heavenly emperor and the sacred emperor. Who was weaker and who was stronger? Dong, Yifan and Huang Shudao made their move. A fist smashed out, pressing forward courageously. Stars shone brilliantly in front of the fist, and the splendor tore through the vast sky. Their divine bravery was unmatched. After the two collided intensely, they both flew backwards. Huang Shudao's entire body was extremely indistinct. He was covered by the great Tao's traces, and no one could see his true appearance. However, there was no need to doubt his strength. He only lived for the Tao in his life. Hong, the fire Qilin, was about to take action to kill the sacred prince. He was like a blue barbaric dragon that tore through the sky. His body shattered the void, and everything in all directions collapsed. The powerful aura made all life tremble, and all of the birds and beasts in the great wastelands fell to the ground. At the same time, Huolin also moved. Her blue hair flickered, and she was like a goddess that descended into the world. Her eyes were resplendent, and she was no longer as gentle and beautiful as before. Hong. Her jade-like hand brushed down, and heaven and earth collapsed. Nothing could stop her. Yi Fan's true body faced off against the fire Qilin, and his Tao body faced off against Huolin. They blocked their path. An intense collision unfolded, and the entire sky was trembling. What? He wants to fight 3 ancient princes alone? In the distance, even the 8 divine generals were shaken. They didn't dare to believe what they were seeing. What kind of boldness was this? He dared to do this alone. Arrogant. Does he really think he's the reincarnation of a great human emperor? He dares to fight 3 alone like this? Hong, an intense battle erupted. Yi Fan single-handedly stalled the 3 ancient princes. His speed reached its peak, and it was so fast that it made people tremble. His 2 bodies attacked the 3 of them. Kill. The 8 divine generals also took action. There were a few half-saints hidden among them. Not a single one of them rushed towards Yi Fan, because they felt that the 3 ancient princes were enough to kill him. All of the experts rushed towards the monkey, wanting to help the heavenly prince kill him. Kill. Shouts of war shook the heavens. Clanging sounds of swords rang through the air. The Black Emperor and the others attacked, pushing a great formation forward. They stopped the 8 divine generals there, preventing them from providing assistance. A chaotic battle erupted. As time went on, many human cultivators arrived. It was unknown just how many great powers from all over the eastern wastelands arrived. They hurried over to witness this world-shocking battle. Yi Fan stopped the 3 ancient princes. At first, he didn't carry out a life-and-death battle and only bought time for the heavenly prince. Despite this being the case, they still fought until the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Everyone was shaken to the point of being speechless. What kind of deity was this exactly? He was fighting against 3 ancient emperor bloodlines alone. He is using tricks to break all methods. With the help of the Tao body, it is normal for him to temporarily stop the 3 ancient princes. When the time is up, he will definitely fall. A few ancient race experts also arrived and watched the battle from the distance. Even though it is said like this is still shocking enough. He is at least at the ancient prince level, but he is only a human. Could it be that he is the son of an ancient emperor? Yi Fan's battle against the 3 ancient princes shocked the entire world. There wasn't a single person who wasn't stupefied. They were all tongue-tied. Get lost. The fire Qilin shouted angrily. He finally used an unimaginable power. Blue light surged like an ocean. The immortal phoenix spread its wings and shook the 9 heavens. Huang Shidao's figure became even more indistinct, but his attacks became several times more ferocious as he attacked Yi Fan. Yi Fan's eyes were blazing. His true body and Tao body moved at the same time. Large amounts of starlight appeared, enveloping Huang Shidao, the fire Qilin, and Huolin within. Hong, hacking apart the 9 heavens and earth, Yi Fan seemed to have split apart the 9 heavens and 10 earths, establishing a world of his own. Primal chaos pervaded the air, and ancient stars appeared one after another. They slowly rotated and released matchless and unmatched might. He moved great stars one after another, as if an immortal king had descended into the mortal world. He released world-shattering power. His true body and Tao body blocked the 3 in the sea of stars. This is. More and more people hurried over. Regardless of whether it was the ancient race or human experts, they were all incredibly shocked. He really is fighting 3 great ancient princes alone. Yi Fan took action. His aura was majestic. Ancient stars with life rotated one after another, releasing incomparable fluctuations of power. Every single ancient star could turn into a Tao sword, a cauldron, or a great bell. It was incomparably powerful. Chang, an ancient star, turned into a Dao sword and hacked downwards. Dang, another ancient star released the sound of a great bell. Long and drawn-out divine waves shattered the sky dome as they swept towards the three ancient princes. This was a great battle that left everyone dazzled. They were all excited to the point of trembling. Sacred Prince and Heavenly Prince were fighting to the death. The battle had reached its climax. Meanwhile, Yifan temporarily stopped the three ancient princes alone. This made everyone feel as if they were dreaming. In the vast starry sea, ancient stars rotated one after another. They were filled with the imprints of life, and every single one of them was majestic. When they came together, it was as if a star domain was falling. A drawn-out bell sound resounded through the world. In this star domain, the great star that had turned into a sacred bell emitted Tao sounds that swept through all directions. Clear ripples spread out. Wherever they passed, the star domain would wither, mountains would collapse, seas would boil, and all things would be destroyed. However, Huang Shudao, Fire Qilin, and the others weren't ordinary either. Every single one of them had profound cultivation and magical force that swept through the heavens. Every single one of them was a peerless genius. They were all the number one of their respective great worlds back then. It was only because the path to immortality was sealed until now. They appeared in the same world, or else how could they have met? If even one of these characters appeared, it would already be heaven-defying. Even though Huang Shudao's body was blurry, he still stood within the great Tao traces. However, he was so powerful that it made one's heart palpitate. His aura could devour mountains and rivers. With a punch, the great bell formed from ancient stars immediately stopped rippling, and all the ripples were stopped. A phoenix cry tore through the starry sea. It was even vaster than the sound of the ancient bell. Huang Shudao struck out with his arm, and it was as if a heavenly hurricane swept through the sea of stars. The sacred bell cracked, releasing an ear-piercing shattering sound as it exploded in the void. At the same time, the phoenix cry rang out incessantly, rushing through the sea of stars. Ancient stars exploded one after another, and a large portion of the star domain Yifan displayed instantly dimmed. Dong, Yifan and Huang Shudao clashed head-on. It was a true confrontation. Both of their bodies shook violently, and then they both flew backwards. The starlight dimmed quite a bit once again. Ah, Fire Qilin let out a long roar. His blue hair scattered behind him. Even though his figure was tall and slender, he was like an ancient barbaric dragon. His blood energy covered the 9 heavens and 10 earths as he used the great Tao to suppress down. The eyes of Yifan's other Tao body were like 2 sharp blades. He also rushed forward courageously to meet the attack head-on. His fists and fingers contained the true meaning of the 6 Tao. Pooh! The two of them fought. Their physical bodies clashed, and the great Tao confronted each other. Innately, they competed against each other, and it was incomparably intense. They turned into 2 spheres of light that intertwined with the Tao marks. Whoosh! The 2 figures separated. Many ancient stars split apart, the star domains growing dim. The real land was even more ruined. The battlefield had pushed 800 miles into the great wasteland. The mountain ridges were broken, and the main peaks were razed to the ground. Nothing was left. Boom, the sacred prince fought against the heavenly prince. Both sides were truly enraged. The black iron cudgel swept out in all directions, shattering all things. The undying heaven blade even more so hacked apart the 9 heavens, releasing endless strands of Tao light as they continuously fought back. Pooh! The sacred prince coughed out blood. The golden fur on his body stood on end, making him look like a resplendent golden war god. His battle intent surged. His entire body was covered in holy light, and his bravery was unrivaled under the heavens. However, he was still injured in this battle. The heavenly imperial prince was not much better off. His handsome face was flushed red, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The monkey's rod was as heavy as 1,000,000 kilograms, making him feel extremely strained. Both of their fathers were exceptional legends, one revered by all races, starting from the beginning of the Archaic Era, the other ruling the Archaic Era, passing away in meditation during the final years of the Archaic Era, facing each other from far away. The battle between the sacred prince and the heavenly imperial prince drew many people's attention. The sacred prince is fighting against the heavenly imperial prince. This is a different continuation of the battle between the emperor fighting and the ancient heavenly emperor. How exciting! The emotions of many people from the ancient races were fluctuating. Quite a few people were so excited that they were trembling. They all clenched their fists tightly as they watched nervously. That human cultivator is too powerful, right? He actually temporarily stopped 3 ancient princes by himself? Even though it is said that after a long time, he will inevitably die, this still feels too unreal. Absolutely brilliant. Even the big names of the ancient races were moved. In all directions, on every mountain peak, cultivators were boundless. They were all watching from the distance, and there were naturally a few famous human sects among them. When there were so many people, there were naturally all kinds of opinions. It was because everyone's point of view was different. This is a tragedy. Just what kind of people are they? Why did they provoke the heavenly imperial prince, causing so many sects to be destroyed and the innocent mortals of Yendu to die miserably? They are truly sinners. I say, Taoistly, aren't you being too compassionate? After so many years, the heavenly imperial prince has ruled over the eastern wasteland. Haven't he killed enough humans? Haven't he destroyed enough Tao inheritances? Everyone is in danger and doesn't dare to resist. Who doesn't know about his wolfish ambitions? Now, someone finally appeared who dares to resist, but he has become a sinner instead? Someone sneered. Even so, he shouldn't have implicated the innocent. Taoistly said loudly. The battlefield is not a fairy tale, not a child's play. People will die at any time, and it has always been cruel. Why implicate the innocent? The heavenly imperial prince has always viewed humans as ants. After so many years, how many human experts have he killed? Who was the one who implicated him? Do you want to blame this group of people? Some people rebelled, and the heavenly imperial prince went crazy, slaughtering innocent mortals to vent his anger. Can you blame the rebels? If that's the case, then all of the humans should just remain silent and become obedient slaves. Then he should fight against the heavenly imperial prince in an upright manner and not scheme like this. That way, he will also appear grand and glorious. Doing so might even implicate us, Taoistly said loudly. Fair and square. Glorious and glorious? Laughable. The heavenly imperial prince and several ancient princes came together. Does he plan to fight alone? There are also several unfathomable half-saints helping him. If a human expert with a dark golden spear fights like this, is he waiting to be surrounded and killed? No one can fight against so many princes. Moreover, it is the heavenly imperial prince who cowers and doesn't dare to fight alone. In the end, he is the one who is glorious and magnificent. Finally, there is an expert who dares to challenge the heavenly imperial prince, but he has become a vile character instead. What a heaven-defying logic. But didn't he still fail? He let the heavenly imperial prince break out of the encirclement outside Xianxia city, but he didn't obtain any results. In the end, it still won't work. Someone on the side said. The battlefield isn't a fairy tale. Who can sing triumphantly the entire way and win? Who dares to stand out and resist? After so many years, when the heavenly imperial prince moved unhindered through the world and slaughtered human experts, what did everyone do? Where were you all? Aren't you all just cold and detached spectators? This humble Taoist only believes in his own eyes and only looks at the results. He didn't obtain any results, so it won't work. He might even implicate us. Taoistly spoke again. Taoistly can't even be considered someone who understands the situation after the fact. Can't you see through the things that have already happened? How can you say that this battle didn't have any results? If these people didn't provoke the heavenly imperial prince's wrath and force him into a killing trap, the consequences would definitely be unimaginable. Many people became silent. These words weren't false. The heavenly imperial prince brought with him terrifying formation banners, but they were all used up in this battle. If these people did as Taoistly said and fought with radiance and blood energy, they might all be wiped out in one fell swoop. They would become nothing more than ashes under the formation banners, dying a meaningless death. Since we already know the heavenly imperial prince's temperament, we naturally have to fight against him. Many people nodded. The Heavenly Imperial Prince had never planned to fight alone. He had invited so many terrifying helpers and laid out a wide net. If these people still wanted to fight against the Radiance banners, wouldn't they be fools? If the formation banners hadn't been broken outside of true Paragon City and the Heavenly Imperial Prince suddenly attacked, these people would definitely have fallen into a passive state. Some of them would definitely have died miserably. This humble Taoist only looks at the results. In the end, aren't we still fighting here? The ancient race's experts are stronger than the human race and have many ancestral kings. From Taoist James' point of view, there's no need to fight. We can just become slaves from now on. What's the need for this process? Everyone should remain silent. Breaking down the undying Heavenly Emperor's formation banners and fighting step by step is meaningless. From Taoist James' point of view, the human race shouldn't fight and should just accept the adversity and serve the various races. Taoist Zhang opened his mouth and said, even so, after seeing the Heavenly Imperial Prince break the formation, he went south and slaughtered countless people. Why are they cowering and not stopping him? Many people shook their heads and didn't say anything. This was an obvious matter. The Heavenly Imperial Prince could open the realm gate with a raise of his hand. How could they stop him? He went all the way south. Who could be sure of his coordinates? It was already a miracle that this group of people could intercept the Heavenly Imperial Prince so quickly. If it wasn't for experts proficient in transport formations, who knew where they would be tossed to? These are all excuses. These people want to stand on a moral high ground and fight against the Heavenly Imperial Prince. How hypocritical! Taoist Zhang said. Everyone shook their heads and felt that this was ridiculous. What else was there to say when it was so obvious? This group of people had been fighting against the Heavenly Imperial Prince from start to finish. When did they find any excuses? They always targeted him and resisted step by step. The great battle on the battlefield became more and more intense. Everyone's discussions increased as well. They opposed each other with equal harshness and neither side gave way. Even though Yi Fan, the sacred prince, Huang Shudao and the others were in the middle of the great battle, they could still hear it. It was because they all had the heavenly ear divine ability. The Heavenly Imperial Prince laughed loudly and then became incomparably cold. He swept his gaze over Yi Fan and the others and revealed a mocking smile. What he said had become the truth. So many mortals had died. Yi Fan felt sorrow in his heart. Facing the Heavenly Imperial Prince's provocation, he remained calm because he had long since expected this. They had previously angered the Heavenly Imperial Prince, and the results were obvious. They had lured him into a certain death situation. The Black Emperor laid down a 4-layered Great Emperor killing formation to trap him. Who in the world could resist? This time, they couldn't kill the Heavenly Imperial Prince. It wasn't that the situation wasn't good enough, but rather that the Heavenly Imperial Prince's bloodline's foundation was too powerful. All their efforts were wasted here. Now that the battle had reached such a state, even if one wasn't a saint, they would all die. Fortunately, they had the Black Emperor's great formation to resist. Otherwise, the Heavenly Imperial Prince would have wiped them all out in one fell swoop. With so many terrifying formation flags coming out, the mountains and rivers would lose their luster, the sun and moon would lose their color. Haha, the Heavenly Imperial Prince laughed coldly and swept his gaze across Yi Fan and the others. He used his divine sense to transmit his voice, I really can't kill you guys anymore. Next time, I might as well go and massacre 10 mortal cities. I don't even need to do anything. Your human race will kill you all on their own and make you all sinners of the past, haha. The battle was shocking. In the distance, people were arguing. These people offended the Heavenly Imperial Prince for no reason. In the end, they have incurred his wrath and will most likely implicate us. What a mess. The ancient race is so strong. Can these people fight against them? Why do they have to kill the Heavenly Imperial Prince? They are putting us in danger for no reason. You guys are really muddling along. The Heavenly Imperial Prince's desire to destroy the human race has never changed. If he were to become a saint, the calamity would be unimaginable. Do you guys still have any backbone? This time, borrowing the Heavenly Imperial Prince's hand to kill the Heavenly Imperial Prince might be the only chance. If not for these people, why would the heavenly imperial prince be so angry? What's the use of such resistance? This old man feels that their actions are a bit excessive. They should be calm and detached, devise strategies, and decide victory from 1,000 miles away. That is the embodiment of a hero. How do we decide victory? Could it be that you guys have already gotten used to the ancient race's high and mighty status? There are occasionally those who resist, but they are instead treated as heretics. If this continues, are you really going to become numb to it? The heavenly imperial prince heard everything clearly. After hearing it, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. His gaze became even colder. Yi Fan's heart was calm. What he saw wasn't much. On the other side of the starry sky, were there few people like this? But when one encountered a robbery, everyone would avoid it. Suicide would attract the attention of others, but they would be indifferent and even ridiculed. The example of war made one's heart go cold. They were merely a group of spectators, cold and numb. On the battlefield, the battle became even more terrifying. Even the heavens have to listen to my words. The earth has to respect my will. Heavenly Imperial Prince, what qualifications do you have to fight against me? The Heavenly Imperial Prince roared. His aura continued to rise. His hair was disheveled, and his pupils were terrifying. He held the heavenly blade in his right hand, and his left hand moved about, connecting to the void. At the end of the boundless outer space, wind and thunder immediately erupted. Divine winds howled angrily, and chaotic energy erupted. At this moment, the entire great wilderness became oppressive, making people feel like they were suffocating. All of the cultivators were alarmed. They could clearly see an expanse of meteors falling from the heavens. Every single one of them was incomparably enormous, drawing out dazzling light. They came from beyond the heavens, bringing with them a world-destroying aura. The meteors from outer space flew over in large numbers. This type of might made all life tremble. The heavenly imperial prince's methods were heaven-defying. His words were the law, and his actions were the law. It was simply like he was going to destroy the world. All of the meteors rushed towards the heavenly imperial prince, and the entire world was trembling. Break for me! The heavenly imperial prince seemed like he was about to merge with the Tao. He struck out with a large amount of great Tao trajectories, dispelling the meteors. He wanted to guide the meteors into outer space once more. However, he failed. He had no choice but to use the black iron rod to furiously strike the 9 heavens again, fighting head-on. Dang! In front of the enormous meteors, the monkey's body was as insignificant as a speck of dust. However, he still smashed it with a single strike, turning the star fragments into a pile of dust. However, there were truly too many meteors. All of them were enveloped in the radiance of the great Tao. Their might overflowed into the heavens, shocking the entire world. The heavenly imperial prince slashed horizontally and vertically. A tremble of his arms contained the power of trillions. However, when faced with the attacks of the great Tao of the meteors, it was still somewhat difficult for him to withstand. These were star fragments that carried the divine might of the great Tao. How many people in the world could block them? Only someone with a physical body like the heavenly imperial prince could resist them. The monkey coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. He was still heavily injured. When he destroyed the last star fragment, his body swayed. The heavens and earth trembled. The heavenly imperial prince opened his mouth and spat out a beam of golden light. This was innate chaotic energy. His eyes were wide open in anger, and his golden hair stood on end. What's the point of standing up for these numb people? The heavenly imperial prince sneered. Even the meteors couldn't knock down the monkey. This made him feel a little uncertain. The other party was not weaker than him at all. The monkey's innate chaotic energy rushed over. The heavenly imperial prince had no choice but to use all his strength to resist. However, he was still forced to continuously retreat. With each step, he spat out blood, dyeing the undying heavenly blade in his hand red. Dang, the two of them fought again. It was a life and death battle, a clash of life and death. On the other side, Yi Fan's true body and Tao body faced the enemy together. They also fought crazily, using their extreme divine abilities to block the 3 ancient princes. They couldn't escape. It was also extremely thrilling, and the great battle was boiling. In the distance, more and more people gathered. Most of them came from the great sects of the human race. There were even many people of the ancient royal bloodline. They were all watching this soul-stirring battle. Roar. After fighting for a long time, the fire Qilin revealed an impatient expression, showing signs of going crazy. His head of long blue hair danced about chaotically. He released a long roar, and this world collapsed. It was like a doomsday flood, as well as the descent of the 9 heavens' stellar streams. This was a Qilin roar. Once it was released, mountains and rivers would collapse, seas would evaporate. The archaic Qilin ancestral king could directly shatter the moon. As an ancient prince, the fire Qilin had the most powerful blood flowing through his body. He had long severed his Tao for many years and was powerful enough. Right now, his roar naturally made the heavens explode. Nothing could stop this sound wave. Within the 100,000 great mountains, 10,000 beasts cried out in grief. Flocks of birds fell to the ground, all of them trembling as they laid on the ground. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably as they worshipped in this direction. Meanwhile, the pressure Yifan who bore the brunt of this could be imagined. The blue Tao ripples turned into ripples, making the void collapse inch by inch. His true body and Tao body were in great pain. Fight! Yifan released a shout from his mouth, releasing Tao sounds. He used a world-shocking secret technique to defend, using offense as defense. He used the Battle Saint technique to produce the Xianxia sound, turning it into the fight character as it rushed out. This was an intense collision that shocked the eastern wastelands. Ripples spread outwards. They didn't seem to be intense, but the destructive power was astonishing. Large amounts of mountain peaks that pierced through the clouds were shattered. Meanwhile, the boundless heavens turned into primal chaos, because everything exploded. Nothing was left behind. Apart from himself, there was nothing else. Everything seemed to have returned to its original point, returning to the beginning of heaven and earth. Divine winds roared angrily, demonic light erupted, primal chaos mist pervaded the air, and all things were silent. In this boundless void, Yifan's true body and Tao body coexisted. Apart from them, all deities and creatures withdrew. The two Tao shouts were unstoppable. A clear roar sounded. Huolin appeared, rushing over together with his older brother. The two Qilin roars appeared, making this place even more terrifying. The heavens exploded inch by inch, primal chaos surging violently. This was an astonishing scene. Heaven and earth splitting power appeared, and it was as if deities and devils were weeping. Hurricanes swept through the great void. A Tao shout turned into a heavenly river that was incomparably brilliant. At the limits of the horizon, everyone trembled. What kind of power was this? No wonder he could kill a half-saint. Just this kind of ability was enough. How many people could contend against him? Everyone secretly rejoiced that they were far enough away. This kind of ripple could definitely destroy their bodies and souls. As long as they were affected, not even a hair or bone would be left. Yifan's hands moved about, forming the heavenly star domain. He shouted, resisting the Qilin roar. Meanwhile, ancient stars with life appeared in front and behind him. The sun and moon rotated, and the great stars were reborn, stabilizing the universe. In the distance, Huang Shudao frowned. He didn't make a move and quietly watched the results. His indistinct body was becoming more and more unfathomable. Boom! After the last strike, Huolin and Huaqi Zi were forced to retreat. Yifan and his Taoist body also trembled. This pair of Qilin brother and sister was really powerful, which made him sigh with emotion. Just whose edge is shining brighter? This human cultivator is ridiculously strong. He has been able to hold on for so long without dying. How long can he last? The many legendary figures from the ancient race were left shaken. Huang Shudao raised his arm like an immortal phoenix striking the 9 heavens. His attack power was peerless and domineering. The power of his right arm shattered all the chaos. The brilliant divine light of phoenix wings swept out and enveloped Yifan. Thump! This was the first time Yifan had such a serious expression while fighting with him. Every strike made him feel a majestic power. Huang Shudao's Tao marks and physical body were unparalleled in the world, which made Yifan feel danger. For so many years, who could compete with the divine physique of the human race? And now, Huang Shudao had done it. He was the most courageous in the world, like an immortal phoenix dancing. The experts from the Blood Phoenix Mountain shook their arms with the power of millions and millions. Everything would collapse, and all things in the world would be destroyed. Not many people in the mortal world could withstand it. Huiqizi let out a long roar and attacked again. His battle intent was even stronger, and his destructive power had increased by a large margin. Clearly, he was getting serious. Yi Fan had never underestimated the ancient princes. It was the same in the past, and it was still the same now. In a real battle, the son of the ancient emperor was even more powerful than he had imagined. He was far stronger than the 8th-generation descendants of the ancient emperor like Yuangu. Not only was he a true imperial prince, but he was also a well-known figure among them. It was impossible for the ancient emperor to only have one son, so those who could be chosen to be bestowed the title of the current generation were definitely the best. If I hadn't gone against the great Tao, today's fate would be unpredictable. It could be said that he had blocked 3 of the ancient emperor's sons by himself. This could be considered a miracle, and the spectators had long since been dumbfounded. There had never been a lack of geniuses in this world, and everyone's fortunes were different. No one could say that they were favored by the heavens alone, and no one dared to say that they were invincible in the world. In the past, Yi Fan had started out late, and he had worked hard to catch up and finally transcended. However, it would be naive to say that he could view the ancient princes as ants. Which one of these characters was ordinary? There was no need to mention the heavenly prince's bloodline, and he was born with the Eye of Fortune. This was a heaven-defying immortal treasure that could strengthen one's body by countless times. Even the generations of Origin Master before Yi Fan had not obtained it. As the heavenly prince grew up, he was even accompanied by the divine tea tree. He drank Tao Comprehension tea every day and cultivated with the Tao Comprehension ancient tree in his hand. Moreover, at the end of every month, the heavenly prince would have a life and death battle with the young immortal emperor. This was a cultivation method that ordinary people could not hope to achieve, and it was even more powerful than Yi Fan's heaven-defying great Tao and the young great emperor. However, these were all things that outsiders could find out. As for what the immortal emperor had left for him, no one knew. Perhaps all of this was only the tip of the iceberg. From the heavenly prince, it was not difficult to guess that Huiqizi, Huangsudo, and the others must have similarly heaven-defying fortunes. Their starting points were very high, and they were blessed by the heavens. Every one of them was a heaven-defying character that could look down on the ages. The greatest nod in the hearts of the immemorial emperors was to open the path to immortality and step into another world. Unfortunately, they could not see any hope, and could only place all their efforts on their sons. This was the continuation of their hopes. In a sense, these people were placed with high hopes. They were the people that the immemorial emperors had wholeheartedly nurtured, and they would become immortals in their place. In the end, they would surpass the ancient emperors. Only, whether or not they could surpass the ancient emperors was hard to say. However, at present, they were definitely the strongest among their peers. While Yi Fan was astonished, the hearts of even more ancient race experts, including Huiqizi and Huang Shudao, were shaken. This opponent was so elegant, and he was definitely an imperial prince-level character. Otherwise, why would he dare to fight 1 against 3? Even the ancient emperors might not be able to do so. That was because with Huiqizi's natural talents, as well as the painstaking care of their fathers, they would definitely not be weaker than any of the young great emperors. He is fighting 1 against 3, yet he still hasn't been defeated. How long can he last? Is this a legend? This is the graceful bearing of an imperial prince. It is breathtaking, or else who could do this? He is definitely on par with the ancient emperor. The son of the ancient great emperor has finally appeared. The ancient race experts were horrified. They couldn't help but be shocked by this battle. It was intense and dazzling, like immortal pearls shooting out brilliance. The splendor of this moment was enough to illuminate the entire mountains and rivers. It was engraved in everyone's mind, making their emotions rise and fall on a magnificent scale. Many people from the human race felt their blood boiling. It was as if they had returned to the era when the ancient great emperor was born. The ancient great emperor rose up in a chaotic world, illuminating all directions. He quelled the chaos and maintained peace, suppressing the world for a long time. The 9 heavens and 10 earths were at peace, and no one dared to bully the human race again. This person cannot be left alive. A few experts from the ancient race said in a low voice. In that instant, some of the human cultivators felt their bodies go cold when they heard this. Li Daozhang and the others even began to discuss, worried that they would anger the ancient race and bring about a great disaster. If you want to kill me, then come and try. Yi Fan released a long roar. His pupils were like heavenly swords, shooting out two blazing beams of light. Even though they were quite far away, they still forced the ancient race experts who spoke just now to take a few steps back. Their faces were snow white. Yi Fan's aura rose, and his battle prowess rose rapidly. He forced the three ancient emperors back a few steps, and he was actually going to attack the heavenly prince. The fire Qilint's eyes were ice-cold and emotionless. His cultivation and magical power also increased by more than several times as he opposed Yi Fan with equal harshness. However, the heavenly prince in the distance was startled. He was worried that one of Yi Fan's Dao bodies wouldn't be able to rush over and help the sacred prince kill him. The heavenly prince's Dao heart immediately became a bit unstable. He was able to rope in Huolin and the others because the price he paid was enough to move the ancient emperor's bloodline. However, whether or not they would really risk their lives for him was another matter. The sacred prince's heart was as unmoving as a boulder. His gaze was cold, and his every movement became even fiercer. The murderous light drowned out everything in all directions. He was unstoppable, and the heavenly prince was beaten until he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood and retreated. The heavenly prince released a long roar. His beautiful face was filled with shock and anger. He was confident that his bloodline was number one under the heavens. As the only son of the undying heavenly emperor revered by all races, he couldn't tolerate others injuring him. Even though the sacred prince was also heavily injured and coughed out blood from time to time, the heavenly prince still found it hard to accept. Only he should be able to injure the enemy, and no one should be able to injure him. Sacred prince, what qualifications do you have to fight against me? My father gave me the number one physique under the heavens, and I cultivated the number one immortal scripture since birth. You will forever be trampled under my feet. The heavenly prince was close to going crazy. He unleashed endless killing moves and endless wondrous techniques, causing some of the half-saints to feel their hair and bones go cold. They definitely couldn't block him, and they would undoubtedly die if they went up. My father gave it to me. He gave me the entire world. The sacred prince replied, and his attacks became even fiercer. The battle saint's blood was boiling, and his battle intent was high. It was as if he wanted to strike down the 9 heavens. What did you say? The heavenly prince roared in anger. My father didn't leave behind a Tao protector for me, and he also didn't prepare any immortal treasures that could seize the fortune of heaven and earth. He only gave me a free world, allowing me to strike the 9 heavens and descend into the 9 underworlds. I can soar freely without being bound or shackled. The sacred prince's expression was incomparably calm. However, at this moment, his aura flourished even more. He was invincible, the sole ruler of the world. He became increasingly domineering and aggressive, almost about to suppress the heavenly prince. The sacred prince's words were so deafening that even the deaf could hear them. Huang Shidao, Huolin and Huiqizi were all shaken. Meanwhile, the heavenly prince seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. His body staggered, and the monkey followed up. The jet-black iron rod smashed down, sending him flying, and a long stream of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The heavenly prince's angry roar could only be withstood by his physique. If it was someone else, they would definitely be turned into a bloody paste. He experienced a difficult struggle before recovering from his disadvantageous position, but his Tao heart became unstable. This was because he recalled the undying heavenly emperor's gift, which gave him 2 paths. The first path was resplendent with light, Tao protectors, peerless immortal treasures, and everything else. The other path was the undying heavenly blade, which allowed him to cut down the Tao comprehension tea tree and shatter many immortal treasures to completely sever the first path. And in the end, he chose the former. Father, you are the strongest expert since ancient times, as well as the wisest deity, yet you gave me such a difficult choice. In the 9 heavens and 10 earths, I will be number 1 in the future. I will choose my own path. The heavenly prince's gaze was frightening as he roared loudly. Not good, the heavenly prince's Tao heart is unstable. Please don't let anything happen to him. The expressions of many ancient race experts changed. The Heavenly Prince has 8 divine generals following him and a few ancient ancestral monarchs protecting him. The general trend is set by the heavens, but the Sacred Prince has nothing. Since we chose to stand on the Heavenly Prince's side from the start, there is no need to hesitate now. We must help him. Some half-sages couldn't hold back and walked forward. They didn't dare to truly attack the Sacred Prince, but they still wanted to disturb him. They wanted to hold on until the Heavenly Prince's Tao heart stabilized. Let's see who dares to take a step forward. I will take his life even if he escapes beyond the 9 heavens. Yi Fan shouted loudly. The battle blood in his body was boiling. Seeing that the Sacred Prince had the upper hand, yet these people wanted to interfere midway and reverse the situation, he used all his strength to let out a long roar. I don't believe in heresy. A half-sage sneered in a low voice and took a large step forward. Kill. Yi Fan's words were like thunder. He only spat out this one word, and a phenomenon rushed out from his body, turning into a giant fiend god. This was the phenomenon of an immortal king descending to the 9 heavens. However, after it evolved, it was like a fiend god descending into the world. Its aura swallowed mountains and rivers, and 100,000 great mountains collapsed. Ho! The fiend god formed from Yi Fan's phenomenon opened its mouth and roared. The wind and clouds in all directions collapsed as it swallowed this half-sage in one gulp. Ah, what? This is... Everyone was dumbfounded, and the entire world fell silent. A demonic god appeared between the heaven and earth. It was as if he could reach the celestial court and trample the underworld. The 9 heavens and 10 earths trembled as he looked up, his powerful aura was suffocating. His black hair cascaded down like a waterfall and his eyes were deep. He swallowed the half-saint in one gulp, shocking the world into silence. Ah, the half-saint roared and struggled in the demonic god's stomach, wanting to fight his way out. He was shocked, angry, fearful, and terrified. He opened his mouth and spat out an iron dagger axe, slashing down with all his might. At the same time, he opened his domain. The radiance of the half-saint rushed up, wanting to cut open the danger zone and come out. However, reality was cruel. His phenomenon domain was completely restrained and was completely useless. Once the human saint body's phenomenon appeared, almost all other phenomena would lose their effectiveness. Only the iron dagger axe moved, wanting to pierce the demonic god's stomach. However, what awaited him was a giant millstone that crushed towards him. At the demonic god's stomach, where the sea of reincarnation was, the sea of bitterness and the wheel of life merged, turning into a world millstone plate that crushed the iron dagger axe into powder. The half-saint screamed as his hair stood on end. At this moment, he felt a special source of power. Through this demonic god's phenomenon, he knew who Yi Fan was. However, he couldn't shout at all. Even his divine sense was suppressed. The world millstone plate fell down. He was filled with unwillingness and fear as his flesh and blood turned into mud. The divine sense of this ancient race half-saint was full of fear. No matter how he struggled, it was useless. His primordial spirit was extinguished and completely dissipated. With a light sound, the fiend god that towered between the heavens and the earth also exploded, completely disappearing without a trace. This place became deathly silent. A half-saint died just like that. He was swallowed in one gulp and died a violent death. At the place where the demonic god disappeared, a large mist of blood drifted. Only this was left. Let's see which of you dares to take another step. Yi Fan's true body shouted. These words reverberated in the sky like a thunderclap, causing pain in everyone's ears. Many people swayed and almost fell down on the spot. The expressions of the half-sages who had planned to interfere with the battle and help the Heavenly Prince turned extremely ugly. At the same time, they felt a chill in their hearts. One of their companions had died just like that. At this moment, they were in a dilemma. They had already made a decision, and many people were watching from the side. However, the tragic scene before them made their hair stand on end. Taking a step forward could mean death. If he didn't do anything, he would lose face and feel aggrieved. The others didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. They felt that this mysterious human cultivator was too domineering. A single roar had actually suppressed several half-saints. He had the air of a sovereign overlooking the world. Those who cross the line will die. Yi Fan's true body shouted. He was on the battlefield and couldn't split himself. He could only do everything he could to unleash a domineering strike like this to intimidate the enemy. In the end, the faces of those half-sages turned pale. Not a single one of them took another step forward. All of them were petrified and didn't dare to move rashly. To them, staying alive was the most important thing. A gust of wind rose in the great wastelands. Everyone felt a chill run through their bodies. No one said anything and everything became quiet. They were all shaken. This was especially the case for those ancient race experts who whispered that they couldn't let Yi Fan live. They felt a wave of fear. At this moment, they clearly felt a gaze sweep over them. It was as if blades were scraping at their bones. The battle was still ongoing. The Heavenly Prince witnessed everything, and his Tao heart became even more unstable. He was swept by the monkey's rod, shattering the divine gold crown on his head. The immortal hairpin was even more so turned into powder. His black hair immediately scattered down. His heart was filled with anxiety and anger. He brandished the undying heaven blade. Blade radiance rushed into the heavens as he resisted with all his might. On the other side, the fire Qilin's expression became much colder. He stared at Yi Fan's true body and Tao body. He raised his battle prowess by another level and blocked their path, not giving them a chance to attack again. Yi Fan didn't attack again either. According to the current situation, he only needed to block the three of them for an hour, and then the Sacred Prince would definitely win. It was because the Heavenly Prince's Tao heart wasn't stable, so his defeat was only a matter of time. The metal rod in the monkey's hands released woo-woo sounds. Every time it descended, there would be black cracks extending in all directions. Dazzling sparks erupted as it clashed with the undying heaven blade. Many people were looking forward to this battle. They were all overwhelmed with emotions. Even during the Radiant's ancient era, no one had ever seen a battle between emperors. The battle between their strongest heirs was undoubtedly a type of comparison. Pooh! The Heavenly Prince's mind was uneasy. He took another strike and spat out a mouthful of blood. This was the first time he felt fear. He was scared that he would be defeated. He had never fallen into such a bitter battle before. He didn't feel any fear even when he fought against the young undying Heavenly Emperor. It was because he knew that his father's Tao marks wouldn't truly kill him. He could fight to his heart's content and not worry like now. What kind of person was the Sacred Prince? He had wandered back and forth between life and death for so many years. He grew up in great battles and fought against the Heavenly Prince's Tao protector for so many years. His experience was abundant. His gaze turned into tangible torches as he became even more powerful. He attacked boldly and pressed forward step by step, making the Heavenly Prince more and more uneasy. There were several close calls and he coughed out blood from time to time under the black metal rod's divine might. In reality, the Heavenly Prince's constitution was indeed unprecedented and incomparable. The divine abilities he cultivated were also world-shattering. There was nothing to say about his own strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to seriously injure the monkey. However, at this moment, he lacked a type of imposing manner. He didn't have the true indomitable will to press forward without fear of life or death. He didn't have the will to take down the enemy with him. After fighting to this point, the monkey's body was also covered in scars, to the extent where it might even be a bit more serious. He didn't have the immortal treasure or the Tao comprehension tea. He completely relied on himself to reach the step. Even if he had an uncle, he didn't care about him at all. He left him to fend for himself and fought for the world on his own. He sat on Mount Meru and didn't come out, as if he had forgotten about him. However, his fighting spirit was even more resolute than iron. He fought until the Heavenly Prince was terrified and his Tao heart completely lost balance. At this moment, the Heavenly Prince began to retreat step by step, narrowly escaping death. Monkey, don't force me. At worst, I'll just cripple half my cultivation and use immortal treasures to destroy your soul bone. You don't have these things, so there's no way you can contend against me. The Heavenly Prince said coldly. The Sacred Prince's movements were bold, and he became more and more composed. His eyes were filled with confidence, and he pressed forward step by step, almost suppressing him. He said, apart from what your father left you, what do you have? Today, I will definitely kill you. Dang, the jet-black metal rod smashed down. Sparks flew in all directions, and the undying heavenly blade trembled continuously. The heavenly prince's arms became numb. He felt uneasy and became more and more passive. Hong, the heavenly prince's fist smashed out, striking towards the heavenly prince's head. The fist aura was incomparably domineering, carrying with it endless great Tao trajectories as it covered everything in front of it. The heavenly prince roared angrily. He retreated while blocking. He was in a sorry state, and anyone could see that he was going to lose. In the distance, many famous ancient race figures saw everything clearly. They all looked at each other in dismay, and then some of them couldn't help but sigh lightly. The heavenly prince's bloodline and foundation can be said to be number one under the heavens. In reality, his cultivation seems to be a level higher than the heavenly prince's, but he is going to lose. The ancient heavenly prince left behind some exceptional immortal treasures, and they indeed helped the heavenly prince become stronger, allowing him to surpass the older generation and become unstoppable. However, it is precisely because of this that he lacked the tempering he should have, lacking a type of tenacity. The heavenly prince's foundation isn't inferior to others. He climbed up step by step, his foundation sturdy, and his temperament far surpasses the heavenly prince in the same cultivation realm. He will definitely win this battle. The heavenly prince's blade swept out, at the same time hacking towards the monkey with his palm. The heavenly prince used the metal rod to block the heavenly blade, ignoring that palm and sending a fist smashing towards the heavenly prince's head. Battle energy and blood energy drowned out the eastern wastelands. You. The heavenly prince was alarmed and furious. The other party was like a fugitive, exchanging lives with him. He didn't want to die like this. He retreated in the time it took for sparks to fly off a flint, using exceptional secret techniques to defend himself. The heavenly prince naturally didn't want to perish together with the enemy. This was completely a psychological attack. After seeing through the heavenly prince's temperament, he became more and more valiant. Pooh! The metal rod swept downwards, smashing into the heavenly prince's shoulder. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, making his body stagger. His bones continuously released cracking sounds, and cracks appeared, almost breaking apart. Ah! The heavenly prince cried out loudly. His hair was disheveled, and he activated all types of wondrous techniques. It was as if he had gone mad as he fought the monkey. On the other side, Yi Fan felt extremely strained. Huang Shudao, Hualin and the others increased the intensity of their attacks. It was because Hu Qizi and the other two were invited out, obtaining great benefits. They couldn't just watch as the heavenly prince died. Yi Fan felt extreme danger. First, the bloodline power within their bodies became stronger, and second, they might have some great killing weapons on them. He had a bit of friendship with Hualin before, but now, it was definitely useless even if he brought it out. Before the true core benefits, what did those things in the past count for? Since you are heading south, there is no way we will watch as the heavenly prince falls. If we dare stop you, we will let you die in vain. Hu Qizi spoke, his expression cold and ruthless. At this point, if he still didn't go all out, the heavenly prince might die. It would be too late then. Talk after you get past me. Yi Fan said coldly. I don't want to fight pointlessly. I'll just directly kill you. Hu Qizi said coldly. A terrifying aura seeped out from his body, shooting straight at Yi Fan. The power of an emperor weapon. Yi Fan's expression changed. He had always been worried about this great killing weapon, and now, it actually became real. He had a type of hidden worry a long time ago. If these people brought the ancient emperor weapon south, then it would be a gargantuan problem. That was why he always felt restraining fear. Hong, Yi Fan activated the army symbol and shook the immortal cauldron in his body. In the past, it was already difficult to activate the 2 pieces of green copper. Now, he still couldn't take the initiative to use it, but he could use it for defense. Sensing a strand of emperors might shooting over, a layer of brilliance appeared on the surface of his body, blocking this murderous aura and preventing it from entering his body. What? Hu Qizi's expression changed for the first time. This kind of situation meant that the other party definitely had an emperor weapon. Otherwise, how could they stop his might? Wang Huiqizi's body shook and erupted with a dazzling multicolored light. All of it shot towards Yi Fan, as if an archaic emperor was descending and reappearing in the world. A giant blue qilin appeared in the sky, emitting endless light. Its divine might was vast and majestic, and its aura could devour mountains and rivers. Yi Fan's eyes were cold. The thing he was most worried about had finally happened. The ancient prince was heading south, and the degree of terror far exceeded normal people's imaginations. If Huang Shudao also came with an ancient emperor weapon, then it would be even more difficult, however. Since the battle had already reached this stage, and the sacred prince had the upper hand and was about to kill the heavenly prince, he couldn't retreat no matter what. He had to stop these three. In the present world, only extreme Dao Emperor weapons could threaten the Green Cauldron. Even holy artifacts were useless, unable to activate it. At this moment, it was floating up and down within Yi Fan's body while flowing with immortal light and resplendent auspicious radiance. It formed a barrier of light on the surface of Yi Fan's body, and it obstructed the terrifying killing intent. The fire qilins had a blue hair fluttered about, as if a true blue qilin had come to life. It roared proudly between heaven and earth, releasing a great roar that made everything around it tremble. Open! The fire qilin roared loudly. A fist smashed forward, carrying traces of the great Tao. It was as if the 9 layers of heavens were cleaving down, surrounding Yi Fan below. The blue blood in his body boiled, and the ancient imperial weapon became one with him. He punched out, aiming for Yi Fan's head. This kind of attack was unimaginable. Bang! Yi Fan brandished his fists, and a brilliant light bloomed between his palms and fingers. An extremely strong and powerful fist aura whizzed out, wrapped in a layer of brilliance. The Green Cauldron automatically protected itself, resisting the might of the archaic emperor. Lightning radiance shot in all directions between the two's fists and fingers. Gotcha sounds rang out, streaks of blue lightning and immortal radiance tearing apart the void together. This place was terrifying beyond compare, turning into a giant black hole. The entire sky disappeared, turning into a black abyss. It was destroyed beyond recognition, exploding inch by inch, turning into a land of nothingness. The dimensional space devoured everything. Yi Fan and Fire Qilin both backed up, looking at each other in disbelief. They both felt like there was something wrong with the other party's emperor weapon, that it might not be real. Boom, Huolin had slaughtered her way here. She was afraid that something might happen to her brother, so she used the trump card she had brought to the south this time. However, she still couldn't kill this great enemy. This was enough to make her worry. The blue light annihilated the heaven and earth, and a large amount of chaotic energy filled the air. The power of Huolin brush was so strong that it made one's bones and body tremble. Bang! Yi Fan and her slender jade-like hand collided head-on. All kinds of patterns of the great path spread out, causing his body to shake violently. If it wasn't for the celestial light overflowing from the green cauldron covering his body, the consequences would be unimaginable. Another ancient imperial weapon. He revealed a look of disbelief. How was this possible? Could it be that the Fire Qilin cave had 2 ancient imperial weapons? This was a bit unrealistic. Huolin also revealed a strange expression. Her water-blue long hair scattered about, her eyes bright and white. She also discovered that this person's body wasn't a true emperor weapon. It was a bit strange. Could it be that it's the same as ours? Fire Qilin's expression was indifferent as he turned around to look at his younger sister, and he had a rough answer in his heart. Boom, the two of them attacked again, attacking murderously. The sky dome of this place completely exploded, becoming an expanse of primal chaos, isolated from the outside world. Yi Fan's fist continued to collide with their palms and fingers. Tens of thousands of traces of the Great Path appeared, clashing head-on with this pair of invincible siblings. The might of the ancient emperors was oppressive, almost suffocating. It's not a real ancient imperial weapon. It's an imitation of a forbidden weapon. In the end, Yi Fan finally figured it out. This was a type of heaven-defying ability that required rare divine materials to construct. However, it could only be used a few times before it would self-destruct. Whoosh! After the final strike, they separated. Huolin and Huiqizi were bewildered. They were sure that Yi Fan didn't possess a true monarch weapon, but they didn't know what it was. Pop! Suddenly, a light sound rang out from the distance. The time limit for Yi Fan's Dao body was up. It turned into a strand of clear air and disappeared into the sky dome. Huang Xudao immediately lost his opponent. He was stunned, and then his eyes became deep. His body was hidden within the traces of the Dao, difficult to see clearly. The world returned to peace. The chaotic energy dissipated, and the world stabilized. Several people confronted each other, reappearing in the sky dome. No one said anything. Just now, they used the power of the extreme Dao, but it was all released through their fists and fingers. They didn't truly activate the immortal artifact, so the power they displayed was less than a 10,000th of it. It didn't spread in all directions, or else even their own arms wouldn't be able to endure the powerful fluctuations. Moreover, they fought into the primal chaos, so the sharp spiritual senses of the spectators couldn't detect them. As a result, even though some people felt a momentary palpitation, they didn't know that they had used the ancient imperial weapon. The Dao body is declining. Is the true body still far from dying? A few ancient race legends muttered in the distance. They believed that the situation was about to be reversed. Yi Fan frowned. The situation wasn't looking good. After the Dao body disappeared, there was no way it could immediately reappear. They had to wait for a long period of time. Do you really want to fight to see who is stronger and who is weaker? From start to finish, we didn't come here for a life and death battle. Huolin Er's eyes swirled about. The three of them all obtained tremendous benefits, and that was why they agreed to head south. There was no way they would truly fight to the death for the Heavenly Prince. They had always been a bit perfunctory. Yi Fan naturally knew that the other battlefield was a true life and death battle. The Sacred Prince and Heavenly Prince had long been seriously injured. Each time, it was a confrontation of the Great Dao, and one of them would definitely fall. Meanwhile, not a single one of them was injured on this battlefield. He understood clearly what kind of situation this was. We've already reached this step. If you still don't move out of the way, don't force me to kill you. The Fire Qilin said coldly. Come and give it a try. If you can't get past me, then there's no harm in killing you. Yi Fan opposed with equal harshness, revealing his killing intent. The other battlefield had already reached a crucial moment. He definitely wouldn't allow anyone to obstruct or interrupt them. After paying so much, if he still couldn't kill the Heavenly Prince, then that would be too sullen. Roar, the Fire Qilin released a great roar. His head of blue hair stood on end, and he was completely angered. The heavens and earth immediately collapsed as he slaughtered his way over. He's going all out. The ancient prince on this side is also going all out. The ancient race and human race great sects famous figures were all alarmed. Yi Fan was fearless. His right hand forcefully shook, and 6 strands of fist intent smashed forward. The boundless heavens exploded, and his black aura scattered. He faced the Fire Qilin head-on, wishing to smash him into a bloody paste with a single fist. Not good. Huolin Er's expression was shaken. Fearing that something unexpected would happen to her older brother, she also attacked over. Her snow-white jade-like fingers shattered the sky, imprinting towards Yi Fan's temple. On the other side, Huang Xudao turned around and directly rushed towards the Sacred Prince. He couldn't just watch as the Heavenly Prince was beaten to death. There was no time to waste. None of you should even think about leaving. If you can't get past me, then everything will be for naught. Yi Fan released true flames and used extreme speed to continuously clash with Huolin Er and the Fire Qilin. His flesh tore apart the void to stop Huang Xudao, and then they exchanged over 100 blows. Everyone gasped. This person was truly powerful, and his speed was inconceivably fast. Now, the 3 ancient princes were angered, yet he still dared to act like this and actually stop them. It could be said that he was unfathomably deep. Since you want to die, then I'll help you. The Fire Qilin said coldly. He raised his hand and used the 9 Qilin forms. This type of secret technique merged with his body technique, and its power was boundless. This was the first time he used it since the start of the battle. You think I'm scared of you? Yi Fan was fearless. He opened his mouth and roared, his aura devouring mountains and rivers. Not only did he face him alone, he also swept through Huolin Er and Huang Xudao. Joining forces to fight someone like you is disrespectful to both of us. I do want to spar with you alone to verify my Dao. But not today. I can't let the Imperial Prince die, Huang Shidao said calmly. That's right. Then let's fight. If I'm not careful, I might slaughter one or two of you. Yi Fan replied. Arrogant. Even Huolin Er's beautiful face revealed killing intent. Hong, a great battle of life and death began. However, a shocking change happened at this moment. The Black Emperor and the others used the Great Formation to trap the half-saints and the 8 divine generals. Originally, they were evenly matched, but now, an external force interfered. It was actually a human expert who slaughtered his way over on a golden ancient war chariot. His battle intent surged and rumbled as he crushed through the heavens. He charged straight into the Great Formation. A majestic figure stood on the war chariot. His black hair scattered behind him, and his gaze was like cold lightning. His entire body surged with blood energy as he shot into the sky like a heavenly emperor. Around him, 9 true dragons coiled about, 9 immortal phoenixes flapped their wings and soared into the sky. 9 white tigers roared at the moon. Their brilliance covered the sun, making him look like a heavenly emperor descending into the world. Wang Ting, it's actually him. After so many years, he has been defeated again and again. He hasn't appeared in the world for 10 years. I didn't expect him to kill his way out today. He was once a peerless prodigy of heaven known as the North Arch. He was respected as one of the strongest youths of the human race. However, ever since he was defeated by Yi Fan, he couldn't recover. No one expected him to come out today and break the formation with the Celestial Arch War Chariot. He tore a corner of the formation and turned the situation around. It's actually this bastard who messed things up. The Black Emperor was furious. He had used up all the formation platforms in the City of True Virtue and all the divine materials he had accumulated over the years. In this place, he could only use ordinary materials to carve a formation. It was barely able to resist the 8 divine generals, but it would collapse after a long time. He thought he could still hold on for a while, but he didn't expect the North Arch to come. The last ant hole appeared and broke the Great Formation. In everyone's eyes, the North Arch was like a hot knife through butter. He tore a corner of the killing formation and barged into the battlefield. The 8 divine generals rushed out like a flood. Kill! Shouts of killing shook the heavens. Even though the 8 divine generals had suffered heavy casualties and many of them had fallen in the Black Emperor's Great Formation, none of the half-saints died. They all rushed out. How hateful! The sacred prince almost killed the heavenly prince. Yi Tong's eyes were red as he clenched his fists. At this moment, the sounds of killing shook the heavens. The 8 divine generals all rushed out. This was a huge disaster. They attacked towards the heavenly prince, and there were many who went to kill Yi Fan. Use the goddess furnace to suppress it. Don't let a single person get close to the sacred prince. The Black Emperor shouted. Li Tian and Yan Yishi activated the goddess furnace. It enveloped the heaven and earth and released boundless saint might. However, some of the half-saints also had it. They used it to resist in the formation just now. Hong! Blood light overflowed into the heavens. This place was boiling as the battle reached its climax. It was a scene of chaos. There was killing intent everywhere, and flesh and blood flew everywhere. Wang Ting laughed coldly. He was actually not much weaker than the ancient prince. It was unknown just how much bitterness he had suffered during these years. Today, he completely erupted. After attacking the Black Emperor and the others, he drove the golden ancient war chariot straight towards the sacred prince. You dare! Yi Fan was furious. At this moment, he shot out 2 black arrows one after another. They tore through the sky and killed the half-saints and 8 divine generals. They even more so stopped the unstoppable Wang Ting. You aren't the only one with a divine artifact. The Fire Qilin laughed coldly. Right now, they weren't in a hurry anymore. It was fine even if they didn't save the heavenly prince. The 8 divine generals were definitely an unstoppable flood. He took out a heaven art halberd. It was also a divine artifact and blocked Yi Fan's path. A terrifying aura shook heaven and earth. Yi Fan had no choice but to call back a black arrow to protect himself. Then, he even more so brought out that stone core. His true body entered and used it as battle armor to slaughter in all directions. This place completely exploded like boiling water. Several divine artifacts appeared at the same time, all of them reviving. This was a devastating disaster. Mountains collapsed, seas dried up, the earth cracked, and the heavens exploded. It was impossible for anything to exist. The 8 divine generals suffered heavy losses. 30% of them died in the chaotic battle. However, those half-saints were too powerful. They had already slaughtered their way to the heavenly prince's side and dealt a heavy blow to the sacred prince. Ho! Yi Fan's roar shook mountains and rivers. He didn't care about the 3 ancient princes' obstruction. His hair stood up in anger as he frantically slaughtered his way forward. All types of blood splashed everywhere. The ancient race fell row after row. His entire body was dyed red. No matter who comes, I must kill the heavenly prince today. Those who stand in my way must die. Yi Fan shouted. He transmitted his unshakable will. He hated Wang Ting to the extreme for helping the ancient race. Yi Fan was mad with hatred. His eyes were frightening, and his hair stood up in anger. At the crucial moment, all his efforts were wasted. The North Arch actually came at this time and messed up the situation. They were all humans, but Wang Ting did not come to help. He came for revenge. He drove the war chariot straight into the Black Emperor's formation and helped the 8 generals. He turned the situation around, which made Dong Fengyi and the others want to chop him into pieces. PFFF. Yi Fan shook his arm and waved his dark golden spear, sweeping away thousands of soldiers. The heads of the ancient race flew up in front of him. The sharp spear tip was like the edge of a knife. It was bright and dazzling, and it slashed through many throats. Countless heads flew into the air, and fresh blood dyed the sky red. Yi Fan did his best to kill the enemies. He fought in all directions against the 8 generals. Everywhere he went, the wind howled and blood rained down. At this moment, everything changed. The 3 ancient princes started to block him, and he was no longer the one blocking them and not letting him rush over to help. Kill. At this moment, Yi Fan's eyes were red from killing. He shouted out the word swastika in the form of a Dao shout. It turned into a violent wave that swept through the sky like a flood. This was a great killing technique that attacked everyone indiscriminately. As it swept through the heaven and earth, Dao patterns spread out, and corpses flew into the sky one after another. PFFF. Yi Fan roared into the sky. His Dao voice rose to a new and terrifying height. The 8 generals that were rushing over fell densely and then exploded, turning into clouds of blood mist. In all directions, there were corpses of the 8 generals. They fell like crops being harvested and then collapsed. The sky was filled with broken limbs, broken bones, and blood. This was a blood-stained world. It was an extremely tragic scene. Yi Fan went crazy and used all his methods to rush forward because the monkey in the distance was in a bad situation. The sacred prince had been fighting for so long that his blood chi was almost used up. He was in danger. He was surrounded by the heavenly prince and a few half-saints. Wang Ting was also driving the golden war chariot forward. He could die at any time. The sacred prince had been in a life-and-death battle earlier, and it was different from the battle between Yi Fan and Huang Shudao's group of 3. Up to this point, his combat strength had been almost completely exhausted, and he was practically dried up. The 8 godly generals, a few half-saints, Wang Ting, and the invincible Prince Tian attacked together. Even a true descendant of a god would find it hard to resist. On the other side of the battlefield, the Black Emperor and the others were in a dangerous situation as well. Because a few half-saints amongst the spectators were finally unable to restrain themselves and had charged over. Goddess Furnace, kill him. Raging flames swept about, overflowing into the heavens. The fiery light burned half the sky red, causing many ancient races to feel resentment. The Goddess Furnace was a rare treasure among divine artifacts. It was a weapon forged by Emperor Hengyu for the founder of the Path of Human Desires, the Great Sage. Its destructive power was great. Clang! The lid of the furnace made a loud noise, and it almost sucked in a semi-sage expert. His entire body was covered in flames, and he was almost burnt to a crisp. The battle was bitter, and the sounds of killing could be heard everywhere. There were many ancient race figures who had joined the battle, and they were all very powerful characters. Hong Dongfangyi took action. The wolf-tooth club in his hand swept through the sky, causing the void to collapse. Unfortunately, another semi-sage also brought a broken divine artifact to resist, and the battle became even more bitter. Yi Fan's heart was filled with flames, and he wanted nothing more than to immediately kill his way over. However, the three ancient princes used all kinds of methods to hinder him. Even though he had killed many ancient race experts, he still couldn't rush over quickly. In the end, he released a clear roar, and his phenomenon appeared, traversing the 9 heavens. This was a complicated phenomenon that was entangled together. It was difficult to see clearly, but its power was enough to split the sky. The 8 godly generals suffered countless casualties, and those who were swept by it all turned into pieces of bone and blood. Even the 3 ancient princes were blasted away, unable to stop it. Yi Fan broke free from the three's pursuit. A dark golden spear hung above his head, and his left hand held the black arrow. His right hand formed the 6-path reincarnation fist as he weaved through the world, slaughtering his way towards the most intense area. Pooh! The black arrow in his hand slashed forward, piercing through a semi-sage in the sky. With a pew sound, he turned into a bloody mist. The great battle had reached this point, and human lives were worth less than grass. There were corpses everywhere, and blood was everywhere. Yi Fan had gone crazy from killing. He was worried that something bad would happen to the sacred prince. Wang Ting, hand over your life. He was invincible, and all those who obstructed him along the way were turned into a bloody paste. The energy in his heart turned into a heavenly blade that rushed out from his mouth. The snow-white blade radiance swept through the army. If Wang Ting hadn't arrived and used the divine artifact to break the Black Emperor's great formation, the situation wouldn't have been reversed like this. The sacred prince would most likely have already been beheaded. Now, the battle situation was completely reversed. The 8 godly generals rushed out like a breached dam, and several semi-sages were freed. The sacred prince who had the upper hand immediately fell into a desperate situation. Yi Fan's killing intent surged. There was a wave of anger in his heart, and he wanted nothing more than to immediately cut down the culprit, Wang Ting. As a human, he actually changed sides at this time and helped the ancient race, changing everything on the battlefield. This made him feel great hatred. It was precisely because of this that the ancient race spectating the battle became restless. Several semi-sages took action, and the current situation was grim to the extreme. There were countless corpses under Yi Fan's feet. He simply didn't know how many people he had killed while charging through the army. Everywhere he passed, blood spurted out and countless corpses were left. Even the 3 ancient princes couldn't stop me. Who among you dares to act rashly? After this battle, I'll kill anyone who makes a move even if they escape to the 9 heavens beyond. The monkey was in danger. Yi Fan roared in anger, and his voice was like a thunderclap that shook the world. It was incomparably terrifying and intimidated the ancient race. However, he was very calm in his heart. A manifestation manifested. Gods and devils stood tall, sweeping out in all directions. The sky was filled with blood and shattered bones, but he didn't stop his enemies. This roar of his did indeed stun many people. At the very least, there were very few ancient race spectators who stepped out. They were all incomparably fearful. When they saw how unrivaled he was like a young devil king, everywhere he passed by, a rain of blood would fall, and no one could stop him. All of a sudden, a supreme killing intent appeared behind Yi Fan's back. If this sword pierced through his immortal foundation, even if he had the saint body of a human, he would still die a miserable death. Yi Fan abruptly turned and a black arrow arced through the air. A crisp ding sound rang out, resounding through the 9 heavens. In this bloody battle, someone wielded a secret treasure and clashed head-on with him. When he was about to arrive, that person blocked his path, cutting off his connection with the sacred prince. You are also a human. Yi Fan felt a chill in his heart. Although this person had the appearance of an ancient race expert, when he operated a mysterious art, the offensive Tao force he displayed contained the characteristics of the human race. In addition, this was a powerful human who wasn't much weaker than the ancient prince. His strength was even a level or two higher than Wang Ting. His obstruction caused Yi Fan's gaze to turn even colder. His battle chi surged as he unleashed his strongest attack. Boom! That person was blasted flying. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His expression was strange, but his life wasn't in danger. The killing light in the depths of his eyes vanished as he retreated. Yi Fan couldn't be bothered to chase after him. He directly rushed towards the sacred prince's location. He attacked like lightning, slaughtering his way through the world. Blood and bones were everywhere. He stepped on the corpses of many ancient race experts as he advanced, finally arriving here. His words just now also angered the fire Qilin. He coldly said from afar, "You said that even the three ancient princes couldn't stop you. Today, I will fight you alone." On the other side, the sacred prince had gone all out and was seriously injured. Several half-saints, Wang Ting, who was driving the ancient golden chariot, and the sacred prince, who possessed the world's #1 bloodline power, were attacking together. He was fighting with his life on the line. His physical condition wasn't optimistic at all. The sacred prince looked at Yi Fan and said, "Maybe it's time to leave. You guys go first. I can kill the sacred prince," Yi Fan said in a low voice. Then, he swept his gaze over Wang Ting and another person who wasn't much weaker than the ancient prince. His eyes were frightening. His anger towards these two people surpassed his hatred towards the sacred prince. The human race. At the crucial moment, the human race's experts actually interfered. Two great experts came at once. Normally, they wouldn't come out, but they arrived at this time. Yi Fan's gaze swept over the many spectators. Many people from the great sects of the southern domain didn't come out. Seeing his gaze, many people lowered their heads. As for Daoist Li and the others, they were already hiding somewhere. But the difference was that the ancient race would send people out from time to time, forming a sharp contrast. In the distance, Li Heishui and Li Tian couldn't help but curse. Only two people from the human race attacked them. Yi Fan withdrew his gaze. This couldn't be blamed on the southern domain sects. If they weren't half-saints, they would also be courting death. They indeed had their own difficulties. This was how the world was. Everyone was in danger. "Even if I'm the only one left, I will kill you." Yi Fan stared at the sacred prince. His eyes were frighteningly bright, shooting out rays of light. The few half-saints couldn't help but take a few steps back. The sacred prince was already seriously injured. Facing such a powerful will and killing intent, his heart palpitated. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. "The person who can kill me hasn't been born yet. It's impossible for him to come to this world. Today, all of you will die." A tiger wouldn't fall even if it died. With his status, even if he was afraid, he had to speak with force. 1/5 of the ancient race were friendly to the human race. After seeing the human race's development for so many years, they were moved. Another 1/5 of them were neutral, while the remaining 3/5 were very hostile. Now, Yi Fan had intimidated a portion of the spectators, but there were still some who wanted to go down and attack them. Boom! The fire Qilin arrived and hacked down with his halberd. This was a saint artifact. The snow-white halberd blade was as large as a door. Tens of thousands of Dao marks hung down as it suppressed Yi Fan. Clang! Yi Fan held the black arrow in his left hand and faced the dazzling halberd blade. His right hand formed the 6 paths of reincarnation fist and punched toward the fire Qilin's forehead. Kill them all for me," the sacred prince shouted coldly. The 8 generals roared in unison. Their roars shattered countless main peaks. The entire desolate land was about to collapse and become a wasteland. In the Ji clan, an ordinary-looking man frowned after hearing the news. He stood up and walked out. Are you going to attack?" a living fossil asked. "Yes." The man's words were simple and forceful. The few living fossils didn't object and couldn't say much. The outside world might not know this person's identity, but they knew that no one could control his will. This usually quiet and ordinary young man suddenly stopped and turned around. The Void Emperor has never been weaker than anyone in his life. He pacified the darkness chaos, suppressed undying mountain, and fought against the gods of the outer realms. He never retreated. My Ji clan fears no one, be it the past or the present. There are some things, you can rest assured. In the desolate battlefield. Do you see? They don't dare to attack at all, but my people are increasing. The sacred prince laughed coldly and swept his gaze over the human spectators. He then mocked Yi Fan. Many of the spectators in the southern region lowered their heads. Even if there are thousands of soldiers and horses, I will take your head today. Yi Fan's gaze was sharp as he looked at the sacred prince. He even broke the fire Qilan's halberd. Suddenly, a miserable scream rang out. An ancient race half-saint was smashed into pieces by a palm. Blood spurted out into the sky. Who is it? The 8 generals were instantly thrown into chaos. An ordinary-looking man who wouldn't be noticed in a sea of people appeared. He killed a half-saint with his bare hands and directly rushed to the sacred prince's side. His void technique had reached the acme of perfection and was impossible to defend against. With a paw sound, the sacred prince's palm collided with the latter, causing the latter to cough out blood and retreat. A man of medium height, ordinary appearance, and taciturn suddenly appeared on the battlefield. From killing an ancient race half-sage barehandedly to forcing the heavenly prince back while coughing out blood, his speed was so fast that it made everyone's eyes blur. He walked in the void as if there was nothing in this world that could stop him. He quickly released a second attack towards the heavenly prince, leaving no one able to react in time. Pung, the heavenly prince hurriedly faced the enemy. His body staggered back several dozen zhang. His face was snow white as he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Everyone was stupefied. What kind of character was this? He was as fast as lightning, yet he could actually injure the heavenly prince. This truly exceeded everyone's expectations. In the great wastelands, everyone was in an uproar. This person's sudden appearance could be said to be a divine soldier descending from the heavens, injuring even the heavenly prince. His battle prowess was terrifying to the extreme. Previously, the heavenly prince and the sacred prince's great battle had indeed left him seriously injured. Most of his battle strength had been consumed, and he was no longer as ferocious as before. However, he still wasn't someone an ordinary person could injure. In this era where saints didn't appear, even under these circumstances, the only ones who could seriously injure him were imperial princes. Apart from them, no one else could do it. Imperial prince, he is an imperial prince of the human race, or else he wouldn't be able to injure the heavenly prince in the slightest. Another human imperial prince has appeared. The direction of this battle is truly unexpected. It is becoming more and more terrifying, and the people involved are becoming more and more complicated. Everyone had long viewed Yi Fan as an imperial prince because he had enough battle strength. Meanwhile, at this moment, the young man with an ordinary appearance was also placed in this category. Pooh! The heavenly prince was actually blasted flying, almost hacked to death on the spot. That taciturn male's killing moves were completed in one go. His battle strength shocked everyone as he continuously released heavy blows. An imperial prince's style, there wasn't a single person who wasn't shaken. This type of powerful attack left even the heavenly prince speechless. He continuously retreated, unable to utter a single word. Many parts of his body split open, and blood splashed into the heavens. You dare! The 8 divine generals finally reacted. A half-sage took action, rushing forward to stop him. It wasn't that they didn't want to stop him, but that everything happened too quickly. Heaven and earth rumbled. The silent young man struck out with the great steel-breaking hand, and a void steel appeared. The half-sage's body cracked under the pressure, and bloody wounds appeared all over his body. His body almost exploded on the spot. This half-saint was very powerful and had rich combat experience. He used all the strength in his body to retreat, leaving behind a long trail of blood. He flipped over countless times and almost fell into a ditch. Everyone was shocked. This ordinary-looking young man that didn't seem to be outstanding had directly sent a half-saint tumbling over 10 times with a single steel-smashing palm. Such strength couldn't help but cause a chill to run down one's spine. While everyone was still reeling in shock, he followed after the celestial prince. The void was unobstructed, and everything in the world was a passageway. With a single step, he appeared right next to the celestial prince. Pooh! The heavenly prince was shocked as well. He quickly retaliated, but his cultivation and magical power were mostly exhausted. He was sent flying by this person again, coughing out divine blood. Well done! Kill this damned prince. In the distance, Dong Fengyi shouted loudly. After fighting alone until now, there was finally a stunning human who took action. Moreover, it was so powerful, causing his blood to boil uncontrollably. Kill! The 8 divine generals were shocked and furious at the same time. This was truly a sudden arrival that caught them off guard. He actually closed in on the celestial prince and continuously injured him. They surged forward like a flood. It's him. That person named GZ. In the distance, a human cultivator finally recognized the identity of the young man in the battlefield. They were all stunned. The rising star of the G family. What kind of joke is this? This is clearly an imperial prince. A sect master said with a trembling voice. GZ, from the G family, he's the son of the Void Emperor? Several old cultivators looked at each other in dismay, and then they were overwhelmed with shock. One could figure out the true meaning from the name. To classify such a character as a rising star of the younger generation was simply ridiculous and laughable. He was born in a chaotic era and was sealed within the divine origin. Now that he reappeared in the world, he was a peerless hero that could compete with the archaic emperor's heirs. How can Purple Marquis and Li Qingzhou be mentioned on the same level as him? I remember now, I saw him more than 10 years ago. He has appeared in the world for many years, but he was too low-key and never took action. A living fossil suddenly woke up. A famous human imperial prince descended here and began a massacre in the chaotic situation. He flattened a large group of ancient races and pressed forward step by step to suppress and kill the celestial prince. Void divine technique, you are someone from the G family? You better think carefully to make me your enemy like this. Be careful of the great calamity that will befall your family. The celestial prince retreated while shouting. The void lineage is never weaker than others, so why would I fear your threat? The southern region is not a place for you to behave atrociously. GZ spoke calmly. His attacks became even more vicious, as if he was going to explode the celestial prince. Everyone was stupefied. The human imperial prince was unstoppable. The pitiful celestial prince was covered in injuries and was almost killed by the sacred prince. Now, a silent expert came and sent him flying. Pooh! The celestial prince's body was covered in injuries, and his bones were about to break. He was actually suppressed by GZ and suffered heavy injuries again and again. This is great. Beat the dog prince to death. Kill him until he explodes. Even Yan Ishi, a distinguished and elegant character, couldn't help but roar out. There were many human spectators in the Great Wastelands, but not a single one of them lent a helping hand. Such a stunning GZ jumped out from the crowd, making everyone feel moved. As expected of the Imperial Prince's style. This was what everyone was thinking. Even if the ancient race experts were hostile towards him, they couldn't say any insulting words. Kill! Shouts of war shook the heavens. Several half-saints moved together, and the 8 divine generals attacked frantically to resist GZ. If they didn't separate the two in the middle of the battle, the celestial prince would be in danger and might die here. The human imperial prince was unrivaled. This was something many people could see. He was suppressing the wounded celestial prince and could kill him in the void at any time. At this moment, all eyes were on him. Everyone held their breaths and didn't dare to blink. They stared at the battlefield nervously, afraid of missing a single moment of the battle. Even though GZ's appearance was ordinary and he was a man of few words, at this moment, he made people feel as if his brilliance had pierced through the 9 heavens. He was a true and low-key person who could stand out at the crucial moment. The void divine technique had reached perfection in his hands. The 4 seas of the world were beneath his feet. With another heavy strike, the celestial prince tumbled backwards. He was in an extremely sorry state and his hair was disheveled. The 8 divine generals and half-saints attacked together, but they couldn't stop him. They couldn't break through the great void technique. He was everywhere. At the crucial moment, Huang Shudao appeared. The cry of a phoenix split the sky as he struck out with his arm. It was as if an immortal phoenix was going against the heavens and earth as he blocked GZ. At this critical moment, it was still the ancient prince who could display his divine might. He was powerful and domineering. The 8 divine generals couldn't do anything. Huang Shudao replaced them to block GZ. At this moment, he wasn't as conservative as before. If he continued to act half-heartedly, the celestial prince would really be killed. He did everything he could to fight against GZ. What a pity, he was only one step away. Even Yifan felt that it was a pity. We can't continue like this. The sacred prince frowned because Huolin was also waiting for an opportunity to attack. He swung his black iron rod as he spoke to Yifan. You guys retreat first. I need some time to kill the celestial prince. Yifan said. The sacred prince shook his head and said, I can kill him, and no one can do anything to me. But you can't do anything to him. Otherwise, there will be great trouble. A divine rainbow rushed up. Yifan used the Ji clan's Great Void technique to transfer the divine liquid from the immortal ascension pawn to the monkey. It instantly raised his spirit by a large amount and swept away his dispirited state. Good, then let's kill him today. The sacred prince's eyes lit up. His aura could devour mountains and rivers, causing the half-saints to retreat in fear. Wang Ting stood on the golden chariot and retreated very far away. He didn't move forward because he felt that this place was very dangerous when GZ appeared out of nowhere. Meanwhile, the other mysterious human expert was also hiding in the darkness, waiting for an opportunity. Boom! Yifan's battle with the fire Qilin spread the flames of war to the celestial prince. He directly killed his way over. The ancient prince couldn't stop him either, so he forcefully advanced. Finally, Huolin also made her move. Every strand of her blue hair could collapse the sky. Her delicate face was very cold, and her watery eyes were filled with killing intent as she suppressed Yifan. In this world, there was a legend that if the siblings from the Fire Qilin cave worked together, they would be unrivaled under the heavens. It wasn't as simple as 1 + 1, they could sweep through the world. After Yifan's eyes turned red. From killing, he was still fearless even when facing this pair of unrivaled siblings. He used his stone fist to forcefully take on the Fire Qilin's halberd. Roar, Yifan let out a clear roar. His right hand, which contained the true meaning of 6 paths of reincarnation, struck out an earth-shattering strike that almost pressed down on the peerless beauty Huolin's body. He strode forward with indomitable courage. He alone led the entire battlefield towards the celestial prince. He swept through the 8 divine generals and occasionally exchanged a few blows with half-saints. The battle blood in his body was boiling. However, there was one thing that was not good. Among the ancient race spectators, a few terrifyingly powerful half-saints had entered the battlefield. They were incomparably swift and fierce. This was a frightening battle prowess. Moreover, the army of the 8 divine generals was endless and had submerged this place. The celestial prince had just recovered a bit of his vitality, but he fell into a bitter battle again. Yi Tong and the others were also in danger. Not only were there half-saints attacking, but there was also the sneak attack of Wang Ting and another mysterious human expert. The battle between GZ and Huang Shudao was a true battle of the pinnacle. The son of an ancient monarch against the son of an immemorial emperor. It was a shocking scene that dazzled the eyes of the spectators. The celestial prince's style was world-shaking. Meanwhile, Huang Shudao was also so powerful that it made people tremble. He shattered the Dao marks and wore a 5-colored metal armor. Phoenix feathers soared up one after another, drowning the heaven and earth in multicolored light. The army of the 8 divine generals stabilized. Several powerful half-saints protected the celestial prince in the middle. No one could get close. He took out a bottle of divine liquid and poured it into his mouth. His joints crackled as he recovered his vitality. The celestial prince's lips curled into a cold smile. Moreover, his laughter became louder and louder. His words were incomparably cold as he said, "At this point, all of you are powerless to reverse the situation." Just now, his Dao heart was unstable and he was almost beaten to death by the celestial prince's iron rod. Then, he was almost killed by GZ. At this moment, the troops had gathered around him. The celestial prince had completely calmed down. His eyes were awe-inspiring as he made up his mind to eliminate these great enemies. Yi Fan frowned. If this continued, the consequences would be unimaginable. The situation was not good. He was being held up by the siblings from the Fire Qilin cave. After the two of them merged, their battle prowess soared beyond imagination. You guys go and kill the Celestial Prince. I'll stop everyone else. Yi Fan transmitted his voice to GZ and the Celestial Prince. He roared angrily and activated his phenomenon. It swept across 3,000 worlds and fought against the 9 heavens. Blurry and indistinct phenomena rushed up one after another. They were terrifying to the extreme and swept Huang Shidao over. The 8 divine generals and several half-saints who were trapping the monkey were dragged over, gathering all the great enemies to his side. Everyone was astonished. How powerful was this battle prowess? He had to fight against so many ancient princes while enduring the attacks of the 8 divine generals and half-saints. Moreover, he had to face the attacks of Wang Tang and the mysterious human experts. It was simply heaven-defying. Boom! With everyone attacking together, no matter how powerful the various phenomena were, Yi Fan couldn't endure it. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood, but he forcefully swallowed it back down. He's courting death. No one can create such a legend. 3 ancient princes are attacking together, 2 human experts who aren't much weaker than him are attacking from the side, and there are also several half-saints and 8 divine generals. Even if he's the reincarnation of a god, he'll still die in battle. An ancient race expert sneered. Yi Tong was anxious. He knew that his master had fallen into a desperate situation and might die. Together with Li Tian and the others, he activated the goddess furnace to block the 8 divine generals to prevent more people from rushing over. Kill! The Celestial Prince roared. After breaking free, his entire body ignited and climbed back to its peak. His golden hair shone resplendently as he attacked the Celestial Prince. However, there were also experts overseeing this side. The most powerful half-saints were gathered here. Moreover, the Celestial Prince was worthy of having the world's #1 bloodline physique. At this moment, he had almost recovered to his peak. The Celestial Prince sneered cruelly and said, "That person will die without a doubt. He won't be able to hold on for much longer. Bring it on, I'll wipe you all out." What he said was the truth. Yi Fan was in extreme danger. He was being attacked by an army of 1,000. Even if several of his phenomenons were unparalleled in this world, there was still the danger of dying. Blood continuously surged up, but he forcefully swallowed it down. His body could be torn apart by the numerous experts at any time, and he was on the verge of collapsing. "Let me." GZ suddenly retreated. He didn't say much. He wanted to block these people in place of Yi Fan. Not only had he cultivated the Void Divine technique to perfection, but he had also created a step of his own, dragging everyone into the boundless void. Yi Fan didn't tarry. GZ was suitable for group battles. He could temporarily make everyone fall into the swamp-like void and banish them. However, he was also using his life to block, so he didn't have any time to hesitate. "Those who block me will die." Yi Fan brandished his fists. His body had entered the Saint Grade Stone core, relying on it to protect his body. He was unstoppable, smashing a half-saint into pieces with a single punch. Lustrous white bone fragments flew in all directions, and fresh blood sprayed everywhere. He charged and killed in the midst of the army of 1,000 men and horses. His killing intent was boiling. This was the first time he risked his life like this after returning. He had to kill the Celestial Prince no matter what, or else there wouldn't be another chance in the future. First, there was the Celestial Prince, and then there was Yi Fan. They rushed over together, and the most powerful half-saint was killed. The Celestial Prince's face was snow-white as he gripped the undying heavenly blade tightly. Yi Fan slaughtered in all directions. Broken limbs, broken bones, and flesh flew everywhere. He was like an unstoppable god of death as he rushed toward the Celestial Prince. The 8 divine generals didn't fear death. They rushed over in an unending stream, forming a long wall. However, they couldn't stop Yi Fan. Flesh and blood flew everywhere in front of him. He used corpses to build a path in the sky, and many corpses of the ancient race collapsed under his feet. Is he really going to kill the celestial prince? Someone among the spectators asked. He might really succeed, but there will most likely be a huge storm. It's best for us to hide far away. Another person said with a trembling voice. Fighting against me will bring you boundless disaster. Not to mention that you can't kill me. Even if you succeed, there might not be anyone in the human race who will praise you. The celestial prince gripped the undying heavenly blade tightly. His gaze was terrifying as he raised it high up. I've already made up my mind. Today, I will definitely kill you. So what if the entire world becomes my enemy? I will sweep through the 9 heavens and carve out a path for myself. Yi Fan roared, shaking the ancient race experts in front of him until they trembled. Many of them directly exploded, turning into lumps of bloody mist. Bright red bloodstains, jade white bone fragments, and shattered weapons streaked through the air, and they drew out a horrifying scene. The battlefield had always been cruel. Bloodstained heads flew up one after another. The unwillingness and despair in their eyes couldn't be described with words. Lives were lost one after another. Human lives were cheaper than grass, and the path of blood and bones was best illustrated on the battlefield. This was a great era rarely seen since the ancient times. Tens of thousands of races came out at the same time, shaking the heaven and earth. The rise of any race or person could not be calm. From the start of the battle until now, even Yi Fan was injured. The lack of golden blood energy didn't mean that he wasn't fighting with his life on the line. He did everything he could and used all kinds of wondrous techniques to transform them into Dao marks. Along the way, blood and bones flew everywhere. At this point, the field's eyes were already red. He was bathed in a rain of blood as he advanced. Yi Fan believed that there were definitely people who suspected that he had returned. Even if the 6 Dao reincarnation fist and all kinds of phenomena were secretly fused and didn't truly appear, they would still be able to see a thing or two. He didn't reveal his true body in order to avoid attracting more people from the ancient races. The battle at the Broken Heaven mountain range back then made him world-shaking, but it also made some ancient races hate him to the bone. Hung. Yi Fan's fist struck out, and the 8 divine generals exploded in large numbers. Evil energy engulfed everything as unwillingness and roars shook the heavens. Flesh and blood flew in all directions. His true body entered the stone core, which was equivalent to wearing a holy robe. It blocked the magical treasures and weapons that filled the sky. Everywhere he passed, mountains of corpses and bones fell continuously. Even so, Yi Fan had long since been injured. There were half-saints with terrifying attacks that pierced through the void and injured him. It was unknown how many people Yi Fan had killed. The battlefield was just this cruel. If one wanted to win in the end, their heart had to be as firm as steel. Without pity and sympathy, a single soft-hearted move would result in death. The heavenly prince was terrified. The person in front of him didn't fear death and rushed over like a demonic god. That kind of mountain-devouring aura almost suffocated him. All of you, attack. Kill him. The heavenly prince shouted. The 8 divine generals were not afraid of death. 70 to 80% of them died in this battle, but the survivors were still charging forward, especially the half-saints who attacked with sacred weapons. 2 black arrows hovered in the air, protecting Yi Fan's head. He wielded the dark golden spear with both hands, sweeping away thousands of enemies. Daho's blood rained down, and countless severed limbs fell. At this point, it was impossible for Yi Fan to retreat. Even though he was surrounded and heavily injured, he still charged forward. Finally, he encountered a powerful half-saint. This half-saint carried a strange shield and smashed it at him. Holy chi swirled around it, and it was even heavier than a mountain. Crack, even though Yi Fan's blood energy wasn't as vigorous as before, he still stirred up. 2 torch-like beams of light shot out from his eyes. The spear in his hand stabbed forward with all its might, and with the fusion of his images, he released his most powerful attack. The ancient shield shattered. Ah! A loud cry resounded through the sky. The sharp tip of the spear pierced into his chest, and the half-saint's body was torn into pieces. He died on the spot, and fresh blood splattered everywhere. His eyes were filled with despair. On the other side, the heavenly prince was also fighting with his life on the line. He was like a tiger in a flock of sheep, slaughtering in all directions. His iron rod broke the bones and tendons of the 8 divine generals. He pressed forward with large strides. Even though his body wasn't in a good state, he still had the pent-up anger in his heart. His aura was like a mountain, and the heavenly prince in the distance couldn't help but retreat. There's no more time. Yi Fan muttered to himself. There wasn't a single second to be wasted. Jizi was using his life to block. He banished Huang Shudao, Huolin and the others into the boundless void. Those people could come back at any time and make his body explode. At this moment, Yi Fan's phenomenon appeared once again. Every single one of them was extremely blurry, but their power was extremely great, domineering to the extreme. Many of the 8 divine generals were killed until not even their corpses were left. They slaughtered out a vast expanse of heaven and earth, and a blank space appeared in front of them. Kill. Battle cries shook the sky. The army didn't fear death and rushed over. Rise. Yi Fan shouted loudly. His image activated, and the heavenly prince was flung out. He passed through the void and was transported to the heavenly prince's side. Heavenly prince, what can you do to me? I've almost recovered after drinking the divine elixir. Watch how I kill you this time. The heavenly prince was also ruthless. This was a matter of life and death, and he couldn't help but go crazy. Clang! The snow-white undying heaven blade and the jet-black cudgel clashed against each other. The sound of metal reverberated in all directions, almost causing the souls of many spectators to leave their bodies. The 2 ancient princes had begun their peerless battle for supremacy. Yi Fan activated his image and used the travel formula. He was fast to the extreme, and even time seemed to have stopped. He tore through the void and rapidly closed in. However, at this time, the 8 divine generals were everywhere. Several half-saints were doing their utmost to obstruct him. Although the travel formula could travel to every corner of the world with extreme speed, there were just too many people. No matter where he appeared, it would be a battle. Several half-saints threw caution to the wind and wrapped their spirits around his body. This was a battle technique that wouldn't stop until one side was dead. Boom! In the distance, the void collapsed as Huang Shudao escaped. He turned into an immortal phoenix and shattered the dome of heaven. Ji Zifan's face was flushed red, and a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. He had sustained serious injuries. Finally, someone had escaped from his secret technique world. At the same time, the other 2 worlds shattered. The fire Qilin and Huolin also rushed out one after another, killing their way out of the swamp. Haha. The heavenly prince laughed coldly with surging killing intent. At this moment, he was full of confidence as he shouted, "Nothing can be changed. You guys are powerless and will all die here." Ji Zifan's figure became unsteady. He coughed out blood and retreated. Even more people broke free. Huang Shudao and the other 2 ancient princes chased after Yi Fan. Heavenly Prince, today, I will cut off your head first, and then I will sacrifice them to the heavens. Not a single one of you will be able to leave alive. The heavenly prince revealed a cruel smile. The snow-white heaven blade slashed out horizontally and vertically, splitting the heaven and earth into dozens of halves. The universe collapsed, and the blade radiance was matchless. The heavenly prince was full of confidence, and he displayed all of his true strength. It actually became incomparably terrifying. Hong Long Long. Wang Ting drove the golden ancient war chariot through the sky. The golden sword in his hand slashed at Yi Fan, and the dazzling sword radiance illuminated eternity. Dang! Yi Fan turned around and shattered the sword radiance with a single spear strike. The dark golden spear swept through the heaven and earth, drawing out an immortal divine radiance. Pfft! Wang Ting spat out a large mouthful of blood. His body swayed and almost fell off the golden ancient war chariot. He hurriedly retreated several hundred zhang away. Chi! A streak of snake-like radiance shot over, stabbing towards the back of Yi Fan's head. The heavens collapsed and the earth split apart, the power terrifying. He moved to the side, his attack missing. That human expert of unknown identity disappeared with a flash, disappearing into the distance. Kill! Huang Shudao, the fire Qilin, and Huolin took action and wanted to tangle with him again. Meanwhile, Ji Zifan spat out a large mouthful of blood and chased after them, but he couldn't stop the 3 of them at once. Haha. The heavenly prince's gaze became even more intimidating. He laughed coldly and swept his eyes over everyone. He knew that victory was in sight. Break! Yi Fan shouted and channeled the movement character with all his might, displaying it to the extreme. Boundless Tao patterns extended out from beneath his feet and interweaved with the heavenly prince's location. Swish! The two of them turned into two beams of light and vanished from the battlefield. Yi Fan staked his entire cultivation to display this secret art to the limit. Not only did he almost turn into light, but he also brought the heavenly prince along with him. Not good. Many ancient race members cried out. Yi Fan and the heavenly prince appeared in the sky dozens of miles away at the same time and engaged in an intense battle. Yi Fan's essence, energy, and spirit rose to the extreme as he fought until his blood was boiling. The heavenly prince roared and waved the undying heaven blade. Snow-white light rushed into the 9 heavens, but he was forced to retreat again and again. He was actually being suppressed. Yi Fan attacked with all his might. One spear slashed open the heavenly prince's scalp. If it wasn't for the heavenly prince's saint weapon protecting him, his head would have been split open. Yi Fan held back his anger, and his speed grew faster and faster. After activating the line's secret art, his body almost turned into a beam of light, and the heavenly prince's joints creaked continuously. He coughed up blood and was knocked to the ground several times. In the distance, everyone was dumbfounded. The heavenly prince was simply too pitiful today. He was beaten up by 3 sons, each stronger than the last. Kill. A distance of dozens of miles was nothing at all. The army of the 8 generals rushed over like a flood. Huang Shudao, Fire Qilin, and the others were even faster and arrived in the blink of an eye. To True Virtue City. Yi Fan secretly transmitted a message to the heavenly prince, GZ, and the Black Emperor because he had a premonition that a saint was about to arrive. At this moment, Yi Fan's control of the movement character had reached the acme of perfection. The Tao patterns beneath his feet interweaved with a brilliant light. At this moment, this secret technique had advanced to a miraculous state. Yi Fan took out a formation platform and used the movement character to emit an inconceivable light. The heavenly prince entered the realm gate with the movement character and disappeared from the battlefield. What? This is bad. Everyone from the ancient race panicked. No matter how many of the 8 generals and half-saints there were, they couldn't reverse the situation. How could they fight? The enemy carried the heavenly prince away. Only heaven knew where they were going. At the same time, the heavenly prince, GZ, and the Black Emperor all opened the realm gate and disappeared from this world. Boom! Almost at the same time, an ancient saint's might burst out and shattered the heaven and earth. However, it couldn't change anything. Yi Fan already knew during the great battle that with such a great event happening, it would most likely attract some great figures. At the crucial moment, they might take action to stop them, making all their efforts go to waste. But now, even saints might not be able to find them immediately by crossing the void. If it was another battlefield, they could effectively kill the heavenly prince. During this process, the two of them were engaged in an intense battle. They fought to the death in the dark void and almost broke through the spatial passageway. Yi Fan activated his avatar, stabilizing everything, covering him within. A great battle of life and death. The heavenly prince's reputation as the #1 bloodline in the world wasn't undeserved. He shot out all kinds of light to block the attacks of the phenomenon and almost escaped into the boundless void several times. In the end, light flashed and they reappeared in the real world. They were now in a mountain range outside of True Paragon City. Heavenly Prince, let's see how you're going to escape this time. Yi Fan put away his dark golden spear and used the 6-path reincarnation fist. Golden blood energy filled the sky and drowned everything in front of him. It really is you. The Heavenly Prince was shocked and furious. He fought with all his might, but he was already afraid from the bottom of his heart. He was clearly at a disadvantage. Pfft. Amidst the surging golden battle chi, the Heavenly Prince's arms were almost broken. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. You can stay here for me. The Heavenly Prince appeared and took a step out of the realm gate. He just happened to see the Heavenly Prince being sent flying and smashed down with his iron rod. Bang! The Heavenly Prince cried out miserably. He was almost cut in half at the waist and his entire body was spasming. Another space gate opened, and GZ walked out. Without saying anything, he struck out with the great monument-smashing hand, breaking many of the Heaven Prince's ribs. Then, he was forced back by the shockwave. The Heavenly Prince screamed miserably. His whole body was covered in divine blood. Ever since he came into being, he had been the ruler of the eastern wasteland and looked down on the world. Who dared to fight against him, but today, he was in such a miserable state. He was trampled on by 3 great experts and was almost about to explode. Boom! Yi Fan didn't hide it at all. Golden blood energy surged as he swung his right leg and kicked the Heavenly Prince hundreds of meters away. Many of his bones were broken. In the next quarter of an hour, the Black Emperor, Yi Tong, and the others rushed out of the realm gate. After seeing this scene, they all let out loud cries and rubbed their palms. Yi Fan, the Heavenly Prince, and GZ surrounded the Heavenly Prince and beat him up. Every time, divine blood would splatter and miserable cries would be heard. Beating up the Heavenly Prince, if this was in the past, no one would believe this, but today, it really happened. Yi Fan, GZ, and Sacred Prince surrounded him in a 3-pronged formation, continuously dealing heavy blows. Pung, the black iron rod in the Sacred Prince's hand rushed out like a black dragon, sending the Heavenly Prince flying. His back almost broke, and he let out a pained groan as he flew out. Dong, Yi Fan brandished his golden fist and heavily struck the Heavenly Prince's body, sending him flying again. He spat out large mouthfuls of 5-colored divine blood. GZ was also very direct. With a raise of his hand, a void divine steel appeared and suppressed downwards, almost beating the Heavenly Prince into a pile of mush. Blood splashed everywhere. With the 3 imperial princes attacking, even the son of a god couldn't endure it. He was beaten up miserably, and many of his bones were fractured. His body was covered in blood, and he was in a terrible state. Well beaten. This dog prince even killed the commoners, cleansing an entire city of mortals in blood. How cold is his blood? Even dying 100 times wouldn't be enough to atone for his crimes. Li Heishui said. Dong Fengyi, Li Tian, and the others all surrounded him. All of them were incomparably excited, and their eyes shone with green light. They didn't expect to be able to capture the Heavenly Prince alive. They were all eager to personally beat him up. The Heavenly Prince's eyes were cold, and his entire body was spasming. He was almost crippled by Yi Fan and the Sacred Prince. Many of his bones were broken, and he couldn't retaliate at all. It's fine that you chased after us back then, but now, you're even more unbridled. You killed many human sect leaders, and even commoners. You really don't have any humanity. Dong Fengyi had the barbarian race's battle physique. His palm was like a millstone, and when he swung it, the air currents would explode. The Heavenly Prince coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. On the side, Li Tian also punched out, striking the Heavenly Prince's chin. A string of divine blood splashed out, and he flew several meters away. Dog Prince, do you think you're a god who can look down on the world and kill whoever you want? You're not qualified. Li Heishui, Dong Fengyi, Li Tian, and the others surrounded him, punching and kicking him as they beat him up. The Black Emperor was unhappy, and said, "What dog prince, it's just an egg yolk, don't give him that title, whoever speaks nonsense, this emperor will be angry with him." A group of people attacked. It was a pity that the Heavenly Prince had dominated the world for so many years, but in the end, he had become a punching bag, surrounded and beaten by a group of people. Dog Prince, this is what you get for being arrogant. You even dare to massacre a city. Longma came over and kicked out with his leg, almost shattering the prince's skull. I already said, don't say that name for him. The Black Emperor slapped out with his claw. Of course, he wasn't hitting the crowd, but the Heavenly Prince. At that time, he was sent tumbling a dozen times. Even you have such a day? Yi Fan's lips curled into a cold smile as he stepped on him. Despicable humans. The Heavenly Prince's eyes were filled with coldness. You're still so stubborn. I'll skin you alive. Longma raised his bull-sized hoof and directly pressed it on his face. The handsome and flawless Heavenly Prince, who could be said to be the most beautiful man in the world, had a bloody nose and swollen face, swollen like a pig's head. If I die, none of you will be able to live. The heavenly prince was very calm, his eyes flashing with a ruthless light. You think we don't dare to kill you? Yi Fan laughed loudly and kicked out, sending him flying like a ball. On the other side, the sacred prince had been waiting for a long time. He raised the black iron rod high up and swung it horizontally, striking the heavenly prince's body. Kacha! The sound of bones breaking rang out continuously. In that instant, more than 100 bones in his body were broken and he was dripping with blood. He was smashed to the ground by the rod, unable to move at all. What kind of ability is this to fight me as a group? Do you really think that you're an imperial prince and can fight me alone? I can kill all of you. The heavenly prince's words were cold and his face was cold. He didn't want to admit defeat at all. You don't have the right to say such words, the sacred prince said. First, you were almost killed by the sacred prince. Then, you were almost killed by GZ. Finally, you were almost beaten to death by Yi Fan. What right do you have to say such words? Li Tian said. You brought the 8 generals here and asked Huang Shudao and the Fire Qilin to attack my master and the sacred prince. You still have the nerve to say such words? From start to finish, you were the one who didn't dare. Yi Tong said. You didn't even have the 8 generals and the ancient princes behind you, and now you want to talk about fighting alone? How laughable. Even the good-natured Yan Ishi couldn't help but sneer. In order to avoid trouble, we should kill him as soon as possible. Who knows, there might be an ancestral king chasing after us, the Black Emperor said. That's right. Yi Fan nodded and directly punched out with his golden fist. The heavenly prince was sent flying for hundreds of meters, drenched in blood. However, he didn't turn into meat paste. Even though his bones were broken inch by inch, his body didn't fall apart. Moreover, his joints were cracking as he quickly continued upwards. Everyone looked at each other in dismay and sighed inwardly. As expected of the descendant of a deity revered by all races. Possessing the world's #1 bloodline physique wasn't an undeserved reputation. In the present world, there were too few people who could resist Yi Fan's fists with their physical bodies. The heavenly prince endured it and was able to recover immediately. It was excessively terrifying. The power of this dog prince's bloodline is truly too powerful. Look, his entire body is shining and the sonorous voice of the great Tao is ringing. Even such heavy injuries are about to recover. Dong Fengyi sighed. Hong. The sacred prince took action. The black iron rod smashed down, once again breaking all of the heavenly prince's bones and rupturing his internal organs. However, his body still didn't scatter. Divine light shone in all directions as he quickly recovered once again. Everyone was astonished. Even though the heavenly prince was cold-blooded and cruel and wasn't a good person, they couldn't help but admit that his bloodline's potential was boundless and rarely seen in this world. Unfortunately, he became a bean sprout in a greenhouse. Otherwise, his accomplishments wouldn't be comparable to his current state, Yi Fan said. Chong, he grabbed the undying heavenly blade over and brandished the snow-white long blade, hacking downwards. With a pu sound, bloody light flickered. Half of the heavenly prince's body was cut open. He released a miserable cry, his expression incomparably sinister. 5-colored divine blood flowed onto the ground. Pung, something shocking happened. The 2 halves of his body quickly healed in almost an instant, becoming one again. 5-colored immortal light pervaded the air and the sonorous voice of the great Tao sounded continuously. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a cold breath of air. No matter how much they hated him, they had to admit that this fella's physique was rarely seen throughout the ages. It wasn't something normal people could compare to at all. This physique really is speechless. Even the Black Emperor sighed like this. Let out a bit of blood to compete with him and see if you can suppress him in all aspects. Longma said to Yi Fan. The gossipy flames within him burned fiercely. You really are senseless. Yi Fan ignored him. He held the undying heavenly blade in his hand and prepared to hack the heavenly prince apart. Sacred prince, you should let out a bit of blood to compete with him. Longma urged the monkey. There is no need. He doesn't have an invincible heart. Even if he has an immortal body, he will still lose. The sacred prince said. Jizi said, physique isn't everything. Before Great Emperor Vicious achieved the Tao, he was nothing more than a mortal. However, in the end, he swept through the 9 heavens 10 earths, shocking the ancients and dazzling the contemporaries. Everyone nodded when they heard this. Pooh! Yi Fan's blade sliced open the heavenly prince's skull, making him release a roar of unwillingness. His primordial spirit wanted to rush out, but in the end, it was beaten back by the sacred prince's rod. This bastard has ancient divine scriptures on him. The undying heavenly emperor left behind too many good things for him. Dig them all out today. The Black Emperor said. Chi. The heavenly prince's skull returned to his skull. The 2 halves of his frontal bone healed once again. His entire body shone, recovering his flesh. He resisted with everything he had, wanting to kill everyone. Yi Fan and Jizi took action together, scattering his cultivation. He couldn't retaliate, falling limply there again. Be careful, there are quite a few good things in his body. Don't break them, dig them out one by one. Lanma said. Unfortunately, Duanda wasn't here. Otherwise, this grave robber master would definitely be interested in this human body's treasury. Pa! The Black Emperor's claw slapped out, producing a shield from the heavenly prince's sea of reincarnation. It released holy might, silvery white and shining, ancient and mysterious. This holy artifact is formidable. During the great battle, not even Yi Fan's black arrow was able to penetrate it. The Black Emperor could also be considered an expert. He produced another jade bottle in a short amount of time. He pulled out the stopper, and a sweet fragrance spread in all directions, making one want to ascend. This is the undying divine elixir, it can regenerate flesh and bones from the dead. The sacred prince said. He drank a large mouthful, and then he handed it to Jizi. The 2 of them both suffered great injuries, and now that the divine elixir entered their bodies overflowed with light, quickly recovering. An immortal treasure. The Black Emperor cried out in shock once more. He took out a jade pendant that radiated immortal light in all directions. This was a protective talisman refined by the supreme ancient sovereign. Possessing it was equivalent to having an additional life. It could be said to be a rare divine treasure. The heavenly prince's eyes were spewing fire. These people treated him like a treasure trove, continuously extracting divine treasures from his body. He wanted to resist, but he couldn't break free. Yi Fan, the sacred prince, and Jizi acted together, forcing his primordial spirit. Compared to these external treasures, the value of the ancient divine scripture left behind by the undying heavenly emperor was much higher. It was worth 10,000 ancient divine books. Even if I die, I won't let you guys obtain this scripture. The heavenly prince was ruthless. He would rather ignite his sea of consciousness than allow them to examine it. Yi Fan and the other 2 continued to exert pressure. The heavenly prince's immortal foundation was about to transform into a ball of light. His expression was incomparably malevolent, he wasn't willing to submit. Pay attention, don't let him self-destruct. Lanma spoke extremely viciously. The majestic undying heavenly emperor, a deity revered by all races. There must be a true ancient divine weapon left in this world. But from the looks of it, he doesn't seem to be in control of it. Where is it exactly? The Black Emperor spoke as he plundered. There was no need for him to say anything. Everyone knew that the heavenly prince didn't have an emperor weapon. If not, he would have taken it out long ago. The undying heavenly emperor's weapon is definitely incomparably terrifying. Is it buried in the dust of history or is it controlled by someone else? Yi Fan pressed. The heavenly prince gritted his teeth, wanting to burn his sea of consciousness. Boom! All of a sudden, an extremely terrifying fluctuation appeared at the end of the horizon. An ancient holy might swept through the entire mountain range, causing everyone to tremble. Oh no! The expressions of everyone present changed. If I die, none of you can think about living. If you want to coexist, you have to release me. The heavenly prince's eyes were cold. His face was filled with callousness as the fear in his heart dissipated by more than half. Pooh! However, as soon as he relaxed, Yi Fan brandished the heavenly blade and hacked down. Divine blood splashed outwards. This time, not only did his body split in half, even his primordial spirit was cut open. Ah! He cried out miserably, feeling incomparably terrified. The archaic ancestral kings had arrived, and they would be able to save him soon. It would only take a moment. "You all can't kill me," he said with a trembling voice, full of unwillingness and despair. Wang, the sacred prince, brandished the large black iron rod, pressing down until the mountains trembled and the void trembled. With a ping sound, it smashed into his primordial spirit, causing his voice to come to a screeching halt. His divine sense became empty. Yi Fan opened his mouth and released a hiss, spitting out a strand of Tao light divine flame. The heavenly prince's corpse and bloodstains were instantly turned into ashes, completely burned away. Nothing was left behind. "You've pierced through the heavens," the Black Emperor said. The insufferably arrogant heavenly prince, who was known as the world's #1 bloodline physique, was now dead in both body and soul. Everyone could only sigh. What bloodline? What physique? Without a corresponding heart, in the end, one is still a weed. This was not the time to be in a daze. The vast and mighty saintly aura spread throughout the entire mountain range. The situation was extremely dangerous. Rumble. Another saintly aura surged from the city of True Paragon and transformed into a black sun. It illuminated the sky and blocked the path of the ancient race's saint. "The Black Turtle Saint has made his move," Yi Fan said. The reason why he crossed over to this place to kill the heavenly prince was because he was afraid of an accident. With the Black Turtle Saint overseeing this place, he could block the ancient race's ancestor king at the crucial moment. Clang! The sacred prince received the undying heaven saber and then used a secret technique to gather all the chi activity on his body. It was as if he was the only one who had faked it. "There's no need to do this. The ancestor king of the 8 generals will not be reasonable." Yi Fan shook his head. "If they are unreasonable, someone will talk to them slowly," the sacred prince said in a deep voice. "All of you, leave." Yi Fan turned around and said to Li Tian, Yi Tong, and the others. He told them to hide in the heavenly village and not come out. "Master, come with us." Yi Tong's face was full of anxiety. He pulled the corner of his clothes. If he stayed, he would die for sure. Even if Yi Fan had world-defying talent, he could not fight against a saint. Where there's life, there's hope. Endure for 500 years and come back after becoming a saint. "I'll kill these old turtles and wipe them all out," Longma said with an evil expression. "The sky has already been pierced. Someone has to face it, right?" Yi Fan sighed softly. "No, leave quickly. We can't fight until we become saints." "Let's enter the Purple Mountain and see who dares to enter," the Black Emperor said, staring at the distant holy light. Yi Fan shook his head. Since he had killed the heavenly prince, there would definitely be a huge wave. The 8 generals and the ancestor kings of the north would not be reasonable. The next step would most likely be a battle between the saints. "I was the one who pierced through the sky, so let me face it." He had already made up his mind. "Master." Yi Tong clenched her fists tightly. Her eyes were red and filled with tears. She felt that Yi Fan was courting death. "It's fine. I've already prepared a great gift for them. If they really dare to force me." Yi Fan's gaze was deep as he looked towards the end of the eternal horizon. "For the sake of safety, let's leave this place first. The true unparalleled existence is about to arrive," the sacred prince said. "All right." Yi Fan nodded. Under Yi Fan's irrefutable request, Yi Tong, Li Tian, and the others all left, hiding in Heaven Village. There was a killing saint overseeing this place, and it was incomparably secretive, so their safety could be guaranteed. The Black Emperor stayed behind. He was proficient in great Tao formation patterns, and if something unexpected happened, he could help him escape. Back then, he obtained the chessboard formation patterns from Undying Mountain. Even the life-restricted region couldn't stop him. Yi Fan, GZ, the Sacred Prince, and the Black Emperor crossed into the North region. They entered the Divine City's heavenly jade stone square and saw the Saint Wei Yi. They sat around the stove and brewed Tao comprehension tea. A sweet fragrance pervaded the air, and Tao splendor scattered out. It made one feel as if they were about to sprout wings and ascend to immortality. Yi Fan and the others left into the distance. However, the southern and central regions were in an uproar. The sky had been pierced through, and the outside world was in chaos. The heavenly prince had died. This news shook the world, making the entire eastern wastelands shake and tremble. The entire world was shocked, and they didn't dare to believe it. The 8 generals wept in grief. Their mourning clothes were covered in endless grief. The son of a deity had died. It was as if the sky had collapsed. How could it be like this? The only bloodline of a deity has died, and we didn't protect him. We are sinners for all of history. The 8 great armies wept in grief. The clouds were gloomy, and hundreds of thousands of mountains collapsed. Within the 10,000 clans, many people sucked in a cold breath of air. They felt that this was inconceivable. It was truly earth-shattering. It happened too suddenly. The undying heavenly emperor, someone who ruled over the past and present, supreme within the 9 heavens 10 earths, unmatched from past until present. The only bloodline he left behind died just like that? Many people were stupefied. Blood Phoenix Mountain, Fire Qilin Cave, Primitive Lake, Divine Silkworm Ridge, and the other great ancient imperial clans were all stupefied. The heavenly prince led so many people south, yet he was killed. It was truly shocking. That day, the northern region trembled. On the main peaks outside the ancient palace, 4 ancient saints roared out. Their auras devoured the sun and moon. Their ancestral bodies tore through the heavens, heading south towards Xianxia City. There must be an explanation. If the main culprit doesn't come out, there will be a bloodbath under the heavens. Their ruthless words shook the mountains and ravines, resounding through the great earth. Soon after, all cultivators heard of this, and it spread throughout the eastern wastelands. The heavenly prince was defeated and killed outside Xianxia City. The entire world was shaken, and the consequences were even more terrifying than what they had imagined. The reactions of all sides were greatly different. A storm was brewing. The entire great wastelands became oppressive and incomparably gloomy. This was a difficult atmosphere, the calm before the storm. He actually died. The undying heavenly emperor has been unmatched since ancient times. He inherited his constitution and bloodline, so how could he be killed by someone? Many ancient races didn't believe this. The son of a deity is nothing more than this. In the end, wasn't he still killed by someone, tarnishing the illustrious reputation of his father's generation? What a powerful human. He first fought a great battle against Huang Shudao and Huolin, and then he killed the heavenly prince. Even the ancient emperor's son has an enemy. Now, all races coexisted in this world. There were some that were friendly towards the human race, some that were neutral, and some that were hostile. Their reactions towards this matter were naturally completely different. This is a matchless hero, actually able to resist the ancient emperor's own son, and in the end, he even killed the heavenly prince. It truly is stunning. However, he provoked such a great disaster, basically piercing through the heavens. How will this end? There were some who vaguely guessed that the human race's divine body might have returned, but no one said it out loud. The entire world was shocked, the entire world shaken. There wasn't a single cultivator who wasn't paying close attention to this matter. The effects of this matter were too great. The heavenly prince's identity was too special. Several archaic ancestral kings headed south, their anger surging through the 9 heavens, threatening to massacre the entire world and flatten the southern region. The heavenly prince was killed by me. While the undercurrents were surging and the winds and clouds were surging, the sacred prince stood out in the northern region, announcing to the world that he was going to shoulder everything himself. However, everyone knew that the heavenly prince's defeat was greatly related to that human expert. He was the one who brought him away and killed him outside Xianxia City. Sacred prince, you have to die. The 8 divine generals roared angrily, their voices almost making the central region explode. The waters of the 4 seas drowned out the blue skies. Since you stood out and admitted it, then you should apologize with your death. An ancestral king roared. He directly headed north to kill the sacred prince. There is no need for you to come. I will go to Xianxia City myself. On this day, a golden battle saint ape covered in sparkling fur roared angrily towards the sky, and then instantly disappeared. Yi Fan, the sacred prince, GZ, and the Black Emperor left the God City. They didn't want to be blocked here by that ancient saint, so they headed south. Black Emperor, the formation platform is fine, right? Don't be intercepted by a saint halfway. Even the Undying Mountain couldn't stop the chessboard formation platform, and they still came out. They want to cut off my path of life, humph humph humph. The large black dog sneered arrogantly. Slow down a bit. When the bell of Mount Meru sounds, we will continue on our way, the sacred prince said. At this moment, the eastern wasteland was in an uproar, and the sky was about to be turned upside down. The ancestral king of the 8 divine generals announced that he wanted to kill the sacred prince. He wanted to completely tear apart the sky. If the heavenly prince died, it could be said that he had pierced through the sky, but if the sacred prince died, it might be even more serious. This was a poor prince who didn't have any protectors. Normally, no one cared about him, but if a saint-level figure really killed him, there would probably be people who would go berserk and burn the entire eastern wasteland with their blood, overturning heaven and earth. Let alone the humans, even the ancient race felt their hair stand on end. An ancient saint headed to the north region to kill the sacred prince. If he succeeded, it would mean that a gargantuan wave was about to rise. Dang, on this day, the long sound of the bell resounded throughout Mount Meru, vast and mighty for who knew how many tens of thousands of kilometers. The entire great thunderclap temple emitted brilliant light, and the light of Buddha illuminated everything. All living beings in all directions kowtowed, and all illnesses were cured. The bell has finally sounded. The sacred prince received the news, and his mind was in a daze. The great gift you prepared is useless. Quickly put it away, or else it will make people's hair stand on end, the Black Emperor said to Yi Fan, and let out a long sigh. In the depths of the mountain range outside True Paragon City, there were figures everywhere. There were cultivators everywhere, and all races had come. Such a major event had happened today, and it could be said that the sky had been pierced through. There wasn't a single race that didn't pay attention, and all those who came were great experts. The situation was extremely grim. A violent storm was about to arrive, and this was the short period of peace before the collapse of the heavens. As for what would happen next, no one knew. What? The sacred prince came, and so did that mysterious human expert. They really dared to appear? Hua! The central region was in an uproar. There wasn't a single person who wasn't shocked, and the clamor reached the heavens. They never thought that Yi Fan and the others would truly dare to come here. The great wastelands where True Paragon City was located was a boiling cauldron of voices. All clans were shocked, and they vaguely felt that this matter was extremely complicated. It definitely wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. I fear that it involves the grudges between the great giants of the archaic era. A few ancient race mountain lords were extremely sensitive. The sacred prince, GZ, and the others arrived together, appearing outside True Paragon City. Their expressions were calm without the slightest fluctuation. You really dared to appear? A terrifying voice sounded, streaking through the heavens. The entire heavens exploded, and chaotic energy became hazy. The heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. Everyone trembled. No matter how far they hid, they couldn't help but want to kneel down and kowtow in worship. This was the true divine might that transcended the scope of human. Why wouldn't I dare? A true man should have a clear conscience when walking in this world. Where in this world can't I go? The sacred prince raised his head. His body seemed to be cast from divine gold, and he was still fearless. He stood there with a large iron rod in hand. You killed the only son of a deity and are a sinner that will last through the ages. Even if you die 10,000 times, it still wouldn't be enough to atone for your crimes. It was just a single voice, yet it made the void collapse and the heavens explode. The world became silent, and all living things trembled. The sacred prince laughed towards the sky and said, nothing more than a useless heavenly prince. His skills were inferior, and he was killed here. What is the point of talking so much? A dignified voice shouted, impudent. He is the son of a deity, respected by all clans. You are his people, so you need to kowtow. Hurry and kneel down to beg for forgiveness. Bullshit, son of a deity, nothing more than this. He wasn't even my opponent in a one-on-one battle. Didn't I kill him in the end? The sacred prince didn't yield at all and loudly berated the ancient king. In the distance, no one even dared to breathe loudly. The great ancient races were all like this as they nervously watched everything. A thing that doesn't know the difference between life and death, daring to blaspheme a deity. If I don't kill you today, the heavens won't tolerate it. A large hand reached down from the depths of the heavens. With a long sound, all living things were destroyed. Primal chaos surged as if it was going to destroy the world. It directly slapped towards the sacred prince, wanting to turn him into mincemeat. He really dared to take action? Everyone's scalps went numb, and even the various archaic royal races were horrified. There were ancient race leaders who sharply came to the conclusion that today's matter was definitely not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Within the boundless heaven region, a large green hand reached down from the 9 heavens, slapping towards the sacred prince. Chaotic energy curled up and immortal light shot out in all directions. It's over, the eastern wastelands will face a great calamity. If the sacred prince dies, the world will be overturned. Not to mention the humans, even the archaic race's mountain lords were alarmed. It was as if they could see mountains of corpses and seas of blood. A great calamity was about to descend. The saints surpassed the human category and far surpassed the power of mortals. They could not be challenged. As soon as the large green hand appeared, the heavens collapsed and the earth caved in. Large amounts of mountain ranges in the great wastelands were turned into powder. If the tragedy really plays out, the ancient races will definitely fall into chaos. What should we do? Even a mountain lord from the archaic race frowned. Clang, a clear sound rang out. A streak of dazzling green light swept through the large hand, directly piercing through it. Drops of blood scattered out, destroying the void. The ancient race saint released a muffled groan. The large green hand spasmed and quickly retreated, once again returning to the heavens. Fortunately, the tragedy didn't happen. The fact that the sacred prince didn't die made many ancient races sigh in relief. Even the races that were hostile towards the human race felt this way. They were worried that the terrifying existence of the western desert would go crazy. Who dares stop me? An angry roar sounded from the heavens. I saved your life, yet you didn't thank me. You don't know what's good for you? At the end of the horizon, a powerful archaic ancestor king appeared. There was no need to doubt his identity, because just standing there made others feel unbearable. He wore greenish-golden battle clothes and a jade-gold helmet. His entire body was sparkling, and the void around him distorted. Great Tao traces formed tens of thousands of mountains, creating a majestic atmosphere. Even just standing there made people shiver in fear. His blood energy could definitely sweep through heaven and earth. It was boundless and had the power to devour mountains and rivers. You're trying to force your way out. Which race are you from? A cold voice sounded from the heavens. I'm just a rogue cultivator. I can't compare to you 8 divine generals. I just don't like this kind of thing. The golden-armored ancestor said. He killed the son of a god. If he isn't killed, the heavens won't tolerate it. Do you want to protect him? A cold voice rumbled from the heavens. Maybe I'm just being nosy. The golden-armored ancestral king sighed as he sensed something. The sacred prince said, What do you mean killed him? I killed him in a fair battle. Who can you blame for being useless? Don't you just want revenge? Why are you saying so much? Impudent. You're disrespectful to the gods. You've killed a divine child. Kneel down and apologize. A short shout sounded out in the sky, causing the mountains to rumble and collapse. Rubble pierced through the clouds, and smoke and dust covered the sun, causing all the spectators to be terrified. Buzz. A great wave of pressure descended, crushing down on the sacred prince, Yi Fan, and the others, wanting them to kneel in front of everyone and lose face in front of the myriad races. This was the power of a saint, boundlessly heavy, as if a stellar domain was crushing down. I never thought that I would actually be embroiled in such a dispute. However, with me here, I will not allow you to insult the sacred prince. The ancestral king who wore a jade gold battle robe shouted. Boom, with a flick of his fingers, 5 green scars swept across the sky like azure dragons, sweeping away all the holy power and blocking the pressure of the ancestral king in the sky. Many thanks for Senior's assistance. The sacred prince solemnly bowed to express his gratitude. There's no need to be like this. Back then, the sacred emperor ruled over the supreme ancient immortal realms and swept through the 9 heavens. All of us revered him. Now that his son is in trouble, how can we ignore him? Moreover, even if I didn't take action, there would still be others who would. Clearly, although the Emperor of Fighting had already passed away, he still had a group of loyal followers. It was just that they normally wouldn't show themselves. Do you know that by becoming enemies with us, you have already stepped onto a path of no return? This time, no matter who comes, it's useless. The sky trembled. A total of 5 terrifying figures descended, all of them surrounded by divine halos. As soon as they appeared, all living things collapsed. There was no longer any signs of life in the great wilderness. Every single one of them was submerged in holy light. Their figures were hazy, and all of them were as powerful as divinities. The entire world seemed to be unable to contain their true bodies, causing the void to distort unceasingly. These were the archaic ancestral kings. They had already become saints for many years and normally wouldn't show themselves. But once they appeared, just the aura they emitted would cause people to convulse and kneel on the ground. Without reaching this realm, one would never know how terrifying they were. They looked down on all living things as if they were facing ants. The ancestral king who was clad in golden battle clothes was only one person after all. He couldn't contend against them. His body swayed, and he almost coughed out blood as he retreated. Suddenly, another wave of boundless divine might appeared, instantly blocking the 5 great ancestral kings. Following that, an auspicious cloud descended, and several old Taoists walked over. I was wondering who it was. The people of the divine Silkworm Ridge have arrived. Are you all really going to interfere in this matter? The ancestral kings of the 8 divine generals coldly faced each other. Naturally. An old Taoist calmly replied. He wore a pure gold crown on his head and an ancient Taoist robe on his body. The people of the divine Silkworm Ridge actually took action. Why do I feel like something isn't right? Is there something going on here? A few ancient races were bewildered. The divine Silkworm Ridge was an extremely great power among the ancient races. All races revered them. How many people dared to provoke them? They were a great imperial race of the archaic era, and a true ancient emperor had appeared before. From a certain perspective, the 8 divine generals' statuses were also extremely high. Their ancestors were a group of divine generals who had followed the undying heavenly emperor. Their accomplishments were world-shaking, sweeping through everything before them. However, the undying heavenly emperor had passed away too long ago. Ancient imperial weapons still couldn't be seen. Meanwhile, the divine Silkworm Ridge was like the midday sun, with emperor-grade battle clothes left behind. Your divine Silkworm Ridge shouldn't be so overbearing. This monkey killed the son of a deity, so he should pay with his life. What right do you all have to stop us? A saint-level ancient king from the 8 divine generals' side spoke coldly. The great era has appeared, and 100 barges are vying for the current. 10,000 races are competing, and corpses are everywhere on the path. The death of an ancient emperor's son is unavoidable. The heavenly prince's skill was inferior, and he was killed on the spot. No one else can be blamed for this. An old Taoist from the divine Silkworm Ridge said. He is the only son of a deity, so how can he die for no reason? Don't think that your divine Silkworm Ridge is the ruler of the world, that no one can match you. An ancient king from the 8 divine generals sneered continuously. So what if he is the undying heavenly emperor's son? He was killed in a fair battle, so do you want him to pay with his life? What kind of logic is this? An old Taoist spoke. No matter what, the heavenly prince is going to die today. No one can save him. An ancient king roared loudly. Holy light surged, engulfing the mountains and rivers. How majestic! A cold laughter that sounded like a silver bell rang out. 9 colored auspicious clouds drifted over in the sky as a peerless beauty appeared and descended. She looked to be no older than 18 or 19. Her skin was snow-white and exquisite, and her aura was ethereal. Her long purple hair fluttered in the wind, and she seemed otherworldly. Princess Divine Silkworm had arrived. On her shoulder, there was a palm-sized divine silkworm. Now, it had transformed into a snow-white little tiger. Its large eyes were filled with spirit, and it looked charmingly naive. Princess Divine Silkworm. Everyone retreated in shock, all of them horrified. The spectators in the distance felt their hair stand on end. The mountain lords of the various ancient races all felt their hearts pounding. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. This heaven-chosen princess was peerless in her generation and had always been domineering. She had once fought her way through the entire supreme ancient immortal realms, and it was hard for her to find many opponents. She was truly a wondrous woman. Princess Divine Silkworm, do you want to use your power to suppress us? One of the 8 divine generals said coldly. Ugly faces, scram. Princess Divine Silkworm was incomparably sharp and merciless as she rebuked the few ancient kings. With this shout, the sky collapsed and the earth shook violently. Although she was a woman, her aura was so strong that it made people tremble. The ancient kings on the other side couldn't help but retreat. Princess Divine Silkworm, do you want to cause chaos among the 10,000 races? The son of a god can't die in vain. You can't suppress this matter, another ancient king shouted. He's just a good-for-nothing heavenly prince. If he dies, then so be it, Princess Divine Silkworm said coldly. You will pay the price for being unreasonable, an ancient king said coldly. Pa. Princess Divine Silkworm was simple and direct. With a wave of her jade-like hand, a clear finger mark appeared on this ancient king's face. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth as his body flew out. Everyone was shocked. Princess Divine Silkworm had even slapped an ancient king. This made everyone dumbfounded. She was indeed as powerful as the rumors said, fearless of the world. I tried to reason with you, but you talked to me about the bloodline and power of a god. I used a slap to slap you, but you said that I was unreasonable. What do you want me to do? Princess Divine Silkworm said with a magnetic voice. She used her slender jade-like fingers to caress the little white tiger on her shoulder. Be it the human race or the various ancient royal races, they were all shocked and didn't dare to say anything. They were all watching quietly. Today's matter was definitely not as simple as the grudge between the ancient princes. You. Do you really think that no one in the world can subdue you? This ancient king was shocked and furious as he touched the finger mark on his face. Princess Divine Silkworm sneered and said, do you think that the sacred prince is a pitiful slug? He is the son of Emperor Fighting, and his status is not inferior to the son of the ancient heavenly emperor. Insulting him is equivalent to insulting the old sacred emperor. All of you deserve to die. You will regret it. The son of a god can't die in vain. He must pay with blood and pay with his life, an ancient king said loudly. Everyone, do you think that the undying heavenly emperor, who is respected by all races, can we just let it go like this? An ancient king's voice cut through the sky and asked the experts of the various races. The son of a god can't die in vain. Behind him was the army of the 8 divine generals. They were naturally indignant and roared together, their voices shaking the world. I also want to ask the same question. Can the person who insults the sacred emperor live? Princess Divine Silkworm said. How can the emperor fighting compare to the undying heavenly emperor? Among the 8 divine generals, someone muttered with endless hatred. I just finished speaking, and you already insulted the old sacred emperor. Do you really think that I'm just a decoration? Princess Divine Silkworm stretched out her jade-like hand and swept it forward. In an instant, blood splattered. In front of them, there was a series of screams. The army of the 8 divine generals exploded in rows. White bone fragments and various colors of blood splattered together, forming a death lament. You. Stop. The ancestral kings were shocked. In the distant sky, everyone was stunned. Princess Divine Silkworm was too fierce. With a light wave of her hand, she had wiped out the entire army of the 8 divine generals. From now on, she could only be called the 7 divine generals. Everyone didn't dare to breathe loudly. This proud goddess looked ethereal and beautiful, but when she killed people, she didn't even blink. She was so powerful that it made people tremble. Princess Divine Silkworm was calm and unruffled. She used her jade-like fingers to comb her beautiful hair and said, "I'm just imitating you guys. Who's afraid of who when it comes to being domineering and domineering? Weren't the 8 divine generals domineering and domineering? She killed a group right in front of you." Princess Divine Silkworm used her actions to explain and respond. "Princess Divine Silkworm, you're too arrogant. You have to know that the people who can suppress you in this world are still alive." A cold voice came from the heavens. A man with hair as white as snow descended. He looked to be in his 30s, but his eyes were deep and experienced. It was obvious that he was a terrifying ancient king. He's the Silver Moon Heavenly King, one of the most promising geniuses to become the great sage in the primordial era. He's similar to the 9 Phoenix King, the Qilin Heavenly King, and Princess Divine Silkworm. They've all been personally praised by the Emperor of Fighting. The various ancient tribes were in an uproar. Then, they were horrified. Things were indeed getting out of hand. It was far more complicated than they had imagined. Haha. Princess Divine Silkworm suddenly looked up and laughed. Although her magnetic voice was as pleasant as the sounds of nature, everyone could hear the anger in it. "Why are you pretending to be an ancient emperor? Great sage, is your master here? Let him try to kill me again in this life." Princess Divine Silkworm said coldly. Then, she waved at the sacred prince and took the black metal rod in his hand. She nailed it to the ground and said, "This is his weapon." Everyone's bodies turned cold as they thought of a past event. During the last years of the primordial era, after the Emperor of Fighting passed away, Princess Divine Silkworm had been nailed to death by a black divine spear. The sacred war king fought angrily in the eastern wilderness and left for the western desert. In recent years, the celestial prince had led the 8 divine generals to hunt down the sacred prince. It seemed that it was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. It was mixed with the feud between the primordial giants. The thick iron rod was inserted into a piece of blue stone. It didn't seem like it was made of black gold. It was firm and terrifying, carrying a dark red color as if it had been soaked in blood. This was an archaic vicious weapon. Even though so many years had passed, it still made people's hearts tremble. And a chill ran down their spines. Back then, no one knew who killed the Divine Silkworm Princess. That was a case without a clue. In the last years of the Archaic Era, after the Emperor of Fighting passed away, the world was in chaos. Some extraordinary figures took action, fighting until the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Ghosts wept and gods howled. Back then, it was the Silver Moon Heavenly King's master who attacked the Divine Silkworm Princess. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and felt a chill in their hearts. The Silver Moon Heavenly King shocked the Archaic Era and was known as one of the existences most likely to become the Great Sage. He had walked very far on this path and might take that step in the near future. How profound was his master's cultivation? What realm had he reached? Just thinking about it made people's scalps go numb and chills run down their spines. The Silver Moon Heavenly King's master is the Great Sage Xianxia. Someone said in a low voice with a trembling voice. It's actually him. The unparalleled Great Sage Xianxia swept through the Archaic Era and reigned supreme in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Apart from the Holy Emperor, who could suppress him? The Great Sage Xianxia was a living god in the last years of the Archaic Era and one of the most powerful existences. He was one of the giants and could overlook the entire ancient planet. His battle prowess was terrifying beyond measure. No one would have thought that it was this person who attacked the Divine Silkworm Princess in the past. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. No one dared to make any rash comments because it could easily lead to the extermination of a clan. Back then, after he finished refining a piece of divine metal, he threw it out from 100,000 miles away and nailed me to the front of the desolate holy temple. He looked down on the world. How awe-inspiring. Princess Divine Silkworm looked at the sky and calmly recounted the process of her death. Throwing a divine spear from 100,000 miles away and nailing the powerful Divine Silkworm Princess to death? Everyone's bodies went cold on the spot. What kind of concept was this? He was ridiculously powerful and somewhat unreal. She actually died like this, too terrifying. Everyone spoke softly, all of them feeling fear from the bottom of their hearts. Great Sage Xianxia's terror couldn't be measured with normal reasoning. He was incredibly powerful. The divine silkworm princess was a proud goddess of the primordial era. She was one of the few people who had the most hope of becoming the great sage, yet she had been nailed to death with a raise of her hand. This secret was shocking. With the death of the emperor fighting, the world was in chaos. This was something that everyone knew, but not everyone was clear about the grudges between the giants. Even if they had a vague understanding of it, it was difficult to know everything. In the past, the emperor of fighting ruled the world, and all races bowed to him. However, he is dead. Times have changed. Some rules will naturally have to change, Heavenly King Silvermoon said calmly. Unfortunately, Xianxia hasn't proven his Tao and become an emperor. It's still too early for him to establish his own rules and order. He doesn't have the might and bearing of a ruler looking down on the world, so he can only eliminate those who oppose him. The divine silkworm princess's eyes erupted with unmatched elegance. She took a step forward with an imposing aura. Now, everyone understood why the celestial prince dared to do this. After so many years of targeting the son of the emperor of fighting, he had nothing to fear. He actually had the great sage Xianxia supporting him from behind. This matter was very terrifying. It involved the primordial era's grudge between supreme existences. The celestial prince did this most likely because the great sage Xianxia was inciting him to test him. He wanted to see what realm the western desert's victorious Buddha had reached and what kind of reaction he would have. From a certain perspective, this wasn't a contest between the ancient princes at all. From the beginning to the end, it was the confrontation between the unrivaled great sage Xianxia. This was a preview of a storm that would engulf the entire ancient star. After so many years, only the heavens knew what realm the great sage Xianxia had reached and whether he had taken another step forward. Just thinking about it made people tremble in fear. It's a pity for the celestial prince. No matter how useless he was, he still had the world's #1 bloodline physique. Even if he couldn't prove his Tao, his achievements were limitless. He died just like that, the divine silkworm princess mocked. Princess Divine Silkworm, since you know that the great sage Xianxia is still alive, you should be aware that you can't do whatever you want in this world, one of the 8 divine generals said. Slap, the divine silkworm princess didn't even blink. With a wave of her hand, a resounding slap landed on his face, shattering his jaw on the spot and sending his body flying thousands of feet away. There was a deathly silence in the mountains and valleys. No one dared to say anything. Everyone was shocked in their hearts. This proud princess was too domineering. Whether it was in the past or now, she had never changed. This was an ancestral king of a generation. She hit him just like that, and it was an earth-shattering slap. Who would believe it if word got out? It was like a fantasy story. You. The ancestral king was furious, but he also felt a sense of powerlessness. He really wasn't a match for her. You, a mere descendant of the 8 divine generals, dare to point fingers at me time and time again. It would be fine if you were really a divine general, but unfortunately, you no longer have the spirit and battle prowess of your ancestors, the divine silkworm princess said mercilessly. Princess Divine Silkworm, you're too much. Be careful that you won't be able to rise again, the Silvermoon Heavenly King said as he took a step forward. The divine silkworm princess didn't pay attention to him. She directly swept her gaze across the 8 divine generals and said, do you think that you can be so mighty just because you have the great sage Xianxia's support? Do you believe that I won't wipe out all 8 of your races by myself? Whether it was the human race or the various great kings of the primordial era, all of them were terrified. The way the divine silkworm princess did things was really straightforward. She suppressed them until they couldn't say anything and had no choice but to lower their heads. Silvermoon Heavenly King, you can't just watch the heavenly prince die in vain, right? One of the 8 divine generals said, feeling dissatisfied. The fall of the heavenly prince makes one sigh. He is the only bloodline of the gods, and his physique is unparalleled in the world. This is an immeasurable loss for all races, so he naturally can't die in vain. The Silvermoon Heavenly King said as he walked forward, staring intently at Yi Fan and the sacred prince. His gaze was like 2 sharp blades. Clang, the divine silkworm princess waved her hand and disintegrated his powerful aura without holding back. She blocked the way and said with a cold smile, you really are like your master. How mighty, putting on the demeanor of a peerless expert in front of juniors who haven't become saints. One day, when the sacred prince reaches this height, how much courage will you have to face him? Princess Divine Silkworm, I don't want to say any more nonsense. I just want to say one thing. The heavenly prince can't die in vain. You won't be able to suppress this storm, the Silvermoon Heavenly King said coldly. The Divine Silkworm Princess's aura was intimidating, and she completely looked down on them. Her face was full of disdain as she said, "You want to deal with the sacred prince? At the very least, kill the human cultivator beside him first, because I know that the heavenly prince should have died in his hands." The Silvermoon Heavenly King's eyes were cold as he stared at Yi Fan and said, "Kill this person first, and then we can sit down and talk. As for how to deal with the sacred prince, we can discuss it." That's right, kill that human cultivator first to sacrifice to the heavenly prince's heroic soul. We definitely can't let him go. Many of the 8 divine generals roared angrily. Ha ha ha. The Divine Silkworm Princess laughed loudly, but it sounded a little cold no matter how one listened to it. She was like an empress who ruled over the world as she said, "How laughable. I haven't even said anything, and you guys are already raising conditions. It can be said that, those who stand in front of me and look at me coldly, you should all think about it. You can't even protect yourselves. She wants to wipe out so many great enemies?" Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect this genius woman to be so domineering. Was she going to kill everyone? You. How arrogant. Do you really think that you're the reincarnation of the Divine Silkworm Ridge's ancient emperor? The ancient kings on the other side were indignant. The Silvermoon Heavenly King's expression was very cold as he stared at her and said, "You might not even be able to protect the sacred prince. When the Emperor fighting looked down on the world and looked down on the 9 heavens and 10 earths, where were you? Why didn't you dare to jump out? His only son used his own abilities to kill a good-for-nothing sacred prince, and all of you jumped out impatiently. How capable." The Divine Silkworm Princess swept her gaze across everyone. "No matter what, you can't change anything. Don't think that there's only one victorious fighting Buddha in this world, and there are other unparalleled experts among the myriad races," the Silvermoon Heavenly King said coldly. "That's right, blood for blood. Those who kill will die," a radical among the 8 divine generals shouted. "That's right. You guys have been used to running amok for so many years, chasing after the sacred prince. Today, you guys should all die. Blood for blood." The Divine Silkworm Princess said mercilessly as she slapped forward with one hand. The little white tiger on her shoulder that had transformed from a divine silkworm hurriedly covered its big black eyes. Pfft! A bloody light exploded, and a large number of the 8 divine generals died. The Silvermoon Heavenly King hurriedly stopped her, and the few ancestral kings also used secret techniques to stop her attack. No one expected the battle to happen so suddenly. Although the Divine Silkworm Princess looked ethereal and intelligent, her actions were decisive and cold. She charged over alone and enveloped an ancestral king in a ball of holy light. She let out a light shout and unleashed a sure-kill attack. Ah! A mournful cry resounded through the sky. This primordial ancestral king struggled violently, but he couldn't escape. He was shattered alive, and his holy blood fell into the mountains. The mountains collapsed and the earth caved in, as if the end of the world had arrived. Chi! The Silvermoon Heavenly King turned into a ray of silver light and headed straight for Yi Fan and the sacred prince. He wanted to kill them all. Bang! However, the Divine Silkworm Princess's speed was too fast. She appeared in front of him in almost an instant. She slapped out with her jade-like hand and pushed him back. She shouted, "The son of the sacred emperor," yet someone still dared to kill him when he was in the right. Is he not comparable to a useless dead prince? I'll see who dares to touch the sacred prince and his friends. I'll kill all their clans. Divine Silkworm Princess, you've killed a saint-level ancient king. You must understand what you've done. Bear the consequences. The Silvermoon Heavenly King's eyes shot out an incomparably cold light. So what if I've killed him? What can you do to me? Not only that, but I'll also remove the 8 divine generals from their names forever and make them history. Divine Silkworm Princess said domineeringly. Everyone felt their hair stand on end. This princess of the Divine Silkworm Ridge was really terrifying. She wanted to wipe out the 8 divine generals' clans in one go. It was enough to shock the entire ancient planet. You. A few ancestral kings among the 8 divine generals were shocked and furious. You what you? You've humiliated the emperor fighting for so many years. I'll settle this debt together. None of you will survive. Even Xianxia won't be able to protect you. I've wanted to settle old scores with him for a long time. Divine Silkworm Princess shouted. Her light purple hair fluttered in the wind, and 2 terrifying beams of light shot out from her large, intelligent eyes. She took a step forward and attacked again. Impudent. The Silver Moon Heavenly King stopped her. I think you're the one who's impudent. Isn't it just a great sage Xianxia? After probing for so many years, get him out here. Divine Silkworm Princess reprimanded. Before my master makes a move, I'll take care of the sacred prince and that human cultivator first. I'll let you know that there's always someone better than you out there. The Silver Moon Heavenly King shouted and grabbed at Yi Fan and the sacred prince. Bang! Suddenly, a large golden hand slapped down from the sky, and the Silver Moon Heavenly King was sent flying. All the joints in his body crackled, and all the bones in his body broke. Although my elder brother passed away long ago, the sacred battling ape bloodline hasn't fallen to the point where anyone can bully us. Get Xianxia to come and see me. An old monkey with flickering golden fur and a domineering aura appeared on the scene. The Silver Moon Heavenly King was famous throughout the primeval age. He was an ancient saint who was respected by all races. His cultivation was profound, and he might be able to walk the path of the great sage with just a moment of enlightenment. But now, his bones were broken, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He was almost turned into a meat patty. His silvery white hair was stained with blood. He had almost been killed by the palm. He stood up with difficulty. Holy light surrounded his body, and his joints cracked. It was very difficult to connect them. His face was pale, and he didn't dare to say anything. That was because the person standing in front of him was none other than the famous Sacred War King. His power shook the primeval age, and his aura could swallow mountains and rivers. It was no problem for him to uproot dozens or even hundreds of races. Challenging him at this time would mean that he was tired of living and could easily take his life. The Silver Moon Heavenly King knew very well that no matter how outstanding he was, no matter how famous he was, they weren't on the same level at all. Apart from the few hegemons of the supreme ancient immortal realms, anyone else in front of this Heavenly King would have to bow down even if they were a dragon or a tiger. The Sacred War King is still the same. His style hasn't changed. He's still so domineering. How many years has it been? It's like a dream. The Sacred War King was an invincible peak, but he's still the same. I still remember his unparalleled style when he fought everywhere. All clans were alarmed, all of them shaken. Whether it was the royal races or the ancient royal races, all the race leaders were extremely shocked. After the primeval age, this was the first time they saw the Sacred War King in this world. Time makes one grow old. The Sacred War King was young and full of vigor. He looked down on the world, and his blood for battle swept through everything. But now, he also has a trace of vicissitudes. His eyes and brows have a very heavy mark of time. Time is like water. It retreats in the blink of an eye. Although he has become the victorious Buddha, his style hasn't changed. Many people were very excited. In that era, the Sacred War King was definitely a legend. He was an invincible warrior in the hearts of many young ancient race members. They all looked up to his unreachable figure. So many years had passed, and the children of the past had all grown up. Many of the strong cultivators who had broken out of the seal in the Source of God were even older now. Seeing the Sacred War King again, everyone was filled with endless emotions. This invincible figure, even though his cultivation was high and he kept extending his life, still looked a little old. Greetings, Sage King. The ancestral king in the golden-green battle robe was extremely excited. He strode over and paid his respects. His body was even trembling from excitement. Back then, when you dominated the world, I was still a child. Even though he had become a saint and was respected by all races, he still couldn't help but feel excited when he saw the great hero in his heart. Greetings, Sage King. In the distant mountains, 7 or 8 figures suddenly flew out. They were all the ancestral kings of a clan, and all of them had expressions of reverence on their faces. They were incredibly excited. They were the same as the ancestral king who was wearing the jade gold battle armor. They had worshipped this battle saint since they were young, and they were already outstanding enough. Now that they had become the leaders of their respective orthodoxies, their emotions had not changed. Back in the day, the Sacred War King was not afraid of anything. His personality was known to everyone. He had once swept through the world with his own strength and fought furiously in all directions, causing the world to tremble. "All of you, get up," Old Monkey said. The golden hair on his body was translucent and dazzling. He exuded a majestic aura even without being angry. He was like the reincarnation of a battle god. Just by standing there, everyone was trembling. In the distance, the faces of the 8 generals were all pale. None of them dared to say a word. Even the sage ancient kings didn't dare to breathe loudly. This was a kind of unparalleled might. How powerful was the Silver Moon Heavenly King? How arrogant was he just now? But now, he could only stand at the side with his injured body and didn't dare to say a word. Sage King. Some of the ancient race members actually had tears rolling down their faces. It had been 1,000,000 years since they had parted ways. After escaping from the source of God and coming to this great world, this was the first time the Sacred War King had appeared before them. "Uncle." Old Monkey also choked with sobs. He hadn't seen this uncle for the past few years. He knew that this relative of his didn't have much lifespan left. There was only one path in front of him, and that was to break through. Otherwise, he wouldn't be far from passing away. This was because the victorious fighting Buddha had awakened a step earlier than the other ancient race members. He had already escaped from the source of God 2,000 years ago. His current age was truly shocking. Yifan also had respect for this victorious fighting Buddha. Together with the sacred prince and GZ, they bowed to him. Only the Black Emperor didn't move and only nodded. The Sacred War King was a living legend. Back then, many people said that if he hadn't been born in the same era as his elder brother, he might have also proven his Tao. The influence of being born in the same era as the Black Emperor was extremely severe. Even though he was sealed in the source of God and hid in this era, there were still some traces of Tao on him. After all, they had been together for too long, and it was extremely difficult for him to prove his Tao. The Emperor of Fighting ruled over the ancient era. He was respected by the heavens and earth and was revered by all races. And his younger brother was also so outstanding. He relied on himself to conquer the world and sweep through everything. He was naturally admired and became a hero in the hearts of many ancient race members. "All of you, rise." The old monkey's eyes were sharp, and his voice was like the ringing of a golden bell. It was sonorous and powerful. He looked into the void and said, "So many years have passed. Some things should come to an end." Princess Divine Silkworm had a peaceful expression and tears in her eyes. Looking at the somewhat aged back, she no longer had a hint of dominance. There was actually a rare hint of gentleness and gentleness. The palm-sized white tiger on her shoulder that had transformed from the Divine Silkworm landed on the Sacred War King with a whoosh. It wasn't afraid at all and pulled on his hair to show its existence. The old monkey slowly turned around, looked at Princess Divine Silkworm, and said, "No matter who comes today, I will seek justice." This was an oath and also a declaration. The Sacred War King was going to make a move and end all the grudges of the ancient era. This made the blood of some of his followers surge. Their bodies trembled, and they were extremely excited. Princess Divine Silkworm's eyes were filled with tears. She didn't say anything and only nodded. She knew that the Sacred War King had been suppressing his anger and wanted to fight for her. In the distance, all the races were trembling. Everyone knew that a huge storm was about to begin. No one would forget the chaos that had occurred after the Sacred Emperor had passed away. Princess Divine Silkworm had been pinned to death. The Sacred War King had howled in grief and fought in the eastern wilderness, but in the end, he was unable to reverse the situation. When Princess Divine Silkworm died, he cried 3 times and left the western desert. "In this life, as long as I'm still alive, no one will be able to harm a single hair on your body." After saying this, the old monkey turned around. 2 beams of piercing light shot out from its eyes, and it was extremely imposing. Many ancient races were overwhelmed with emotions. They all looked at this figure that wasn't very majestic and wanted to roar out loud. The emperor of fighting had passed away, but his influence was still huge. Many ancient races were willing to follow him. Perhaps the sacred prince didn't have that kind of power yet, but once the old monkey stood out, it would immediately shake the eastern wilderness. This kind of influence was incomparable. It was the result of its illustrious battle achievements in the past. It was completely a result of sweeping the world with an iron rod. The sacred war ape bloodline is sparse in numbers, but they have always stood tall. Any one of them can cause clouds and rain with a flip of their hands. It wasn't a fluke that they were able to rule the archaic era with just a few people. In the distance, an aged voice rang out, causing the heavens to rumble. The four seas surged, the sky rumbled, and the 100,000 mountains all resonated together. Xianxia, come out! Princess Divine Silkworm shouted. Two beams of blazing light shot out from her eyes as she looked towards the horizon. The Divine Silkworm race has 9 transformations, and legend has it that they have 9 hidden lives. It seems like it's true. That spear back then was enough to take your life, but who would have thought that after the archaic era passed away, you would reappear in this world? An old man appeared. He wore an emperor crown on his head, and his gray hair was scattered. Even his eyes were gray, and his gaze was terrifying. It made all the great ancient kings tremble and want to kneel down. He wore a moon-white battle robe with divine gold fragments embedded in it, protecting the vital parts of his body. There was even a piece of black gold that protected the immortal platform between his brows. It was a true great emperor divine material, and it turned into a black sun that blocked there. His body was tall, and his eyes had experienced the vicissitudes of life. Although he had endless blood energy, it was difficult to hide his old age. His lifespan definitely wasn't long, and he had walked very far on this lonely path. His descendants couldn't even look up to him. Xianxia. The golden-haired Buddha narrowed his eyes, and when his golden eyes opened and closed, there was a dazzling brilliance. The surroundings were quiet, and everyone was almost suffocating. The two great sages of the archaic era had reunited just like that. What happened next would definitely be earth-shattering. Yi Fan's emotions fluctuated. The confrontation between the two existences that stood at the peak of the current world made him see wisps of the path of immortality. The golden blood in his body surged violently, and it was difficult for him to calm down. Sacred War King, after parting in the archaic era, you are still as graceful as before. Meeting again in this life, it truly makes one sigh with regret. Xianxia stood there, his gray hair fluttering in the wind. His gray eyes were as deep as 2-star regions, and within them, there were scenes of the creation of the world and the birth of all living things. Master. Heavenly King Silvermoon bowed respectfully. Xianxia waved his hand, and a beam of immortal light flew out and entered his body. The bones that were difficult to reconnect, as well as the broken flesh, quickly healed. In the blink of an eye, his blood energy was replenished, and he recovered to his original state. Greetings, great sage Xianxia. Behind him, the 8 divine generals bowed together, and even the ancestral kings bowed down. They were all very serious, and their confidence was immediately boosted. Rise. Xianxia's words were very light, but they made it impossible for anyone to resist. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on their hearts, and it was even difficult for them to raise their heads to look at his true body. This wasn't intentional. A peerless expert naturally stood here, and he had this kind of aura that reigned supreme in the world. All living beings had to bow down to him. Congratulations, you've taken another crucial half-step on this path. The talent of the sacred war ape lineage is indeed heaven-defying. Great sage Xianxia sighed. You're not bad either. The old monkey nodded. I still haven't forgotten the battle that year. Although you were heavily injured and fled to the western desert, you risked your life to kill that uncle of mine. Not long after the great chaos ended, he passed away in meditation, Xianxia said, his gray hair scattering in the wind. I thought that you would arrive together with him. I didn't think that he would die. What a pity, the victorious fighting Buddha said. Everyone felt their blood run cold when they heard this. Xianxia's lineage was definitely incomparably terrifying in the archaic era. A single lineage had 2 great sages, causing the entire ancient planet to tremble. Other than the sacred emperor's lineage, no one could compare. It was rumored that Kuan-Zhou's uncle was the most terrifying. He was once the strongest opponent of the Emperor Fighting's life, and his name shocked the ages, surpassing all the ancient sages of the past. That uncle of his lived a second life. In the eyes of many, he surpassed the ancient emperors of the archaic era who hadn't proven their Tao, but in the end, it was still the sacred emperor who defied the heavens and succeeded in proving his Tao. After that battle, the cultivation of great sage Kuan-Zhou's uncle seemed to be, people wouldn't forget that he was a figure from the same era as the Emperor of Fighting. His divine bravery was unparalleled, and he had competed with the sacred emperor for many years on the path of proving his Tao. The reason why my father only lived a single life was related to that person, the sacred prince said with a hint of sadness. Yi Fan was shocked. He had heard of these things before. The Emperor of Fighting encountered a problem in his cultivation, and he almost died before proving his Tao. There were actually many hidden secrets. The Kuan-Yin great sage had a clan uncle named Di Quebec. He was extremely talented and could show disdain for the past and present. He was even a level stronger than the ancient emperors of the same age, and his name shook the entire supreme ancient immortal realms. DK's talent was shocking and he became famous at a young age. He once challenged the experts of the 12 races in a single night, shocking the entire world. Unfortunately, a sacred battle ape appeared in that era. He also had immortal bones and divine muscles, and he was famous for his battle prowess. They became the two most resplendent sacred stars. It was enough for there to only be one such genius. It was naturally a tragedy for the two of them to live in the same era. As a result, many peak battles occurred, and these battles were recorded in the history of the primordial deities. In the primordial era, the myriad of races gathered together. The competition in such a great era was the cruelest. Wanting to prove one's Tao and become an emperor was truly harder than ascending to the heavens. One had to defeat the geniuses of the myriad races. The two of them swept through the primordial era, but in the end, it was inevitable that they could only fight to the death. From the Tao-severing realm, to the Saint King, and then to the Great Sage, it was unknown how many times they fought. Every battle could be said to be world-shaking. It could be said that in the eyes of the ancient races, they were lifelong rivals. The most legendary battle was the battle when the two of them became Saint Kings. Both of them were heavily injured and both of them were on the verge of death. DK struggled past the line of life and death. After that battle, his vitality suddenly increased and he lived a second life, doubling his lifespan. This was undoubtedly a sensational event that shocked the entire primordial era. The myriad races were in an uproar and almost all of them thought that DK would win and become the next emperor of the primordial era. There were very few people who could live a second life without proving their Tao. However, it wasn't that there were no examples. DK and the white-robed divine King Jiang Taishu were among them. Back then, the various races thought that DK would definitely be able to laugh until the end because the sacred battle ape was heavily injured and consumed a large amount of his life force. However, in the final battle between the two of them in the Great Sage realm, everyone's predictions were wrong. The monkey's father was peerless and dazzled the primordial era. Although he narrowly escaped death, he won in the end and suppressed DK, becoming invincible under the heavens. Later on, DK was depressed his entire life, and his cultivation didn't improve in the slightest. He stopped at the barrier of the Great Sage, and no matter how time flowed by, he didn't take another step forward. The halo on the body of a world-shaking heavenly figure quickly dimmed, and it could no longer shine with fiery light. It came to a sad end. Although the monkey's father had suffered a setback, he continued to advance bravely on the path of vindication. He was invincible in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, his dazzling brilliance illuminating the entire supreme ancient immortal realms. It wasn't that the monkey's father didn't pay a price. In his lifetime of life and death battles with DK, his injuries had accumulated over time, and it had actually become a type of hidden injury of the great Tao. At first, he didn't pay much attention to it, but when he tried to break through to the extreme Tao Emperor realm and carried out the final step of proving his Tao, a great disaster occurred. The hidden injuries of the great Tao flared up, and he almost died. The consequences of this were extremely serious. The first time he corroborated the Tao, he was almost sentenced to death. No one believed that he could succeed, because corroborating the Tao again would be many times more difficult. However, the monkey's father wasn't someone ordinary people could compare to. When he was comprehending the Tao and corroborating the Tao, he encountered a mishap and was on the verge of death. He used the undying medicine, the peach of immortality, to survive. After he came out, he was full of vigor, breaking through to the extreme Tao Emperor realm again, succeeding in one go. It could be said that back then, everyone's eyeballs popped out. It was many times more difficult than the first time he corroborated the Tao, yet he made it through in one go, completely unharmed. His combat prowess reached a heaven-defying level. DK lived a second life. His talent was rarely seen since ancient times, and his immortal root was world-shaking, difficult to find in the world. However, he was defeated. Emperor of Fighting narrowly escaped death, experiencing all sorts of trials and tribulations, but in the end, he won. He had never been defeated in his entire life, and his combat prowess was the greatest. He was honored as the sacred emperor. This was a tremendous honor, comparable to the ancient heavenly emperors. My father might have the shortest lifespan among the ancient emperors, but his cultivation is at the very front. The monkey said softly. Emperor of Fighting only lived for a little over 10,000 years. Compared to the other ancient emperors, he could be said to have died a heroic death. The first reason was because he used up the undying medicine, the peach of immortality. The second reason was because he was too powerful. He transformed into a war immortal in the mortal world, comprehending the Tao and cultivating too domineeringly, exhausting too much of his life essence. Emperor of Fighting defied the heavens, but in the end, he failed at the last step, unable to transform into a war immortal. The effects of his death were great, changing the entire world ahead of time. The northern region's vitality disappeared, the land scarlet without end, not a single blade of grass growing. Of course, even if the Emperor of Fighting didn't transform into a war immortal, the great Tao laws would still inevitably change, just that it was brought forward by many years. The great river flows east, the waves washing away all heroes. The ancient emperors contended for supremacy, but they all turned into dust. Xianxia said with a sigh. DK died. I still find it a bit hard to believe. The victorious Fighting Buddha frowned. This was someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the sacred battle emperor. This was his lifelong rival. His brilliance illuminated the archaic era, overlooking the masses. He reversed 2 lives, creating a miracle. He was just a bit away from becoming a supreme being. It could be said that if he didn't live in the same era as the monkey's father, he would definitely have proven his Tao, and his battle prowess would be higher than his peers in ancient times. Even the Emperor of Fighting passed away, not to mention my uncle. It's normal for him to pass away, Xianxia said. He lived a second life, and his lifespan is longer than yours. The Sacred Battle King said. Everyone was also puzzled. DK's talent was too high, and he had reversed 2 lives. His life essence was boundless, and he could live for a very long time. He was indeed buried in dust a long time ago. Xianxia sighed. Back then, you were the one who asked him to make a move, right? Otherwise, he would have long stood aloof from worldly affairs. How could he have brought disaster to the world? The Sacred Battle King's golden eyes were as sharp as a blade. That's right, I was the one who asked him to make a move. Xianxia didn't deny it. Everyone was shocked, and then relieved. Thinking back to that period of time, some of the fog was blown away. The Emperor of Fighting rose in an unstoppable manner, and DK, who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him, met a tragic end. His lifelong opponent never crossed paths again. The monkey's father proved his Tao and became a sacred emperor. He didn't care about the grudges of the past at all. Even though he was invincible in the world, he didn't suppress the Emperor of Fighting's race. Your brother has the spirit to conquer mountains and rivers, so he naturally wouldn't find trouble with my uncle. He also doesn't have any desire for revenge. Xianxia said calmly, explaining the reason why DK made a move. I only told him that if he doesn't break the rules and walk out of his own unchanging world, he won't be able to prove his Tao even if he has the greatest talent in history. That's why he made a move, the victorious Fighting Buddha asked calmly. That's right. To break the shackles of one's life is to do things that one doesn't want to do or can't do normally. His talent isn't inferior to the sacred emperor at all, so he understands this more than I do. Xianxia said. I knew it. With his temperament, how could he do something that goes against his heart? You really spent quite a bit of effort in order to persuade him, the old monkey said. His evaluation of DK was extremely high. After all, DK was someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Emperor of Fighting. In his entire life, he had only lost to his older brother. These were all ancient secrets. If they weren't told, the people of the world would never know about it. Even those at the extreme Tao Emperor realm had all kinds of helplessness. After learning about it, everyone could only sigh softly. DK made a move. Even though he was defeated by the Emperor of Fighting and his cultivation didn't improve in the slightest, he was still a terrifying great sage. Back then, the younger brother of someone as powerful as the Sacred Emperor was also heavily injured and on the verge of death after a battle. He cried out in grief and fled to the western desert. My uncle fought to a draw with you. When he returned, he was even more depressed and died not long after. Everyone was horrified. The victorious Fighting Saint King actually managed to kill DK in a battle back then. This was definitely a terrifying event that shook the entire ancient era. It was something that could be recorded in the history of deities. Two brothers from one clan, both able to compete with D Quebec. This is truly heaven-defying. All the ancient races were astonished. Who was DK? He should have proven his Tao and become an emperor. Moreover, it was very likely that he would be an extraordinary ancient emperor. Everything was because he was born at the wrong time. Who would have thought that the younger brother of the Emperor of Fighting wouldn't be weaker than his older brother? If it wasn't for this era, they might have been one clan with two emperors. Regardless of whether it was the humans or the ancient races, after learning about these secrets, their emotions surged. They found it hard to control their blood and couldn't calm down. There were only a few people in the victorious Fighting Saint Ape bloodline, yet they became a great imperial clan in the ancient era. This wasn't some kind of luck at all. There was a great reason for this. Their bloodline could generally become a Saint King with incomparable battle prowess. When the Emperor of Fighting was 5,000 or 6,000 years old, his father was still alive. It was precisely because of this that he had a younger brother. Back then, the Grand Sacred Emperor was a legendary figure who left behind many legends. Under such circumstances, the fire of gossip in Yifan's heart burned brightly. He couldn't help but ask the monkey, but the monkey stuttered and didn't want to say much. DK isn't here anymore. You dare to fight me alone, the Sacred Battle King said. His spirit, essence, and spirit rose rapidly, and his golden hair shone brightly. All the powerful beings of the various races retreated. Many people directly activated the teleportation platform. They didn't dare to stay here any longer. If the great sage attacked, the central region might sink and disappear completely. Xianxia's gray hair hung loosely behind him as his gray eyes blazed with a blazing light. He calmly spoke, My clan uncle was defeated by your elder brother, but I will get revenge. Today, I will suppress you and wipe away all the humiliation. My clan is born to be superior to your battle clan. The Sacred Battle King's body shone brightly, and his aura instantly became stronger. He said, The battle race is not afraid of challenges. Monkey, your life shall end today. Xianxia said coldly. During the last years of the primordial era, you and others slaughtered everyone and established rules and regulations. Today, you will end everything. The Sacred Battle King pointed to the sky and said, The battle outside the realm. All right, I will send you on your way. Xianxia flashed and disappeared. His vast aura instantly disappeared. The Sacred Battle King also released a blazing light and disappeared from True Sage City. In the battlefield of the saints outside the outer sky. After so many years, someone finally entered the ancient battlefield outside the realm. New sacred blood was about to be shed. What should we do? We can't go and watch the battle. We can't get close at all. If we touch it, we will definitely die. Many people were regretful. Quick, activate the array formation's Dharma Eye and watch this battle, an ancient race powerful being said. Powerful beings with high attainments in Tao patterns could set up a Dharma Eye and transmit the situation of the battle outside the realm back to them. They could clearly see the battle situation. A few ancient kings quickly set it up, and a huge array formation appeared in the blink of an eye. It was about to reflect the battlefield outside the realm. It was silent outside the realm. Broken weapons and huge pieces of bones floated in outer space, exuding an ancient aura. This place had never changed. It was cold and desolate. Apart from the traces of the sacred battle, there was nothing else. At this moment, a small metal battleship let out a trembling sound. It turned into an eternal ray of celestial light and rushed into the depths of the universe. This battle has nothing to do with me. I am only here for the path of immortalization. A divine will rippled into the distance. If Yi Fan, Li Tian, and Yan Yishi were here, they would definitely discover that it was the mysterious miniature metal battleship that they had seen before. Back then, the imprint on Yi Fan's body was also done by the mysterious person inside the ship. The Western Desert Ancient Buddha had foreseen it when he transformed into the Tao and helped him destroy it. Kuan Zhou and the Sacred Battle King arrived at this battlefield. They looked at each other coldly. This was going to be a peerless battle. The two of them looked into the depths of the universe and didn't say anything. Monkey, there is another Tao brother who is coming today. He also wants to learn a thing or two from you, Kuan Zhou said. Celestial chi emanated from his body and celestial light shook the universe. An extreme imperial weapons aura actually appeared. Shameless. In the central region, outside True Sage City, the sacred prince clenched his fists and was extremely worried. Kuan Zhou was tall and wore a moon-white battle robe. His gray hair draped over his shoulders, and a black gold pendant hung between his brows. It was a divine material exclusive to the great emperor, and it protected his frontal bone and immortal platform. Strands of immortal light seeped out from his body. This was the awakening of an extreme ancient imperial weapon. He stood in outer space like an ancient god. The sun and moon rotated in his gray eyes, splitting the heavens and earth. He was terrifying beyond compare. When he said this, anyone would feel a chill from head to toe. How could the person he called a Tao brother be an ordinary person? At the very least, he had to be a great sage that was worshipped by the entire world. It wasn't surprising that there were a few ancestral kings. After all, there were tens of thousands of races living together. This was a great era. However, true great sage were very rare. There were only a few of them on an ancient planet. It could be said that those who could reach this step all had the chance to prove their Tao. They had Tao bones that were rarely seen since ancient times, and they were all peerless figures with heavenly talents. To be able to become a great sage, there wouldn't be too much of a difference in strength between them. They were all giants that had stepped onto the path of immortality. If they didn't have the strength to reach this step, how could they become a great sage? Kuan Zhou's words made everyone's hair stand on end. Two great sage had come together. The sacred war king was most likely in danger. The alien battlefield was silent. When the victorious fighting Buddha opened and closed his eyes, his gaze was as sharp as a knife. Central region, outside the True Sage City. Princess Divine Silkworm stood up and was about to rush into outer space. Her purple hair danced in the wind, and a baleful aura appeared in her phoenix eyes. She was not angry, but she was imposing like an empress. Her heart was filled with worry. Two beams of cold light shot out from her eyes. She couldn't control herself. The old monkey might be in trouble if two great sage attacked together. Princess, please wait. An old Taoist from the Divine Silkworm Ridge stopped her. Although he was angry and worried, he couldn't change anything. The great sage was an existence that even a saint-level ancient king had to look up to. He surpassed everyone's imagination and could destroy half of an ancient planet with a raise of his hand. If one didn't stand among them, they would die in vain if they went. Why is he even more shameless than Duanda? He's not fighting alone, but ganging up. Even the Black Emperor couldn't help but curse. He's really of the same bloodline. The Heavenly Prince must have been incited by him, Yi Fan said. Outside of True Paragon City, the Tao patterns on several formation platforms revolved densely. The heavenly Dharma Eye appeared, reflecting everything that was happening in the foreign battlefield. It was truly visible. No one could calm down. This battle actually involved a third great saint, making it more and more terrifying. It most likely involved an archaic imperial clan. Of the sovereign king, King said. Of sovereign king, Zhou, emperor, sovereign king, emperor, Zhou, king, and was sovereign king could it be, the weapon of the ancient heavenly emperor? Ma, 1. King, sovereign, his sword, and king, and, of, and, his, and to of, and. That's the sovereign king. His weapon can destroy eternity. It's a supreme celestial weapon. Anyone who thought of this possibility wouldn't be able to sit still. Today's matter was getting out of hand, and they would most likely fight to the point where the star field would collapse. Haha. One of the ancestral kings laughed out loud. As soon as the victorious fighting Buddha appeared, a group of followers appeared. Kuan Zhou, the great sage, had great achievements and was famous throughout the ages. Naturally, he was followed by an ancient king. This person laughed without restraint. He was certain that the sacred king was going to fall and had no scruples. So what if he's the sacred king's younger brother? I don't believe he can defy the heavens and be even more powerful than his elder brother. The ending is already decided, he said coldly. DK was a divine genius who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the ancient sacred kings. As for his nephew Kuan Zhou, he similarly showed disdain for the archaic era. He was a great sage who had never been defeated before, possessing DK's style. If such an unrivaled great sage and another person of the same level attacked together, even the sacred king would most likely fall. Scram! Princess Divine Silkworm took a step forward and was about to attack. And at this time, the Silver Moon Heavenly King also took a step out, blocking his path, opposing him with equal harshness. Suddenly, the world quietened down. Everyone was lying on the ground, trembling. They felt like they had reached the end of their lives. A heavenly might came from beyond the sky, pressuring everyone to the point of suffocation. Even a clan leader couldn't block it. Their bodies stiffened and they wanted to fall down. The battle of the great sage had begun. Everyone was shocked to find that the outer realm battlefield was already collapsing. The sacred king punched out and destroyed outer space, returning everything to its original state. Chaotic energy surged. Who could block the attack of the great sage? Kuan Zhou disappeared and appeared in another world. He stood in the lonely universe and looked at him coldly. Monkey, you are powerless to defy the heavens. Wisps of immortal light shot out from his body. It was as if he had merged with the Tao and was reviving an ancient imperial weapon. He was about to kill. What sparring? What battle of enlightenment? Everything was empty talk. This was a battle of life and death. There was only one goal, and that was to kill the enemy. Kuan Zhou's expression was cold. His hair fluttered in the wind. With the help of the ancient imperial weapon, his aura rose to an extreme level. It was as if he had turned into an ancient sovereign. Clang, the victorious fighting Buddha naturally wouldn't be lenient. A black iron staff appeared in his hand. It was dazzling with immortal light and auspicious colors, and the might of an extreme Tao sovereign wreaked havoc in the sky. This was the weapon of a sacred sovereign. It was a celestial treasure that suppressed the primordial era. Who knew how many ancient kings it had killed? The mottled marks on it were filled with domineering might. Buzz. The sacred king turned into a beam of light. He held the glowing divine iron in his hand and turned into a god of war who looked down on the world. He swung the staff and shook his arms. The sun and moon shook together, and the star field trembled. The entire outer realm battlefield collapsed as he attacked toward the great sage Kuan Zhou. It was terrifying to the extreme. In the central region, outside the true Paragon city, the experts of the various races were trembling. There was an innate fear in their hearts. Even though they were so far away, goosebumps still appeared on their bodies. Even the saint-level ancient kings held their breaths. It was extremely quiet. No one spoke, and they were all paying close attention. In the outer realm battlefield, a divine soul let out a long roar that shook the mountains and rivers. The sacred king was unstoppable, and even the great sage Kuan Zhou had no choice but to dodge. He didn't want to clash with the divine iron and was forced to retreat. However, the old monkey's speed was too fast. It pressed down on him and charged into the pitch-black universe. The black immortal iron in its hand crushed the sky and caused time to flow. It was a vast ocean that belonged to the great Tao. The sacred king carried the might of 10,000 caddies and tyrannically dominated the world. He whistled through the air as if he could pluck the stars and moon. A black divine iron blocked the front and continued to press down on Xianxia, destroying everything in its way. The corpses and meteorites in the outer realm all exploded and turned into dust. The heavenly magic eye reflected everything clearly. Everyone saw everything clearly, and chills even seeped out from the cracks of their bones. Just how great of a divine ability was this to be able to move unhindered in the heavens? Perhaps a single finger was enough to wipe out everyone here. Everyone understood. The sacred king's fierce attacks didn't give Xianxia any chance to catch his breath. He wanted to get rid of him before the other person arrived. How domineering and confident was this? He dared to attack like this, thinking that he was the only one in the world. Did he really think that he could kill the great sage so quickly? Boom! Finally, the victorious fighting Buddha's battle blood boiled. He pressed down on the great sage Xianxia and moved forward. With a swing of his cudgel, a small planet in front of him exploded. This was an incomparably terrifying scene. A star turned into a ball of light. It was extremely dazzling like fireworks. The great sage could pluck stars, capture the sun, and destroy the moon with a roar. This was not a lie. They could really do it. Everyone saw this scene with their own eyes. The victorious fighting Buddha held the black divine iron. His celestial aura surged, and he smashed a star with a single strike. Everyone was shocked from head to toe. Who dares to challenge him? Who dares to challenge him? No one could say anything. What could they use to fight against such power? If this battle had happened in the central region, all living beings would have been killed. However, when the dazzling light disappeared, everyone was shocked to find that Xianxia was unharmed. He didn't die. Strands of celestial light flowed around his body, and he stood in the outer realm. The Silver Moon Heavenly King, the 8 divine generals, and some of the great sage's followers all heaved a sigh of relief. Their hearts were in their throats. If Xianxia had been killed just now, they would be in big trouble. Monkey, I've said it before. Your doomsday is here. Today, you can't defy the heavens. The great sage Xianxia attacked. The extreme Tao imperial weapon in his body shot out 2 beams of light through his arms. The sonorous voice of the great Tao split the outer realm battlefield. Dang, the celestial sound was deafening. The ancient imperial weapons clashed. The great sage confronted each other. This was the most world-shaking battle in the last 10,000 years of the post-antiquity era. The great sage Xianxia was also valiant. His gray hair scattered about, his gaze terrifying. Strands of celestial light shone down, his body and the ancient imperial weapon becoming one. A divine battle unfolded. Everyone has said that the great sage Xianxia's style is exceptional, comparable to his clan uncle. Now that I see it, it seems like this is the case. He has never tasted defeat in his entire life. Stunning through the ages, this might very well be the second DK. Everyone was shocked. The great sage Xianxia had few opponents in the world. During these years, all clans respected him. He simply had the unmatched style of his clan uncle. Meanwhile, this battle was comparable to the battle between DK and the Emperor fighting in the past. They were both at the great sage realm, a confrontation at the peak. I am not DK, and you are not the Emperor fighting. The conclusion of this battle will be completely different from the war of fighting for supremacy. Xianxia shouted. The victorious fighting Buddha didn't say a word. The black immortal metal in his hand surged with auspicious multicolored light, crushing the sky dome. He became more and more valiant as he swept through the great enemy before him. Hong, suddenly, a similarly terrifying sphere of light appeared on the other side, crushing towards the old monkey. Many giant meteors were blasted away, turning into ashes on the spot. The third great sage took action. He no longer watched from the sidelines and attacked the victorious fighting Buddha. Clang, dang, the victorious fighting Buddha brandished the black divine metal, colliding head-on with Xianxia and the great sage at the same time. Then, he flew out over 100 li, standing in the void with his rod in front of him. Not good, the second person also has an extreme imperial weapon, and he really is at the great sage realm. A huge problem has appeared. The Black Emperor's expression changed. Uncle. The sacred prince's eyes were about to split open. He knew that this was a great disaster. How could his uncle resist? How could this be? Yi Fan frowned. He swept his gaze over the primitive lake, the Blood Phoenix Mountain, the Fire Qilin Cave, and the other great ancient imperial families. Apart from them, who else could provide a monarch-level weapon? Perhaps it was the only remaining great sage of a certain imperial family. In the alien battlefield, the victorious fighting Buddha was silent. His divine bones clanged, but he didn't say a word. He looked at the two great sage in different directions, holding the immortal metal rod and standing alone. Monkey, I know that you still have the demon-subduing pestle of Mount Meru, and you can also borrow the ancient imperial clothes of the divine Silkworm Ridge. But what can you do? Do you dare to use two monarch-level weapons for a long period of time? Death is your only outcome. Kuan Zhou said coldly. The foreign battlefield was desolate and withered. Rotten metal warships, the remains of terrifying saints, the lustrous white skeletons of the god race, and other things were scattered everywhere. Shattered holy weapons, mysterious undying corpses. Many of these were precious materials, but time had worn them all down. The victorious fighting Buddha was silent. He was facing two great enemies alone. This was an unimaginable pressure. The great sage's divine abilities were unrivaled. He could pluck the stars and seize the sun, throw heaven and earth into chaos. A single one of them could destroy the world. Xiao, Kuan Zhou's body merged with the extreme Dao imperial weapon. He turned into a streak of immortal radiance and took the initiative to attack the old sacred ape. Now that helpers had arrived, he had even less misgivings and attacked fiercely. The victorious fighting Buddha used the black divine metal to resist. Multicolored light and endless Dao marks tore through the dark and ice-cold sky. Thunder rumbled. This was a supreme confrontation between the great sages. They fought with the help of the extreme Dao imperial weapon, raising this battle to the limit. It was as if the ancient sacred emperors had revived. Ghosts wept and deities howled. Evil winds howled. Even though they were in outer space, hurricanes were stirred up in the vacuum. All types of gods and devils appeared at the same time. Headless saints, headless god race, holy spirits with immortal wings, this was a terrifying scene. They were all displayed by the ancient imperial weapons. They were the supreme experts they had killed in the past. The black metal rod shone with endless auspicious light as it clashed with Kuan Zhou again and again. The two collided violently, causing the winds and clouds to tremble. The great battle was intense. The great sage was fighting with his life on the line. However, this was destined to not be a fair contest. How could the other great sage watch without doing anything? He immediately rushed over to help. It was as if a comet had arrived, causing the darkness heaven domain to become resplendent. Dang, this was the collision of the extreme Dao imperial weapons Dao marks. It immediately exploded, and the foreign battlefield was split into pieces. 3 figures flew to the side, and that place became a black hole. In the central region, outside the true Paragon city, everyone couldn't help but tremble. They could clearly feel the aura of ancient emperors. They could only look up to a battle of this level. So it was you. In the extraterrestrial battlefield, the War King steadied himself and looked at the other end of the battlefield. The identity of the third great sage had been exposed because of the weapon in his hand. This was a figure whose entire body was surrounded by golden light. In his hand was a golden truncheon. The might of the extreme Dao surged, crushing the heavens until it collapsed. Great Dao rumbled, millions of strands of immortal multicolored light surged, incomparably mysterious. It's the Gold Clan's ultimate path ancient imperial weapon. Even the royal clan is involved. That's right, it's the famous golden swordbreaker that is rumored to be able to kill gods and immortals. It's an ancient imperial weapon that rarely appears in the world. In the central region, outside the true sage city, all the ancient races were trembling. They had never expected that the low-profile, yet incomparably powerful ancient royal family would make a move. This was really chaos. Was a war going to break out between the ancient royal families? The Aurum race was an incomparably mysterious ancient race. Their might shook the supreme ancient immortal realms, and they were incomparably illustrious. To be able to be known as the Aurum race, their bloodline and strength were naturally world-shaking. This was a kind of recognition of status. No one would have thought that an influential royal family of the supreme ancient immortal realms would make a move and help Xianxia eliminate the battle's sacred king. This was a very bad sign. Even though the battle's sacred ape bloodline had very few people, they were an ancient royal family in name and in reality. This was equivalent to a war between the royal families. In the supreme ancient immortal realms, this kind of thing rarely happened. They all tried their best to avoid it because the impact was too great and the consequences were unpredictable. If the hundreds of races they controlled were involved, once the flames of war started, all the races might fall into chaos. The people of the Divine Silkworm Ridge, Blood Phoenix Mountain, and Fire Qilin Cave all frowned. This matter had escalated further and exceeded their expectations. It might cause a heaven-shattering war between the ancient races. The Orm race's Northern Plains golden family is. Yi Fan was puzzled. He had once killed Jin Qishao, and it was said that he was a descendant of the ancient races. It's a royal bloodline of the Orm race that intermarried with humans, causing their bloodline to become thinner, said the Black Emperor. The sacred prince looked at the sky angrily. Through the heavenly Dharma eye on the formation platform, he could see everything in the outer realm. Damn it, the Orm race has actually made a move. The Divine Silkworm Princess was shocked and furious. She was worried and felt powerless. The powerful Orm race had made a move, and the consequences were terrifying. Ha. One of the followers of the great sage Xianxia laughed unscrupulously. Once the Orm race's last remaining great sage appeared, the outcome was almost certain. Who didn't know how terrifying the Golden Truncheon was? It could kill gods and immortals. In the hands of a great sage, it could destroy ancient stars one after another. Do you think that with the appearance of the Sacred War King, you can sweep through everything? There are several great sages in this world, and he isn't the only one. On the other side, an ancient king sneered. The 8 divine generals all heaved a sigh of relief. Now, the outcome was almost certain. The 2 great sages each held an extreme path ancient imperial weapon. Even the gods in the Sea of Stars could be killed. Yi Fan, the sacred prince, and those who followed the sacred war ape bloodline were all worried. How could they fight? The sacred war king had a body of flesh and blood. After all, he had yet to prove his Tao. If there was no miracle in this battle, his life would be in danger. I'll help him. The Divine Silkworm Princess was about to soar into the sky. Princess, you can't. An old Taoist of the Divine Silkworm Ridge hurriedly stopped her. The Divine Silkworm Princess also knew that if it wasn't for the great sage, she wouldn't be able to change the outcome. Her eyes were filled with tears. She just didn't want to see the sacred war king stain the sky with blood. She wanted to die with him. Someone said that she wanted to wipe out the 8 divine generals and remove us from our names forever. I said, this is wishful thinking. She will be destroyed herself, said a saint-level ancient king among the 8 divine generals. Bang, the Divine Silkworm Princess attacked with peerless beauty. Her white hand shot out multicolored light that swept through the ancient race experts in front of her. Boom, the Silver Moon Heavenly King resisted and blocked her attack. He dispelled the disaster of the 8 divine generals and blocked her path. The battle outside the sky would also determine life and death on the ground. The 2 forces were at each other's throats, and a great battle was about to break out. Even Yi Fan and the Sacred Prince were prepared to fight. The situation was extremely grim. Suddenly, a heart-palpitating aura surged from the sky. The battle of the Great Sage Realm began. A life-and-death battle pulsed down from the endless sky. The Great Sage fought and fought at the peak. The 3 figures turned into 3 eternal beams of immortal light. They galloped around and fought to the point where they almost transformed into the Tao. The ancient king of the gold race was very terrifying. He was one of the few remaining great sage of the 10,000 races. He was called the Golden King. His figure was thin, but he courageously moved the 10,000 races and was incomparably powerful. He used all kinds of wondrous techniques that were released through the ancient imperial weapon. His power was countless times stronger. The sky rumbled, the great Tao resonated, and heaven and earth resonated. It was as if a new world was being opened up. His long golden hair was scattered, and even his pupils were golden. With a roar, a small planet exploded and turned into a dazzling light. The people on the ground all sucked in a cold breath. Even the saint-level ancient kings who followed the victorious fighting Buddha turned pale. How could they fight against such a figure? He could sweep through the world by himself. The Golden King's thin body was filled with destructive power. Every time the golden truncheon in his hand swept out, the battlefield would collapse and turn into a black hole. The truncheon looked like an ancient sword if one didn't look closely. It was long but bladeless. It had 4 edges and looked more like a short stick with a hilt. It was a heavy weapon. This golden truncheon could even beat immortals. It shook the ancient times, and every time it appeared, something big would happen. It was accompanied by the fall of a peerless figure. Now, another omen had appeared. The old monkey shook his arms and had the power to destroy the sun and moon. The black divine metal in his hands clashed with the golden truncheon. Although they didn't really collide and only fought through Dao marks, a deafening sound rang out. The divine techniques turned into misty rain. The sacred war king fought Xianxia and the golden king alone. Even the stars were trembling. The battle had reached its climax. Yi Fan and the others' hearts sank. At this point, even if the great sage had a gap, it wasn't obvious anymore because he had an ancient imperial weapon. Xianxia was like the resurrection of DK, and the Golden King was unstoppable. He used 2 ancient imperial weapons to suppress the sacred war king. If this went on, he would definitely succeed. Monkey, can't you borrow the divine silkworm race's battle armor? Why don't you use it to defend? Xianxia said coldly. On the ground, everyone was helpless. They knew the victorious fighting Buddha's concerns. Even if he was the great sage, he would be exhausted if this went on. At that time, he would be in even more danger. The Golden King roared, and a large number of meteorites turned to dust. His courage was unstoppable. His golden eyes shot out strange light, and the golden truncheon in his hand became even more dazzling. Clang, the sacred war king fought the 2 great sage alone. He swung the black truncheon and clashed with them. Beams of world-destroying light shot out, and the outer realm collapsed. Boom, the truncheon swept out, and they killed their way into the dark star domain. Another dim star was destroyed, and dazzling flames bloomed, making that place as bright as day. On the ground, everyone's scalps went numb. The great sage's battle was too terrifying. Now, anyone who went to help would only die in vain. This was a world-shocking battle between the great sage. The 3 great sage tangled together. They were so fast that people couldn't react. In the end, it was difficult to see their divine techniques clearly. They could only see divine multicolored light rising and the sky collapsing. This part of the starry sky was in ruins. The ancient battlefield in outer space was torn apart from time to time. The sun and moon were shaking, and stars would fall. No matter what it was, it could be destroyed. The 3 great sages' eyes were red. The battle was so intense that even the starry sky collapsed. Black holes appeared from time to time, and they fought in and out. They were often drowned in primal chaos and risked their lives. Yi Fan, the sacred prince, the divine silkworm princess, and the others' hearts sank. The ancestral king standing on the side also turned pale. The consequences were unimaginable. It was as if they had already seen a tragedy. The 2 great sage attacked. Their bodies were emitting boundless light, and they merged with the extreme imperial weapons. No matter how powerful the sacred war king was, it was difficult for him to fight them alone. It's not fair. Using 2 imperial weapons to kill 1 person. Shameless. The sacred prince gritted his teeth. His golden hair stood on end, and he hated himself for not being able to help. Can't the sacred war king borrow 3 ancient imperial weapons? You can use them all at once. Ha ha ha. An ancient king on the other side laughed impudently. Everyone, the outcome has been decided. Didn't they say they wanted to wipe out the 8 divine generals? Why don't we attack and wipe them all out in one battle? Another person suggested. Whether it was the army of the 8 divine generals or the Silver Moon Heavenly King, they all agreed that the sacred war king would definitely die. There was no longer any hope of survival. Heh. Piercing sneers and emotionless gazes. This group of people's morale was high. They wanted to kill Princess Divine Silkworm, Yi Fan, the Sacred Prince, and the others. Is there no hope? If that's the case, I'll fight to the death with you. Princess Divine Silkworm said. Although she was sad, she was not weak. Her gaze instantly became sharp. She stared at everyone in front of her and said, "The Sacred War King has lived a righteous life. He is not someone you can humiliate. So what if he can prove his Tao in the future? Under the attacks of the two great sage DK, he will die without a doubt. The winner takes all. As long as he dies, he will be nothing but dung." An ancestral king sneered. Two great sage D Quebec. How dare you say that? Even if you win, it's not glorious, the sacred prince rebuked angrily. It was to lure him down Mount Meru to kill the Sacred War King. No matter what you do, it's not too much, a sacred ancient king said coldly. What should they do? If the Sacred War King died, there would be a great disaster. A rain of blood would sweep across the land. The hearts of those who stood on the Sacred War Ape's side were shrouded in a layer of haze. Boom, everyone trembled. A shocking change occurred in outer space. The ancient emperor's aura spread across the star field. A demon subduing pestle appeared, and a set of divine silkworm armor flickered, shining with eternal celestial light. You. How could this be? Great Sage Kuan-zhou turned pale. It's the Emperor of Fighting. How is he still alive? Even the Golden King was terrified. The black divine metal, the demon subduing pestle, and the divine silkworm armor, these three ancient imperial weapons were controlled by three figures. They confronted the two great sage DK in front of them. This was a shocking change. No one had expected it. Everything was too sudden. At this moment, two imposing figures suddenly appeared, each with a momentum that could swallow mountains and rivers. One of them shone with a holy and auspicious Buddhist light. It was a golden sacred ape. Although it had a compassionate look, it also had a threatening aura, exactly the same as the Sacred War King. This is the endless power of faith from Mount Meru. Kuan-zhou felt as if he had eaten a dead child. His expression was as ugly as it could be. He was extremely wary of the mysterious power on Mount Meru, so he lured the Sacred War King down the mountain. However, he did not expect the victorious fighting Buddha to transform that sea of psyche power into a Tao body. The Sacred War King formed from the power of faith from Mount Meru held a demon-subduing pestle. His compassion was accompanied by majesty. He roared like a lion, and his divine might was unparalleled. On the other side, the figure that appeared was the Emperor of Fighting in the past. His eyes were frightening, and he looked down on the world. He stood there, holding the black divine metal. Even the great Tao trembled. In the 9 heavens and 10 earths, only he reigned supreme. This is the influence brought about by breaking through the shackles and severing the great Tao of the Sacred Emperor, and it condensed to dead me? The Golden King's expression was very bad. This Sacred War King looked like the invincible Sacred Emperor of the past. He held a black divine metal staff and looked down at them, terrifying beyond compare. As for the Sacred War King's true body, he had already put on the divine silkworm armor. 9-colored celestial light shot into the sky, and his battle intent was high. He said, "Since you like to fight in groups, then I will accompany you to the end. But this time it will be 3 of me against 2 of you." Haha. In the central region, the divine silkworm princess laughed like a peerless empress. Her purple hair danced in the wind, and her ethereal charm was restrained. On the other side, everyone felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Many people's faces were ashen. The great sage Kuan-zhou and the Golden King's expressions changed. They didn't expect the Sacred Battle King to be so heaven-defying. The situation had turned around and was extremely disadvantageous to them. How were they supposed to fight? With 2 more Taoist bodies and 3 more ancient imperial weapons activated, they would be able to beat them to a pulp. Kill. The 3 sacred battle apes attacked at the same time. The sky exploded, and the 3 ancient imperial weapons were awakened. 3 figures flew over and swept across the 2 of them. Victorious fighting Buddha. The golden sacred battle ape with the demon subduing pestle chanted his own name. He looked dignified and attacked fiercely. Buddha's light shone and buried Kuan-zhou underneath. Kuan-zhou's expression was ugly, but he had no choice but to fight. He had no other choice. If he retreated, he would die. If he advanced bravely, he might be able to carve out a future. Billions of strands of celestial light flowed out of his body to block the victorious fighting Buddha. He activated all of his magic power and didn't hold anything back. Boom, the demon-subduing pestle emitted boundless Buddha's light. Its power was unparalleled, and when it smashed down, this place was filled with the aura of absolute beginning. The sky exploded and turned into chaos. This was an imperial weapon, the #1 divine weapon of Buddhism. It was personally refined by Amitabha the Great, and its power could be seen from its name. It was the supreme immortal weapon of Buddhism. Xianxia roared and used all his strength to resist. He had no choice but to attack with all his strength. If he couldn't kill a sacred battle ape in advance, he and the Golden King would definitely be defeated. This sacred battle ape was completely formed from the psyche power of Mount Meru. It had an indestructible golden body, and it held the demon-subduing pestle in its hand. Its eyes were glaring at the Vajra, and its roar caused even the Kuan-Yin great sage to stagger. The demon-subduing pestle was a supreme Buddhist treasure that could strengthen all Buddhist techniques. At this moment, it was manifested to slay demons and subdue demons. Xianxia, hand over your life. The victorious fighting Buddha roared. The demon-subduing pestle turned into a dazzling Buddha's light that sprinkled down, causing Xianxia's body to shake. Using the boundless psyche power of Mount Meru to forge a Tao body and the demon-subduing pestle of Amitabha to complement each other, he was simply invincible. However, Xianxia was similarly stunning. After all, he was evaluated to be comparable to DK, possessing sufficiently powerful methods and talent. His combat experience was extremely abundant, allowing him to kill evenly matched opponents. On the other side, the Golden King was not so lucky. He was fighting against another Taoist body of monkey. He gasped while fighting. He was born in the archaic era and had witnessed the unparalleled might of Emperor fighting. Now that he once again felt the wisps of vital energy, his heart palpitated and his hair stood on end. This golden holy ape was ridiculously powerful, incredibly domineering. It brandished a black divine metal, suppressing him, almost forcing him to flee. This was the Saint Emperor's great Tao. He was the sole sovereign of the world, his combat strength world-defying. A single iron rod swept through the world, slaughtering to the point of berserk, as if a war immortal had descended into the mortal world. Golden King was not only afraid of the former emperor fighting, but also the real body of the monkey in front of him. Being born in the same era as the ancient Saint Emperor, everyone's Tao would be suppressed, making it difficult to break through. If one couldn't approach the imperial Tao, it would be useless even if they avoided it until this era. And now, the monkey had actually reached this step, completely removing the influence of the Saint Emperor and forging a Taoist body. This was a type of great boldness, severing one's own past and breaking away from the suppression of the Emperor fighting's Tao marks. This was a huge breakthrough. From now on, he could walk on his own path of immortality. If he was blessed with good fortune, he might be able to ascend to the extreme one day and become an emperor. Roar, the golden holy ape roared proudly. The black divine metal in its hand hacked down, forcing the Golden King to retreat again and again. His arm was numb, and the golden rapier in his hand almost fell out. He held on to the ancient imperial weapon tightly. If he lost it, he would inevitably turn into ashes immediately. This was a torturous process. He was suppressed by the golden holy ape's aura, and his true combat strength was also a notch lower. He continuously retreated. The most terrifying thing was that the golden rapier was an emperor-level weapon, and it required a huge amount of magical power. Even the great sage would be sucked dry after a long time. Clang, the black iron rod chopped down, and the traces of the great Tao fell down. It smashed onto the golden rapier, and there was a loud boom. The star field shook, and the meteors shattered. The Golden King was injured, and he spat out blood. Eat another one of my rod. The golden holy ape held the big iron rod with both hands and smashed down. The Golden King was forced to block it, and the rapier overflowed with thousands of rays of light. Clang, the black divine metal and the golden rapier clashed through the Tao marks. The sound of metal vibrating was deafening, and a ball of blazing light burst forth. The dark universe seemed to explode. The Golden King spat out a large mouthful of blood, and his body flew out for hundreds of miles. The ancient imperial weapon in his hand almost fell out, and his magical power was almost exhausted. This is bad. The great sage Xianxia frowned. The Golden King definitely couldn't block it, and on the other side, the Saint King of Fighting's true body hadn't made a move yet. Boom, with the black divine metal in his hand, the monkey with the aura of a Saint Emperor chased after the Golden King. At this time, the monkey's true body also moved. His body was covered in the 9-colored imperial robe of the divine silkworm race, and his whole body was dazzling. He went straight for Xianxia. "It's time for you to die," the Saint King of Fighting's true body shouted. The great sage Xianxia's face turned green. He was indeed very talented, and he wasn't much weaker than DK back then. But facing the attacks of 2 monkeys at the same time, even a god would cry if he came. Boom, the Saint King punched. He was wearing the 9-colored battle robe, and celestial light shone brightly. He waved the great Tao of heaven and earth, and his fist intent was unparalleled. Bang! Xianxia braced himself and fought between the 2 monkeys, but not long after, he spat out blood from exhaustion and was sent flying by the demon-subduing pestle. Wah! He coughed out blood, and his vitality was injured. He retreated in the dark universe, and it was difficult for him to block the peerless attacks of the 2 monkeys. In the central region, outside the true sage city, the 8 divine generals, the Silver Moon Heavenly King, and the others were silent. The ancient kings who followed the great sage Xianxia were also pale. The change was too sudden, and the reversal was too fast. Those who had just said that they wanted to massacre the sacred prince, Yi Fan, and the divine silkworm princess all shut their mouths, and they wanted to escape immediately. A saint-level ancient king was almost trembling. He had just said that it would be difficult for the Saint King to make a comeback, and if he died in the outer realm, he would be no different from dung. Weren't you guys clamoring and urging the ancient races to attack together? Do you want to kill us all? Come and attack, the Black Emperor said in a very despicable manner. The divine silkworm princess pressed forward, and the people on the other side retreated together. Who could go against the heavens now? Which ancient king dared to attack? Even the Silver Moon Heavenly King's expression was gloomy. He knew that a disaster was about to befall him today. The light in his eyes flickered non-stop, and he was hesitant. In the outer realm, this battle was about to come to an end. The monkey alone and 3 bodies defeated the 2 great sage, and they were all heavily injured. One person with 3 bodies and 3 emperor-level weapons could be said to have heaven-defying battle prowess. No matter who came, they would die with a grievance. They had an absolute advantage. This was a battle between the great sage, and because he controlled the ancient imperial weapon, it was many times more terrifying. The 3 monkeys attacked together, and the battle caused the heavens to boil. Boom, a golden sacred ape holding a black iron rod almost hacked the Golden King to death. It shook him until a rain of blood flew everywhere, and he fled in a panic, using the golden hoe to protect himself. On the other side, the demon-subduing pestle's power was boundless. The power of demon-subduing surged, causing some small planets to shake and about to fall. Bang, the monkey's true body was incomparably domineering. With the help of the divine silkworm race's ancient imperial battle clothes, he used a pair of fists to suppress Xianxia, causing his body to almost explode. His entire body was covered in blood. In this battle, Xianxia's body and spirit were both split apart. His injuries were extremely serious, and they were great Tao scars that were difficult to heal. They were blasted out by the ancient imperial weapon. If not for the fact that he also had an extreme Tao imperial weapon within him, he would have long turned into dust. This battle was completely one-sided, and now, there was no longer any suspense. On the great earth, everyone's spirits were stirred. How many years had it been since they last saw a battle like this? The great sage used an imperial weapon to fight, causing the heavens to collapse. Dang! Towards the end, the 3 golden sacred apes surrounded Xianxia and the Golden King. These 2 great sage might turn into ashes at any time, no longer existing. Dang, the black iron rod smashed down, and the golden mace wailed. Hong, the demon-subduing pestle smashed down, Tao light like a sea. The great sage Xianxia released a muffled groan, coughing out blood with each step. At this moment, the overall situation was already set. The holy war was about to end. Holy King, please show mercy. An aged voice sounded, coming from the eastern wasteland to outer space, fast to the extreme. This was an elder with an ordinary appearance. Rather than calling him an ancient race expert, it was better to call him a human, an old man from the countryside. Even his clothes were like this. Great Sage Hun Tua. In the central region, outside the true Sage City, everyone was horrified. They recognized this elder. Great Sage Hun Tuo's might shook the archaic era. Back then, he was the only great sage to challenge the emperor fighting. Even though he was suppressed by the sacred emperor with a single hand, it wasn't shameful. Who dared to challenge the archaic emperor? Forget about the result, just this kind of courage was admirable. Back then, the archaic era was greatly shaken, his background was great, and he had only lost to the sacred emperor in his entire life. Great Sage Hun Tuo's appearance at this time was full of variables, causing many people's hearts to jump. Do you also want to take action? The victorious fighting Buddha asked. Holy King, don't misunderstand. This old one has no such intentions. I just want to be a peacemaker, said the great sage Hun Tua. You want me to stop now? Impossible. The victorious fighting Buddha flatly refused. This old one is just saying. As for what Holy King wants to do, it all depends on your heart. However, if you make them pay a sufficient price, will you be able to appease the Holy King's anger? If you kill them all just like that, the myriad races might be in chaos. After all, this involves two great royal families. Great Sage Hun Tua frowned. The sacred battle king's eyebrows furrowed. One of the royal families was naturally the gold race. The other royal family was not to be underestimated either. They had lent the ancient imperial weapon to great sage Xianxia. In the past, DK and my father were bosom buddies. He saved my father's life twice. This time, he is taking action to return the favor, not because he is dissatisfied with the sacred battle ape race, the Golden King said as he fought. At this time, another figure appeared in the extraterritorial battlefield. It was very blurry and difficult to see clearly. His voice was ancient. My race lent the ancient imperial weapon to Xianxia to return the favor to D. Quebec. Please forgive us, Holy King. My race is willing to pay a price, the new figure said. Another great sage, almost all the great sages of the ancient races had arrived. They stood in the extraterritorial battlefield, pleading with the sacred battle king. DK had been a proud and outstanding figure in the past. He was comparable to the emperor fighting and had made a name for himself. Some of the royal families were indebted to him. Please show mercy, Holy King, in case the myriad races fall into chaos. At the same time, a few old figures appeared. Everyone on the ground was shocked. Although these people were not the great sage, they were the old leaders of the royal families. Their statuses were frighteningly high. These people came out together to mediate, afraid that the sacred battle king would attack the gold race in anger. Since ancient times, the royal families rarely went to war, but once they did, the entire world would be overturned. The old monkey was strong enough, but there were two royal families involved in this battle. They had provided the ancient imperial weapons. If they really went to war, the consequences would be unimaginable. The battle stopped. So many people had arrived. There were people from the Fire Chelan Cave, Primitive Lake, and Blood Phoenix Mountain. Some had even brought ancient imperial weapons, so they had to stop fighting. The sacred battle king's expression was cold. He held the three ancient imperial weapons and looked at everyone. Then, he looked at the Golden King and said, "What price are you willing to pay to save your life?" The Golden King was in a difficult position. The monkey's killing intent surged toward him. He was going to kill him. At our cultivation level, the most important thing we need is our lives. If I am able to stay, I will naturally have to pay the price with my life. I am willing to give you a bottle of divine marrow accumulated by my ancestors. The Golden King's words shocked everyone. The sacred battle king did not say anything. He stared at Xianxia with a terrifying gaze and raised the three imperial weapons. Holy King, please show mercy. Someone persuaded. Monkey. Xianxia also shouted. Boom, the sacred battle king's eyes turned vertical. He charged forward, and his imperial aura sent everyone flying. Ah! With a scream, the great sage Kuan-Zhou's head was hit by the black divine metal. Even the ancient imperial weapons in his body could not protect him. The three golden holy apes attacked at the same time. Their cultivation was circulated to the peak, activating the three emperor weapons to descend together. Who in the present world could resist this? Even the reincarnation of a god would die. The great sage Kuan-Zhou's skull shattered. Blood and brain matter splashed high into the air. The mixture of red and white looked like a peach blossom. A mournful cry pierced through the dark sky and reached the earth, causing all living beings to tremble. The great sage had fallen. Even the ancient arch-weapon in his body couldn't defy the heavens. With three the arch-weapons, the result was already decided. He was one of the most powerful people in the world. Even a piece of snow-white bone was a treasure that could be made into a peerless arch-weapon. But there was nothing left. Under the attack of the arch-weapons, his body first shattered. Blood splattered everywhere. Then, he started to burn and turned into a pile of ashes. The elders from the Fire Qilin Cave, Primitive Lake, and Blood Phoenix Mountain were all shocked. They opened their mouths but couldn't say anything. The Sacred Battle King was too decisive and direct. He killed Kuan-Zhou first and forcefully created a fait accompli. Who would want to absolve a dead man of his crimes? Ding-ling-dong, a pleasant ring was heard. A ball of purple light rushed out of the destroyed void. It was the arch-weapon in Kuan-Zhou's body. It's the 10,000 dragon bell. Everyone in the central region was shocked. As expected, there was another powerful far ancient arch family involved. It's the nest of 10,000 dragons ancient arch weapon. It was a strange weapon. It was made from a string of purple bells strung together. It looked like a purple dragon. Each bell was like a piece of dragon bone. Celestial light flowed around it, and it could suppress the world. Ding-ling-dong, the sound of the bell was like the sound of nature. Even though it was extremely far away, the sound reached the ground and made people's divine souls want to leave their bodies. The Sacred War King almost smashed down with his black metal rod. The other Dao body also almost attacked with the demon subduing pestle. Whoosh, the purple-gold 10,000 dragon bell shook and disappeared in an instant. It broke through the sky and disappeared into the blurry figure in the distance. It was the great sage of the nest of 10,000 dragons. In the end, the Sacred Battle King didn't make a move to snatch it. Ancient imperial weapons all contained God's will within them. They were at the level of ancient thearchs, and they couldn't be tamed. The three ancient sovereign weapons could suppress him for a while, but they could not suppress him forever. If he forcefully kept them by his side, he would definitely get himself killed. Tianyu quietened down, and no one spoke. The death of the great sage Kuan-Zhou was already a fact. The Sacred Battle King's expression was indifferent. He had nothing to fear now. With the three sovereign weapons in his hands, it would not be a problem for him to destroy a powerful royal family. They didn't come earlier or later, but they just had to come at this very moment. Naturally, he understood what these people were thinking. Some of them were crooked and wanted to take sides, while others did not show themselves earlier because they wanted to see his and Kuan-Zhou's true cultivation. Of course, there were also people who really thought about the big picture and did not want the people to die. The Sacred King should have vented some of his anger. The Fire Qilin Cavern's old patriarch said, "If we show ourselves too early, we definitely won't be of much use. We might as well let you all fight to the death to vent some of the resentment in your hearts." Blood Phoenix Mountain's old clan chief spoke. The Sacred Battle King did not say anything. He stared at the Golden King and pointed the three sovereign weapons forward. His killing intent did not diminish. The atmosphere was tense, and everyone's expression changed. The three golden holy apes were not merciful Buddhas now. They stood there with the three ancient sovereign weapons, and everyone was afraid of them. "Sacred King, let him live," great sage Hunchuo said. The Golden King's face was snow-white. Kuan-Zhou's death in front of him made his heart throb. He was covered in white sweat, and he held the golden swordbreaker tightly. "Golden King, didn't you say that you want to exchange your life for his? Why don't you take out the divine marrow?" Primitive Lake's old clan chief said. The Golden King braced himself and activated his supreme mystic art to open the internal small world of the extreme Dao Imperial Swordbreaker. This was the space to suppress the tribe's immortal treasures. A jade bottle appeared in his palm. It was about half a foot long, and when the cork was opened, brilliant light flowed out. The fragrance made the great sage and old clan chief tremble. They felt comfortable all over, as if they were about to ascend to heaven. "Peerless divine marrow!" they all exclaimed. "This bottle of divine marrow is the most precious thing in our tribe. It can prolong the life of the great sage for 1,000 years, the Golden King said bitterly. Taking out this bottle was worse than killing him. This was a divine item that he was preparing to use to break through to the next level. It was an immortal treasure accumulated by his ancestors, and now he had to give it away. Originally, he only wanted to take out half of it and give away 500 years of his lifespan. He did not expect the monkey to want to kill him, so he had to give the whole bottle away. In this world, things that could prolong one's life could only be found by luck. This was especially true for people at the level of the great sage. Even treasured medicines that had been refined hundreds of times would be ineffective. This bottle of divine marrow could prolong the life of the great sage for 1,000 years. One could imagine its value. Even the old clan chiefs and the great sage were a bit jealous. At their level, they were already old. Who didn't need lifespan? These people did not have many years left to live. Their lives were the biggest stumbling block on their path. Whoosh, the sacred war king waved his hand and instantly took the bottle of divine marrow. He suppressed it into the black divine metal rod to prevent it from losing its vitality. After giving away this bottle of immortal treasure, the Golden King felt like all his energy had been sucked out. This was equivalent to taking away half of his life. He was dispirited, and his heart was bleeding. He knew that he could only stop here for the rest of his life. On the other hand, the sacred war ape could live for 1,000 more years because of this, and the path of cultivation was even wider. With endless bitterness, the Golden King put away the extreme Tao Emperor mace. It was as if he had suddenly aged 1,000 years. The sacred war king did not look at him anymore. His true body and his 2 Tao clones carried the 3 ancient imperial weapons and closed in on the great sage of the nest of 10,000 dragons. He still did not say a word. "Forget it. Although this is to repay DK's kindness, we still put the sacred war king in danger. Our tribe naturally has to pay the price," the great sage of the nest of 10,000 dragons said. He stood among the marks, and his figure was blurry. A light flashed in his palm, and an ancient king medicine appeared. It was half a meter tall, and it looked like it was carved from black jade. The fragrance of medicine filled the air. "It's more than 100,000 years old." A few people exclaimed. King medicines were rare and hard to find. This was one that had been sealed in the primordial era. Normally, only an ancient medicine that had lived for 80 to 90,000 years could be given the word king. It would be difficult for it to live for more than 100,000 years. This kind of king medicine can extend one's life by 300 to 400 years. Hearing that, the sacred war king's celestial light shone, and he was captured. He was also sealed into the black divine metal rod. At the side, a few old tribe leaders looked on with fervent eyes. They were about to pass away, and this divine herb was a life-saving herb to them. The sacred war king's battle shocked the world. Not only did he kill the great sage of Kuan-zhou, but he could also live for another 1,000 to 400 years. Everyone was envious. The sacred war king did not attack again. This involved 2 ancient royal families, and the people who came to mediate were not easy to deal with. He was also a little wary. There were many powerful people among the 10,000 races. Although there were only a few great sages, these powerful people had always been in hiding. No one dared to say they were invincible until they became emperors. Who knew, one day, an unknown quasi-emperor might jump out. This is a great world, and the 10,000 races live together. We are just waiting for the path of immortal ascension to open. We hope to enter the celestial region and the races can stop fighting, said the great sage. That's true. Countless years ago, our ancestors came to this ancient planet from other planets. What did they want? Wasn't it all for immortal ascension? What a pity. An old tribe leader sighed. They were not natives, and the 10,000 races came from different planets. Back then, our ancestors made a mistake in their calculations and missed the path of immortal ascension. They put their hopes on us, hoping that the whole race can ascend to immortal ascension and not fight at this time. The great sage of the nest of 10,000 dragons nodded. If people don't offend me, I won't fight. The sacred war king's words were simple but powerful. The others nodded. It was best to let the sacred war apes go. Otherwise, there would be big trouble. They believed that no one would want to offend this monkey. He had 1 true body, 2 Dao bodies, and 3 the arch weapons. Anyone would vomit blood if they went against him. Moreover, the power of faith in Mount Meru was like an ocean. Who could attack it? This monkey had become the master of that place. He was already invincible. How about we disperse this time? Asked the great sage. The sacred war king nodded and said, no problem. Wait for a while. I will go kill the 8 tribe gods to prevent them from causing trouble in the future. We must stop fighting completely. With a whoosh, the 3 golden sacred apes disappeared from the alien battlefield. Great sage Huntua was speechless. The others were also stunned. Then, they shouted together, have mercy. Outside the true sage city in the central region, a group of ancient race cultivators was shocked. They saw everything in the outer region through the heavenly Dharma eye. The 8 tribe gods' faces were pale. They felt that doomsday was coming. The ancestral kings felt their scalps go numb. Even Xianxia was dead. What were they going to do? Great sage Huntua and the others had come to mediate. They were still holding on to hope that they could survive. But now, it seemed that the sacred war king had already made up his mind. He would not listen to anyone. Just like how he had killed Xianxia first, he had rushed down now to create a fait accompli. He would kill them first. Run. This was the only thought in everyone's mind, there was no way to fight back. Were they going to wait for the great sage to come down with the arch weapon and kill them one by one? However, they discovered to their horror that there was a peerless array outside the true sage city. Princess Divine Silkworm was prepared and had trapped this place with a divine array. Ah. No. The 8 tribe gods were horrified and all shouted. This was equivalent to cutting off their path of survival. Boom, the sacred war king arrived extremely quickly. He descended in an instant and swept his demon-subduing pestle forward. Buddha's light shone, and flesh and blood flew everywhere. Bone fragments flew everywhere. The descendants of the 8 tribe gods screamed and died in large numbers. Even the ancient kings could not escape. Under the Amitabha Buddha's weapon, they could only scream and turn into blood and dust, the experts. Of the 10,000 races all kept quiet out of fear. No one dared to say anything. Even though the sacred war king had become a Buddha, he was still as domineering and wild as before. The spirit of sweeping through the primordial era was still there. Ah, the descendants of the 8 tribe gods screamed, but they could not change anything. No one could block a single attack from the sacred war ape. Princess Divine Silkworm also attacked and said, I said that from today onwards, there will be no more 8 tribe gods in this world. I have to do what I said. Blood dyed the sky. The experts of the various races all shut up. No one dared to say anything, let alone interfere. The 8 tribe gods had been eliminated in this battle. Unless your ancestor is revived and a true tribe god returns. Otherwise, you can only become pawns in the hands of others. You will help the evildoer and ruin the reputation of the tribe gods of the past, Princess Divine Silkworm said. The Silver Moon Heavenly King ran away. The few ancient kings who had sneered at the victorious fighting Buddha also escaped. They left the moment Xianxia was no match for them. The sacred war king directly tore through space and chased after them. He captured all of them in half an hour. Before the old monkey went to fight in outer space, he had left a mark on them. It was useless to escape to the ends of the world unless they were far away from this ancient planet. Great sage of the battle lineage, please be merciful, an old voice called out. Pfft, the old monkey's hand fell, and the Silver Moon Heavenly King turned into a cloud of blood mist. His body and soul were destroyed, and his name was removed from the world. My elder brother praised your cultivation talent, but it does not mean that I agree with you. After saying this, the golden sacred ape killed the Silver Moon Heavenly King with a flip of its hand. Blood splattered everywhere as the ancient race's pride of a generation fell. The people of the myriad races felt a chill from head to toe. A stunning character like the Silver Moon Heavenly King, who might very well become the great sage in the near future, was killed just like that. Pfft. At the same time, the golden sacred ape waved its finger forward. The other ancient kings also cried out and turned into a rain of blood. All of them died without a single survivor. Show mercy, the aged voices of the Fire Chilan Cave and Blood Phoenix Mountain reverberated, but they could only see the bloody scene in the end. The victorious fighting Buddha was very decisive. He killed all the followers of the great sage Kuan-zhou. Not a single one survived, and only a mist of blood lingered around. Outside the true Paragon city, people felt a great pressure and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. This was a bloody ending that rang an alarm bell for many people. The victorious fighting Buddha didn't show any mercy and swept through all his enemies with a swift and fierce attack. The veins on the foreheads of the ancient kings were throbbing, but it was too late to say anything now. It had already happened, so how could they blame the victorious fighting Buddha? It would only offend him. In the struggle for supremacy in the imperial Tao, heroes from all walks of life attacked my nephew, but I won't hold it against them. But if a sage ancient king disregards his status to bully the weak, then I can only do the same, the victorious fighting Buddha said. After hearing this, people understood that the victorious fighting Buddha was only doing this to protect his nephew. This was a form of intimidation and a warning bell for the ancient kings. For so many years, the victorious fighting Buddha didn't care about his nephew's life or death because it wasn't time yet. Now that the ancient kings had intervened, he had to leave Mount Meru. The victorious fighting Buddha was so powerful that he even killed the great sage Kuan-zhou. Who would dare to provoke him? No one would dare to bully the sacred prince from now on. The battle sacred ape lineage only had 2 members left, but it was still a lineage that couldn't be provoked and was ranked as the strongest among the imperial families. A powerful imperial family with only 2 members, sigh. Many people sighed inwardly. This bloodline was truly too powerful. Even though their numbers were sparse, they still stood tall. I also don't want a sage rank. Ancient king to pick a fight with my nephew's friend, the victorious fighting Buddha added as he glanced at Yi Fan and GZ. These words were equivalent to giving them a protective talisman. The victorious fighting Buddha's words were like a decree that could not be defied. After Ganga killed great sage Kuan-zhou, he believed that no one would dare to cause trouble for him and cause trouble for Yi Fan and the others. Today's battle was enough to shock the world. Please bring this fellow Taoist to Divine Silkworm Mountain for a chat. The patriarch of the Divine Silkworm race invited the victorious fighting Buddha, the great sage Hunchuo, the Golden King, and the great sage of the Nest of 10,000 Dragons. Alright, that's exactly what I was thinking, said Hunchuo. The patriarchs of Fire Chilan Cave, Primitive Lake and Blood Phoenix Mountain also nodded in agreement. Today was equivalent to breaking the heavens. The 8 groups of gods were completely annihilated, and Kuan-zhou had fallen. This was a major event that would shake the entire world. The major characters standing at the peak needed to sit down and have a chat. The victorious fighting Buddha put away his monarch weapon and returned his dharma to his body. He then left with the other powerhouses. Uncle. The sacred prince called out. Walk your own path and break through your father's imperial path, heavenly mark. Uncle is old, and I don't have much time left. I will do my best to sweep away some obstacles for you. The old monkey transmitted his voice secretly. His voice contained a trace of old age and exhaustion. His back was no longer as straight as before. Uncle. The sacred prince choked with sobs. He knew that the victorious fighting Buddha's iron-blooded slaughter was all for him. Uncle, quickly consume the divine marrow. Those things, we'll talk about them later. The old monkey and the other powerhouses disappeared. Outside True Paragon City, it was completely silent. After a while, it suddenly boiled over. The powerhouses had disappeared, and the people no longer felt so oppressed. The experts of the various races all heaved a sigh of relief. Such a major event had happened today. For many people, it was like an illusory scene. The entire world was bound to be in an uproar. Kuan-zhou's great sage has died. He survived the archaic era, but he couldn't stop the battle sacred king's revenge. An archaic grudge has come to an end. The powerful victorious fighting Buddha is just as bold as he was in the archaic era. He lived in seclusion on Mount Meru for many years, and as soon as he returned, he killed a great enemy and swept through the 8 groups of gods. The divine Silkworm Ridge, Blood Phoenix Mountain, and the other imperial races all dispersed. The other great clans also left one after another. With such a major event happening today, the leaders of the various races all needed to go back and think about it. Yi Fan, the sacred prince, GZ, and the others also left. There was no need to stay in this troublesome place for too long. They entered the realm gate and disappeared from this world. The curtains fell on a great battle just like that. However, the world didn't calm down just like that. The news spread everywhere, and many cultivators were discussing it. The Heavenly Prince's death was nothing more than a fuse for the archaic great sage's old grudge. It was just a prelude. The series of great chaos that began from then on was something no one had expected to be so intense. The entire world couldn't calm down. Even though it didn't affect the human race, many cultivators still found it hard to calm down. The battle of the great sage from outside this region shocked the entire world. The victorious fighting Buddha is too valiant. He is worthy of being the younger brother of the ancient sacred emperor. What is a peerless expert? It was best displayed in this battle. He swept through all his enemies and looked down on the world. The effects of this battle far exceeded everyone's imagination. Even the most remote regions were discussing it, and it even spread to the seas. This world is about to become chaotic. The path to immortality is about to open, and who knows what kind of monsters will jump out. The saints from outside this region are probably about to arrive as well. It wasn't just the human race that was worried. Even the ancient races were secretly discussing this. In this great era, anything could happen. Today, a great sage could die, and tomorrow, a great imperial race could be wiped out. The path to immortality was about to open, and an unimaginable great era was about to arrive. The world wouldn't be at peace during this time, and it would be full of the unknown. Southern region, Moon Tower. The music was melodious, and the singing was pleasing to the ear. This was a magnificent palace hall that seemed especially ethereal under the hazy moonlight. Similar to Miaoyu Nunnery, the Moon Tower was a great place of entertainment in the eastern wastelands. It was also an ancient inheritance. After the battle, Yi Fan, the sacred prince, and GZ returned to the southern region. They all relaxed and went up to the Moon Tower to drink. They didn't care about the wind and moon, and they didn't ask for anything. Their tense nerves relaxed, and they drank together. This battle had many implications. It started because of them, and it ended with the victorious fighting Buddha. Talk about the immortal domain, talk about the path of heaven. Since ancient times, the great emperors have all become nothing. The Black Emperor beat a large drum. He was completely drunk, and he sang while crying and laughing. A big dog that didn't have a proper appearance was crying and singing. It was shocking, and then there was a period of silence. Since ancient times, what did cultivators do? Their ultimate goal was to become immortals, but who had achieved it? No one knew. 80,000 years ago, did Great Emperor Wuxia forcefully open the gate to the immortal domain? Yi Fan asked. I don't know. The Black Emperor was incomparably sad. He was drunk, and his eyes were filled with ancient desolation. The few of them were drunk. I was in the divine source at that time, and I really don't know what happened. That day was so sudden. The Black Emperor roared in a low voice. Great Emperor Wuxia was so powerful and invincible, but he also grew old one day. From the time he was born to the time he defeated all his enemies and swept through the forbidden areas of life, tens of thousands of years passed. No matter how powerful a person was, they couldn't stop the passage of time. The Black Emperor became more and more sad. His true feelings were revealed, and tears rolled down his face, telling the things that were buried in his heart. In this world, there is nothing that can seal the Great Emperor. I watched him slowly grow old in the divine source. The Black Emperor was unwilling, and he poured wine into his mouth. That is Great Emperor Wuxia. He has never been defeated in his entire life, sweeping through the 9 heavens 10 earths, invincible and lonely since ancient times, but in the end, he still couldn't stop the impact of the river of time. I watched as he entered his twilight years. There was divine source in this world, but it couldn't slow down the aging of the great emperor's body. The emperor's blood was too powerful, and it couldn't be sealed at all. He is Great Emperor Wuxia, the most stunning and powerful person since ancient times. There will actually come a day when he will grow old. The Black Emperor cried out in pain, babbling on and on, unable to accept all of this. Do you all know that before he even became an emperor, he already received an extreme emperor weapon with his bare hands and killed a holy spirit? He was heroic and imposing, unmatched under the heavens, but he is also old. The Black Emperor cried out. It followed Great Emperor Wuxia, and was sealed in the divine source, personally witnessing everything. It watched as the world's #1 expert reached his twilight years, making it feel great sorrow and pain. In the eyes of the people of this world, Great Emperor Wuxia was powerful to the extreme, there was nothing he couldn't do. However, there will also come a day when he will grow old, his blood and chi dried up, sitting alone in Purple Mountain, walking towards the end of his life. For an unmatched person, this is such a lamentable thing. The Black Emperor cried, revealing his true feelings. It was only an ordinary beast. When Great Emperor Wuxia saw that it was about to starve to death, he adopted it, bringing it with him, allowing it to grow to an inconceivable level. Great Emperor Wuxia, to it, was like a relative, its feelings deep, difficult to explain. It was drunk, muttering about many things of the past that no one knew about. 80,000 years ago, Xianxia came, entering Purple Mountain. Great Emperor Wuxia granted him the title of Divine Source, telling him to wait until this era, hoping that he could be reborn and enter the celestial realm. It was also 80,000 years ago that Great Emperor Wuxia did not have much time left. He lived for tens of thousands of years, and finally reached the end of his time. He made me fall into a deep sleep, made Xianxia also fall into a coma, and went to defy the heavens himself. I don't know if he succeeded, the Black Emperor said to itself. Afterwards, on that grand Tao platform, there was only a pile of ashes left. Both it and Xianxia felt a bad premonition. Though there was hope in their hearts, they felt that the result might be very cruel. Yi Fan and Gz could determine from its words that the large black dog's heart was more pessimistic, just that it usually did not say it, and did not let them believe it. Yi Fan sighed ruefully in his heart. Though he had never seen Great Emperor Wuxia, he had heard a lot from various legends, giving him the impression that he had surpassed gods, that he was omnipotent, and that he could do anything. However, even such a mighty great emperor would grow old one day, so how could he believe that anyone could truly live forever? Great Emperor, you are too headstrong, never willing to lower your head. Perhaps there is a way to continue living, but your pride is unyielding, saying that it is beneath you to struggle at death's door, and that you want to enter the celestial realm in your strongest state. Ugh! I will never be able to see you again. The Black Emperor wept. Yi Fan, Gz, and the sacred imperial prince were all stunned, and they all stared at him. The celestial gazing road, a bleak dream, white hair scattered, the blue sea and blue sky withered, 30 emperors of all times, countless sages turned to dust. The Black Emperor wept loudly. This was an unprecedented golden age, and the celestial ascension road was about to open. What would the road ahead be like? No one knew what exactly would happen. Yi Fan and the sacred prince were both shocked. Hearing the Black Emperor's words, it seemed like there were other great emperors still alive. Was this true? Black Emperor, is what you said true? Are there still people alive in the ancient emperors? Yi Fan asked anxiously. They're all dead, not a single one survived. The Black Emperor shook his huge head and poured wine into his mouth. Then what did you mean just now? The sacred prince glanced at it. There are no emperors in this world, what I mean is, the true emperors are all dead. It roared and then fell to the ground with a bang. It hugged the wine jar and fainted. Yi Fan and the sacred prince looked at each other. They really didn't know what to do. They turned to look at Gz and asked him, because this was a true imperial prince. Gz didn't like to talk and kept drinking, as if he didn't fit in with the entire world. With his ordinary appearance and ordinary temperament, it was difficult to connect him with the children of the void. I was sealed a long time ago. How would I know where my father went? Gz looked out the window. The stars and moon filled the sky, and he seemed to want to see through the sky. He buried himself in the boundless void. Even my elder brother wasn't able to send him off. Now, if he isn't a cold corpse floating in the dark universe, he has already turned into ashes. Jizi said calmly. The moon palace floated in the air. The moonlight scattered down, creating a hazy scene. This place was very quiet and ethereal. Yi Fan, the sacred prince, and Jizi also drank a lot of wine. Soon, they relaxed and fell into a deep sleep. In the middle of the night, everything was silent. I want to enter the immortal domain and find Great Emperor Wuxi. In the dead of night, the Black Emperor grinded his teeth and muttered. The innate holy body must come to this world. The Great Emperor said that his successor can only have this kind of physique. I want him to appear, I want to revive the Great Emperor. The Black Emperor clenched his teeth. This kind of sleep talk shocked the people of the Moon Palace. Early in the morning, a ray of light shone through the window into the main hall. The few of them opened their eyes. Black Emperor, last night you said. Yi Fan wanted to continue asking. What did I say? I didn't say anything. The large black dog turned hostile and refused to admit his mistake. It was as if he had become a completely different person. Do you still want to swallow the words you said last night? Yi Fan stared at it. Brat, you owe me money. When are you going to pay me back for the natural Saint Physique's Tao embryo? The large black dog asked as he glared at Ling Han. Yi Fan gave it a slap. This bastard had completely returned from the dead. Whatever sadness and melancholy had all been thrown beyond the highest heavens. Debts have to be repaid, it's only right and proper. The Black Emperor bared his teeth. Then, as if he suddenly thought of something, he jumped up and said, Oh no, we missed a great opportunity. Let's go see if we can make it in time. What is it? Even Jizi revealed a strange expression. The heavenly prince is dead, and the 8 divine generals are all dead. Go and raid the main peak where the ancestral kings are in seclusion. The Black Emperor set up the formation platform and quickly opened the domain gate. The few of them came to a sudden realization. There really was a saint treasure trove to be found. Immediately, they all stepped into the domain gate and quickly disappeared from this place. In the north region, the crimson ground was boundless. They arrived at the temporary palace of the deathless heavenly emperor. This time, their target was the few surrounding main peaks. F*CK, we're too late. This place has been dug up by someone, and there's nothing left. The Black Emperor was furious. The few main peaks had all been visited by powerful cultivators. It was as if they had dug 3 feet into the ground, and not even a blade of grass was left. They had swept everything clean. Why is it like they're robbing a tomb? There are so many holes. Yi Fan was also speechless. This was originally a tomb robbing method, and they used the heaven-devouring demonic lid to open a path. It's that damn Duanda. The large black dog was furious. Yi Fan was also dazed. Fatty Duan was really everywhere. If there was a treasure, it would definitely appear. His reaction was too fast. In the end, they saw a cemetery in the depths of the mountain range that belonged to the ancestors of the 8 divine generals. In the end, they discovered that it had also been visited by someone. This bastard, everywhere he went was really clean. Don't even hope that a single hair would be left. He robbed both the living and the dead. In the end, the large black dog went to the heavenly village, and the monkey also went into seclusion. The path of celestial ascension was about to open, and everyone had to start making preparations. Yi Fan and Jizi headed south, and returned to the southern region. He wanted to see an old friend. Ji clan. Humph. At this moment, there was a powerful aura in the southern region that targeted the Ji clan. Although it wasn't to exterminate the clan, the threat was obvious. However, it was at this instant that this mysterious ancient ancestor king's face turned snow white. He turned and left, not daring to stay in the southern region for even a moment longer. Yi Fan and Jizi just happened to arrive here. When they saw this scene, Jizi was very calm, as if he had already expected this. A clan that has produced a great emperor is indeed unfathomable. Yi Fan's heart moved. They parted here, and Yi Fan directly rushed to the Supreme Mystery Humble Peak. This place was overgrown with weeds, and there was no spiritual scenery. It was not much different from before. A few ancient buildings that were on the verge of collapse were covered under ancient vines. Crows perched on dead trees, and wild rabbits roamed the small paths. Yi Fan didn't sense elderly Ruoyu's aura, and only saw Zhang Wenchang. More than 10 years had passed, and his temples were grizzled, and he seemed to have experienced many things. Yi Fan. It really is you. He stood up in the dilapidated building, feeling excited. He quickly walked out and greeted him. You've successfully returned to Earth, and now you've appeared again. Zhang Wenchang's body was trembling as if he was convulsing. He grabbed onto Yi Fan's arm, his face full of hope and longing. It's me. Yi Fan patted his shoulder. My parents, my wife, and my son, how are they? Zhang Wenchang's voice was trembling, and there was even a hint of fear. He had cultivated for many years, but now he couldn't control himself, fearing that he would hear some grievous news. When he left, his wife was pregnant, and their child was about to be born. When they needed him the most, he disappeared from Mount Tai. They're fine. Your parents are old, and people will die of old age. You have a child named Zhang Yi. He looks like you, said Yi Fan. What about her? Zhang Wenchang's lips were trembling. Yi Fan naturally knew that he was asking about his wife. At that time, the two of them were very close, but they never thought they would be separated from each other. She's a good woman. She's always taken care of your parents and raised your child. She has a good man, who treats her very well, said Yi Fan. Zhang Wenchang choked with sobs as he walked step by step towards the dilapidated courtyard wall. He sat down powerlessly on a broken rock and held his head. I want to return to her side so much, but this star domain forcibly separated us. Tears streaked down his face, which was no longer young. What else could Yi Fan say? He sat with him, took out a pack of cigarettes from the other side of the starry sky, and gently tore it open. In the past, Zhang Wenchang's smoking addiction couldn't be considered small. Cough. Zhang Wenchang trembled as he held the cigarette between his fingers. He took a deep breath, coughed loudly, and once again choked on his tears. At this moment, he wasn't a cultivator, but a very ordinary middle-aged man who was even about to enter his twilight years. Time, the starry sky. I hate it. He couldn't help but shout at the sky. Then, he burst into tears. His gray temples, wrinkled eyes, and turbid tears. His fingers that held the cigarette trembled, and he found it difficult to bring it to his mouth. What Tao severing? What a mortal path. I don't want any of that. I just want to return to their side and accompany them as they grow old. I want to be an ordinary mortal. I don't want to stay in this world. Zhang Wenchang coughed as he looked up at the sky. Yi Fan took out some photos, as well as some specially recorded clips, and piled them in front of the dilapidated hall for him to look at slowly. This is, my child? Zhang Wenchang flipped through the photos, rubbing them repeatedly. This is when he was young, just like me. He cried and laughed at the same time. When he finished looking at everything, Zhang Wenchang looked at his wife's photo. His eyes were filled with nostalgia, sadness, happiness, struggle, and all kinds of other emotions. I've let her down. I hope she can be happy. After saying this, he stood up and staggered into the desolate, dilapidated hall. Yi Fan didn't say anything, nor did he try to persuade him. He strolled around the humble peak, looking at the old scenery of this place. Jiziyue had gone through the 9 jade stairs in the past, but where was she now? The 9 old crows were still there. Who knew that they were gods, transformed from the 9 arrows? A day later, Zhang Wenchang appeared. He looked a lot more haggard, as if he had aged 20 years overnight. Let it go. I know. As long as they are well, there's nothing for me to be dissatisfied with. Zhang Wenchang said, holding back his tears. He only had one goal in this life, and that was to cultivate. Perhaps one day he could go back and take a look. Li Ruoyu wasn't at the humble peak. He had gone to travel the world 6 years ago and hadn't returned since. This made Yi Fan feel a little regretful. Zhang Wenchang's cultivation wasn't high. He had only just entered the dragon form secret realm after cultivating for dozens of years, but his foundation was very solid. Yi Fan wanted to help him, but he shook his head and said, Master Li said that it's fine to be slow. He told me to calm down and not be impatient. He then said something else. 10 years ago, I saw Xianxia. She's still alive. Lu Yunji and Li Zhongqing didn't catch her. What? Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. She found a great fortune in the immortal palace outside the barren forbidden grounds. She said that it might be a corner of the ancient heaven, and that there might be a path to the outer realm. She learned that Yi Fan had found a way to leave this world and went to try his luck. She felt that there might be a path to the starry sky there. And Lin Jia guessed that Zhou Yi and Wang Ziwen might not have come out at all. They're either still in the immortal palace, or they accidentally went to another galaxy. Part of the ancient heaven's ruins. Yi Fan frowned. He left Taishan Humble Peak and went to the barren forbidden grounds again. He stood outside, but found nothing. I can only find the immortal palace after coming out of the forbidden grounds? But who can guarantee that I'll be able to go in? Could those people walk out of the immortal palace one day, or had they already gone to another galaxy? He pondered silently. The starry sky, how many secrets are you hiding? How many ancient planets with life are there? Where are the 9 dragons pulling the coffin? Yi Fan looked up at the sky and murmured to himself. Now, he had no time to think about these things. The path of immortalization was about to appear. Who knew what the world would become? Everyone had to prepare. He left the barren forbidden grounds and passed by the Ji clan again. He asked softly, "Where are you?" Yi Fan decided to go to the Qixia residence after taking care of some matters. If there was a need, he would go save his old friends. He took out the chessboard and opened the gate of space. The next moment, he appeared in the western desert. He instantly felt a mysterious psychic power. The western desert was an ancient Buddhist land. The land was boundless, without boundaries. There were too many legends. Buddhists were everywhere, and their faith was pious. It was a land close to divinity. Amitabha the Great was an ancient person of great wisdom. He had transformed a barren land into a paradise. According to legend, in the distant past, the western region was covered in golden sand. There were few signs of human habitation and sparse vegetation. Amitabha the Great descended and measured every inch of the land. Wherever he passed, Bodhi trees would grow and lotus flowers would bloom. The desert was transformed into a pure land. Now, large areas of the western desert were suitable for human habitation. They were no longer as desolate and barren as they were hundreds of thousands of years ago. According to legend, when every inch of the western desert was filled with divinity and Buddhist light, Amitabha the Great would reincarnate and become an immortal. He would reappear in the world. In the western desert, the entire region only worshipped one doctrine. This was an unprecedented miracle, since ancient times, arhats, bodhisattvas, and ancient Buddhas had walked the mortal world. They lived together with all living beings, manifesting miracles and rescuing those in distress. It was for this reason that the Buddhist religion flourished. Yi Fan stood on top of a stone mountain, looking out over the vast land. Many of the ancient temples were enveloped in pure willpower and emitted Buddhist light. If this continues, every inch of the land will be filled with divinity and Buddhist light. The waters of the western desert run too deep. The more you think about it, the more terrifying it becomes, he murmured to himself. This was a region that was difficult for outsiders to invade. Whether it was the demon race or the ancient race, they could not withstand the impact of the willpower. This was the second time Yi Fan had come to the western desert. What he saw along the way made him nod in approval. Mount Meru seemed to have some sort of gravitational force that tugged at his nascent divinity. Amitabha the Great must have set up some sort of heaven-shaking plan on Mount Meru. The willpower is like a sea, constantly pouring out. If this continues, even if there are no immortals, they should be able to create an immortal peak. When he closed his eyes, he would have a strange feeling. Mount Meru seemed to be towering in the eternal void, emitting an immortal radiance, misty. Yi Fan did not tarry. He headed west towards the Au Plateau and ascended to this high-altitude pure land. It was as if he could reach out and touch the blue sky and white clouds. Along the way, he saw many pilgrims. They kowtowed with every step they took, sincerely worshipping Lake Ashoka. An ancient temple sat at the end of the horizon, next to the sacred lake of Ayu. The building was simple and unadorned. It was the Ahan ancient temple. However, Yi Fan found nothing. He did not see an Miaoi here. There was only an old monk preaching to the pilgrims. "Master, where did Miaoi go?" Yi Fan asked. "She has been gone for 11 years. The old monk replied. "And Miaoi severed her ties with the mortal world 14 years ago. For the sake of cultivating to perfection, she comprehended her past life, present life, and future life. After cultivating here for a few years, she headed west, ultimately going to ascend Mount Meru." Yi Fan was startled. He turned around and left. According to the old monk's instructions, he had to visit all the holy temples. Where was she now? Yi Fan passed by one ancient temple after another. Finally, he found traces of her. She really was going to ascend Mount Meru. She had been cultivating in the mortal world all these years. If it was 100 li, she was already more than halfway. She had cultivated in many ancient temples. She had just left Yunfeng Temple 2 months ago. If nothing unexpected happened, she should have entered the extremely famous Buddhist temple, Lantua Temple. In the western desert, the Great Thunderclap Temple on Mount Meru was undoubtedly the most famous. It was the center of the entire Western Earth and the foundation of Buddhism. It was irreplaceable. However, apart from this, the ancient temples of Xiankong Temple, Lantua Temple, and Xianxia Temple were no small matter. They were also the holy lands of Buddhism and played an important role. In some special periods in history, when ancient Buddhas oversaw them, they could be mentioned in the same breath as the Great Thunderclap Temple as the center of religion. Buddhism had the 6-syllable mantra, "The secret of the universe's beginning." They were scattered in these ancient temples and could never be combined. Lantua Temple was a famous temple of the present age with a long inheritance. At first, it was just an ancient Tao rite of Buddhism, but later on, it slowly became a holy temple. It was rumored that Amiba the Great Emperor had once preached here for 49 days. Sweet dew was born from the earth and divine lotuses grew in the void. All types of irregular scenes appeared, shaking the world. Yi Fan gazed into the distance. This was a grand and majestic ancient temple. Under the sunset glow, it was dyed in golden radiance, appearing divine and dignified. This is Lantua Temple, the sacred pure land where Amiba the Great Emperor preached and comprehended the Tao. The atmosphere is truly extraordinary. Bodhi trees were everywhere and orchids floated down from the void. A sweet fragrance assailed the nostrils and the incense was flourishing. There were many Buddhists kowtowing here. Every year, large amounts of people would come on a pilgrimage. An ancient path led into the mountain gate. This path was densely packed with devout believers, kowtowing with each step. Yi Fan opened his heavenly eye and saw that the entire ancient temple was bathed in the purest willpower. Radiance erupted endlessly, breaking through the clouds, grand and boundless. This was a type of great power. It represented the unity of heaven and earth and the human heart. The entire ancient temple was situated in a pure land, harmonizing with the great Tao. All types of auspicious energy surged. This type of holy land was completely created by people. It had to be said that this was a type of beautiful scene, making even Yi Fan sigh in admiration. Cultivating in this type of place, one with the willpower of all living things, for Buddhist cultivators, it would naturally be twice the results with half the effort. This was an unmatched wondrous land. Even though it is an unmatched great Tao, it isn't my Tao. Yi Fan said to himself. Dang, under the setting sun, within the ancient temple that released golden radiance, a great bell rang in a long and drawn-out manner. The bell waves were tremendous, as if they came from endless time ago. Then, chanting sounded, purifying one's spirit, making one feel more and more tranquil. It was as if one's entire being was sublimated. All of the believers who came on a pilgrimage were infatuated. Their foreheads were sparkling white, releasing strand after strand of light, entering the ancient temple. A few people's old ailments were also eliminated. This was a type of complementing relationship. Yi Fan had a vague feeling that this Lantua temple was no small matter. Above the ancient temple, a sea-like pure power of faith surged and then formed a great cauldron. It began to refine the new willpower, turning it into an undying radiance of divinity that supported the temple and expanded into the distance. Yi Fan sucked in a breath of cold air. He increasingly felt that those legends weren't groundless. When the undying radiance of divinity covered every inch of the western desert, would there really be a shocking change? He descended at the mountain gate and asked for guidance. After learning that Miaoi was really here, he had someone pass on a message and wished to meet her. However, unexpectedly, not long after, a monk informed him that Miaoi had asked him to return and wouldn't come out to meet him. Why? Does she already know who I am? Yi Fan was startled. He didn't force his way in, but instead waited here for several days. In the end, he requested to meet her several times, but to no avail. He became suspicious and stared at the monk. What exactly is going on? Benefactor, please return. The expression of the disciple guarding the mountain gate changed. I must see her one last time. I apologize for offending her. Yi Fan's eyes flickered as he stepped inside. Benefactor, this is a forbidden area of Buddhism. You can't force your way in. Several monks blocked his way. And Miaoi has committed a great sin and is currently being suppressed in the 9-story pagoda. You can't see her, a young monk couldn't help but say. So that's how it is. Then all the more I can't leave. Yi Fan forced his way in. The few people refused him. Their faces sank and they weren't willing to let him go. Swoosh, with a flash of brilliance, Yi Fan disappeared from his original spot and entered the temple. In an instant, the golden bell rang loudly and incessantly. Who dares intrude into our pure land? A Buddha that looked like a male lion appeared. His hair was tied up with a golden band. He roared and blocked the road ahead. Yi Fan was extremely fast. With the activation of the travel symbol, he made a detour like a dream. It was as if he had entered an uninhabited realm and passed through 3 floors of the temple. Brazen evildoer, you dare to blaspheme the Buddhist holy land? Where do you think you are going? It was clear that this Kutuchua was an expert. Even though he wasn't that old, he already possessed extraordinary strength. Hong, a convenient interlocking shovel flew out from his hand. All sorts of golden rings flickered on its surface and emitted a rumbling sound. It hacked towards the middle of Yi Fan's back to stop him. However, Yi Fan's speed was too fast. Even though this Dao weapon was powerful and mysterious, it only hacked at the void and couldn't even touch his afterimage. Dang, 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 the bell rang loudly. The entire Lan Tua temple was in an uproar as the alarm bell rang. This was something that had never happened in several thousand years. Who dared to intrude into the Buddhist holy land, with the support of endless power of faith? Even a great completion king-level figure would have to stop. Otherwise, they would only die with a grievance. Amiba Buddha, who dares disturb my Pure Land's peace and tranquility? Still not stopping? A loud shout sounded. It was incomparably dignified, shaking everyone until their souls were trembling. Yi Fan seemed to have entered an uninhabited realm. In that instant, he passed through the 13 floors of the courtyard. Everyone only saw a streak of light and shadow. They didn't even see what that person looked like. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock. Just how powerful was this person to be able to step on the Buddhist sect's forbidden Tao patterns as if they were walking on flat ground? Could it be that a saint came? This sacred ancient land will not tolerate your atrocious behavior. Buddha nature illuminates the world. An old monk roared like a lion, shaking the entire ancient temple until it was swaying. At this moment, the power of faith surged like a vast sea, pouring down from the heavens. Every strand was brilliant and brilliant like a boundless waterfall. This was an extremely terrifying power of heaven and earth. The pure power of faith, for Buddhist cultivators, was divine, but for those who didn't believe in this doctrine, it was like poisonous miasma. For cultivators, this was true karmic fire. Even saints had to frown. And even deities had to back off. Now, the power of faith that covered the sky descended. It was clear that the people of Lan Tua Temple were anxious. Someone continuously broke through the 13th floor. This was the divine ability and methods of a great demon from ancient times. Yi Fan had previously seen this type of attack in Vatican City. The power of faith was added to his body, refining his flesh. It made him suffer a bit, but it was difficult for it to kill him. Buddhist light was like water, submerging this place. Yi Fan felt a great pressure, but he didn't stop, continuing to walk forward with large steps. Miaoi, I've come to see you. Yi Fan released a long roar. Even though the power of faith pervaded the air, it was all sliced apart, overflowing like a great river. It separated into two sides, unable to block his path. Turns out you came for her. She committed a great sin, no one is allowed to meet her. If she wants to lead this Buddhist pagoda, then she has to cripple her cultivation. An old monk appeared, extremely bold and powerful. Great master, please show mercy and let me in. Yi Fan stood in the 13th floor courtyard, saying seriously. That won't do, barging into my Lantua temple is already disrespectful. Please leave quickly, or else a great sin will descend upon you. The old monk shouted. Many Buddhist experts flew over, surrounding this place, trapping him at the center. I don't want to incur grudges with you all, but this time I can only apologize. Yi Fan's eyes released cold lightning. His palm and fingers moved about, and a black mountain appeared, directly smashing outwards, opening up a path ahead, blasting everyone until they could only fly out and retreat. His entire body released radiance, walking forward with large steps like a demonic god. After learning that An Miaoyi was suppressed here, he didn't want to stay here for even a moment longer, directly entering the restricted area. Who dares act impudently in my sect's restricted area? A lion roar sounded, making even the sky tremble. Pong, Yi Fan directly took action, slapping forward. An old monk whose entire body was covered in Buddhist light withered, turning into a streak of light and flying outwards. You. Many monks were shocked. Half-saint? Yi Fan frowned slightly. He didn't stop, operating the move character secret art, leaving behind a streak of remnant light, disappearing in an instant, directly entering the interior of the temple. A 9-layered ancient pagoda rested before him, the power of faith condensing, Buddhist light illuminating all directions. Yi Fan passed through layers of temples and entered the interior of Lantua Temple. He arrived in front of a 9-layered pagoda. It was built from stone and each floor was only 1 zhang tall. It couldn't be considered grand. The 9-layered pagoda was engraved with Buddhist illusions. There were all kinds of ancient Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. They emitted waves of ripples and Buddhist light as if they were standing in eternity. It didn't reach into the clouds and was only 9 zhang tall. However, it gave people a special feeling as if it had existed since time immemorial. The Buddhist ground trembled. Even though the old monk who rushed over was small and shriveled, he was full of spirit. His eyes flickered like a pair of golden lamps as he attacked again. Yi Fan turned around and 2 beams of blazing light shot out from his eyes. He flipped his hand and with a ping sound, his palm collided with the old monk's. Thump, 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 this old monk was forced back more than 10 steps. His arm was numb and blood flowed from the webbing between his thumb and forefinger. His entire body was almost convulsing. He was naturally astonished. Just how powerful was his physical body to be able to force him back? Who are you? How dare you blaspheme the sacred land of Lantua Temple? A group of monks rushed over and even more experts flew over. They sealed off this place and surrounded it so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. In the sky, the pure power of Will was like an ocean. It emitted a holy radiance and enveloped the entire heaven and earth as if it would fall down at any time. Several hundred old monks released lion roars at the same time. This was the demon subduing divine art. If it was a normal great demon or demon king, they would have already collapsed on the ground and their souls would have collapsed. Yi Fan had the human race's divine body. His divine shell was sturdy and difficult to injure. His flesh was like divine gold and protected the primordial spirit in his body. It was difficult to shake him in the slightest. Under the rumbling Buddhist sounds, he was as still as a boulder and unmoving. His black hair scattered behind him as he faced the many divine monks alone. He calmly asked, I want to know what mistake Miaoyi has made and why she was suppressed here. The 9-layered pagoda was extraordinary. Even he didn't dare to act rashly. This was definitely a stone pagoda built by the saints of the past. It was extremely difficult to break through. This is our Buddhist matter and has nothing to do with you. A young monk shouted with lion roars. She is my friend. Her matters are my matters. No matter what happens, I have to get involved and take responsibility. Yi Fan said. When his eyes opened and closed, radiance shot out in all directions. Moreover, he used a Tao roar that coincided with the great Tao of heaven and earth to suppress all the Buddhist sounds. She's the successor of the devil. Now that she's been exposed, we naturally have to suppress her. No matter who you are, you have no right to interfere in the internal affairs of our Buddhist sect, said the skinny old monk who had reached the half-saint realm. She is a pious person, so how did she become a demon? Because of her respect for Amitabha, even though she has the lamp of the devil, she is only suppressed in the 9-layered pagoda. She can be released after 100 years, the old monk of the half-saint level said. One Sakyamuni, in these 2000 years, made Western Desert feel as if they are facing a great enemy. It seems that he is truly unfathomable. Yi Fan muttered to himself. This matter arose because of him, so he naturally had to accept it. He swept his gaze over the monks and said, if we trace back to the past, I am also a demon, because I was the one who gave her the lamp. What, you are, one of the 10 great disciples of Sakyamuni? An old monk shouted. That year, Sakyamuni faced the monks of Western Desert alone. He climbed Mount Meru alone and then left calmly. No one could stop him. This made every Buddhist disciple very nervous. That is not so. I am only an ordinary cultivator who obtained the lamp by chance. It is only a lamp, how can it determine a person's identity? You all have also said that in Miaoi respects Amitabha. I asked the great masters to release her. Yi Fan said. Her respect for Amitabha is one thing, cultivating the devil is another. She did it herself. Suppressing her here is already a light punishment. The people of Lantua Temple said. Everyone, you really cannot bend the rules. It seems like I don't need to say anything more. I can only offend the great holy monks. Yi Fan pressed forward with large strides and arrived in front of the 9-layered pagoda. Amitabha. A Buddhist chant rang out. The divine monk of the half-saint level said with a dignified expression, the pure land of Buddhism will not tolerate your atrocious behavior. Pung. Yi Fan did not say anything. He smashed his fist towards the stone pagoda. It contained the true meaning of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. This fist could be said to shock the heaven and earth. The entire stone pagoda swayed together. However, the stone door could not be opened. Strands of holy light seeped out and sealed this place incomparably firmly. The stone pagoda was a sacred weapon, dang. The great bell rang out in a long and drawn-out manner, so loud that even the deaf could hear. It rang through the entire temple, as if it could make a devil realize his mistake and return. 108 Arhat Great Formation subduing the devil. A monk shouted. 108 old monks stepped out, all of them sitting in the void, chanting sutras from their mouths. Densely packed symbols appeared, pressuring towards Yi Fan. Even though these were scriptures being chanted, they were as if cast from bright gold, translucent and bright. Every character was as tall as a person, drowning out Yi Fan. Dang, Yi Fan brandished his fists, every strike landing on an ancient character, releasing waves of resounding sounds, shattering them one after another. 108 Arhats subduing the devil, this was something that had only happened once in 1,000 years. They borrowed the formation. Patterns engraved in the temple to activate the great power of heaven and earth, also displaying their own Tao skills to the greatest extent, their aura devouring the sun and moon. In this peaceful land of Buddhism, thunder rumbled, vital energy surged, multicolored light released in endless strands, lightning interweaving. Comparable to an ancient devil king, not even the 108 Arhat Great Formation can subdue you. Break! Yi Fan shouted softly, slashing out 9 times in succession. This was the embryonic form of the demon sovereign 9 slashes. He didn't grasp all of its essentials, only a general understanding, but with the battle saint technique, it still stirred up violent winds, splitting the sky and shattering the sun, powerful to the extreme. Bang, bang, 108 old monks all retreated, many of them bleeding from the corners of their mouths. Buddhist chants rose and fell incessantly, lingering in the ears. So powerful. People were alarmed. In the middle of the field, Yi Fan stood alone, his expression calm, without any trace of embarrassment as he broke through the demon-subduing formation. Uncle Master, please make your move. The half-saint transmitted his voice, shouting towards the back of the temple. Yi Fan frowned. Could it be that the half-saint's Uncle Master was an ancient Buddha? This wasn't good. An azure dragon's name rang out. An old monk with wrinkled skin walked out from the back of the mountain, treading on the void. Luckily, it's a half-saint. Yi Fan heaved a sigh of relief. Obviously, this wasn't an ordinary old monk. Although his skin was wrinkled, it seemed to be cast from gold, emitting golden light. This was a divine monk who had attained Arhat Buddhahood, only half a step away from becoming a saint. He was a golden Arhat, and his Buddhist name was Kusi. Benefactor, Buddhism has its own rules, you can't barge in. Moreover, being suppressed in the pagoda might not be a bad thing for her, Golden Arhat Kusi said. In this world, everything is relative. It's just like you said, this is an internal matter of the Buddhist sect. But to me, it's a matter of life and death for my friend. No matter what, I have to save her. Yi Fan refused to back down. Boom, Kusi took a step forward, and the entire ancient temple shook. Although his body was withered, it was like a giant was approaching. He slowly stretched out his hand, pressing down. His whole body was golden, and the power of Arhat Buddhahood was fully displayed. Bang, Yi Fan met the attack, and his right fist collided with the old monk's palm and fingers. There was a roar in the sky, and a bright light burst forth. Bang, the old monk retreated a few feet, and his arm trembled. His dim eyes suddenly shot out two beams of divine light, and he sized him up seriously. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. There weren't many people in the world who could block his physical attack. The old monk was extraordinary, and his body was much stronger and sturdier than it looked. The other monks were shocked. They were very surprised. Kusi was a divine monk who had attained Arhat Buddhahood and cultivated the Vajra unbreakable technique. His physical body was so strong that it was hard to find a few in the world. But now, his physical strength was surpassed by this young black-haired man. This was unbelievable. In this era, Lantua Temple didn't have any saints, but they had two half-saints, especially Kusi, who cultivated the Vajra unbreakable technique. In the future, he could become a Buddha, but today, he was slightly weaker. How could they not be shocked? I think I know your identity. Other than someone with a physique like yours, no one who isn't a saint can force me back like this, Kusi said. It's him. Recently, Eastern Wasteland has been in an uproar. Everyone is saying that that person has returned, and it seems like it's true. His martial nephew, who was also a half-saint, muttered to himself. The Battle of Eastern Wasteland, the death of the Heavenly Prince, the annihilation of the 8 divine generals, and the fall of the great sage of Kuan universe shocked the world. The mysterious human expert killing the Heavenly Prince and the victorious fighting Buddha descending Mount Meru were undoubtedly the focus of everyone's discussion. Now, many people were saying that the mysterious person might be the human race's Saint Physique. It was an uproar, and many people were seeking proof. There were even ancient kings who came out of their sects to search for him. And now, the divine monk of Lantua Temple immediately knew that it was definitely the human race's Saint Physique. Otherwise, how could he be a match for his Vajra unbreakable body? Some of the other old monks also guessed it, and their expressions all changed. This person even dared to kill the ancient race's heavenly prince, and now, the world was in an uproar. Everyone was discussing that he was a fiend who lived up to his name. Could it be that he wanted to overturn Lantua Temple? Benefactor, no matter who you are, if you want to force your way in, I have no choice but to suppress you. Kusi let out a lion roar. His appearance was dignified as he blocked in front of the 9-layered pagoda. Forgive me for offending you. Yi Fan took large strides forward. Dao markings interweaved under his feet, and after circulating the travel character art, the entire world seemed to have frozen. Kusi shouted loudly. The sound of Buddha's voice came from the era when the universe was first created, shaking everyone until they trembled. Yi Fan, who was at the center, felt it even more deeply. It was actually the supreme 6-syllable mantra of Buddhism, character art. The 6-syllable mantra had been scattered all over the world for many years, and not a single ancient temple could collect all of them. At most, they only had 1 or 2 mantras. Now, only a few ancient sacred temples were in control. Lantua Temple, Great Thunderclap Temple, Xianxia Temple, and Xianxia Temple were the foundations of Buddhism, and they naturally had the mantras. And this character art was passed down from Mount Meru in recent years. Lantua Temple now had two kinds of mantras, and their foundation and strength were both intimidating. An expanse of golden ripples could be seen spreading out like a golden meteor descending from beyond the heavens. It struck the boundless ocean and produced great waves that wreaked havoc in the mortal world. This was the swastika heavenly sound. It contained the great compassion and wisdom of the universe. Its power was boundless, and it was unparalleled in slaying demons and subduing devils. What no one expected was that Yi Fan also released a light shout. It was similarly vast and boundless, shaking the primal chaos until it roiled. It was as if he had returned to the primordial era. This heavenly sound pointed straight to the source, shaking one's soul. It was also a golden ripple that quickly extended outwards, colliding with Kusi's swastika sound. It could be said to be a tit for tat. All of the old monks were shocked, almost mistaking Yi Fan to be the reincarnation of a Buddha. He actually seemed to possess an incomparably pure Buddhist divine ability. What kind of sound technique is this? It's similar to the swastika sound. The effects are the same, and the divine might is the same. This was naturally the same swastika heavenly sound, but it had been evolved by Yi Fan with the battle saint technique. The various powers remained the same, and the divine might remained the same. The golden ripples collided violently. This was a great confrontation between the swastika heavenly sounds. It was as if two golden seas had breached a dam, and then they rushed towards each other and collided. Naturally, it was a raging storm, and the waves slammed into the clouds, drowning Lantua Temple. If not for the protection of the ancient formation, nothing would be left of this place. All the monks retreated at the first moment and hid in the ancient buildings. No one dared to stand in the middle of such a battle and clash of supreme Buddhist arts. The two's confrontation was a serious disaster. The sound waves turned into swords and bells, attacking this place and sweeping out a world crack. Dang, tens of thousands of golden Buddhist swords hacked over. Even someone as powerful as Yi Fan couldn't block them all. The two different swastika sounds collided, forming a boundless Tao sea. All of his pores were shining to resist this attack. He collided with tens of thousands of Buddhist swords, shaking violently. Meanwhile, Kusi was even worse off. His body swayed continuously, and all kinds of Tao marks swept over. Even someone as powerful as his Vajra indestructible body was covered in bloody scars. He was swept by the golden sword waves and continuously retreated. Dang, of course, the most terrifying thing was that the great bell formed from the swastika character disregarded distance, quickly enveloping the other party, shaking the universe until it was about to collapse. Yi Fan stood in the air, facing the Buddhist bell. His body trembled as the bell formed from the swastika sound wrapped around him, ringing non-stop. Clang, Yi Fan activated the army formula. Even the large bell formed from the swastika formula was partially controlled by him. It was difficult for it to vibrate here, and it was almost confined. Pa! He shook his arm forcefully, and his golden palm landed on the Buddhist bell. With a sound that sounded like the beginning of the universe, the bell cracked and shattered. Golden fragments scattered all over the ground, and he broke free. On the other side, Kusi was severely injured. Even though he had the Vajra indestructible body, his body was still cracked under the peerless attack of the highest Buddhist technique. With great difficulty, he broke out of the bell body and rushed out. In the confrontation of the swastikas, the people from Buddhist sect actually gained the upper hand. The people from Lantua Temple were all stunned. How did he manage to grasp the secrets of Buddhism to such an extent? This isn't just the appearance, he's clearly grasped the essence. Even Arhat Kusi's true body is injured. The monks all sucked in a breath of cold air. Apart from the human race's divine physique, who else could it be? Only he could endure such an attack, and his physique was stronger than the Vajra indestructible body. Benefactor's cultivation is indeed profound. However, this old monk is still not enough, Kusi said. He put his palms together and chanted an incantation. His appearance was solemn, and the Vajra indestructible body shone. The surface of his body flickered with golden light, and his injuries healed. He suddenly let out a loud roar, and another type of Buddhist heavenly voice was shouted. The atmosphere was magnificent, and everything became different. Everything they saw became illusions. A universe opened up, enveloping the two within, and they were placed in a sea of stars. If the swastika heavenly voice was said to be an offensive divine technique, representing a method to subdue demons and a type of fierce attack, then the swastika heavenly voice represented a type of great power. It was almost like a formation, and it had the power to split the heavens and earth. Once this sound came out, it opened up the secrets of the beginning of the universe, restoring the true appearance of the world, and touching upon the power of the origin. Not to mention anything else, just this kind of great power could trap the enemy alive. Yi Fan focused his eyes. He realized that he was standing in the sea of stars, separated from Monk Ku Ci by a river of stars. Silver light shone brilliantly, cutting off the path forward. They seemed to be standing at the two ends of the star field, looking at each other from afar. No matter how powerful his divine abilities were, he could not attack them, and they could only meet. And this was just his first experience of the swastika heavenly voice. Since it had the magical effect of opening up the universe and condensing the great power of the world, and was almost naturally formed, it naturally had a method to suppress and kill the enemy. Bah! Ku Ci shouted again, and a brilliant divine gate rushed out from the star field, flying towards Yi Fan, wanting to absorb him. The swastika heavenly voice contained the gate of reincarnation, and it could absorb people, send them into reincarnation, and send them to the afterlife. In a nice way, it was like ascending to the pure land of bliss, but in a bad way, it was to torture them to death. Dang! Yi Fan's expression was solemn. His feet crushed the pitch-black universe, and his hands moved, striking out with the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, blasting the divine gate away on the spot. Rise! Ku Ci shouted, and the endless river of stars shook violently, turning into a brilliant silver river. It actually swept up, suppressing towards Yi Fan. This was the great power of the world, condensing the power of the universe through the swastika heavenly voice, turning it into a miniature silver river, suppressing a person with all its might. No matter how great a person was, how could he compete with the universe? He would eventually turn into dust within it, and it was impossible for him to transcend. The heavenly voice did not stop, and the river of stars filled the sky, drowning Yi Fan. The gate of reincarnation formed by the swastika heavenly voice appeared again, with a river of stars as the peak, sending him to the afterlife. The sea of bitterness is boundless, turn back to the shore before it is too late. Benefactor, please return. As long as you turn back, you will have a path of survival, or else the road ahead will be endless calamities, the old monk said. Behind Yi Fan was a brilliant river of stars, leading to a place full of vitality, and in front of him was the forbidden land that suppressed demons. Bang! What responded to Ku Ci was a primordial spirit sword wave. Divine light blossomed between Yi Fan's brows, imitating the primitive emperor's Dao sword, making all kinds of attacks have the tendency of transforming into the way. This was a powerful attack, and the star field was collapsing. The silver river was scattered, turning into dust. Moreover, the violent shockwave of energy directly struck the golden divine gate, wanting to disintegrate it and defeat the old monk from the root. However, the celestial formation was like a natural formation, and this was the great power of the world, so it could not be completely disintegrated. It quickly transformed and repaired. Pop! The primitive emperor's Dao sword appeared again, flickering between Yi Fan's brows. The inch-long golden sword enlarged in an instant, filling the sky and sweeping across the universe, causing heaven and earth to collapse. Unfortunately, this was not a complete technique. Yi Fan had only fought with Yuan Gu back then, so it was impossible for him to completely copy it with the secret of fighting. This secret technique was undoubtedly extremely powerful, or else it would not have been recorded in the primitive emperor's ultimate secret technique. It was a pity that Yi Fan could not completely grasp it, and he could not transform the entire universe into the way. In the fierce battle, Yi Fan let out a clear roar. He calmed his heart, and the blood in his body turned into a river of stars. Golden blood chi boiled, and then a pair of fists evolved, pushing the 6 paths of reincarnation fist to the extreme. Of course, this was not only evolving the invincible fist will, but also his essence, chi, and spirit, and his unique way. He wanted to break this world and trample the great path of the world under his feet, so as to break the shackles of the great power of the universe. Back then, he reversed the great path in order to break free from the shackles, to not be suppressed by this world, and to transcend eternity. At this moment, it was vividly displayed. Ku Xi was not an ordinary half-saint, and far surpassed his fellow half-saint apprentice-nephew. He was a formidable opponent that Yi Fan encountered after his return. It was precisely because of this that he felt a sense of danger, and he understood his own way even more. The world could not suppress him, and he had to fight his way out. It is difficult to become a celestial being born in this world, because I have to follow the will of the universe. In the end, I will turn to dust, and only by transcending can I do so. Yi Fan muttered to himself. Reverse the great path, break free from the shackles of the world. At this moment, he understood even more clearly the importance of reversing the great path, and he had to carry it out to the end. Perhaps, one day, this world might be destroyed, and it would no longer exist. Just like the bright stars, just like the bright silver moon, it seemed so beautiful now, but there would be a day when it would fall. When this world is heading towards destruction, following the great path of the world will naturally turn to dust. Yi Fan's Tao heart became more and more firm. Reversing the great path, he would rely on himself for everything. He would trample the great path of the world under his feet, and break free from the shackles of the world. In the end, perhaps my path will be extremely difficult, and I will be destroyed by the heavenly path of the world, but I have no choice but to walk this path. If there really is an immortal realm and I can enter it one day, the world would be different. At that time, what should I respect exactly? Is it the Tao of this world, or the Tao of the immortal realm? Would there be any conflict? Rather than that, I might as well respect myself from the start, placing myself above everything else. Yi Fan's eyes shone brighter and brighter. His Tao heart shone with light as a beam of light shot out from the center of his brows, almost destroying the star region. His conviction was firm, his body and mind as one. He manifested the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, and his fist intent became even more invincible. In terms of intrinsic quality, he had already transcended the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. This was a unique fist intent, no longer a technique of the past. At the same time, his frontal bone shone. A tiny golden figure stepped out from his immortal foundation, standing before the center of his brows, unleashing an invincible fist intent that was no different from his body's movements. Transcending the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, this was the fusion of his body and mind as one. His Tao heart shone with boundless light, naturally manifesting an invincible fist intent. This was the embryonic form of one's own path. He punched out. The golden figure in front of his brows did the exact same thing. From his physical body to his primordial spirit, it was so harmonious. From the outside to the inside, his physical body and his psyche both unleashed their own Tao, resonating in unison. Boom! This strike caused the silver river to collapse, the golden divine gate to shatter. Ku Xi coughed out blood, the power of heaven and earth crumbled, and the star region was destroyed. Bang! Yi Fan and Ku Xi returned to the real world at the same time. The star region disappeared, and the primeval universe disappeared. Yi Fan was unharmed. His aura grew stronger as he comprehended his own path and Tao. Ku Xi's body trembled. Cracks appeared on his invincible Vajra body as he retreated over 10 steps. Ancestor Ku Xi was a golden arhat, only half a step away from becoming a bodhisattva. His body was publicly acknowledged to be unbreakable, and it was hard to find an opponent in the western desert. Yet, he was actually defeated. The Lantua temple was a sacred ground of the western desert Buddhist sect. Ku Xi, who had grasped 2 supreme mantras and an unbreakable body, was actually defeated. This shocked the monks. As a human with a holy body, is he really so invincible? Some people guessed his identity, and they all stared at his Dharma body. Reverend, I don't want to be enemies with the Lantua temple. I just want to see in Miaoi. If I can't do that, then I can only fight to the death, Yi Fan said. I'm no match for you, but I don't want to be a villain for nothing. It's unreasonable of me to not let you see her. As long as you can pass the last stage, I will open the 9-level pagoda, Ku Xi said. Which stage? Yi Fan asked. Endure the baptism of the mortal cauldron. If you can withstand it, then I will allow you to see her. At this point, Ku Xi let out a clear whistle. In the air, the endless power of faith instantly transformed into a huge cauldron. It refined the psyche power that flew over from all directions, turning it into pure Buddhist light. Within the cauldron, all kinds of essence boiled. The psyche power was like the ocean, descending with a mountainous pressure. Yifan didn't say anything and directly walked forward. The huge cauldron pressed down, and with a boom, it sucked him in. There were many things in the world that cultivators were extremely afraid of. Without a doubt, it was difficult to list them all, but the fire of karma was definitely one of them. The great sage refined his body, and the quasi-emperor proved his Tao. They both needed to be tested by it. Yifan was fearless. He had already experienced it in the past. He rose and fell in the mortal cauldron, letting the psyche power boil and his bones crackle. He used this to refine his body, and his entire body became transparent and bright. The monks all sucked in a breath of cold air. The cauldron floated in the air, formed by the power of faith. Strands of faith power flew in from all directions and entered the cauldron, causing it to boil. The human world tempered the body, and the secular world tempered the heart. In the end, if one couldn't withstand the fire of karma, they might turn into ashes, and all their previous efforts would be wasted. This was the consensus of some powerful cultivators. Yifan's forehead was like a mirror, reflecting the light. The surface of his body was like a divine skin, gently trembling as it absorbed the fire to refine his flesh and blood. His joints were moving, and his organs were humming rhythmically. After thousands of tempering, he forged his body and sharpened his bones and muscles. This was a human cauldron. It gathered the faith power of the secular world and turned it into an endless fire of karma to burn Yifan's body and primordial spirit. Both the cauldron and his body were sparkling and resplendent. The words furnace and cauldron were often linked together, and they had a special meaning. The heaven and earth were the bronze cauldron, smelting all living beings. Anyone in this world would be smelted and eventually turned into ashes. The secular world was the fire, and the faith power forged the cauldron. The human cauldron could also be called a cauldron. It burned the body and forged the Tao, and it was 100 times, 10,000 times better than the heaven and earth cauldron. For cultivators, it was a trial. Using the heaven and earth cauldron to temper the body and the human cauldron to temper the Tao, this was something many powerful cultivators had to go through when they reached the later stages. The raging fire would refine true gold. Those who survived would shine brilliantly, and those who failed would turn into ashes. Yifan hadn't reached that step yet, but he experienced it in advance. Naturally, he relied on the human race's saint body to survive such a disaster. Treasured light flickered, and the faith power in the cauldron boiled. The power of faith turned into Buddhist light, and it was as if it was steaming him. It enveloped and covered him, and his whole body was being tempered. The monks in Lantua temple chanted sutras with solemn expressions. The chanting became louder and louder, and it echoed throughout the mountains. Yifan wasn't afraid of the fire of karma. His joints moved like popping beans, and his organs trembled. His whole body cried out, and the sound was deafening. Through the battle just now, he had a deep understanding and was firm on his path. His mind was clear, and a small golden person sat cross-legged in front of his forehead, accepting the fire of karma like his body. This wasn't inferior to a saint physique heavenly tribulation. It tempered one's body, muscles, bones, and primordial spirit. He remained calm and motionless, enduring the tempering. Yifan's golden primordial spirit and fetus bones were tempered at the same time. His attainment in Tao was improving, and the various wonderful arts in his heart were also reaching the state of perfection. After so many years, his cultivation had advanced very quickly compared to others. Now that he had been baptized and tempered by the hellfire, it had been consolidated. Generally speaking, this was something that a sage could only consider in the future. Now that he had experienced it in advance, his Tao foundation would be indestructible. Crack, for 4 hours, Yifan's bones moved back and forth. During this process, his body became shorter by an inch. Then, the essence from all directions was filtered by the fire of karma and entered his body. His fetal bones were being refined. His natal bones were moving, and his flesh and blood were being tempered. Now that he had cultivated to such a level, it was extremely difficult for him to be reborn unless he could find the undying medicine. To be able to have such a transformation in his natal bones was already heaven-defying. I might be able to stand on the 7th minor step at any time. Yifan thought to himself. Back then, he had used 10 years to reach the 6th minor step of the Severing Tao. After that, every step forward was incomparably difficult. Now, with the purest psyche power of Buddhism, he had unexpectedly found a breakthrough. The old monk Ku Ci chanted Amitabha, and the other monks chanted sutras. They all felt that it was incredible. Who would dare to barge into the Lantua temple? Even a half-saint would die with a grievance. With so much power of faith, no one could rival it. Unexpectedly, the human saint body could actually withstand the hellfire and use it to refine the body. After a total of 6 hours, Yi Fan was full of energy. His body was glowing, and his flesh and blood were strong and powerful. He walked out of the cauldron of humanity. Yi Fan felt that his corporeal body was like an eternal divine furnace that carried his primordial spirit. His blood and chi surged, and he was strong to the extreme. Every movement he made was exceptionally powerful and transcended the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. All kinds of wonderful arts sublimated as if they had broken through some kind of shackles. He had the belief that he was unrivaled, and with such a corporeal body, he really wanted to fight against ancient princes like the Fire Qilin and Huang Shudao to test his results of Tao. The hellfire couldn't harm his true body, the monks couldn't help but sigh. The strength of the human saint body couldn't be measured by Tao. This broke common sense. The cauldron of humanity dispersed and turned back into the boundless psyche power. It shone brilliantly and enveloped the top of the Lantua temple. "Divine monk, please open the stone pagoda and let Miaoi out," Yi Fan said calmly. Ku Ci nodded and didn't go back on his words. The myriad races are rising, and the chaotic times are coming. The path of celestial ascension is about to open, and there might be shocking changes. I don't want to use the sage formation to trap you. After all, you are the human saint body. Yi Fan nodded to express his gratitude. However, he didn't think that he could really be trapped. He had a divine tool that he hadn't used yet, and he had the secret character Xing to break the formation. It might not be able to trap him. The 9-story stone pagoda wasn't grand, and it couldn't be said to be majestic. However, its simplicity gave one an illusion. It was as if the 9 layers of heaven were condensed here and suppressed the Lantua temple. Ku Ci didn't hide anything and said that this was a divine tool left behind by the great sage. No one could move it for tens of thousands of years, and it had been suppressed here since ancient times. Yi Fan nodded. Even his 6 paths of reincarnation fist couldn't move it at all. One could imagine the sturdiness of the stone pagoda. We have no ill intentions. Suppressing her for 100 years might not be a bad thing. If we gain something here, we might even be able to attain bodhisattva status. Ku Ci chanted an incantation, and the 9-story stone pagoda rumbled. The tightly shut stone door shot out tens of thousands of rays of Buddhist light, and it opened with a rumble. The stone pagoda was silent, and no one walked out. Yi Fan was startled, and he used his divine consciousness to look inside. Ku Ci was slightly surprised, and he nodded. On the 4th floor of the stone pagoda, there was a woman sitting cross-legged. A green lamp accompanied an ancient Buddha, unmoving. She was in a deep meditative state, comprehending the wondrous principles of Buddhist meditation. The interior of the stone pagoda was very simple, and there was almost nothing. And Miaoi was peaceful and tranquil. She was like a lotus growing in the stone room, and no one knew about her. In the past, she was the most beautiful woman in the world, and her style was peerless. Yet now, she was so quiet, without the splendor of the mortal world, and her temperament was reserved. A green lamp flickered. She was quiet, and there was no sound at all. She sat cross-legged on a praying mat, and beside her was a benevolent stone Buddha. "Miaoi!" Yi Fan called out. After not seeing her for 14 years, and Miaoi had become more and more aloof. She was a bit thinner, and her beautiful eyes were closed. She didn't move, and it was as if she had passed away in a sitting posture. That green lamp was the one he gave to Miaoi. Now that the deity had awakened, it had become a rare treasure. The Lantua temple could be considered open-minded. They didn't take her away, and instead suppressed her here, turning her from a demon to a Buddha. In general, they really wanted to help her achieve her goal. The conflict between Buddhist doctrines was extremely frequent, and sometimes, it was extremely sharp. Who could truly say what was orthodox? How rare! She entered the deep layers of the Bodhisattva realm at such a young age. She is worthy of being an immortal flower. Arhat Kusi nodded. Meowie. Yi Fan called out again. This is a type of rebirth on the spiritual level. In order to surpass oneself and become a bodhisattva, one must pass through this trial. As for when she will wake up, it is hard to say, said Kusi. His face carried a bitter expression. Entering deep into a Buddhist sect to comprehend the Tao was far from as easy as one imagined. There were often some divine monks who passed away in seclusion in meditation. Buddhism, all types of laws and principles were broad and profound, as vast as the ocean. However, if one wanted to achieve anything, it was extremely difficult. It was extremely difficult to cultivate in a few specific realms. It sounded nice to say it was rebirth, but in reality, it was passing away in meditation. Once one failed to comprehend the Tao, they would die in cultivation. Most of the past holy monks, as strong as saints, ended up like this. They would pass away in a sealed stone room, silently passing away. Yi Fan waited here for a full half a month. And Meowie did not move at all. Her face was thin, as if she was about to transform into the Tao. Even the green lamp in front of her had dimmed, and the flame in the wick was about to be extinguished. Meowie will be fine, right? The spiritual journey to the Bodhisattva realm is the most dangerous. This concerns the fruit of the Tao in the future. Anything can happen. Many outstanding Buddhas have high hopes, and there is no lack of future successors of Mount Meru. They have all mysteriously passed away in meditation in this realm. Kusi frowned. In other words, she might be in danger? Yi Fan asked. Buddhist Dharma is boundless, and its power is vast and immeasurable. However, there are many dangers when cultivating it. Back then, there were some people who were believed to be the reincarnations of ancient Buddhas who passed away in meditation. Kusi indirectly answered. Yi Fan frowned. After waiting for another half a month, he realized that Meowie's aura was much weaker. The green lamp flickered, and her peerless appearance became thinner and thinner. It was as if she was about to be cut off from the mortal world. No, I have to pull her back. What Bodhisattva realm? What ancient Buddha heaven? Tell me, how do I enter? Yi Fan felt that he could not wait any longer. He was extremely worried. You don't cultivate Dharma. Even if I tell you, you won't be able to enter the Bodhisattva realm and bring her soul back. Kusi shook his head. Yi Fan paced back and forth anxiously. Benefactor, you have to know how to let go. Kusi sighed. Why do I have to let go? Yi Fan asked. Her heart is devoted to Buddhism. Before entering my Lantua temple, she smiled indifferently and let go of everything in the mortal world. Even if you enter the Bodhisattva realm, you might not be able to bring her back. Yi Fan did not speak. After a dozen or so days, Meowie became thinner and more ethereal. She seemed to have lost her vitality in the stone room and was in danger of dying in a sitting posture. Meowie, wake up. Yi Fan was worried and called out softly. However, Meowie seemed to have left the mortal world and could not wake up. Yi Fan wanted to travel spiritually to the Bodhisattva realm. Who said I don't know Dharma? Didn't I use the swastika heavenly sound to fight against the divine monk? He insisted on traveling spiritually to the Bodhisattva realm and bring Meowie back. Kusi was startled and said, all right, you can try. But if you fail, please return immediately. Otherwise, your soul may be destroyed and only an empty shell will be left. Yi Fan shouted the swastika heavenly sound. When the universe was first formed, heaven and earth were born, and all living things were born. He wanted to forcefully enter the mysterious Bodhisattva realm. Behind him, a tall figure appeared. Divine light shone, but it was not a Buddha statue. This made Kusi and the other old monks speechless. When others use the swastika heavenly sound, a Buddha appears behind them, representing respect and obedience. But behind him is himself. Is he too egoistic? Or does he not respect heaven and earth and only has his own Tao in his heart? Even the old monks could not help but criticize silently. This kind of Tao was too domineering. The celestial path he wanted to enter was destined to be tyrannical. In the future, he would most likely suffer the wrath of heaven. The swastika heavenly sound resonated with Buddha. The figure behind Yi Fan was like a demonic god. His eyes were sharp and his black hair was scattered. Then, he forcefully tore open a spiritual realm and stepped in. This was a special spiritual realm of Buddhism. It was difficult for outsiders to enter. Only divine monks who had comprehended the Tao could enter spiritually. As soon as Yi Fan entered, he felt a kind of holiness and auspiciousness. There were some divine monks and arhats sitting cross-legged on the stone cliffs. There were even some walking in the depths of the ancient temples. All kinds of figures were very blurry but gave people a very real feeling. Buddhist chanting was unending and leisurely transmitted over. Yi Fan passed by the ancient temple and passed through an ancient battlefield. He was looking for an Miaoi in the spiritual realm. Not long after, he saw a group of monks sitting on the ground and chanting sutras. In front of him, there was a great Buddha imprint that needed to be prostrated and worshipped. Yi Fan's arrival seemed out of place. He only chanted his own name and did not chant the name of Buddha. He did not respect anything here. Who intruded into the paradise and blasphemed the Bodhisattva realm? Why don't you worship the Bodhisattvas of the heavens and not the ancient Buddha? Why should I worship? The Buddha said that everyone has a Buddha nature and everyone can become a Buddha. It is enough to worship oneself. A true Buddha does not need others to worship him, Yi Fan said. Are you questioning the deities and saying that the virtuous predecessors are false Buddhas? A dignified voice came from the sky and a powerful pressure descended. Yi Fan did not say anything and directly smashed his fist over. He began to chant his own sutra. He actually wanted to purify the various bodhisattvas and divine monks' imprints here. Who is this person? The undefeated bodhisattva doesn't worship Buddha and only respects himself? A few arhats' spiritual wills swept over at the same time. Yi Fan's golden divine will was like a blade as it cut open the firmament. This was a domain belonging to the spirit and divine will. It was an illusory world, and what one could sense might not be real. It was forged from the incomplete imprints of the predecessors. The dignified voice disappeared and the world became much clearer. The arhats from all directions were astonished and all looked over. Yi Fan didn't stop. The golden arhats he saw were imprints from thousands or tens of thousands of years ago. It wasn't a clear divine will, so it was difficult to communicate on a deep level. This was like a dilapidated world. There were divine monks gathered in front of some of the great Buddha's imprints, but the even vaster areas were desolate. Of course, not every place was unobstructed. Some ancient temples and holy temples shone brilliantly and illuminated the entire universe. They tore through the clouds and stood on the most majestic mountains. These kinds of places were difficult to enter because there were relatively undamaged imprints of true Buddhas. Yi Fan could only take a detour in some forbidden areas. The Buddhist chants were like thunder on the holy mountain. The great temple was grand and shone with boundless Buddhist light. He could clearly see a few ancient Buddhas sitting cross-legged as if they were preaching the Tao across time and space. Buddhism is truly unfathomable. The predecessors created a spiritual domain. Those who have severed the Tao can enter a deep level of meditation and comprehend the Tao in hopes of attaining the Bodhisattva realm in the future. It was rumored that this spiritual domain radiated outwards from the boundless mental power of Mount Meru. The power of faith in Lantua Temple was much inferior to that of Mount Meru. They couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. If he was at Mount Meru, his true body might enter a strange domain world and something even more wondrous would happen. That was because there was a place on Mount Meru where the spiritual domain could materialize and allow one's true body to enter. It was like the divine realm. But now, he was at Lantua Temple. What he saw and felt couldn't be considered clear. Many places were quite blurry and couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as before. Yi Fan made a detour around the vast ancient battlefield and walked through the boundless land. He didn't see In Miaoi's figure at all and didn't know where she was. When he entered the depths of this domain, there were golden lotuses everywhere. The Tao marks interweaved like strands and made it difficult to walk. He finally sensed something. He saw a small stone nunnery that rested beside a spiritual lake. The golden lake water was like molten gold. This was pure spiritual energy, one of the origins of this wondrous paradise. There were traces left behind by In Miaoi here. There was a blue stone in the shape of a cow, and her imprint was carved on it. She had comprehended the Tao here before. 8 Annihilation Scripture? Yi Fan muttered to himself and furrowed his brows. This was a scripture that would sever the mortal world. Although he had never read it, he had heard of it before. In the scripture, it was said that if a sentient being prayed too much to the 8 Annihilations Bodhisattva, they would be separated from their emotions. Yi Fan continued forward. Not long after, he came across another ancient temple. There were traces of Miaoi's Tao. She had once cultivated the divine glazed Dharma body here, removing the delirium of thoughts and severing delirium. She had also returned to the world. In the boundless universe, the world of mortals was illusory, impure, and filthy. The immortal platform was bright and clear like colored glass, and it could dissolve the various thoughts in one's heart. There was also the white bone platform. This was a method to separate from the mortal world, to return to the world of mortals. It was a method that allowed one to sever all desires and thoughts, transcending the great world. Yi Fan was worried. After cultivating this type of method, one would truly be separated from the mortal world, breaking free from it. However, would one succeed, those who could truly reach this step were only the immortals of the 9 heavens. How could humans reach this step? It was just too transcendent. The Buddhists cultivated the afterlife. Was it right or wrong? He didn't know. If he did this, then no matter how he looked at it, this world would be like an empty expanse, an illusion. Miaoi, Yi Fan searched for her traces. He called out loudly, but he couldn't find her. He passed through the land of Bodhi, and then rushed into the ancient Buddha Nirvana Valley. He completely lost track of her. Yi Fan chanted his own scripture, calling out to her divine will. He wanted to communicate with her spiritually and bring her back. Suddenly, he heard the sound of ocean waves. He walked past an ancient ruin, and a precipice blocked his way. A silver sea overflowed into the heavens. A stone vein stretched across, blocking the mysterious silver sea. He vaguely saw a beautiful figure. Her clothes fluttered about as she leapt over. Past sea. Yi Fan hurriedly rushed over. There were these 3 large words on the cliff, clearly writing the name of the silver sea. It stretched as far as the eye could see, so how could there be a beautiful figure? I clearly saw it. That should be an imprint left behind a long time ago. She leapt in from here, Yi Fan said to himself. He wanted to enter the sea, but he felt a great sense of danger. It was incompatible with his Tao. I don't believe in the past, and I don't cultivate the afterlife. I only believe that I can live eternally if I am unmatched in this world. This sea is known as the past, and I have no way of entering it. It clashes with my Tao. He stood on the precipice and frowned. Then, he suddenly released a long roar and took large steps forward. I firmly believe in my own Tao. What past sea? Everything is just an illusion. I will sweep through this world and be unmatched. I will fight my way into the past. Then, beneath my feet will be the undying path of the present world. For the sake of finding in Miaoi, Yi Fan didn't care about the danger. He leapt into the sea and smashed out with his fist. The heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. This silver divine sea even evaporated a region. It couldn't stop him. Within a range of 10 zhang, nothing could approach him. Buddha light shone everywhere, and he was unaffected. The golden lotus bloomed and countless traces of Tao couldn't cut off his path. Hong Long Long, great silver waves overflowed into the heavens. The golden lotus took root in the void and was about to drown him. However, he blasted out golden light that filled the sky and swept away everything in his way. The immortal path is before me, and I will climb it myself. The path of the Buddha will be walked by the Buddha, and my path will be walked by myself. There is no need for others to guide me. Heavenly sounds were released from his mouth, scattering all types of traces of Tao. He didn't change his path and advanced courageously. He firmly believed that as long as he was unmatched, he could break through anything. He was in control of everything and didn't need to rely on the illusory future. He even more so didn't need to hesitate in the past. Open for me. Yi Fan's entire body overflowed with golden light. He was like a golden sun that illuminated the path ahead. Every movement he made casually scattered about, blasting the silver sea apart. It was earth-shattering. He searched through this silver divine sea, sweeping through everything before him. He was so shocked that even a few golden arhats looked over, feeling astonished. Who is this person? He dares to cross so forcefully. He didn't use the sea of the past to purify himself, but instead shattered everything. Yifan rushed into the depths and searched in every possible way, but in the end, it was to no avail. He couldn't see a trace of hope, and he had no idea where Miaoi leapt to. In the end, he opened up a path, smashing through the silver sea of the past and crossing over. He stood on the cliff and didn't say anything for a long time. Everyone had their own different Tao. He wanted to call out to Miaoi, but there was no result. He also had no way of changing Miaoi's path and bringing her out. After a long sigh, Yifan had stayed in this spiritual domain long enough. He could only helplessly withdraw. Inside the Lantua temple, a powerful aura surged. His soul returned to his body and his vitality was restored. This shocked a few old monks. An outsider truly entered the Bodhisattva realm and then calmly left. This wasn't a common occurrence since ancient times. Benefactor has fate with the Buddha. Are you willing to enter my Lantua temple? If so, you will definitely become an ancient Buddha in the future. Who knows, you might even become a Buddha, said Kusi. Yifan was speechless. It was impossible for the people of the Lantua temple to bring him into the Buddhist path. How could he agree to this? Great Master, has Miaoi ever woken up? Within the 9-storied stone pagoda, the aura of that elegant figure was becoming increasingly weak. That bean-sized lamp flame was about to be extinguished. The person, the lamp, and the stone Buddha were all incomparably dim. It was as if a gust of wind would blow past and everything would come to an end. Miaoi, wake up. Yifan called out. This made people worried. She had been in isolation for so long and still hadn't woken up. This might be because the divine general had died, leaving only his physical body in the mortal world. This is truly dangerous. The past holy monks and ancient Buddhas all looked like this when they passed away. Kusi frowned. And Miaoi was in isolation, her soul entering the Bodhisattva realm. It was unknown what she encountered, but it was actually difficult for her to wake up again. Miaoi, wake up. Yifan chanted scriptures, wanting to bring her back and awaken her potential. He wanted to use her physical body as a magical artifact to collect her soul. However, another half a month passed. And Miaoi's body even became a bit cold. Her soul had been separated from her physical body for too long, and her vitality had returned to quietness. It wasn't that her physical body was about to die, but rather that it was too dangerous. Her physical body's potential believed that her primordial spirit had withered and couldn't be returned, so she began to protect herself. The human body was a treasure. Even if the deity died, the body could still exist for a long time. Right now, this seemed to be reflected. Is she really going to pass away just like this? Yifan's voice was trembling. He clenched his fists tightly. He wanted to enter the Bodhisattva realm again. However, the result was disappointing. He entered and exited 7 times, but there was still no result. Miaoi, don't die. Yifan's heart was anxious, and his emotions were fluctuating intensely. Was the separation 14 years ago an eternal one? Soul, return. He sat cross-legged in the stone pagoda and called out with his heart, wanting to guide a lost soul back. Kusi chanted Buddhist mantras, chanting scriptures continuously. At this moment, it was already very clear that, just like the past holy monks, and Miaoi had passed away in meditation, and it would be difficult for her to return. Why is it like this? Yifan cried out in grief. He stood up and entered the Bodhisattva realm for the 8th time. This time, he advanced bravely, opening up a path along the way. He even broke through the imprints left behind by many great Buddhas. Many grand temples were stopped by him, and he roared towards the sky in search of that elegant and otherworldly woman. In another blurry world, it was filled with mysterious Buddhist light, and his brilliance illuminated the entire heaven and earth. He was like a deity standing there, overlooking everything as he roared loudly, calling out to Miaoi. He was like the largest ancient Buddha, roaring through the heaven and earth, erupting with unrivaled brilliance, illuminating all directions. In the end, he returned wearily once again. Yifan was close to despair, and even if he was truly unrivaled, it wouldn't change anything. Another 49 days passed, and the divine monk Ku Si determined that Miaoi had passed away in meditation. There was no hope left. A group of old monks chanted scriptures, sending her to paradise. They all knew that no miracles could happen, and they couldn't defy the heavens. Yifan entered the Bodhisattva realm for the 9th time, and this time, he himself almost died inside. He charged out with great difficulty and roared angrily towards the sky, powerless to reverse the situation. Miaoi! Yifan called out. He hugged the ice-cold body and walked out of the pagoda, full of sorrow. She has officially passed away in meditation. Look at the Buddhist flower flying out of her head, which proves that her soul flame has been extinguished, said Ku Si. A sweet fragrance pervaded the air, and a large expanse of flower rain descended from the void, sprinkling over the stone pagoda. And Miaoi's corpse had completely cooled down, and that green lamp had been extinguished. How could this be? Yifan was in a daze. He caressed that cheek, but couldn't feel the slightest bit of warmth. Tears couldn't help but flow down. The flower petals fell from the void, and the last bit of light was extinguished. The sweet fragrance dispersed, and Miaoi's expression was peaceful, as if she was in a deep sleep. Miaoi, wake up. Yifan's tears fell. Ku Si retreated with the old monks. There was no other way. Even the soul flower had been extinguished, so how could she wake up? The surroundings of the stone pagoda were quiet. Yifan sat alone with the ice-cold corpse in his arms. What was the point of cultivation? In the end, it had to be separated by life and death. What was the meaning of cultivating? Miaoi, wake up. He called out again, and tears continuously flowed down. After an unknown period of time, a weak voice rang out, "You're crying." The ice-cold body that was like a jade sculpture moved slightly. On this exceptional face, a pair of eyes opened with difficulty. Yifan's heart trembled and his eyes widened. The ice-cold body in his embrace had an additional soul imprint. She actually revived, what was lost was regained. A dead beauty regained life. Even though she was very weak, it was so real. Miaoi! Yifan cried out and grabbed her hand with force, fearing that he would lose her forever if he let go. One step into heaven, one step into hell. He was originally in despair, but now he was suddenly pleasantly surprised. This was a type of mood that had fallen greatly. He felt that he was about to lose her, yet the woman in his embrace had actually revived from the dead. This made his emotions surge. The unmatched beauty was in death's seclusion and had originally already become a cold corpse. He thought that they would be separated forever and never see each other again. This would become a great regret. You're back. It's good that you're alive, he said softly. And Miaoi's face lacked color and was extremely pale. Her delicate face seemed to be carved from pure white jade. Her originally ethereal eyes now lacked luster and were dim and somewhat hazy. She slowly reached out her hand and helped him wipe away the tears on his face. Her body was extremely weak. After returning from the Bodhisattva realm, she encountered many difficulties and dangers and almost passed away in meditation. After all these years, Miaoi's beauty didn't decrease in the slightest. Her immortal charm was even more restrained and she had an additional type of tranquility and contentment. She was less enchanting and more moving. She smiled weakly. Reuniting after so many years in this West Earth's Lan Tua temple gave her an indescribable feeling. Her eyes flickered with spiritual colors as she said, "It really is you. I heard your call in the Bodhisattva realm and walked out from my lost state with great difficulty. Nothing will happen to you. I'm here. I can definitely protect you." Yifan's gaze was resolute. He released a light shout and circulated the swordsman character. His entire body overflowed with holy light and enveloped in Miaoi. Even though his swordsman character was flawed, there were few who could compare to it. Regardless of whether it was the Phoenix Calamity regeneration technique or the rebirth technique, they were all just SOSO. And Miaoi's soul was mainly injured and she almost got lost in the Bodhisattva realm. Using the swordsman character to repair her physical body and heal her primordial spirit, her condition became much better in the blink of an eye. "I feel much better." Not long after, she was able to sit up. In the distance, Master Ku Si had returned. Even though he was a golden body Luohan and normally had a calm heart, right now he revealed a strange expression. He had clearly passed away, so how could he be revived? Could it be that this is the person chosen and protected by the Buddha? That's why he could stay in the Bodhisattva realm for such a long time, causing us to mistakenly think that he had passed away? He muttered to himself. Then, he walked over with large strides, asking about the situation. He really wanted to know what had happened. I crossed the sea of the past and the river of next life. I saw two great Buddhas on the horizon. One was Amitabha, and the other was Sakyamuni. I had no choice but to walk forward, passing between the two Buddhas, and I got lost. And Miaoi spoke softly, recounting her experiences in the Bodhisattva realm. As long as you're back, Kusi said. Suppressing in Miaoi in the 9-floored stone pagoda was not out of malice, as he thought that she might attain the Bodhisattva realm in the future. It was crucial for her to cultivate arduously in the pagoda for 100 years. Kusi left, not willing to disturb her any further. You've returned. And Miaoi said softly. She looked at Yi Fan in a daze, slowly standing up. Her soul had already stabilized. She was a bit thinner, her fine black hair soft and supple, her expression tranquil and otherworldly. She was clearly standing before him, yet she seemed like she could leave this world at any time, as if she was incomparably far away. I worked hard, returned with great difficulty, but it was still too late. After making up my mind, I similarly couldn't forget this shore, and so I returned. Yi Fan said softly. It's been 14 years. I never thought we would meet again. And Miaoi said softly. Yi Fan walked shoulder to shoulder with her, walking out of Lantua Temple together. The sunset dyed the western skies red, drawing out their shadows. Lantua Temple, a Qilin rested beneath a cliff. Lingji grew by the side of a small path. This was a place full of fragrance, tranquility, and auspiciousness everywhere, Dao marks everywhere. It really is good that you could come and see me. And Miaoi smiled like a little girl, her eyes bright and teeth white, somewhat charming and warm. However, Yi Fan's heart froze, feeling a bit distant. Yi Fan smoothed out her fine black hair, accompanying her as they walked out. They walked past the cobblestone path, past the palaces and pavilions, walking shoulder to shoulder. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, it seemed extremely warm. I chose the path of Buddha, and now I have some Dao fruits. And Miaoi said. I know. Great Master Kusi said that you can attain the Bodhisattva position, so it shouldn't be too difficult. Yi Fan nodded. After walking this path, one needs to be at peace of mind, without desires or demands. Walking is empty, sitting is empty, words and actions are all empty. Even if a white blade approaches your head, it will be like a sharp sword slicing the spring wind, and Miaoi said softly. Yi Fan's expression froze, finally understanding why he felt and Miaoi was a bit distant. It wasn't that the two of them were too far apart, but rather that her mental state was different. Everyone has a Buddha nature, and Buddhas are humans as well. Why do you have to give up so much? I don't wish for you to walk this path. Yi Fan said. Everyone has a Buddha nature, but not everyone can become a Buddha. And Miaoi shook her head. For a moment, the two of them didn't speak. They walked forward silently. Although it was very warm, there seemed to be a formless distance between them. Why do you want to cultivate Buddha? There are many Dao arts in this world. If you are willing, I can help you obtain the scriptures of the great human emperor and let you choose. Yi Fan said. I have fate with Buddha, and am suitable to cultivate Buddha. And Miaoi shook her head. Yi Fan wanted to say something, but Miaoi stretched out her jade-like hand and covered his lips, saying, Don't say anything, let's continue on our path. After a long time, the sun had already set. On the dim lawn to a sacred mountain, the shadows of the trees danced, and the fragrance of medicinal herbs wafted in the air. Yi Fan finally couldn't hold it in any longer and spoke. Miaoi, this path isn't easy to walk. You don't have to walk it, there are many choices. Why do you have to trap yourself in the western desert? This is my path. When I enter the sea of the past, when I cross the river of life, my heart is so calm. It tells me what I should choose and what to give up, and Miaoi said. I don't want you to be like this. Yi Fan looked at her. She was originally a peerless beauty, but now she had to accompany the ancient Buddha, ending her karma with the mortal world. How cruel was this? What's so bad about this? My heart is calm, incomparably full. I can witness a Buddha flower blooming, bright and glistening. My Tao is all here, and Miaoi said, her eyes flowing with brilliance. Leave the western desert with me, Yi Fan said seriously. And Miaoi sighed. She looked at him, her eyes filled with reluctance to part, but she shook her head. Suddenly, she touched her forehead. Some cold sweat flowed out, and her eyes became misty. In the past, I severed my Tao, but I forgot the past. What? Yi Fan grabbed her arm. And now, I remember everything. But when you left 14 years ago, I made a choice. 2 streams of sparkling tears flowed down from Miaoi's beautiful eyes. Severed my Tao, forgotten and remembered. There are some imprints that can't be erased. Yi Fan's gaze was resolute. Buddhism talks about the afterlife, but it's just an escape. What reincarnation? What reincarnation? What we can sense and exist is all because of this life. And Miaoi calmed down. She gently said, don't be stubborn. This is my path. It's not stubbornness, it's that you really shouldn't have chosen to cultivate Buddhism. Yi Fan suddenly became tyrannical. He grabbed her hand and said, leave the western desert with me. And Miaoi smiled. Her peerless beauty could topple a city with a single smile. For a moment, the entire dim sacred mountain brightened. You really don't want me to cultivate Buddhism? Yes. Yi Fan nodded. He didn't want Miaoi to spend the rest of her life alone in the western desert. That will have to wait until I attain the status of Bodhisattva and can roam the world. Right now, all the races are rising and the saints from the outer regions are coming. If I don't become a Bodhisattva, how can I roam the world? You aren't just brushing me off, are you? Yi Fan was startled. No. And Miaoi smiled sweetly, her beauty was breathtaking. It doesn't matter. One day, if you are really obstructed by Buddhism, I will come to pick you up. As long as I am unrivaled in this world, nothing can stop me. Yi Fan said. Little man, you are a bit domineering. And Miaoi's smile spread out like ripples. Her skin glistened, her fine black hair danced in the wind. Her eyes were like stars as she said, I'll wait for you to pick me up. Yi Fan nodded. They crossed several spirit veins and walked towards the depths of the sacred mountain. In the future, no matter what happens, you must believe in me, just like how I believe in you, and Miaoi said. The pure white moonlight transformed into immortal feathers that sprinkled down. The water in the lake sparkled as spiritual energy drifted about. Yi Fan scooped up clear water with a jade scoop and sprinkled it on Miaoi's beautiful hair to help her wash her hair. Specks of immortal light formed ripples in the lake. And Miaoi chuckled and pushed him away, saying, I'll do it myself. She wanted him to leave this place. Not long after, water splashed up. She swam in the lake like a fish. Her pure white body was like ivory, flickering with sparkling luster. In the distance, Yi Fan sat beside the bonfire and roasted some wild game. He didn't know why, but he felt that Miaoi was really a bit too far away, even though she said they would meet again in the future. Not long after, the beauty in the lake came out of the bath and walked over with light steps. She was wearing a feather robe that outlined the curves of her pure white and sparkling body. It was perfect to the extreme. Her slender waist and slender and straight jade-like legs were flawless. Her long hair was still dripping with water droplets. There was a faint smile on her white jade-like face. Her every movement was peerless, elegant and otherworldly, like a fairy from heaven who had mistakenly descended to the mortal world. Let's go. And Miaoi ate a spirit root and didn't touch the wild game. Alright, I'll send you back. Yi Fan nodded and stood up. Back where? And Miaoi asked. Aren't we going to Lantua Temple? Yi Fan asked. The future is still far away. I know you're going to travel far. In the next half a month, I'm not a Buddhist cultivator and you're not a human with a sacred physique. We're just a pair of ordinary people going to live an ordinary life, and Miaoi said. Yi Fan was surprised at first. Then, he pulled her hand and left, leaving Sacred Mountain and Lantua Temple. In the next half a month, they were like a pair of ordinary people. They stayed together and watched the sun rise and set in the west. They walked through the grasslands and entered the desert. It was a peaceful and happy life. At night, they gazed at the starry sky together. Yifan pointed out to her where the other shore of the starry sky was and told her what kind of world it was. Time was short, but it passed so quickly. The sky was dotted with stars, and the moonlight was hazy. "We'll meet again." And Miaoi stood up and turned her back to him. Her pure white and perfect back flickered with a snow-white luster like jade. Yifan went forward and embraced her ivory-like body. He wasn't willing to separate. If he could choose, he would rather be immortal. "It's been half a month. You should go." And Miaoi gently pushed him away. Her feather robe flashed and covered her flawless body. Her expression was tranquil and incomparably elegant and otherworldly. It was as if she was standing far away in the 9 heavens. A green lamp appeared beside her. The wick flickered with Buddhist light and suddenly jumped up. The ancient bronze lamp made her look even more ethereal. The green copper lamp flickered, and the flame was clear and bright. There was actually a tiny Miaoi sitting cross-legged in the middle of the flame, chanting sutras in a dignified and sacred manner. The expression of the true body, and Miaoi, was indifferent. Her white clothes fluttered lightly in the wind, causing her to seem lofty and faintly discernible, as if she was about to ascend to the heavens and ascend to immortality, otherworldly. She seemed to have changed into a different person. She seemed even more illusory and difficult to get close to. Her gentle smile carried a trace of distance. Yifan gazed at the figure sitting in the bronze lamp. Only then did he feel a sense of familiarity. He said softly, "Miaoi. Go." Inside the green lamp, that familiar and intimate smile didn't change in the slightest as it waved at him. "Goodbye, until we meet again." The true body in Miaoi also spoke. Then, she turned around, leaving just like that, graceful like an immortal, flying through the air, heading in the direction of Orchid Tua Temple. Yifan was lost in thought and did not move for a long time. At dawn, a ray of multicolored light shone down. Only then did he rise and leave. Every day in the western desert, he could sense the mysterious power of Psyche. He wanted to observe Mount Meru from a distance, and had no intention of leaving immediately. There were a few ancient lands in the western desert. The Xiankong Temple, Lantua Temple, and Xianxia Temple were all extremely famous. They possessed the highest secret techniques of Buddhism and were revered in the world. Yifan walked on foot, passing by the Lantua Temple and heading towards the center of this land. He sensed the atmosphere of the Buddhist land and looked at the divine light of faith. He was comprehending in his heart. A day later, Yifan passed by a dilapidated palace hall. This place had been reduced to ruins and scorched. Why would someone destroy a temple in West Earth? He was a little surprised. This small temple wasn't big, and it didn't take up much space. After scattering the ashes, a dozen or so corpses were revealed. Qingling Temple, isn't this the place where Miaoi once cultivated? Yifan couldn't help but frown. This small temple had been destroyed less than half a month ago. And Miaoi had set out from the Ahant Temple and traveled all over the western desert. She had cultivated in many ancient temples, and only stopped when she entered the Lantua Temple. This was only one of them. And Miaoi had mentioned it before. Reverse the flow and trace back to the source, ancient reversion technique. Yifan released a light shout. His eyes were brilliant and his forehead was sparkling like a mirror, illuminating the broken walls. This was a mysterious technique he had cultivated on Earth. He had once obtained an incomplete Veda Sutra in the ancient Taoist field. He had comprehended the profound principles and obtained this mysterious technique which could allow the scenes of the past to reappear. Yifan's frontal bone shone, illuminating the rubble and scattering over the corpses. He traced back the events that happened more than 10 days ago. Moments later, his body trembled. Wang Ting. His eyes lit up and became as sharp as a knife. It was actually Wang Ting who did it. Needless to say, he knew what this person wanted to do. In order to take revenge on him, this person would do anything. He knew that I had returned and understood that he wasn't my opponent. He wanted to make a move against Miaoi and annihilate the entire temple. Yi Fan was as fast as lightning. He quickly gave chase and arrived at the small temple Miaoi mentioned. This ancient temple was safe and sound, it had not suffered any calamity. It must be the people from the first temple who discovered his misdeeds and were silenced. He didn't dare tarry and directly headed for Lantua Temple. He secretly learned that Miaoi had returned and was unharmed. Wang Teng, it's time to settle things. Yi Fan hid in the sacred mountain and paid attention to everything here. He believed that Wang Ting would definitely appear and that it was only a matter of time. Several days later, Miaoi went out and headed for Xianxia Temple to comprehend a type of Buddhist law. Yi Fan didn't show himself and used the Celestial Court's secret killing technique to hide in the void. He followed along the way because he felt that Wang Ting should appear soon. Sure enough, after traveling for several thousand li, a golden ancient war chariot rumbled over and emitted soaring radiance. It was accompanied by a true dragon, an immortal phoenix, a white tiger, and a black tortoise. This ancient war chariot was entirely golden and emitted boundless radiance. It stood on top of it like a celestial emperor inspecting the mortal world. Wang Ting's black hair hung loosely behind him. He was tall and sturdy, and there was a type of coldness in his eyes. He held a golden holy sword in his hand and cut off the path ahead. The sword edge spat out divine radiance several hundred zhang long as it swept towards Miaoi. Chi. A green lamp appeared and hung on Miaoi's shoulder. It emitted a gentle radiance and propped up a layer of light screen to protect her body. You are Wang Ting. Who would have thought that the magnificent North deity would actually fall to such a state? Did you come to take action against me because you felt that you had no hope of killing Yi Fan in this lifetime? Miaoi said softly. To the top heavenly pride of the human race's younger generation, doing things like this was undoubtedly abandoning oneself and losing the heart to prove one's Tao. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Wang Ting laughed loudly and his hair fluttered in the wind. There was anger and killing intent in his eyes. It was cold and sinister, and his pupils were like two deep pools. What a pity. The former North deity has already become like this. It really makes one sigh with sorrow. The top young hero has finally fallen and is unable to recover after this setback. He no longer has his unrivaled glory, Miaoi said softly. Yes, I've lost again. In the Battle of the Eastern Baron, a mysterious person shocked the world and forced me to retreat with a single spear strike. I know he is Yi Fan, and I am not his match. Wang Ting's expression was cold as he said, he led tens of thousands of cavalries to annihilate my Wang clan of the northern plains. I will take revenge for this hatred no matter what in this lifetime. If I can't kill him, then I will start with his woman and make him suffer for the rest of his life. Wang Ting spoke in a sinister tone. His eyes were filled with hatred and were close to insanity. The hand that was holding on to the golden saint sword was trembling slightly, and half of his body was convulsing. You only see the destruction of the Wang clan. Why didn't you mention your domineering actions back then? If it wasn't for the fact that you went to annihilate the Southern Mountains barbarian race and colluded with the ancient race to exterminate Yi Fan and his friends, how could things have turned out like this? Buddhism talks about karma, and everything is already destined, Miaoi said. What karma? What heavenly Tao? To me, they are all unimportant. I want you to die, and I want Yi Fan to suffer for the rest of his life. I can't kill him, so I will torture him mentally and make him unable to live in peace for the rest of his life. Wang Ting's eyes were bloodshot and had turned scarlet. His murderous aura was boundless, and the golden ancient chariot was enveloped in a bloody mist. Miaoi shook her head. The North Arch was no longer as stunning as he was in the past. His mental state had fallen, and he was truly unable to recover from this setback. No matter how high his cultivation was, it was impossible for him to corroborate his Tao. Kill. Wang Ting made his move and fought against Miaoi. The golden saint sword in his hand slashed down, and the ancient chariot rumbled, crushing everything in its way. The mountain peaks and ancient veins were all turned into powder. His battle intent soared into the clouds, and his demonic chi was boundless. Miaoi made her move and used Buddhist arts to neutralize his attacks. She continued to fight against him. Miaoi, you can't escape today. I will send your head to the Eastern Baron. I will listen to his mournful cries and watch as his anger attacks his heart. I will make him grieved and unable to reverse the situation. You won't be the last. In the future, I will hunt down everyone related to him. I will kill them one by one, and your skulls will become my collection. Yi Fan, I will make you grieve. I look forward to your heartbroken expression, ha ha ha. Wang Ting seemed to have gone mad. He was crying and laughing at the same time. His attacks were like a torrential storm, and his sword chi was ever-changing. Boom! All of a sudden, a golden fist shattered the vacuum and appeared. It blasted Wang Ting and his ancient chariot away, causing him to cough out large mouthfuls of blood. Yi Fan walked out from the void step by step with a black spear in his hand. His entire body didn't emit any powerful aura, but it still caused Wang Ting's expression to change. It's you. You were waiting for me here. I have formed karma with you here. Yi Fan pressed forward. Right now, he could be said to be invincible among those of the same generation. He could look down on the 8 Desolaces and even killed a heavenly prince, let alone a mere Wang Ting. It was just as Yi Tong had said. Apart from the imperial princes, his greatest enemies were in the starry sky. There were almost no other people of the same generation who could be his match on this ancient star. Miaoi, leave. I will take his head and end everything, Yi Fan said. And Miaoi retreated and gave up the battlefield. She believed that even if a few Wang Ting came together, they still wouldn't be a match for Yi Fan. His Dao heart had already been shattered, so what else could be left? Wang Ting, I will kill you all within 30 moves. Show me all your abilities, Yi Fan said. He was invincible in his heart, and the aura he emitted was the same. You are too arrogant. Wang Ting's eyes were bloodshot like 2 blood-colored cold ponds. He was once known as the North Deity and had never been looked down upon like this. His hatred for Yi Fan was as vast and boundless as the waves of the East Sea. The first defeat, the first shattering of his body, and the first pain and humiliation all originated from Yi Fan. It was engraved in his bones and his hatred was hard to dispel. Wang Ting went crazy. He cleaved down with the golden battle sword in his hand. Many illusory figures flew out from the ancient golden chariot, true dragons, immortal phoenixes, and others, to destroy the enemy. Together. Wang. Facing these Dao marks, Yi Fan was simple and direct. He only had one attack. He held the black spear in one hand and swung it forward, sweeping everything away. Pfff. All sorts of lights, sword radiance, and immortal phoenix imprints were shattered. They couldn't stop his powerful attack at all. Chi. Yi Fan struck out with his spear. The dark golden spear was like a black dragon that rushed into the sky. It broke through the void and split the dome of heaven. Even if the ancient chariot's battle chi covered the heaven and earth, it still couldn't stop it. Wang Ting screamed. The cold spear tip blasted away the golden battle sword. The exceptional spear radiance shot over, piercing through his chest. An arm-sized bloody hole appeared on his body. You have fear in your heart. You are even more unbearable than I imagined. I will take your life in 10 moves. Yi Fan pointed the black spear at the space between his brows. Kill, 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 kill. After my 100 defeats, I will become a demonic core. Revive for me. I will become unmatched under the heavens. Wang Ting screamed crazily. His expression warped, and demonic patterns appeared on his face one after another. A streak of dark light even more so rushed out from the crown of his head. It was incomparably terrifying. At this moment, he turned into a demonic core. Streaks of black patterns appeared on his forehead. It was as if an ancient great demon king had been reborn, becoming many times more powerful. What kind of inheritance did you obtain from Ji family's ancestral palace back then? I fear that it didn't belong to the Void Great Emperor, right? Yi Fan asked. Ha ha, to think that I, Wang Ting, first obtained the ancient Chaos Great Emperor's inheritance, and then I obtained the Undying Mountain's ancient emperor's secret method. I obtained the favor of the heavens and obtained a world-defying great opportunity. In this life, I am destined to be unmatched. None of you can stop my path. He truly went mad. His eyes were blood-red as he screamed and roared. He fiercely attacked Yi Fan. Ancient Chaos Inheritance, Eternal Banishment. The void was torn apart. He wanted to strike Yi Fan into a boundless dimensional space and forever bury him in an unknown timespace. Back then, you couldn't even defeat me with this technique. What use is it now? Yi Fan seemed to be standing in the eternal. His body was undying, and his unmatched stance was fully displayed. He traversed the void, and it was difficult for him to be banished. Pooh! His spear stabbed forward. Blood splashed out. Wang Ting's evasion was a bit slow, and an arm turned into a bloody paste as it flew out. Now, Yi Fan had an unrivaled stance. After facing him, every strike was majestic, and every move was able to suppress him. I am not willing to accept this. I was born with the great fate of heaven and earth. What right do you have to fight against me? I have the 9 secrets and 2 great emperors' ancient scriptures. I must kill you. He went mad. The devil pattern on his forehead became even thicker as he attacked. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He finally knew why Wang Ting couldn't recover after a setback. To be exact, he knew why Wang Ting could be revived. This was no longer completely him. There was something living in his body, and the so-called devil fetus was definitely not Wang Ting. North Thearka's devil transformation caused him to be unable to control himself. This should be another strand of qi activity occupying his body and causing havoc. A chill surged up in Yi Fan's heart. He couldn't let this person go and had to kill him completely. He shouted, "Devil fetus beheaded." The two fought intensely. Yi Fan released his unrivaled battle intent. After the 7th exchange, he sent the golden ancient chariot flying with a punch. The sharp spear swept across, and Wang Ting's blood-stained head flew diagonally. Pfff, Yi Fan caught up and pierced the head with his spear, pinning him to the dark golden spear tip. Streaks of blood flowed down. Tell me all your secrets. Haha. I am Wang Ting. No, I am the imprint left behind by the unrivaled emperor of Undying Mountain. You can't kill me, ha ha ha. The sharp tip of the spear flickered with a dark golden luster. Shocking bloodstains were dripping down as a skull was nailed on top of it. The black hair was stuck in the spear's head. Wang Ting's expression was fierce. His eyes were filled with endless coldness and unwillingness. He released his divine sense and roared, "You can't get the chaotic ancient scripture, let alone the ancient sovereign scripture. I won't leave it for you even if I die. As for the first word of the 9 secrets, I'm the only one who knows about it. Let it be lost forever." He screamed and roared as his mind was in chaos. The demonic rune on his forehead became clearer and clearer, making him look like he had lost his human appearance. Black light rushed into the sky above his head as an indescribable creature was about to be born. Yi Fan flicked his finger and specks of golden immortal light scattered the black light. Thunder rumbled in his palm as he tried to forcefully extract Wang Ting's primordial spirit. You're no longer a pure Wang Ting. You're a combination of your original resentment and the shattered imprint of the Undying Mountain. Rather than living in pain like this, it's better to be freed earlier. Yi Fan chanted the scripture in order to purify Wang Ting. At the very least, he had to get rid of the mysterious imprint, which made him feel somewhat uneasy. I'm undying. Void Monarch, I'm not done with you. A beast-like roar rushed out from Wang Ting's mind. His entire skull was cracked. Yi Fan was fearless as he chanted the expiation scripture. He wasn't worried about the reincarnation of an ancient sovereign. If that was the case, Wang Ting would have been controlled long ago. From this, it was only a strand of evil intent. No matter how terrifying a fragment of the spiritual imprint was, it wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. Kill, kill, kill. Wang Ting continuously roared, releasing a cruel demonic sound as he executed an indescribable secret technique. Black light rushed out from the top of his head and condensed into a devil fetus. It was completely black with thunderstorm wings on its back and a pair of dragon horns on its head. It stepped on chaotic light and looked rather mighty. It's already been killed by the Void Monarch for more than 100,000 years. It's just a strand of remnant that doesn't even know who it is. Yi Fan said coldly. He chanted the salvation scripture, and his entire body shone with boundless light, becoming more and more divine and auspicious. The black clouds immediately collapsed and continuously melted. Ah! Wang Ting and the shadow screamed together. Bang! Yi Fan was shocked. This head cracked apart. He immediately extracted the primordial spirit to read through its memories. This was a priceless immortal tomb that used the great emperor's inheritance. There were 9 secret wondrous techniques. I won't let you do as you wish. Wang Ting shouted loudly. His entire primordial spirit exploded, burning fiercely. Yi Fan seized it, not hesitating to use a saint artifact to suppress it. But it was very strange. His primordial spirit was difficult to control. It burned more and more fiercely. Even if he cut it, it wouldn't work. You can't have it, said Meng Hao. You can't control me. Ha ha ha. The 9 secrets will be lost forever. Yi Fan did everything he could to stop his divine destruction. The Meng secret was extremely important. It was a supreme wondrous technique for cultivating the primordial spirit. It could sense danger ahead of time. If it wasn't for the green immortal cauldron in his body that could hide him from heaven's mysteries, Wang Ting might be able to rely on the Meng secret to foresee and not come here to kill him. Ha ha ha, you will never obtain the Meng secret. Follow me to the end. Wang Ting's primordial spirit turned into an expanse of fiery light and disappeared inch by inch. If a person wanted to die, no one could stop them, especially something like the primordial spirit. It couldn't be restrained. After cultivating the 1,000 characters secret, his primordial spirit was incomparably special. Yi Fan found it difficult to seal it and even almost let him escape several times. At the same time, the black demonic fetus that had manifested wind and thunder wings and stepped on primal chaos light was also struggling to escape. Yi Fan fully used the 9 secrets and used all kinds of wondrous techniques to suppress it on the spot. Then, he observed Wang Ting's primordial spirit again. Let's end this. Wang Ting shouted loudly. The demonic fetus did the same thing, struggling violently at the same time. Then, it exploded with a pong sound. It's over. Yi Fan's heart sank. There were secret treasures in their primordial spirits, and they had all exploded. Even a saint weapon couldn't restrain them and almost caused him to suffer serious injuries. The black arrow emitted a black light and blocked the energy storm. He only managed to cut off some primordial spirit fragments, and the light was completely annihilated. Hateful. Wang Ting's body and spirit were both destroyed. Only a dozen or so imprint fragments were left in Yi Fan's palm. It was useless to search carefully. They were all just distracting thoughts. Ancient reversion technique, reassemble the sea of consciousness. Yi Fan spread his hands and used the only secret technique in the Vedas. The wandering divine sense fragments gathered over, but it was a pity that they still couldn't find anything. He let out a long sigh because there was nothing he could do. Wait a moment, let me try. And Miaoi walked over gracefully. The ancient green lamp on her shoulder scattered faint Buddhist light, illuminating this place and forming a sea of consciousness world. Northern plains, within a great desert, there is a divine lake. This is the thing that left the deepest memories. Apart from this, there is nothing else, and Miaoi said. She used the Dharma to restore it, but she could only obtain these things. It was difficult to trace it back. The ancient green lamp flickered with light. Forget it, I can't force it. Perhaps the 9 secrets are destined to be scattered. It will take time to gather them all. Yi Fan didn't believe that the inheritance of the pre-word secret would truly be severed. Take care. And Miaoi left. They would have to part ways in the end. Yi Fan nodded and watched her disappear into the horizon. The ancient golden chariot and golden sword were rare secret treasures that were difficult to destroy. Yi Fan couldn't even estimate their level. These were sealed items that Wang Ting had never opened. I just happened to be lacking a carriage. It's really not bad. Yi Fan tossed the golden sword onto the chariot and put it away. This chariot and sword were most suitable for fighting on the battlefield. Yi Fan walked through the western desert for half a month. He looked at dozens of ancient temples and finally arrived at Mount Meru. He didn't go up and only watched from the distance. This was a mysterious and holy mountain that seemed to be cast from gold. From the distance, it was resplendent and surged with immortal light. It was unknown just how much faith power was flowing there. It was pure and holy, turning into streak after streak of light. In the end, it condensed into countless rivers that poured down and submerged that place. Mount Meru was vast and boundless, but there was even more faith power. It covered the entire mountain range like a vast sea covering the sky. The boundless expanse made the mountain range look like an island. The Great Thunderclap Monastery could not be seen from the distance. One could only see the majestic mountain range. It was unknown just how many tens of thousands of zhang tall it towered into the clouds. It was golden and holy. All types of spiritual birds danced about. It was like an immortal domain. In the end, Yi Fan left into the distance. He didn't ascend the mountain because he felt uneasy in this place. He didn't believe in Buddha, so entering the mountain would be harmful to his body. The Amiba Great Emperor had shocked the past and present. Even if he wasn't the most mysterious Great Emperor, his methods were heaven-defying. Who knew what he had left behind? Yi Fan didn't want to provoke him. Goodbye, Western Desert. Yi Fan left into the distance. He stepped through the realm gate and crossed the void, heading towards the northern plains. He really didn't want to give up on the ancient Chaos Great Emperor's ancient scriptures. The all-heaven wasteland was overgrown with weeds. It was a desolate grassland located in the northeastern part of the northern plains. There were rarely any signs of human habitation, and no one had ventured deep into this place for tens of thousands of years. There were packs of wild wolves in this place. Every moonlit night, one could hear the woo-woo sounds. The bright moon hung high in the sky. In the distance, a wolf held at the moon. A huge silver-white wolf was dozens of zhang tall. It swallowed the moonlight and howled loudly. Yi Fan traveled alone with a black spear in hand. He killed many monsters along the way and arrived at this wasteland. He was looking for a place, the ancient Chaos Desert. There was a divine lake inside. I've finally arrived. It's just up ahead. The huge silver wolf was startled. It turned into a ball of silver flame and fled. Yi Fan moved forward and saw a desert hidden at the end of the grassland. Early in the morning, mist lingered. He found the divine lake in the depths of the desert. Colorful clouds rose from it, sparkling and translucent. An immortal crane let out a long cry. It spread its wings and tore open the sky. It rushed out from a cliff and turned into a ray of immortal light. It landed on the ground with an unfathomable depth. It's you, the powerful human race's sacred body. The immortal crane spoke in the human language. It stood by the divine lake. Its wings were as white as jade and sparkled. I killed Wan Ting. Yi Fan had long heard that there was an immortal crane that protected Wan Ting. It had saved him from the Alcade Saint Child. I already know. His soul lamp has already been extinguished. I also sensed his death energy on you. Everything has been decided. The immortal crane sighed. It had no intention of attacking. Yi Fan looked at the divine lake that was filled with surging spiritual energy. The immortal crane spoke again. I brought him here when he was young and obtained the inheritance of ancient Chaos Great Emperor. What a pity for an immortal seedling. After losing to you, the imprint of the undying mountain tainted the origin of his soul. Even if he didn't lose to you, it would be difficult for him to achieve anything. The old crane sighed. After all, Wang Ting was raised by it. Now that it knew of his death, it couldn't help but sigh. I want to know, is ancient Chaos Great Emperor really the other life of Ruthless? Yi Fan asked. There were rumors in the world that ancient Chaos Great Emperor was one of the lives after Ruthless was reborn. This was because his self-cleaving Dao art was extremely similar to Ruthless. No. The old crane shook its head and denied it directly. Ancient Chaos Great Emperor's life was full of ups and downs. He suffered many defeats and was disheartened many times. However, he had a huge fortuitous encounter. First, he obtained part of Ruthless' cultivation technique, then he obtained part of Void Monarch's cultivation technique. Then, after 100 defeats, he gave birth to a demon fetus. Other great emperors have never been defeated in their lives. Only ancient Chaos Great Emperor was defeated so badly that he almost lost his Dao heart. In the end, his mind was on the verge of collapsing. The immortal crane said. Ancient Chaos Great Emperor broke out of his cocoon and was reborn. The demon fetus was complete. In the end, he turned everything around. He defeated all his past opponents and reached the peak alone. North region was vast and sparsely populated. There was only one great emperor since ancient times. Ancient Chaos Great Emperor's path was full of ups and downs. It might not seem like a big deal to say that he suffered defeats. However, the process was extremely cruel. He was separated by life and death. His lover died, his family died, his master was killed, and all his friends were wiped out. It was hard for outsiders to understand all sorts of tragedies. It was also because of this that he could still struggle and not give in after all the defeats. Because he was unwilling, he had to rise up. You should understand why I am here. Yi Fan said. If you are here for Great Emperor Chaos Great Emperor's inheritance, I'm afraid you will be disappointed. The underground palace is closed and no one can open it in 1,000 years. Unless the Great Emperor comes personally. The old crane said. Yi Fan frowned. He was unwilling. I didn't find an inheritor for ancient Chaos Great Emperor and I feel guilty. 1,000 years later, I will definitely find an outstanding inheritor to make up for my mistake. The old crane spread its wings and took out an ancient wood. It was about half a foot long and gave it to Yi Fan. This might contain the secret of the 4-word formula. You can study it. Wang Ting brought it back from East Baron when he was young. I don't want the inheritance of the 9 secrets to end. Yi Fan took it and bowed. Although the old crane nurtured Wang Ting, it was fair and didn't shield him. It considered the big picture. This piece of blue gold that fell from Ji family's ancestral hall was dyed with Void Emperor's blood. It is not to be underestimated. The old crane spread its wings and a demonic and terrifying piece of blue gold appeared in the sky. Eternal blue gold, a palm-sized piece of metal flickered with a mysterious luster. It was thousands of times more dreamy than a sapphire, making it hard for people to look away. This was an emperor-grade divine material, a rare immortal material that belonged to ancient great emperors. It was difficult for others to obtain. This was the first time Yi Fan had seen the eternal blue gold. It was so dazzling that it looked like a dream. Blue light circulated around it like the most dazzling star in the universe. However, its strangeness and terror also made one's heart palpitate. Droplets of blood rolled about, every single one so horrifying. They were like great seas, and if they were to roll down, they might be able to drown out all life. The blood of the Void Emperor. Yi Fan muttered to himself. There was reverence in his eyes, as well as bewilderment as he carefully examined it. Without a doubt, the eternal blue gold was only a fragment, a weapon whose corner had been broken by someone. It was stained with the blood of the Void Emperor and fell from Ji family's ancestral hall. These circumstances made one's imagination run wild, and at the same time, they felt waves of horror. The Void Great Emperor suffered serious injuries, and there was a fragment within his body. After more than 100,000 years had passed, the aura contained within these drops of unmatched emperor blood had already scattered, and the Tao aura had been erased by the eternal blue gold. That was why it wasn't intimidating and could be approached. This piece of eternal blue gold contains a soul fragment that has tainted Wang Ting's soul. I don't want it to continue to wreak havoc in the world, so I'm going to throw it into the divine lake and suppress it with the tomb gate of ancient Chaos Great Emperor. The red-crowned crane said, not planning on giving this precious emperor weapon immortal material to Yi Fan, fearing that it would bring about great trouble and seal it for eternity. Let bygones be bygones. Don't let them affect future generations. Boom, after the old crane finished speaking, it threw the eternal blue gold into the lake. The water splashed high into the sky, and then it soared into the sky, flapping its wings and crying loudly. 1,000 years later, the new generation of ancient Chaos Great Emperor's inheritor will reappear in the world. He will be cleansed of all impurities and emit the most dazzling brilliance. Yi Fan walked out of the great desert. He turned his head back to take one last look before disappearing into the vast grassland. He held an ancient piece of wood in his hand. There was not the slightest bit of luster on it. When he flicked it, it clanged like metal. The antecedent word is related to it, but I can't see anything special about it. He couldn't help but mutter to himself. According to the old crane's hint, this piece of ancient wood was very important. If it was destroyed, the inheritance of the antecedents of the 9 secrets would be completely cut off. Yi Fan looked at it for a long time but did not find even a trace of the Tao. In the end, he put it away. Some scriptures could not be comprehended unless the time was right. It depended on fate. He left Northern Plains and stepped into the realm entrance. He entered Central Plains alone and headed for Unique Warrior Manor. He wanted to investigate the ancient starry sky path that led to outer space. Where will the so-called strongest trial in history be held? Over the past few days, the Eastern Baron had been in turmoil. The Celestial Prince had died, the 8 divine generals had been annihilated, and the great sage of Kuan-Zhou had been killed. Everyone in the Eastern Baron was discussing this matter. Although the Sacred Prince had taken all the blame, everyone knew that it was a mysterious person who killed the Sacred Prince. Who was this person? Everyone in the 5 regions wanted to know, and it became the focus of attention. People guessed that Yi Fan must have returned. Now, the Eastern Baron was not peaceful. A great battle had come to an end, but the storm had just begun. Although the victorious fighting Buddha's power was boundless and could forcefully intimidate people, he had returned to Mount Meru after all. It was unknown when he would come down again. Many people wanted to find Yi Fan, especially the ancient race. They wanted to know what kind of world he had gone to and what secrets he had. Back then, no one had found the green cauldron in the Battle of the Central Plains Ancestral Temple. People had reason to believe that the ultimate 5-colored altar might have some secrets related to it. But in the end, only Yi Fan had left through the Star Realm entrance. No one else could enter. Many ancient race people wanted to know if there was a connection. It might not be Yi Fan. Now that the saints from the outer space are coming, the path to immortality is about to open. Who knows, it might be the disciple of one of the saints. Of course, not everyone thought so. Some cultivators guessed that it might be the work of other outsiders. Impossible, the human race's sacred physique has definitely returned. Otherwise, why would he attack together with the Sacred Prince? Even that big black dog raised by AB*TCH has appeared. The majority of people firmly believed that the human race's sacred physique had returned. He had just arrived on this ancient planet, but he had already done something world-shaking. Killing the Heavenly Prince was undoubtedly a sensational event. In the streets and alleys of the Eastern Baron, wherever there were cultivators, the topic of discussion would be related to Yi Fan. Even the people of the Central Plains, the Southern Mountains, and the Western Desert were the same. These days, they were all speculating where he had gone and when he would show up. The human race's sacred physique is too powerful. He even killed the Heavenly Prince. Even Huang Shudao and the Fire Qilin couldn't stop the tragedy. This is a tragedy, an ancient race member said. Humph, I think he hasn't had a good time these days. Even if the victorious fighting Buddha has spoken and the saint great ancient kings won't act against him, I don't believe there aren't people who dare to take the risk. That's true. The immortal Heavenly Emperor is a deity respected by all races. He killed the Heavenly Prince and didn't allow him to take revenge. There must be saint great ancient kings who are furious. Even if they don't dare to act openly, they will still kill him in secret. That's right. He has the secret of traversing the star domains and knows of a mysterious ancient planet with life. Just this alone will make ancient kings want to find him. During these days, Yi Fan had left the Eastern Baron. Everyone was looking for him. Everyone wanted to be the first to find him. If a saint didn't appear, who could contend against him? This was the consensus of everyone. In this era without saints, there were probably not many people who could be Yi Fan's opponent. The Heavenly Prince had been killed. This was a glorious achievement that was difficult to surpass. Huang Shudao, GZ, and the Sacred Prince were the few people who could be compared to him. Unless a powerful character from the outer realms descended, who could be his enemy? Yi Fan came to the Odd Scholar Manor and entered in a low profile. He didn't want anyone to recognize him. Now that the world was full of ups and downs, it was unknown how many people wanted to drag him out. Many years had passed, but the Odd Scholar Manor hadn't changed much. It was located on a celestial mountain with the densest spiritual energy. There were tens of thousands of layers of purple energy and dense immortal light lingered around. The orchid was rooted on the stone peak, the old flood dragon was playing in the deep pool, the Luan was flying outside the Jade Palace, and the ancient Qilin was lying alone in front of the stone platform. After so many years, the cultivators who stayed in the manor had long since become famous. They had more or less grown up and gradually replaced the older generation. In this era where the laws of the Great Tao were developing, as long as they worked hard, the monstrous geniuses would shine and carve out their own heaven and earth. Revisiting this old place, Yi Fan looked at everything in the odd scholar manner and felt a bit nostalgic. Ji Ziyue, Pang Bo, the Central Emperor, and the others had all gone far away. Wang Ting had even died in his hands. The experts had left and were no longer in this world. Just what kind of place did they go to? How could it be called the most powerful training in history? Yi Fan walked along the road towards the odd Scholar Manor's seclusion ground. After cultivating to this level, he felt more and more that the odd Scholar Manor was unfathomable. Every layout was meticulously chosen. Stone mountains rose and fell, beautiful peaks were everywhere. Draconic energy surged from the great earth. Every outstanding disciple could have a mountain peak as their seclusion ground. There was a winding ancient road that had existed for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. It seemed very short, but one would never reach the end. In our generation, those who died died and those who disappeared disappeared. Only a few of the heaven-defying geniuses from back then are left. There were tea houses and small wine shops on the side of the road built along the mountain. There were disciples of the odd Scholar Manor and cultivators sitting down to discuss the world's situation. Do you guys think the divine physique has really returned? He's really too powerful. He even killed the heavenly prince. Who in the world can become his enemy? Woo, did you guys hear? Someone saw Wang Ting in the western desert. It's suspected that he was killed by the divine physique. A few cultivators watched the battle from afar. What? Even Wang Ting died? The North Emperor from back then, one of the top figures of the odd Scholar Manor, the most powerful expert of the entire world's younger generation, the role model of his generation, fell just like that. Many people sighed. A heavenly genius of a generation ended up like this. They were shocked by Yi Fan's power. He swept through the top figures of the ancient race and the human race. He was clearly unrivaled. I really didn't think that after not hearing any news for more than 10 years, his strength would reach such a level. There are so many corpses on the path of corroboration. Saint children, divine children, ancient princes, and others all fell under his feet one after another. Why do I vaguely see the rise of a great emperor? A cultivator said. It really is hard to find an opponent. If Huang Shudao and Fire Qilin don't appear, no one in the present world can keep him in check. I wonder when those with ancient emperor bloodlines will fight against him. In the end, it will be difficult for him to corroborate the Tao. Who doesn't know that since the ancient times, there have only been great success saint physiques and no special cases of corroborating the Tao? Apart from this, can he avoid the saint-level ancient kings? Rumor has it that the ancient race is making strange movements. Someone might be secretly taking action. Yi Fan heard their discussion and frowned inwardly. However, he wasn't too worried. The damaged immortal cauldron could hide from heaven's mysteries. No one could deduce everything about him, so he didn't have to worry about being found. Cough, you came. The owner of the tavern walked out. His coughing voice was very old as he looked at Yi Fan. You are. Yi Fan was endlessly bewildered. Odd Scholar Manor's manor lord from several generations ago. The old man spoke. He wiped the table clean with a rag and invited him to sit. He then placed a pot of aged wine and a few dishes. Putong, at the side, people were thrown into a complete mess. Cups and plates clattered everywhere. A group of people stood up in shock and looked at this old man in disbelief. The owner of the small tavern looked to be around 60 to 70 years old. He was senile and his eyes were turbid. He didn't look like an otherworldly expert at all. His hair was sparse and grizzled. Another unordinary saint physique has appeared in our human race. It is truly rare. More than 100,000 years ago, there were several saint physiques that left this place. One of them was unmatched in another starry sky, creating an immortal legend. There were also some who encountered emperor-level characters that shook the ancient cosmos. They shed blood and were buried in foreign lands, said the old man. Yi Fan was shaken inwardly. This was definitely a saint. There had long been rumors that the odd Scholar Manor's manor lord was an old saint who lived in seclusion. He never expected to see him today. He really is our old man or lord, an ancient saint? It's him. This youngster has a saint physique. He is Yi Fan. Who would have thought that he truly returned and came to the central continent immortal manner? Everyone was shocked. They couldn't help but leave their seats. These two weren't ordinary people. Regardless of whether they were young or old, either one of them could shake the entire world. This was especially true for Yi Fan. If he walked out now, the central continent would be in an uproar and the eastern wasteland would explode. All the cultivators in the world would pay attention to him. There wasn't a single cultivator who didn't want to find him. Come, sit down. Let's talk about the path to immortality and the most powerful trial in history. This old one has waited for you for 14 years. The old man arranged the bowls and plates and had Yi Fan sit down. He poured 2 cups of wine and raised his cup. Everyone was quite self-aware. They all backed up and stood outside the small tavern. Your troubles aren't small, the old saint said. Yi Fan didn't dare to be negligent. He helped him pour wine and earnestly asked, "You are talking about the ancient race, right? Not only these people, but also them." The old man pointed at the sky and said, "Saints from outside this region, which one of them who could step on the ancient starry sky path and find this place are ordinary? They are almost here. If they are accompanied by disciples, there will definitely be some stunning youngsters. You won't lack opponents." Hong, suddenly, there was an uproar in the distance. It was very noisy, and many people were clamoring. Big news, super big news. Saints from outside this region have descended in the eastern wasteland. Rumor has it that they descended 2 days ago, but the news was sealed. Only now has it reached the central continent. The experts from outside this region have been received by an ancient race member. One of his disciples wants to challenge the heroes of the eastern wasteland and then fight his way to the central continent. He wants to challenge Huang Shudao, defeat the sacred prince, and suppress the Saint Physique Yi Fan. The sages from the outer realms had come to the eastern barren territory. This was a major event that would have a far-reaching impact. It foretold a magnificent era in the future. No one knew where they came from, but they all knew that ancient sages who could cross the star field were no small matter. They were absolutely world-shaking. In the small wine shop, the old chief of the unique warrior mansion looked calm and wasn't surprised at all. He had just pointed to the sky and said that the sages from the outer realms would come. How many divine physiques have entered and exited the starry sky from here? Well, I can't say for sure either. In short, their experiences were all extraordinary. I want to know where they went, Yi Fan asked. They went to a faraway ancestral land. Countless sages have fought there. If they don't bathe in divine blood, they can't be considered true experts, the old saint said. Yi Fan revealed a strange expression. What kind of place was that? He had never heard of it before. It seemed to be an extraordinary ancient place. Nowadays, becoming an immortal is the common pursuit of all the strongest cultivators. They don't pay much attention to other things. Unfortunately, who can succeed, the old saint said. Ji Ziyue, Peng Bo, Ji Haoyue, the central emperor, the west bodhisattva, the southern demon, and the others had all left. What Yi Fan didn't expect was that the old saint also mentioned another name, Alcade. He also went. What was left behind in the Alcade Holy Land wasn't his true body. Yi Fan was surprised. It's just an incarnation and a Tao body. His true body has been gone for 5 years. The old saint gave him a definite answer. At the same time, he revealed a secret. The reason why Qingdi could still prove his Tao after the great changes of the world was because he had entered the ancestral land from this place and seized the fortune of heaven and earth. Of course, Qingdi didn't go there as a disciple of the unique warrior mansion. Instead, he forcefully borrowed the road and fought his way to that star field, experiencing the baptism of many battles. This is a very cruel ancient road. I don't know what it is like. After all, I haven't experienced it. In the past hundreds of thousands of years, a group of people would go there every 10,000 years. At least 1 or 2, at most a dozen. However, it was very rare for them to return alive. After such an endless amount of time, how many divine bodies have gone? It was recorded that there were 3 whose blood dyed the world beyond, their bones buried in foreign lands, falling along this path. So cruel? Yi Fan was shocked. Before the primordial age, the divine physique was definitely an almost invincible physique. When they were young, apart from the young great emperor, who could compete with it, what kind of path was this? Even the undefeatable great sage's body was drenched in blood. One could imagine just how dangerous and terrifying the path ahead would be. No wonder it was known as the most powerful trial in history. Yi Fan still clearly remembered that back then, the Black Emperor had seriously said that Emperor Wuxia had also walked this path. There were countless corpses beneath his feet, and blood flowed like rivers. He had met some extremely powerful enemies. What kind of person was Wuxia? He was powerful to the extreme. Even though he was far from achieving the Tao at that time, he wasn't someone others could compare to. The fact that he was able to encounter a formidable opponent was definitely shocking. Of course, being born in the same era as Wuxia was definitely a tragedy for those people. Their defeat was foreseeable. After all, he was the only one. There were only a few people left alive. Wuxia and Emperor Qing had returned. Even the 3 divine physiques had died. Their blood had dried up, and their cold corpses lay in disarray. Yi Fan lingered in the Qishir manor for several days before leaving. He would wait for the ancient path to open half a year later and step into the mysterious Star Gate. In the eastern wasteland, a sage from outside the realm descended. The impact was enormous. Everyone was discussing this. The path to immortality was about to open, and this world would no longer be peaceful. Immortality was the ultimate goal of the great emperors of the past. However, it was still difficult to say whether or not the immortal domain truly existed. The ancient emperor and human emperor had both divined this great era and entrusted their hopes to the later generations. This era was finally about to arrive. Wang Su refuted the rumors, saying that he had never said that he would fight Huan Shu Dao, defeat the sacred prince, or suppress the divine physique of the human race. He said that someone was trying to sow discord. Of course, he also said that he really wanted to exchange pointers with some young experts to improve his cultivation. Wang Su was the disciple of the saint from outside the realm. He had descended into this world with his master and senior brother. No one knew their origins. It was said that they had been invited as guests by a saint-level ancient king. Even though Wang Su refuted the rumors, there were still people who claimed that they had heard it with their own ears. Those words were not false. 2 days later, the Fire Qilin and Hualin met Wang Su in the northern divine city. They drank and chatted happily. However, in less than an hour, the towering wine tower broke apart. It cracked from the inside and then collapsed. Smoke and dust filled the air. Many people saw Wang Su stagger out with a bloody nose and swollen face. His expression was ugly to the extreme. Wang Su fought with the ancient prince and suffered a great loss. To be able to survive under the ancient prince's attack and only have his face injured, his cultivation is truly astonishing. Many people whispered. Everyone in the divine city was shocked. The wine tower was in ruins. Wang Su's expression was gloomy and his face was swollen. Brother Wang, please wait. I'm really sorry this time. I didn't think that the other imperial brother would arrive. There was actually a misunderstanding between you two, Hualin shouted with a smile. People were astonished when they heard this. It seemed that this was not the doing of the Fire Qilin Cave's brother and sister. Could it be someone else? Dust and smoke filled the air. People only saw a blurry silhouette in the distance and didn't see the true body. They all guessed. Could it be that the sacred prince came and defeated Wang Su because he was dissatisfied with his arrogant words? That's most likely the case. Otherwise, who would do this? Only the sacred prince has that kind of strength. No, that blurry silhouette seemed to be Huang Shudao. People were suspicious, but they still couldn't determine who that blurry silhouette was. What does it have to do with me? However, it's better to come at the right time than to come early. The sacred prince suddenly appeared above the divine city and swept his rod over. You. Wang Su was shocked and angry. He had suffered a loss while drinking and was suppressed by Huang Shudao. Now, he was obstructed by a monkey. It was truly not going well for him. The real sacred prince has come. That person just now must be Huang Shudao. People suddenly understood. In the sky above the divine city, a battle unfolded. The sky collapsed, essence energy boiled, and rosy clouds covered the sun and moon. Wang Su was indeed powerful, but he was still a bit lacking compared to the sacred prince. He couldn't block that black metal rod and was sent flying on the spot. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and the lower half of his body was smashed into a ball. The monkey left after the fight. He couldn't be bothered to give him another look and didn't take his life. I thought I could comprehend the Dao through battle, but it turns out to be nothing more than this. This Wang Su is truly unlucky. He was first suppressed by Huang Shudao and then almost beaten to death by the sacred prince. Does he really think he can look down on this ancient star just because he can travel through the star domain? He didn't even think about what kind of person he provoked. People discussed, and many people shook their heads. Nothing more than this. I thought he was quite powerful. Yi Tong was also in the divine city. A black cat followed beside him. It was formed from the Black Emperor. There was no helping it. It was too hateful, so it didn't dare to swagger around. Wang Su was almost beaten to death. His primordial spirit was split apart, and the lower half almost disappeared. He directly fell from the divine city and almost fell onto the limestone ground. Only when he was 2 zhang above the ground did he stabilize his body. He rushed into the sky with difficulty and looked at the divine city hatefully. This was a sad place that made him lose all face. Hey, you left just like that. I want to ask, did you say you wanted to defeat the sacred prince and suppress the human race's divine body? Yi Tong crossed his arms and stood in the distance as he asked. He was delicate and pretty, and his face was brilliant. So what if I did? Wang Su said with a cold expression. Everything was going wrong today. I want to say that you're still far from it. After a few years, after I sever the Dao, I reckon I'll be able to smash you into 8 pieces with a single slap. Yi Tong shook his head. How dare a brat that stinks of his mother's milk dare to be disrespectful to me? Wang Su immediately became angry. He forgot that his master and senior brother had reprimanded him and told him to refute the rumors. Today, he was beaten down again, and the veins on his forehead were knotted. He slapped down with his palm. This was the method of an expert at the peak of the Dao severing. Its power was naturally shocking, and it was as fast as divine lightning. Nay, a horse neighed, and a wild horse that didn't look all that majestic charged over angrily. It carried Yi Tong on its back and stepped into the sky, charging toward Wang Su. It was Lanma. Of course, it didn't reveal its true form. It covered its dragon bones and true appearance, turning into a crazy horse. Otherwise, as an auspicious beast that only ancient emperors could possess, it would be too dazzling to appear in the world like this. Yi Tong rode on its back and was incomparably calm. Lanma's own attack power was too high. It slapped forward with its hoof and clamored, I'll step on your lungs. Boom! Wang Su was sent flying on the spot. His entire arm was almost broken, and there was a clear hoof print on his chest and lungs. He was almost trampled through. That seems to be Yi Tong, the disciple of the human race's divine physique. He actually came as well. Someone guessed Yi Tong's identity and revealed a strange expression. This instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the divine city. Wang Su's lungs were about to explode. It was fine that he was suppressed by Huang Shudao and the sacred prince, but even a brat dared to ride a fierce horse and collide with him. This made him really angry. You are the disciple of the human race's divine physique? I'll deal with you first, and then I'll settle the debt with him. Tisk, stop boasting. You only have this bit of ability. You won't even be able to get past me and the heavenly horse. Yi Tong shook his head with a calm smile. From Wang Su's perspective, this was a type of contempt and humiliation. Huang Shudao and the sacred prince came in person. The human race's divine physique was truly intolerable. He actually sent a disciple and a fierce horse over. He was truly looking down on him too much. He displayed his most powerful secret technique and unleashed an extremely terrifying attack. Even Lanma couldn't help but be careful as it circled around him. Yi Tong also made his move. He displayed the sun god technique, and his entire body shone like a sun. Then, he used his emperor-level secret technique and pushed it outwards. He truly has the divine physique style from back then. He is quite similar to the past Yi Fan. He is full of divine bravery. Many people sighed in admiration. Dong. Longma took action. With a single kick, it disintegrated Wang Su's most powerful attack. It carried Jitong into the sky and sent him flying several hundred zhang away. One man and one horse crossed the heavens. Behind them was an expanse of blood. Wang Su was trampled until he was deformed. His entire body was covered in blood, and even his bones were exposed. His lungs had been trampled through by the horse's hooves. The human race's divine physique didn't appear, yet this disciple already dealt with this Wang Su. Truly, I heard that this Jitong still hasn't gotten engaged. In the future, it will definitely be Yi Fan's turn. Now, it's the perfect time to form a marriage alliance. Many great sex people were moved. Quite a few people revealed looks of admiration. They were full of expectations towards this mature youth. Wang Su felt great hatred. The human race's divine physique didn't appear, and they sent a disciple and a fierce horse to seriously injure him. This was truly a type of great humiliation. My master's bloodline isn't weaker than others. The world's inheritance is unmatched. We will get revenge from you all. He left hatefully. However, this truly blamed Yi Fan wrongly. He had just arrived in the eastern wasteland and didn't make any arrangements. He didn't know about these things at all. There's still half a year to open the starry gate. Yi Fan frowned. Many years had passed and he didn't know how Ji Ziyue, Pang Bo, and the others were doing. Had anyone died, the strong might not survive and the weak might not die. This ancient path was long, and if one felt it was too dangerous, they could choose to stop. They didn't have to reach the end. This was what the old saint had said. Yi Fan returned to the East Baron. Along the way, he looked at a corner of the blood-stained battle robe but didn't notice anything special. There weren't any words on it, only drops of blood that bloomed like plum blossoms. This was sent back by Ji Haoyue using a special method. Back then, even those from the Qishir Manor were shocked. They didn't know what kind of teleportation formation he had found and sent it to the blood-stained robe. Divine King Ji sent back the blood-colored battle robe. No one knew what kind of message he was trying to convey. Ji Ziyue stepped onto the starry path and headed for the outer realm. The divine diviner of the Central Plains predicted many years ago that the path to immortality is about to open. This world will be extremely terrifying and those who aren't saints will all be ants. The central sovereign, Bodhisattva, and Alcade left to avoid calamity. Yi Fan muttered to himself. This was what the old saint from the Qishir Manor had said before he left. It involved some secrets that outsiders didn't know about. The divine diviner had died many years ago. To be more precise, he was struck to death by heavenly lightning. This was because he had violated a taboo and revealed secrets that shouldn't be probed. It was related to ancient emperors and immortality. This starry ancient path wasn't exclusive to the Big Dipper planet. There might be a note ahead. This was what the Qishir Manor had learned from a mysterious channel. Could it be that the Xianxia clan walked ahead with the ginseng fruit tree and I also entered this ancient path on the Green Ox, an ancient planet called Flying Immortal, or even further away, divine blood splattered everywhere? Is this where the ancient people fought? Yi Fan muttered to himself. Yi Fan returned to the East Baron and stood on a mountain peak that pierced through the sky. After so many years, he had grown up from the lowest level of cultivators. He could already stand tall and look down on the world. However, this wasn't enough. Who is buried in the immortal mausoleum? Is there an emperor in the divine ruins? When will I be able to enter the deep desolate ancient abyss to take a look? When will I be able to enter the undying mountain to dig up immortal medicines? When will I be able to enter the origin ancient mine to take a look? There were 7 forbidden zones in the eastern wasteland. Since ancient times, no one had been able to truly understand them. Yi Fan thirsted for power, hoping that one day he could truly rise up and not fear the forbidden zones. He wanted to thoroughly understand them. So many years have passed, where is little Nan Nan? Why has she disappeared? Poor little fellow, how can we find her? This was a sore spot in Yi Fan's heart. Back then, the pure, innocent, and pitiful little Nan Nan had mysteriously disappeared and never appeared again. Use everything we have. We must find her at all costs. This was Yi Fan's wish. Otherwise, he would feel sorry for the little girl. At this moment, he was standing in Yan country. Unfortunately, this capital city had already been destroyed under the Heavenly Prince's attack. It no longer existed. Back then, he met little Nan Nan here. He still remembered her appearance. Her clothes were tattered, and her shoes were so small that even her toes were exposed. Her large eyes were pure and flawless, yet her head was lowered. She told him that she was very hungry and pitiful. If it wasn't for little Nan Nan's rainbow-colored stone, Yi Fan would have died in the ancient desolate forbidden land a long time ago. The reason he was able to heal his great Dao injuries was all thanks to her. Where is she? Yi Fan thought about how she was young and lonely, yet she had suffered the warmth and coldness of the human world. His heart was filled with bitterness. After so many years, the Black Emperor had searched for her like crazy, but to no avail. He didn't know where she was, and there had never been any news. And now, Yi Fan had returned. He once again used the power of various channels and didn't hesitate to use the Divine Phoenix Blood Scarlet Gold as a reward. Once the information was proven to be valuable, there would be a reward. When will the path of immortality open? Yi Fan stood outside the ancient desolate forbidden land. He once again observed the 9 sacred mountains. And with the heavenly eye, he could even clearly see the 9 immortal medicines and the 9 divine springs. The 9 spirit roots were divided by a perfect 9-wonder divine medicine. Sooner or later, they would become one. The ancient royal family of the divine Silkworm Ridge had always been waiting. This was a divine medicine that belonged to them. What exactly is there under the ancient desolate abyss? Is there really a path to the immortal domain, or is it something else? Or is it like what the ancients guessed, that there is an immortal in slumber? Yi Fan's thoughts were endless, and he thought of many possibilities. Li Xiaoman fell down and turned into ashes. Or did she become a desolate slave? That day, during the final battle, Li Xiaoman resolutely and decisively jumped into the abyss. When she turned her head to look at him, her expression was so complicated. 2 streaks of sparkling tears hung down her cheeks. It seemed like a brilliant smile, but also incomparably sorrowful. Even now, when he thought about it, his heart was still moved. He sighed and shook his head. It was difficult to understand what she was feeling right now. Just what kind of background does the unparalleled existence below have? There are 9 immortal roots divided by the 9-wonder divine medicine here. Could it be that this forbidden area was formed by the ancient emperor of the divine silkworm race? After the ancient race awakened, there were people who made such a guess. The divine silkworm had 9 transformations, and each transformation was a life. To become the emperor of the divine silkworm race, one had to undergo the ultimate 10th transformation. This place might have been formed by the remains of the ancient emperor of the divine silkworm race. 9 immortal lives, and the 10th life was heaven-defying. However, the human race believed that there might be an immortal here. It was completely different from the ancient race's speculations. It was rumored that there might be a great emperor who had become an immortal here. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He sensed 2 gazes. He turned his head and saw a green-robed man on a cliff not far away. He was also looking into the ancient desolate abyss. This was a very powerful man in the Dao-severing realm, and he had the blood energy of a half-saint. Even though his divine might was restrained, he still felt as if he were facing an eternal immortal furnace. Within his body, there seemed to be a mighty power that could collapse the heavens. If it was released, it would be a threat even to imperial princes. It was far more powerful than ordinary half-saints. Yi Fan's heart trembled. When did such a person appear? He had never seen such a powerful human cultivator before. He was only half a step away from becoming a saint. The green-robed man looked quite young. He nodded towards him, then turned around and continued to observe the forbidden area. At the same time, Yi Fan saw a thatched hut on the other side of the forbidden area. It was located on a mountain peak, and there was a blurry figure standing there. Yi Fan's body immediately went cold, and he was shaken. Even through this forbidden area, those 2 gazes were still so terrifying. Just how shocking of a cultivation was this? It was a saint. Moreover, it was unfathomable, and he had never seen a saint before. Could it be that another saint from beyond the wastelands has arrived in the eastern wastelands? He deduced the location of the path to immortality and wants to stay here for a long time? Yi Fan's heart tightened. Not long after, the young green-robed man left and flew towards the other side of the forbidden area. He appeared in front of the thatched hut and paid his respects to the blurry figure. Could it really be a saint from beyond the wastelands? The path to immortality has opened, and chaos is about to start from here? Yi Fan observed and didn't dare to go over. He could come and go as he wished with the forbidden area between them. If he lost this barrier and faced a saint of unknown origin, he would feel apprehensive. Someone else has come. A realm gate opened, and 3 figures walked out. One of them was an old man covered in Dao marks, and 2 young men followed behind him. One of them was Wang Su, and his expression was dark and gloomy. They also chose a mountain peak and built a thatched hut. They guarded the peak and gazed towards the forbidden area. I've never seen them before. This means that 2 saints from beyond the wastelands have arrived. They must have come to immortality to be able to traverse the star regions. Their cultivations are definitely shocking. Yi Fan didn't want to provoke any of them. He avoided them and circled to the other side of the forbidden area, maintaining his distance. He believed that even saints couldn't cross this forbidden area in an instant. Suddenly, a strange aura appeared. Yi Fan's heart tightened, and a chill ran down his spine. He suddenly turned around and gazed into the depths of the forbidden area. He saw a few figures appear above the abyss of the ancient desolate land, and every one of them wore extremely ancient clothing. Desolate slaves. At the same time, the owners of the 2 thatched huts walked forward. Their eyes shot out a terrifying light as they entered the forbidden area to take a closer look. Without a sound, an even more terrifying aura appeared. The great Tao of heaven and earth became chaotic, and the rules and order were about to collapse. The time and space where the forbidden area was became dark. A blurry figure appeared. There were shackles on his body, and black mist curled around him. He stood at the entrance of the abyss. Even the heavenly eyes couldn't see through him. Even a saint couldn't do anything. Was he or she desolate? Yi Fan's heart trembled. He didn't expect to see him again. This was definitely an invincible existence. Back then, the victorious fighting Buddha came with 3 emperor weapons, but he could only retreat. At the last moment, he used the decree of an ancient emperor to stop this person. The 2 saints in the 2 thatched huts couldn't help but take a step back. In the black mist, a pair of cold and emotionless eyes swept past them as if they were lifeless objects. The southern region is in chaos. The path to immortality might really be here. Yi Fan muttered to himself. At the same time, his body tensed up. In the abyss of the ancient desolate land, that supreme existence's eyes pierced through the black mist and looked at him. It was as if it could see through his body and see through everything. At this moment, the broken green cauldron in his body trembled a few times, as if it felt an indescribable pressure. Yi Fan was shaken and couldn't help but take a step back. This existence, whose gender was unknown, had definitely seen the universal origin cauldron, on the other side of the river, in front of the 2 thatched huts. The ancient saints also looked over because they felt that desolate's eyes seemed to have swept over Yi Fan. They were all a bit surprised. Swoosh! The next moment, Yi Fan directly opened the realm gate and walked in without looking back. He couldn't stay in this place for long. A great chaos is about to arrive. Perhaps it will be an unprecedented catastrophe, he said to himself. The saints from the outer realms had chosen this place as soon as they arrived. This was a big problem. Time and space twisted. Yi Fan appeared hundreds of thousands of miles away. He didn't leave the southern region. He wanted to take a look around the wavering light Holy Land. Half a day later, he arrived alone and appeared in front of a magnificent deity ground. Hiss! As soon as he arrived, he revealed a strange expression and couldn't help but take a deep breath. It was just like what Duanda had said. The terrain was too strange. Looking from afar, the terrain in front of him suddenly rose, as if there was a huge mound of earth standing on the earth. The mound of earth was very big. If he wasn't the Yuan Taoist master who paid great attention to the layout of the terrain, he wouldn't have noticed such changes at all. This was because on the mound of earth, there were beautiful mountains and valleys. There were even waterfalls and flowing springs, forming its own scenery. From an outsider's point of view, this was just an area with a higher terrain. It could be called a plateau. Only Duanda, a tomb raider, and Yifan, a dragon vein seeker, could see something strange. Could it be that this is really a big tomb with some inexplicable mysteries? He exclaimed in his heart. On a big tomb, there were beautiful mountains, thousand-zhang-tall waterfalls, Chilan beasts, golden crows flying in the sky, and auspicious grasses everywhere. The more it was like this, the more frightening it was. I wonder if this place has any connection with the forbidden ancient land. Yifan shook his head, feeling that he was a bit too sensitive. This highland had the layout of a soaring dragon, the power of a flying immortal, and the cry of a phoenix. It was a rare sight, mountain ranges intersected, and the mountain ridges were like the backs of dragons, as if they could jump up at any time and soar into the sky. Strange peaks rose up together, as if they were flying immortals, and the clouds were rising. Green pines, green cypresses, strange rocks, and silver waterfalls fell down, producing a sound like the cry of a phoenix. If one were to tell others that this vast terrain was a large tomb, no one would believe it. Even Yifan was shaking his head. Woof, on the other side of the Yaoguang Holy Land, there were also a few people wandering around, observing the terrain here. A black dog that was as strong as a bull stuck out its tongue and drooled as it stared inside. There was also a longma with its 4 hooves burning with raging flames. It raised its head and circled the Yaoguang Holy Land, looking arrogant and untamed. There was another youth that was shining brightly behind them, sizing up the scenery inside the mountain gate. It was the Black Emperor, Longma, and Yitong. They had come to scout the way and were eyeing the Yaoguang Holy Land, staring at this large tomb. Why isn't that tomb robber here yet? Didn't he speculate that in a few months, at most half a year, the thing in the emperor's tomb would rush out? It's time to make a plan. Longma shook his horse's mane. They had come in a group to rob the large tomb under the Yaoguang Holy Land and were waiting for the unscrupulous Taoist Duanda. I heard that the Yaoguang king's true body isn't here and has long gone to the outer realm. This time, he most likely avoided a disaster. Otherwise, who knows what would happen if this place exploded? The Black Emperor said. They didn't dare to get too close. After all, this was a holy land, and there were ancient formation marks inside the mountain. Once it was activated, even the Black Emperor would be at a loss. To become an immortal and build one's Tao, the stars fall and the moon wither, the heart is sad. One sleep, the emperor falls, the celestial court has collapsed, where to go? A desolate voice sounded, startling the Black Emperor and Longma. Yitong was also shocked and looked for the source of the voice. An old man wearing a straw raincoat and a bamboo hat walked over. His steps were steady as he walked along the river. There was a kind of transcendence to him, as if he didn't belong to the mortal world. Who is this? Longma asked in bewilderment. It's rare. After sleeping for 1,000,000 years, I didn't expect to see such a beauty after waking up. The man stopped and stared at Yitong through the bamboo hat. You have the same physique as someone I met in the past. To be honest, the sudden appearance of such an otherworldly expert had left everyone a little surprised and dumbfounded. Who is that person? Yitong asked carefully. The Sun Saint Emperor, the newcomer replied calmly. Yitong staggered, and Longma also took a few steps back. Who was this master? It was a little scary for him to be so arrogant. Who are you? What is your background? The Black Emperor asked vigilantly. I achieved the Tao during the archaic years. I slept for 1,000,000 years, and my home was under this great tomb. Who would have thought that an undying holy land would be built on top of this tomb? The elder released a long sigh. He was deeply moved by the vicissitudes of time and the passage of time. He felt helpless inside. When the 2 cultivators who passed by heard this, their hairs stood on end and their bodies went cold. A living ancestor. Yitong and the dragon horse looked at each other. This was too frightening. They had originally come for the big tomb under the arcade ground. Duanda had said that in a few months, at most half a year, the thing in the tomb would charge out. Was it really true? This was just too ancient. They had seen a ghost in broad daylight. They had seen a monster that deserved to be struck by lightning. The world doesn't match my wishes. I have tears streaming down my face. I drink in the courtyard and sit outside the window for 1,000,000 years. The elder sighed. Yitong didn't believe it. Lama was also confused. Living for 1,000,000 years, sleeping and being sealed in the source of God? But according to what he said, it didn't seem like it. Forget it, it is fate that we met today. Kneel down and I will grant you the opportunity to become a celestial. The elder sighed. What is your background? The Black Emperor bared his teeth. I have become a celestial for 1,000,000 years. I am the only celestial in the world. The Emperor of the Celestial Court is my disciple. In an eternal dream, the elder said. You have seen the Sun Saint Emperor? Yitong asked. I have given him some pointers. Why are you here? Lama's body was burning with flames. The tomb under the Alcade sacred land is my resting place. The desolate ancient abyss is also my place of enlightenment. I am just resting here. The elder said. The two cultivators who passed by were even more scared. They felt dizzy and confused. They knelt down and begged him to take them as disciples. Skin him. The Black Emperor suddenly cleared his throat, opened his bloody mouth and pounced forward. I will step on your lungs. Lama also jumped up. Flames burned under his hooves and surged. Yitong also didn't say a word. She went around to the old man's back and hit him on the back of the head with a big stick. The elder dodged the Black Emperor's big black claws, Lama's dragon hooves, and Yitong's stick. He waved his hands and retreated more than 10 meters. I have come as promised. Duanda threw away his raincoat and bamboo hat. His face was red. It was obvious that he had been living well recently. The two cultivators who passed by had awkward and depressed expressions. They were slapped by Duanda and immediately forgot what had happened. They were teleported far away. I have obtained a secret treasure. How is it? Even with your heaven's eye, you can't see through it. Do you think I can swagger in if I become an important person at the light-shaking realm? Duanda said. He had been too cocky just now. Otherwise, his aura and charm would be completely different from before. It would be difficult to guess his identity. This is a piece of divine skin. It is very mysterious and makes people feel close to it. It can bewitch people and has endless uses, Duanda said. This was the treasure he had just dug out. Duanda, the Black Emperor, and the dragon horse were birds of a feather. Some time ago, they had been plotting to get their hands on the Yaoguang Emperor's tomb. Now, they were officially here. The scenery inside the light-shaking sacred land was beautiful. Immortal chi flickered about, and tens of thousands of rays of light intertwined with each other. It was an auspicious and extraordinary scene. The ancient trees didn't have many years to grow. Mountain rocks rose up, spiritual springs gurgled, and auspicious beasts roamed. This place was magnificent and magnificent. Yifan took a detour and just happened to pass by the Black Emperor and the others. They didn't meet because this highland was very wide. The light-shaking realm occupied the center, and there was a large uninhabited area. He didn't leave for many days, and the other people who had designs on the light-shaking realm didn't stay idle either. They were all working hard. Duanda's expression was solemn. He patted his chest and said that this place was definitely an ancient tomb. It was extremely rare and contained unimaginable secrets. I will let you see my true abilities. I can also change the heavens and earth and speed up the opening of this ancient tomb. When the time comes, we can fight for the immortal treasures. He started to dig a hole. Using burial techniques, he connected the dragon chi in the veins of the earth and gathered it toward the huge mound. Of course, he didn't dare to get too close because the center was the light-shaking holy land. If he touched the formation of the immortal inheritance, he would be in trouble. In these few days, Yifan was also moving. He didn't go deep and just stood on a mountain peak. He used an origin technique to carve some marks for future use. Dong, half a month later, a loud sound came from this highland. Duanda, the big black dog, and Lama ran away and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Boundless celestial being, I accidentally activated the earth chi in the tomb. The dragon graveyard has awakened. I estimate that this place will be in big trouble soon, Duanda said after escaping to a place where there was no one. You didn't do this properly. What if the light-shaking Holy Land is destroyed? The Black Emperor had a compassionate expression. F***ck, fake compassion. Weren't you the one who encouraged me to activate the tomb? Duanda said. Inform the light-shaking Holy Land. Don't let anything really happen, Yi Tong said worriedly. Duanda shook his head and said, there's no need for that. They know better than anyone what kind of place this is. They chose this place back then because they knew what was going on and knew that something would happen to the tomb. I only made it happen 1 or 2 months earlier. Dong, in the distance, another loud sound came from the highland. Huge cracks appeared on the ground, spreading in all directions like a spider web. This day has finally come. In a sealed stone room, an old man suddenly opened his eyes. The room was bright and full of fragrance. Boom! The light-shaking Holy Land trembled continuously. Huge cracks spread, and the mountain peaks shook. An unusual aura appeared in the highland, making people tremble and want to kneel down. The entire light-shaking Holy Land was in chaos. It had been hundreds of thousands of years since something like this had happened. It was as if the Holy Land was going to collapse. Light-shaking Holy Land disciples, gather immediately. An old voice suddenly echoed through the mountains. Everyone was shocked and quickly quieted down, gathering towards the immortal martial field. We are going to relocate our sect. This news was like a clap of thunder. Everyone was stunned. A great sage was actually going to relocate from its original location? This was something that rarely happened. Dong, the highland began to tremble as cracks began to appear all over it. Some places even began to cave in, shocking everyone. Presumably, the Holy Land would collapse in less than half a month. This place helped me reach the light-shaking Holy Land, but we have no choice but to leave. Otherwise, a disaster will befall us. Disciples, return to your positions. Obviously, the higher-ups of the light-shaking Holy Land had made preparations a long time ago. They had predicted this day's events many years ago and had prepared a way to deal with it. A muffled sound rang out as a celestial light illuminated the sky, causing the sun to dim. All of the beautiful mountain peaks began to rise from the ground. More specifically, a large portion of the highland was lifted off the ground, carrying the light-shaking Holy Land into the sky. The palaces, buildings, and cities that were originally floating in the air began to rise again. It was as if a small continent had risen into the sky. The light-shaking Holy Land's ancient formation was not damaged. The ancient trees were still there, and the old medicines were still fragrant. All of the spiritual birds and auspicious beasts had not fled, and the buildings were still grand and majestic. A large black cauldron floated in the sky, and even the traces of the great Tao were suppressed. Its entire body flickered with a dark golden light, and it was extremely mysterious. Flowers, birds, fish, insects, birds, beasts, the sun, the moon, and the stars were engraved on its surface. It was precisely the extreme Tao Emperor weapon, the black golden dragon pattern cauldron. The light-shaking Holy Land's elders took it out and suspended it in the sky. Tens of thousands of Tao marks descended, tightly protecting the entire ancient land. They were afraid of being attacked along the way, so they took out their supreme emperor weapon to defend themselves. That day, the entire southern region was shaken. Many of the ancient sects were shaken. The glorious great sage had actually chosen to relocate from its original location. This was truly a shocking piece of news. Through the realm gates and transportation formations, this news quickly spread throughout the 5 regions and shook the entire world. Let's hurry to the southern region. The light-shaking Holy Land is definitely going to undergo a shocking change. For us, this might be a great opportunity. Some of the ancient sect masters knew a few secrets, and their reactions were extremely fast. What will happen there? 90% of the people were confused. A great ancient secret is most likely going to be revealed. An old sect master muttered. The light-shaking Holy Land's supreme emperor, on a stormy night filled with lightning and thunder, forged the emperor weapon, the dragon-marked black gold cauldron. It was known as the world's greatest miracle. Some people said that it was the blood, sweat, and tears of generations of sages, advancing wave after wave, using their lives to forge it. This was the result of the sect's 50,000 years of common worship. However, there were always rumors that this was not the case at all. The world was suddenly thrown into chaos. It was unknown just how many cultivators immediately set out towards the southern region. The shaking light realm cracked. The black gold dragon pattern cauldron released tens of thousands of strands of immortal light. It was as if a divine core was going to rush out from within, rising and falling. Many people were greatly alarmed. As the entire Holy Land rose into the air, this emperor weapon surged with immortal multicolored light, resonating with the high ground. It actually seemed like it was going to fall down. What is going on? Hurry and activate it. The sect members were greatly alarmed. The entire Holy Land was engraved with ancient formations, and the outside world was constructed with flying immortals. If something unexpected happened, the losses would be disastrous and immeasurable. Go. A piece of divine source appeared, flickering with blinding light. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that there was an old man sealed within. He had white hair and was sitting cross-legged within. This was an ancient person whose strength was difficult to estimate. This was a great trump card of the shaking light realm, Xiao. The Black Emperor cauldron floated up and down. Endless strands of multicolored light and tens of thousands of Tao splendor shone. Immortal energy surged within the cauldron, releasing primal chaos thunder. It immediately stabilized. With an ancient saint activating the black gold cauldron, the situation was naturally completely different. It completely stabilized the situation. On the high ground, there were tens of thousands of several-meter-wide cracks. Every single one extended for more than 10 li. With gotcha sounds, the immortal earth was about to collapse. The Black Emperor cauldron in the air released countless strands of immortal light. It flourished brilliantly, making all living beings tremble. They couldn't help but bow down in worship. It wrapped around the entire Holy Land and quickly flew into the distance. Everyone in the shaking light realm released a breath of relief. Just now, there was a mysterious and unfathomable power that resonated with the Black Immortal Cauldron. It almost broke free from their control and caused them to lose this cauldron. The ancient grave was about to collapse. The southern region was thrown into an uproar. Many ancient sects took action and hurried over. Even the shaking light realm themselves, after arriving at the spiritual land they had already scouted, immediately sent experts back. They occupied a favorable location and paid close attention. They didn't want to completely give up. This was a great chaos. The southern region was in an uproar, and the eastern wastelands was also in an uproar. Central continent, southern mountains, and other places cultivators all moved out. Even the ancient races people came. Immeasurable celestial being, fortunately, this poor Taoist had long since made preparations and dug out a secret path formed from Tao marks. Otherwise, we wouldn't have seized the initiative. Duanda's expression was that of a swindler. Over the next few days, this plateau gave off waves of terrifying fluctuations. The ground continued to crack and to form. The Central Prefecture's dragon-seeking Earth Master frowned as soon as he arrived. They were another group of eccentric people after Yifan and Duanda. They could observe the mountains and rivers and survey the terrain. This place defies the will of the heavens. No wonder the light-shaking realm was able to flourish for hundreds of thousands of years. It is simply too extraordinary. However, the mysteries of the heavens do not appear, and everything is chaotic. I can't see anything. The dragon-seeking Geomaster had extraordinary means. He noticed something strange at first glance. If not for Duanda and Yifan making a move one after another and setting up this place, he might have been able to figure something out. Duanda, Black Emperor, Yi Tong, and Longma all hid themselves, because the people of the ancient race had come, and they did not want to cause any trouble. Yifan naturally paid attention to this as well. A while ago, he had killed the Heavenly Prince and caused a huge uproar. Even if he had the victorious Fighting Buddha's protection, it was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be people who would take the risk out of desperation. As expected, after the ancient race appeared, the atmosphere changed greatly. Some powerful half-sages opened their heavenly eyes and scanned the surroundings. They were obviously searching for someone. It can't be that a sage-level ancestor king has come, right? Yifan stood on a blue stone and observed the crowd. His heavenly eyes were different from the others and could see through all falsehoods. There were figures everywhere in this place. The entire mountain region was filled with cultivators. All of the experts of the world moved upon hearing the news. They were all discussing ancient secrets. Back then, the light-shaking realm was able to forge an emperor weapon. It was definitely not the result of 50,000 years of worship, nor was it carved by generations of ancient sages. Rumor has it that a supreme existence had descended on that rainy night and forged the emperor cauldron. Now that the light-shaking realm had been split apart and relocated, people naturally had no more restraints. They began to talk about some of the secrets here. Black patterned gold was extremely difficult to find in the world, especially one that was more than half a square meter. It was truly too rare. It could be said that the light-shaking realm had great luck to be able to obtain it. One has to understand that not even the great ancient emperors were able to forge emperor weapons because they lacked the materials. This type of immortal material was incomparably difficult to find. It was as if they were prostrating themselves to a deity. They forged this black gold into the shape of a cauldron and placed it on the central immortal peak. All disciples who entered the sect had to pray and earnestly kowtow every day. That was a glorious era. Even though the light-shaking realm didn't produce any emperors, there were countless sages and virtuous beings. Outstanding characters emerged from each generation, and after 50,000 years, it was unknown just how many sage imprints were carved into the cauldron. It was to the extent where there were two great sages who offered their lives and souls. Before passing away in meditation, they poured their entire cultivation into the cauldron and interweaved it into a mark. People all said that they were the ones who moved the heavens in the end. That was why on that mysterious rainy night, millions of strands of immortal light and tens of thousands of streaks of primal chaos submerged the cauldron. It was refined to the extreme and turned into an emperor weapon. Could it be that the reason why the emperor weapon was forged back then was related to this strange terrain? People stared at the enormous earth mound and continuously pondered. It looks like a great tomb. Finally, a dragon-seeking master from the central continent cried out in alarm. This place immediately erupted. Everyone was shaken, and there wasn't a single person whose expression didn't change. Could it be that on that mysterious rainy night, there really was something else hidden? An unmatched emperor-level figure created the light-shaking Holy Land, and all of the lightning and thunder were actually the great emperor forging the cauldron? Even the ancient races couldn't remain calm. They all continuously surrounded this place and watched. The earth mound collapsed and cracked apart, becoming more and more mysterious. Strands of Tao light interweaved outwards. A powerful aura covered heaven and earth. Golden radiance shone brilliantly. 6 archaic vicious beasts had all severed their Tao. They pulled an ancient war chariot over, forcing everyone to retreat. This war chariot contained blazing golden light. It was like a treasure that saw the light of the heavens. There was actually a strand of ancient emperor aura pervading the air. This is someone from the Golden Imperial clan. Someone said in a low voice. One of the ancient imperial clans. They had previously suppressed the archaic era and their name shook the entire ancient star. This clan had a golden mace that could strike immortals above and all living things below. It was incomparably terrifying. Not long ago, the Golden King used this emperor weapon to fight against the victorious fighting Buddha. However, he was no match and returned in defeat, using his divine marrow to redeem his life. It's actually a woman. Everyone was shocked. When the 6 ancient beasts approached, a woman walked out from within. She stood on the war chariot and looked down on the world. Her figure was tall and slender. She had a head of long golden hair that shone like a sun deity. She was resplendent and dazzling, and even her eyes were golden. The specks of golden radiance were intimidating. However, her skin was snow-white like jade, smooth and tender. Her entire being was otherworldly, and her temperament was outstanding. She was like a sun goddess with exceptional style. She is the golden bloodlines. Ancient imperial daughter. Who would have thought that she would appear in this world? An ancient emperor's daughter, one of the present world's most powerful bloodlines actually came here. No wonder there were 6 Tao-severing ancient beasts pulling the chariot. The ancient race's people discussed among themselves. The human race's cultivators were all shocked. Sure enough, the great imperial clans all had imperial prince-level figures that were sealed. They lived until this era, waiting for the path of immortality to open. The Golden Clan's heavenly lady arrived. As her clan's princess, she was extremely powerful. There were 2 men following her war chariot. They hurried over together. One of them wore sky-blue precious clothes. The sleeves of his clothes fluttered about. His figure was tall and slender, and his appearance was outstanding. He had phoenix eyes, and this was a young man with an extraordinary temperament. Meanwhile, the other person was someone many people recognized. It was precisely Wang Su, the one who had been suppressed by Huang Shudao in the Divine City not long ago, and then had his bones broken by the sacred prince. In the end, his lungs were trampled to pieces by Longma. He came from outside this region. Could it be that the phoenix-eyed man is his senior brother? I heard that the Golden Clan had invited that ancient saint from outside this region to be their guest. Now, the relationship between the two isn't shallow. Wang Su suffered a great defeat in the Divine City not long ago and lost all face. Now that he appeared again, no one was interested in him. Most of them were staring at the Golden Heavenly Lady and the phoenix-eyed man. The Golden Clan's princess released 2 streaks of brilliant light from her golden pupils. They extended for several dozen li and swept through the sky, passing over everyone's bodies. Many people cried out in alarm. This type of light made it impossible for one to hide. Regardless of whether one changed their appearance or hid their origin, they would all be revealed. These 2 streaks of golden light were like demonic mirrors. She's looking for someone. This is an innate divine ability of the golden bloodline. It's comparable to the secret techniques of ancient emperors. They are born with golden pupils, and they can see through all illusions. No one can hide their true appearance from them. Not good. In the distance, the large black dog leaped up. At this moment, he had transformed into a black cat and appeared on the spot. Yi Tong was also swept by the light. His entire body immediately shone with boundless light, revealing the bloodline of the ancient Sun Emperor. Every inch of his muscles was shining. Fortunately, Longma was far away from this place. Otherwise, once it was exposed, as a mount that only an ancient great emperor could possess, it would definitely cause a huge uproar, and he would be hunted down by everyone. It's them. Wang Su gritted his teeth. Oh, he's the disciple of the human race's sacred physique. He's indeed extraordinary. The phoenix-eyed man was surprised. He stretched out a jade-white hand and pressed forward, wanting to seal Yi Tong. Beside him, the light in the Golden Clan's princess' golden pupils receded, and she returned to normal. Her expression was cold and arrogant. Only her golden hair danced in the wind, as if it was burning with divine flames. Everyone understood that Wang Su wanted to get back at them. Last time, he had suffered a great defeat, and he was too ashamed to show his face. Now, his senior brother had come out to demand an explanation. The phoenix-eyed man's snow-white crystalline finger turned into a large palm that flew over quickly. The void was easily torn apart like a window frame. Woof! The large black dog knew how powerful this attack was, so he blocked this attack for Yi Tong. He didn't dare to let him face the attack, because this was the attack of a half-saint, and it was the super-powerful kind. Bang! The Black Emperor's large claws shook off the lustrous white palm. His large eyes were wide open, glaring angrily. I'll deal with him, the Golden Clan's princess said. Her eyes flashed again, and a golden beam of light flew out, slashing toward the Black Emperor. When the bloodline of an ancient emperor attacked, heaven and earth would resonate. Their blood could innately obtain the recognition of the great Tao. Damn it, let's leave this place first, the Black Emperor said in a low voice. He didn't want to fight with someone here. After all, everyone was watching, and there were many ancient races here. If this went on for a long time, he would be at a great disadvantage. Moreover, the most important thing was that he was afraid that Yi Tong would be injured. This child hadn't severed his Tao and hadn't grown up yet, so how could he deal with a half-saint? None of you can leave, Wang Su shouted. The phoenix-eyed man pressed forward and attacked again. He wanted to capture Yi Tong. Don't let a single one of them escape, the Gold Princess spoke up. Some powerful ancient race beings appeared from all directions and surrounded the Black Emperor. If I want to leave, which one of you can stop me? The Black Emperor took out a chessboard formation and brought Yitong inside. He was about to leave. Where do you think you're going? The phoenix-eyed man snorted coldly. He was determined to make Yitong stay. Light flashed in his hand, and a powerful secret weapon appeared. In an instant, it tore through the void and slashed into the realm gate. The Black Empress tried to block it, but she was still a bit too slow. She was unable to seal off part of the shockwaves. Pooh! Yitong spat out a mouthful of blood. His complexion was snow white. Fortunately, his physique was extraordinary and difficult to find in this world. Otherwise, he would most likely be in danger. How dare you injure my disciple? Yi Fan let out a cold snort. He tore through the vacuum in the distance and descended from the sky. Bang, he stomped down and directly stepped onto the ancient golden chariot. The golden princess, the phoenix-eyed man, Wang Su, and the others were all under his feet. Pooh! Wang Su was the weakest, and he coughed up blood on the spot. A large foot descended from the sky. It could be said to be completely fearless as it covered everyone below and crushed them all. The Golden Clan's princess was standing on top of the golden ancient war chariot. As the archaic emperor's daughter, even the 6 vicious beasts that pulled the chariot were at the Tao-severing level. Her status was noble, so who dared to do this to her? Everyone was stupefied. He stepped on the ancient princess and looked down on the southern region. He was truly unrestrained and looked down on everyone. He was powerful to the extreme. Who is this? There wasn't a single person who wasn't moved. They were all shocked to the point where their pupils contracted and their mouths were wide open. They were all watching nervously. Pooh! After Wang Su spat out blood, his body trembled violently. Cracks appeared on his body as he flew out several dozen zhang. He couldn't endure this type of pressure at all. He was injured by Huan Shudao and the sacred prince and almost had his Dao source severed. He hadn't recovered even now, and now, he was intimidated by an imperial prince-level figure. His old injuries immediately flared up again. Insolence! Someone shouted loudly and quickly took action to resist Yi Fan's large foot. It was precisely the Golden Bloodline's guards who attacked horizontally. However, Yi Fan attacked powerfully, so how could he retreat halfway? His entire body overflowed with strand after strand of holy splendor. His appearance was dignified as he descended majestically. The large foot's momentum didn't change in the slightest and instead produced even more terrifying fluctuations. The Golden Fairy and Phoenix-eyed male moved to the side and chose to retreat. It was because Yi Fan's foot was stepping on them from above. His attacks were too incisive. The glorious archaic emperor's youngest daughter was the center of attention and was favored by all types of people. How could she raise her head and collide with another's foot? Meanwhile, the phoenix-eyed male also had an extraordinary status. He was noble and graceful, so there was even less of a chance that he would face a large foot head-on. He chose to evade first. The others didn't care so much. When the ancient princess moved, there were naturally guards accompanying her. Several people attacked at the same time, but they couldn't stop it at all. Dong, when this foot descended, it formed a shockwave that blasted all of them backwards. It was like muffled thunder. At the same time, the Golden Princess and Phoenix-eyed male also retreated several hundred zhang to avoid the sharp radiance. Dang, Yi Fan's foot landed on the Golden War Chariot, breaking it into pieces. The 6 ancient beasts roared and rushed in all directions, all of them retreating in fear. In the distance, everyone was dead silent. This person was too powerful, immediately destroying the ancient princess war chariot, shattering it with a single step. He was arrogant to the extreme, completely fearless. Almost everyone became stupefied. This was an ancient imperial goddess, and one of them was the great disciple of an outer realm sage. The one who came was absolutely unrestrained, shattering the golden war chariot with a single stomp. Metallic luster scattered in all directions. Who is this? Someone asked softly, revealing a shocked expression, feeling that this was a bit inconceivable. In today's world, the most powerful force was none other than the ancient royal family. Now that someone dared to make a move on their goddess, it was definitely a sensational event. Shu, lower your voice. The main character has finally appeared again. Who knows, he might be able to pierce through the sky again today. Who are you talking about? Many people didn't understand. I reckon quite a number of people have already guessed this person's identity. It might cause a world-shaking commotion. Could it be that he wants to kill the Golden Princess this time? If that's the case, things will get big. A few people spoke softly, not daring to speak loudly in fear of causing trouble. The Golden Clan's princess is an outstanding beauty with divine flesh and natural charm. Is he going to viciously destroy a flower? The one he wants to deal with might be the phoenix-eyed male. On this high ground, many people cast their eyes over. Their eyes flickered with light, carrying both hope and fear. In the distance, when the Black Emperor and Yitong saw this, they walked out from the realm gate again. However, they changed positions, flying towards the horizon to watch the battle. Yi Fan was the center of attention, and many people began to doubt his identity. The area he stood in was extremely quiet, and those who dared to discuss this all stood in the distance. Who are you? You dare block the princess path, destroy the war chariot, and report your name. The Golden Bloodlines people shouted. Yi Fan's eyes swept over, but he didn't pay them any attention. He walked forward, closing in on the phoenix-eyed male, about to take action again. Senior brother, capture him. He is most likely that holy physique Yi Fan. Wang Su shouted. His eyes were extremely red, and he wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. Even his body was convulsing. He was extremely terrified just now. That foot stomped down, making him feel as if the end of the world had arrived. He avoided it with great difficulty, but his old injuries flared up from the shockwaves. Hua! This high ground immediately became noisy. Even though there were some people who were doubtful, when Wang Su said it like this, the effect was different. He is really Yi Fan? He has returned to this world after 14 years? Not long ago, he killed the heavenly prince and almost caused the ancient race to fall into internal strife. The storm engulfed the 5 regions, and even the victorious fighting Buddha left Mount Meru. Is he really a holy physique? During these days, the entire world was guessing his identity and searching for that mysterious person. Now that Yi Fan had reappeared, it naturally caused a huge commotion. That's right, it is this person who fought against the ancient princes. He broke free from the joint attack of Huang Shudao and the Fire Qilin, and finally killed the heavenly prince. People didn't know if this person was the real Yi Fan, but they were sure that he was the one who took action that day, fighting against the 8 divine generals. Blood flowed like rivers in that battle. The Golden Princess's skin was snow-white and exquisite, but her expression was cold and arrogant. Her long golden hair draped over her swan-like neck. 2 beams of light shot out from her golden pupils, shining towards Yi Fan. This was like a demon mirror. As long as it was covered by the light beam, its true form would be revealed. No method could conceal it. Yi Fan snorted coldly. His hands moved, and a heaven origin pattern appeared. The world didn't know about it, but it shocked the dragon-seeking masters of the Central Plains. They couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This, changing the power of heaven and earth with a raise of the hand. What a heaven-defying method. He can borrow the power of the mountains, rivers, sun, and moon for his own use. This is an ancestral-level method. Chi. The heaven origin pattern spread out and emitted a divine radiance. It blocked the 2 golden beams of light and couldn't see through them. Moreover, Yi Fan's Dao technique was extremely invasive. It wasn't as simple as a defense. The power of the mountains and rivers moved, turning into a wave of killing intent that engulfed everything. It turned into a tsunami-like fluctuation that rushed towards the Golden Princess and the others. You dare! The group of guards were startled and angry. This person's offensive nature was too strong. Today, he attacked the Imperial Princess again. They were afraid that something would happen. Why wouldn't I dare? You've already made a move against me. Do you think I'm some clay bodhisattva? Yi Fan's divine flames overflowed into the sky. He was like a volcano as tall as the sky as it pressed over, emitting astonishing divine might. Blazing light filled the sky as he raised his hand. It was as if a deity was on a journey. He was powerful and domineering. Facing the attacks of these guards, he slashed out with his palm. The person at the very front bore the brunt of the attack. He spat out a mouthful of blood like a kite with its string cut. Even though he was far away, he was still heavily injured and was sent flying. "Do you really have the human race's divine body?" the Golden Princess asked. Her golden pupils no longer shot out beams of light. Yi Fan walked forward and said, "So what if I am, and so what if I'm not?" Everyone was shaken all around. They were incomparably moved. Could it be that he was going to go all out against the ancient princess? This was an extremely major event. It was definitely going to be an earth-shattering battle. "Insolent! Who do you think you are to dare speak to the princess like this?" a guard shouted loudly. The Golden Princess was the most beloved daughter of the ancient emperor. In the eyes of these guards, she was a peerless goddess that no one could blaspheme. They worshipped her almost blindly. Yi Fan laughed loudly as if there was no one else around him. He continued to walk forward as if he didn't care at all. "Impudent! Quickly stop!" the guard shouted again. "Noisy!" Yi Fan's fist smashed out, releasing the sound of wind and thunder. The clouds in all directions cried out in response as golden lightning tore through the sky. Pong! Those who tried to stop him were smashed into a bloody mist by his fist. Nothing was left behind. He walked powerfully as if he was going to kill anyone in his way. He was full of aggressiveness as he stared straight at the Golden Princess. The group of guards were both shocked and furious. They stood in front of him to protect him. The 6 ancient beasts that pulled the carriage all turned into human forms and lined up to protect him. "Let me do it." The man with phoenix eyes smiled and walked out from the crowd. He wore sky-blue precious clothes. His figure was tall and slender, and his skin was fair. He was quiet and elegant. He had a pair of phoenix eyes that overflowed with immortal light when they opened and closed. This was an extraordinary half-saint. "I'm taking action precisely for you," Yi Fan said. Had Yi Fan really returned? Everyone became more and more convinced that the man with phoenix eyes had injured Yi Tong. This should be the main reason why he took action. "You are the human race's Saint Physique?" The man with phoenix eyes had an indifferent expression. His name was Li Wendian, and his identity was not small. He was the proud disciple of a terrifying ancient saint. "It seems like you aren't human," Yi Fan said. He opened his heavenly eye and found that the other's body was flickering with golden light. He was just like the Golden Princess, and even his inner organs seemed to be cast from gold. However, nothing could be seen from the surface. "I come from the ancient star where the golden bloodline's ancestor verified the Tao. My body has the blood of the ancient emperor and the human ancestor," Li Wendian replied. This was the first time people heard of his background. They all revealed strange expressions. It was clear that Li Wendian's background was great and his bloodline was extremely noble. "His bearing is outstanding. Who would have thought that his background would be so extraordinary? He came from another ancient star with life, the ancestral star of the archaic imperial family. He truly is extraordinary." Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. The blood of the ancient emperor flowed within Li Wendian's body, and at the same time, he also had the precious blood of the human ancestor. It was just that it was unknown how many generations of descendant he was. His talent was rare. Everyone felt relieved. No wonder the saint of the Golden Clan went to welcome this master and disciple after they arrived in the eastern wasteland. It turned out that they had a great origin and close blood relationship. "Senior brother, kill him. The human race's holy body is the best whetstone for you to become a saint," Wang Su shouted loudly. His eyes were completely red, and he seemed to have lost his rationality. In his opinion, Yi Fan was far more hateful than Huang Shudao and the Sacred Prince. After all, those two had personally taken action, yet this person sent a disciple to deal with him in the Divine City. In his eyes, this was a type of humiliation. Yi Fan didn't do such a thing, and he naturally wouldn't explain it to him. He swept his eyes over him and said with great disdain, "After another 3 years, you won't even be worthy of being Yi Tong's opponent." "You." Wang Su's face was flushed red. He was so angry that his entire body was trembling. He shouted angrily and pointed at Yi Fan. "Get lost." Yi Fan released a light shout and used the swastika heavenly sound. The sound waves were like heavenly swords that resonated with the cosmos. The void image of a demonic god appeared behind him, and with a single roar, mountains and rivers collapsed. Ah! Wangsu screamed miserably. His entire body split apart, and a single roar injured his foundation. His body and soul were almost destroyed. At the crucial moment, Li Wendian took action. His hand formed a precious imprint and completely dissolved the pressure on his junior brother. Otherwise, he would have definitely become a skeleton. Human race's holy body, let me have a taste of it. I want to see just how outstanding you are. Li Wendian released a light roar and rushed over murderously. It really is Yi Fan. After parting for 14 years, has he really returned? Great waves surged within everyone's hearts. Guessing was one thing, but having someone confirm it was another. This news was undoubtedly shocking. It might not necessarily be Yi Fan. Perhaps someone is deliberately mystifying things and creating a false impression to confuse the people of the world. Not everyone believed that Yi Fan had returned. It was to the extent where some people believed that this person was also a disciple of an ancient saint from outside this region. He was merely working together with an old friend of Yi Fan's. His identity was suspicious. Yi Fan and the super half-sage began a confrontation. Every movement they made was filled with wondrous principles. At this level, they were free and unrestrained without any fixed patterns. Li Wendian's strength was outstanding. He was a super half-sage and his cultivation had reached perfection. The various divine techniques he displayed were wondrous and untainted by the mundane world. His power was extremely great, and the results he produced were completely different from his elegant temperament. Each of his attacks caused rocks to scatter and clouds to collapse. Chi. It was just an aftershock. It seeped out from the gaps between Li Wendian's fingers and landed in the distance. With a hung sound, that place was completely submerged in brilliance. Nothing could be seen anymore. When the smoke and dust scattered, the beautiful mountains and rivers were razed to the ground. This was a great calamity. Several dozen high peaks were turned into dust, 2 great rivers were evaporated, and plants were turned into ashes. A boundless desert appeared. This scene made everyone shiver from head to toe. It was just an aftershock, yet a mountainous region was flattened. Nothing existed anymore, a battle of this level. The destructive power was too shocking. It made everyone feel a chill run down their spines. The slightest movement could easily lead to a great loss of life. Yi Fan had seen a few half-sages before. Last time, when he fought against the 8 divine generals, he alone killed several of them. However, compared to Li Wendian, he was still a bit lacking. This half-sage was indeed a formidable opponent. He was even more powerful than the half-sage Ku Ci he encountered in Western Desert's Lan Tua temple. He was worthy of being the proud disciple of an ancient saint from outside this region. When the true battle began, Li Wendian also frowned. The other party was a few small realms lower than him, yet he could fight against him. This was something he didn't even need to think about in the past. Worthy of being the place that was about to open the path to immortality. He could only think like this. The archaic emperors and great ancient emperors had all hurried to this ancient star. Their descendants and inheritances were naturally terrifying beyond compare. The two fought a great battle, divine techniques clashing, cultivation skills competing. In an instant, multicolored light danced about, colorful mists rising, turning into 2 lumps of light. Everyone almost couldn't see their figures clearly anymore. As time passed, Li Wen felt a sense of defeat. Although he wasn't at a disadvantage, he was a half-step sage. Unexpectedly, a person with a higher cultivation realm couldn't suppress someone with a lower cultivation realm. In the distance, Wang Su's face was ashen. His body was riddled with injuries, and more than 10 of his bones had been broken by Yi Fan's heavenly sound. He was both angry and shocked. His senior brother actually couldn't suppress the other party. This person is a few levels lower than senior brother and is not a saint. How can he compete with senior brotherly? The people on this ancient planet are too scary. Wang Su's expression became more and more unsightly. Li Wendian had always been the one to cross realms and fight against other heroes. He had never met someone who could go against him like this. He finally understood how terrifying the human race's saint physique was. Li Wendian held a bright moon saber in his hand. It was as clear as autumn water as he slashed at Yi Fan's head. A rainbow light was drawn out as if a silver moon was falling down. Ding! Yi Fan held the dark golden spear horizontally to block the bright moon saber. Then, he took advantage of the momentum and slashed out. The sharp tip of the spear turned into a shooting star and pointed at Li Wentian's throat. Li Wentian retreated. His body was like a bright moon, flickering indefinitely as he avoided this attack. A black hole silently appeared in the void. It was created by the sharp tip of the spear. Awakening Dao bones, revealing my ancestral blood. Endless golden divine power, awakening bloodline. Li Wentian's voice was gloomy. His phoenix eyes were overflowing with essence as his aura became sharp. His entire body was emitting golden light from the inside out. He was like a golden man as he forcefully refined the ancient sovereign true blood sealed within his body. He was a half-sage. He used a secret technique to activate his potential and opened up the treasures of his body. In this short instant, his physique reached the peak it had ever reached in history. Boom! An extremely terrifying aura erupted. In a split second, the mountains and valleys began to tremble. All creatures were shaken and felt endless fear. Li Wentian's ancestral atavism had used a harsh secret technique to transform into the ancient sovereign bloodline. He was simply transcending the mortal realm and entering sainthood. His entire body seemed to be forged from gold and was extremely dazzling. Even his hair was golden. Hand over your life. He wielded the bright moon saber and slashed out a several thousand zhang long blade radiance. Everywhere it passed, the mountains and rivers turned into fine powder. He was like a god of war that had descended into this world. Just now, he didn't dare to clash head-on against Yi Fan's physical body. He could only attack with divine techniques and engage in guerrilla warfare. But now, he had suddenly reached a domineering level that left everyone horrified. Is this a preview of the ancient sovereign prince reaching the half-sage realm? Yi Fan revealed a serious expression. This enemy was much more terrifying than before. His entire body was emitting astonishing blood energy. Golden radiance rushed out from the top of his head and rang with metallic sounds. He towered between heaven and earth, overlooking the world. Dang! Yi Fan clashed head-on with the dark golden spear in his hand. Sounds continuously rang out as sparks flew in all directions. Strands of Dao marks appeared one after another. This was a true battle of life and death. The battle between the two erupted. Every single spark that landed on the ground could turn more than 10 great mountains into scorched earth, no longer existing. The destructive power was astonishing. Dang! A loud sound rang out as immortal light scattered down. A 9-layered divine pagoda appeared and suspended above Li Wentian's head. There were actually strands of primal chaos curling about it. This was a powerful weapon that could be used both offensively and defensively. The divine splendor that descended protected his body and weakened Yi Fan's attacks by quite a bit. At the same time, each level of the 9-layered divine pagoda would shoot out an expanse of primal chaos sword energy from time to time. Its destructive power was astonishing. Together with the bright moon saber's attacks, it made Li Wentian even more terrifying. Senior brother is going all out. He rarely ancestral atavism and uses the ancient sovereign true blood to fight. As a half-sage, his offensive power has increased greatly. Human race holy physique, you're dead for sure. Wang Su said through clenched teeth. Everyone kept quiet out of fear as they watched quietly from afar. They didn't know what the result of this battle would be. Instant ancestral atavism, such a method had never been heard of before. Yi Fan had indeed fallen into a bitter battle. This half-sage was far stronger than before. The power of his bloodline was astonishing. Every time he used it, it would be earth-shattering. The golden blood energy was like an ocean, making even Yi Fan feel pressured. As for the others, they were suffocating. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on them, making it difficult for them to breathe. All of their faces were pale. All kinds of birds and beasts in the desolate land were crouching on the ground, trembling in fear as they faced this direction. Swish! Yi Fan relied on the extreme speed of the Xing formula to turn into a beam of light. The dark golden spear in his hand shot out tens of thousands of streaks of light, all of them aimed at Li Wentian's vitals. Is it really the human race holy physique? Why don't I see him using the myriad chi cauldron? The spectators were suspicious. Could it be that he still has energy left and doesn't need to use the cauldron to defend? Some people were shaken. Dang, Yi Fan's body turned into a bolt of lightning and seemed to have imprinted itself in the void. He used the dark golden spear as a long blade and slashed out thousands of times. All of them landed on Li Wentian's back, and the sound of metal clashing rang out incessantly. Li Wentian's cultivation was profound. With his back facing Yi Fan, he carried the bright moon blade behind his back to block the attacks. At the same time, the divine pagoda above his head descended with holy splendor to dissolve the attacks. Kill. After tens of thousands of clashes, the golden radiance around Li Wentian's body became even more brilliant. He grasped the initiative and launched a powerful attack. The bright moon blade was like a heavenly river hanging in the sky. The blade radiance poured down in torrents. It's the aura of our race's ancient emperor. Even the people of the golden race were shocked. The golden princess paid close attention. This blood energy was even denser and purer than that of her race. Li Wentian became more and more powerful in the fierce clash. He had the spirit to break the heavens and entered an unrivaled realm. The more he fought, the more valiant he became. Golden radiance surged, and he was invincible. Yi Fan let out a long roar. The unrivaled fist intent of the transcending 6 paths of reincarnation fist tore the space in front of him apart. No matter how powerful Li Wentian was, he had to retreat. Wang, all types of sounds rang out at the same time. An indistinct scene appeared and interweaved together, forming a terrifying combination. It immediately froze Li Wentian in place. The divine body phenomenon temporarily merged into one. Its power was extraordinary and incomparably powerful. It was as if it had been frozen for eternity. It could attack the future and the past. Peng, Li Wentian suffered a strike from the phenomenon. His entire body flew out and blood spurted out from his mouth. He was seriously injured. At this moment, his spirit was dispirited. The golden holy light on his body receded like a tide. He seemed incomparably exhausted. How could it be like this? Senior brother should be able to last for at least 2 hours after returning to his ancestral state. It hasn't even been a quarter of an hour today. Wang Su was horrified. His scalp went numb. The bloodline returning to its ancestral state would make one's physique extremely terrifying. However, there were powerful repercussions. Once one withdrew from this realm, one's body would become extremely weak. Li Wentian was struck by Yi Fan's phenomenon and forcefully withdrew from his ancestral state. This was undoubtedly a disaster. Not only did his powerful physique disappear, even his cultivation and magical power weakened by a large amount. Bullying the weak and injuring my disciple, you will be punished, Yi Fan said in a low voice. However, Li Wentian was so close, so he naturally heard it clearly. His entire body felt cold. The power of his bloodline disappeared, and the golden light was restrained. He quickly retreated. This was his weakest period. If he continued to fight, he would undoubtedly die. Where do you think you're going? Yi Fan chased closely. Stop him and save Li Ruotian, said the golden princess. 2 half-saints appeared. They led 8 or 9 guards and rushed over to stop Yi Fan. They wanted to save Li Wentian. If anyone dares to stop me, I'll make them bleed for 5 steps. Yi Fan said in a deep voice. His expression was extremely cold. He formed hand seals and chased after Li Wentian. Li Wentian did his best to resist, but his body was weak. How could he block the exuberant blood energy of the human race's divine body? His body was shaken until cracks appeared. Boom, he opened his mouth and roared. The divine pagoda above his head flew out. It was as tall as the sky and descended, surrounding Yi Fan within. This was a half-saint's weapon made from everlasting silver essence. In the near future, it would definitely become a divine weapon that was rarely seen in this world. Even saints would be jealous of it. The divine pagoda enlarged and devoured the heaven and earth. It sucked Yi Fan inside, and it was like an archaic giant beast. Its stomach became a world of its own. What a terrifying weapon. It actually suppressed him. If we all take action at the same time, we'll most likely turn him into a pool of blood, said a half-saint from the Gold clan. The others were moved. They took action together and released Dao light. They truly wanted to refine this pagoda and melt away Yifan. Kacha, however, as soon as they took action, this 9-layered divine pagoda released cracking sounds. Fine cracks appeared one after another. Pung, in the next quarter of an hour, the entire divine pagoda exploded. A wave of vitality as exuberant as an ocean rushed out. Even though the divine body's blood energy didn't overflow, this type of aura still shocked everyone. Yifan's black hair danced about. His gaze was like a blade. He used a 6-path reincarnation fist to directly break apart the divine pagoda and rush out. It couldn't be stopped for even a moment. This is a divine material, everlasting silver essence. Even saints find it difficult to find it. He actually broke it barehandedly. Everyone was petrified. If he becomes a half-saint, he will most likely be able to receive a divine weapon barehandedly. He definitely has a divine body. Boom, Yifan's eyes released cold lightning. The unmatched fist intent that transcended the 6 paths erupted. The entire heaven and earth were destroyed. The sun, moon, and stars seemed to be swaying. It possessed an aura that could obliterate the world. One of the half-saints bore the brunt of the attack and received Yifan's most powerful attack. This was undoubtedly terrifying. Even though he tried his best to evade, half of his body immediately turned into a bloody mist. He flew out horizontally and blood splashed hundreds of meters. He wasn't Li Wendian. Even though they were both half-saints, there was still a huge gap between them. They couldn't be compared. Yifan turned into a bolt of lightning as he moved forward. He casually pressed down and 2 more guards' chests caved in. They then turned into a rain of blood and perished on the spot. At the same time, Yifan followed up with another attack. That half-saint who was sent flying was completely turned into a pile of meat paste. His divine soul was also extinguished. Pung, even though Li Wendian retreated very quickly and continuously resisted, he still couldn't stop Yifan's attack. He was suppressed by a heaven-overturning seal and was caught by Yifan. Yifan's right hand turned into a sky-turning imprint. Golden runes were carved on it, strand by strand. With just one strike, Li Wendian was sent flying, causing him to spit out large mouthfuls of blood. As if he was carrying a dead duck, Yifan restrained him and held him upside down by his sky-blue treasured clothes. The Gold Clan's guards who were rushing over were terrified. All of this was too much. From the moment Yifan broke the divine pagoda to killing the half-saint and capturing Li Wendian, all of this happened in an instant. Yifan attacked ruthlessly. Golden runes flickered on his palm like a golden millstone as it swept over. The bones of the 2 guards were broken as blood splashed high into the air. Stop! The Gold Princess lightly shouted. Yifan ignored her. Just now, when he was sucked into the half-saint pagoda made of silver essence, these people wanted to refine him into a pool of blood. How could he stop now? He carried Li Wendian upside down and gripped his ankles, using him as a human-shaped weapon as he charged forward. Everyone was a bit startled. Yifan was using a half-saint against the enemy. This was a bit too ferocious, leaving many people dumbstruck. He held the human-shaped weapon in his hand and whipped a Gold Clan guard's body. Blood splashed everywhere as a corpse flew out. The primordial spirit's flame was extinguished. Li Wendian could no longer remain calm and could no longer maintain his elegant temperament. His expression was unsightly and his lips were trembling from anger. This was the first time in his life that he was treated like this. He had rarely been defeated in his life and was a peak-level half-saint. Now, he was suppressed by someone of a lower realm and used as a weapon like the bronze spear. This was a great humiliation. Zheng, zheng, the space between Yifan's brows flickered and a beam of light that looked like a vertical eye appeared. It was an inch-long Dao sword. With a zhing-zhing sound, it shot out strands of sword chi that cut down 3 guards. Blood splashed everywhere. He carried Li Wendian and went straight for the Gold Princess. These guards couldn't stop him, but if they did, their corpses would inevitably fall under his feet. He's going for the Golden Princess. How daring. He just killed the Heavenly Prince, and now he's going to fight against the ancient princess of another bloodline? He's going straight for the Golden Clan's holy daughter. In the wilderness, everyone was discussing quietly, all of their expressions changing. This expert who was believed to be Yifan really was daring to the heavens, completely unrestrained. Enough! The Golden Princess coldly reprimanded. Her expression was cold and arrogant. Two resplendent beams of light shot out from her golden pupils towards Yifan. It was as if the sun and moon were revolving. The sky rumbled and the Tao was boundless. Yifan was fearless. He flicked his finger and said, "If you say it's enough, then it's enough. Didn't you help Li Wendian deal with me just now?" Golden sword waves surged out from the tip of his finger. It was as though a huge rock had fallen into a great lake in the immortal realm. Golden ripples spread out rapidly in all directions. This was undoubtedly fatal. Pu, the 7 or 8 golden guards surrounding him were swept away by the golden ripples. All of them exploded and turned into a bloody mist. They didn't even have the chance to let out a groan. The wilderness was completely silent. No one dared to even breathe loudly. This person who was suspected to be Yifan made them feel like they were suffocating. He was powerful and sharp, and his methods were heaven-defying. If a saint didn't appear, who could contend against him, in the present age, there was practically no one who could stop him. First, he killed the heavenly prince, then he fought against the golden princess. He had completely gone against the ancient prince. Now, even if Yifan didn't admit it or say anything, almost everyone guessed that the divine physique had returned. You have already offended over 100 races, and you still want to become enemies with my golden clan? The golden princess's golden pupils met with the sword waves. It was as though fireworks were blossoming between the two. I don't want to cause trouble, but I'm not afraid of it either. Since you guys are targeting me, I can only wield my blade against you. Yifan attacked as soon as he arrived. He lifted Li Wendian with one hand and formed a seal with the other. A black mountain flew out and collided with the golden princess. I'm not targeting you. I'm just helping Li Wendian along the way. I used the golden eyes to help him find a few people. However, since you think so, there's nothing else to say. The golden princess was quite unyielding and didn't bother to explain. Her golden hair was sparkling as she used the ancient emperor technique right away. Her snow-white jade-like fingers were as firm as a holy weapon. They disintegrated the black mountain and flew toward the space between Yifan's eyebrows. Clang! It was as though divine metals had collided. Yifan used his hand to block her attack. After that, the two of them exchanged over 1,000 blows in the blink of an eye. Their figures flew back and forth at a speed that was dazzling to the eyes. No one could keep up with their speed. During this process, Yifan treated Li Wendian as a bronze lance. He clenched his fist with one hand and held a humanoid weapon in the other as he fought against the golden princess. Li Wendian was in the middle and felt extremely stifled. Not long ago, he was a proud and respected person. No matter where he went, he would be surrounded by people. Now, he had become a prisoner and a weapon in someone else's hands. In the distance, Wang Su's expression was ashen. He was both shocked and furious. He turned around and wanted to find his master. Boom! Suddenly, a huge green dragon flew over and wrapped around his waist. It carried him into the battlefield. This was the true dragon seal Yifan had used. You want to leave? Is that even possible? Yifan grabbed him and brought him over. He held one in each hand and used the humanoid weapon to attack the golden princess. The two of them turned into lightning and continuously clashed. The daughter of the archaic emperor possessed boundless potential and was terrifyingly powerful. Her golden blood flowed and her entire body was emitting immortal light. Each of her attacks was world-shaking. Although she was a woman, her methods were heaven-defying and her wondrous techniques were astonishing. Her golden technique was unparalleled in this world and almost turned Yifan into metal several times. Hong Long. The blood within the daughter of the archaic emperor was like a tsunami, causing many spectators to tremble in fear. They quickly retreated. Each drop of blood contained the power of the archaic emperor. In the current world, who would dare to fight against a divine physique? Only imperial princes would dare to do so. Although the golden princess looked graceful and beautiful, she was like a reincarnated goddess of war when she fought. Her golden hair would tear apart the void every time it moved. It was as if the most brilliant sunlight was pulsating, and each of her attacks could tear apart the heaven and earth. The two fought fiercely from the great wastelands back to the great tomb, and then from the great tomb to the mountains and ravines. They fought until the heaven and earth lost their colors and the sun and moon lost their radiance. The Golden Princess was astonished. She had always been conceited. During the archaic era, she was unrivaled in her generation. No one could last more than 10 moves against her. She looked down on the archaic era and was known as the most stunning woman. But now, she encountered such a great enemy. The more they fought, the more valiant he became. It was as if there was a dormant divine radiance within his body that burned her golden eyes until they were in waves of pain. This was something that had never happened before. That's right, no wonder Father said that if I were to be reborn in this era, I would definitely meet an enemy and most likely wouldn't be unrivaled under the heavens. She recalled the words of the Golden Emperor. This was a great era, and she wouldn't be the only one to be reborn. There would definitely be other ancient princes waiting for the path to immortality to open. No one dared to say that they were unrivaled. And now, a few ancient princes and even the heirs of the archaic emperors had appeared. In the past, they were all peerless geniuses who could sweep through their peers in their respective eras. Now that they had met, it was hard to say who was stronger and who was weaker. Bang! After the 1,700 moves, the Golden Princess's golden pupils suddenly blazed with radiance. Her snow-white, jade-like appearance suddenly surged with killing intent as her slender jade-like hands slapped over. As per usual, Yi Fan used a pair of human-shaped weapons to block. The Golden Princess frowned slightly and changed her technique. She pressed down across the air and her slender hand streaked across the void, aiming for Yi Fan's throat and wanted to take his head. Yi Fan's feet used the travel symbol to retreat. Suddenly, the Golden Princess put her hands together and made a strange posture. Her hands were like crystal bottles, and with an explosive hung-long sound, heaven and earth exploded, an expanse of golden immortal light flew out from the crystal bottle. Its destructive power was terrifying, and it was extremely fast. She didn't care about the lives of Li Wendian and his brothers as she enveloped them within. Yi Fan's expression changed. This was definitely the ancient emperor's forbidden secret technique. It was even more terrifying than the primitive emperor's Dao sword and a bit stronger than the heavenly prince's divine spirit art. This woman wasn't easy to provoke. Golden immortal light, this was a secret technique comprehended by the archaic emperor before he passed away. It surpassed the methods of the mortal world, and if it was used by the archaic emperors, strands of immortal force would definitely appear. Yi Fan's expression changed as he sensed danger. Even though the opponent in front of him was a woman, she was even more powerful than the heavenly prince. Hong, Li Wendian and Wang Su both exploded. They didn't even have time to release a miserable cry before their bodies and souls were completely wiped out. The Golden Princess's attacks were decisive and forceful. She passed through the bloody mist and slaughtered her way over. The crystal bottle was held in her hands and surged with golden immortal light. Its destructive power was world-shocking. A layer of goosebumps appeared all over Yi Fan's body. He knew that the other party wouldn't care about Wang Su's life and death, but he never thought that she would even kill Li Wendian just to heavily injure him. This woman was ruthless enough. Li Wendian was the pride of the Outer Realm Saint's disciple, yet she killed him just like that. It was all for the sake of injuring him and finding an opportunity to kill him. Yi Fan raised his fists to face the attack. Starting from his fingertips, golden radiance flourished and quickly extended to his arms. It became a golden color and his blood energy surged. It really is a divine body, golden fingers and blood energy. Someone cried out in alarm, but he quickly shut his mouth. His face was full of shock and he couldn't help but tremble. It was because a wave of golden light spread in all directions like an ocean. It was as if a golden forbidden divine sea was rising and falling as it wreaked havoc in the vast sky. Golden immortal light. In reality, everyone already realized that Yi Fan's fists and arms turned golden after being illuminated by this light. He might have encountered a mishap. The Golden Princess had never been defeated her entire life. She looked down on the archaic times and looked down on all under the heavens. She was known as the imperial family's fairy. She had already revived more than 10 years ago, but she had never appeared in the world. Her father turned the path he took into the 10 extreme imperial formation and left it for her. Only recently did she walk out. This alone was enough to prove that her cultivation wasn't below that of golden emperors of the same age. The golden ancient emperor had placed great hopes on her, viewing her as an extension of his life. He wanted her to enter the immortal domain in his place. Apart from the 10 extreme imperial formation, he also refined a Tao corroboration diagram. It condensed the most dangerous tribulations the legendary ancient emperors experienced into it and left it for his own daughter to face. All these years, the Golden Princess had always been fighting. She had broken through the trials of life and death when the ancient emperors were young. She alone had witnessed the supreme immortal path of several ancient emperors. Although she wasn't mainly targeting Yi Fan, it wasn't as if she didn't have plans to suppress him. The Golden King was defeated by the victorious fighting Buddha and used his divine marrow to redeem his life. This made this ancient princess feel suffocated. Since the victorious fighting Buddha had said that he wouldn't interfere in the battles of the same generation, even if she killed the sacred prince and Yi Fan, no one could say anything. The golden light was indeed terrifying. Yi Fan's arms were about to solidify and turn into cold gold. They were on the verge of shattering. Revive. At this moment of life and death, he let out a shout. The golden blood energy in his body completely revived. It rushed out from every pore of his body and illuminated the entire sky. Boom. His arms instantly returned to normal. His fists were still golden, but they were full of vitality. He punched the crystal celestial bottle with one fist and the Golden Princess Immortal platform with the other. Yi Fan had an unrivaled fist intent in his heart. This didn't mean that his technique was number one since the ancient times, let alone surpassing the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. It should be said that he had completely comprehended this technique and was no longer constrained by the original fist intent. He had officially stepped onto his own path and transcended. For example, even though the heavenly prince had grasped the number 1 divine scripture, he still couldn't be unrivaled in the end. It could only be said that he was walking on the path of those before him and was unable to transcend. Every single ancient great emperor had created their own Tao. They might not necessarily be number 1 since the ancient times, but they were the most suitable for themselves. That was why they could sweep through the 9 heavens and 10 earths and remain unrivaled for their entire lives. There was no number 1 immortal scripture, only unrivaled people. They would find a suitable path for themselves and forge ahead courageously. Only then would they be unrivaled. At this moment, Yi Fan didn't have any complicated transformations. He only had a pair of fists, and each strike contained the rotation of the sun and moon. The endless rivers of stars flowed around him, and no matter how brilliant the golden immortal light was, it couldn't shine through. The two fought intensely. The golden immortal light poured over several times, but it was scattered by Yi Fan and flowed back. Cracks appeared on that crystal bottle, and a shattering sound rang out amidst the sparkling brilliance. In the end, it exploded with a ping sound, and the fragments flew in all directions. This was a type of Tao collapse, the embodiment of a forbidden secret technique being disintegrated. There wasn't a true immortal bottle, and everything was evolved from a divine technique. The battle between the two was incomparably intense. The Golden Princess was extremely powerful and seemed to be able to topple a country, but she wasn't weak at all. She intimidated everyone with a single battle. Large amounts of golden light swept out, submerging the entire arcade. It was as if a divine sea had descended into the world, and golden multicolored light shone brilliantly. It really is Yi Fan. Even the crown of his head is surging with heaven-piercing divine radiance, and every pore on his body is taking in and sending out holy splendor. If it isn't him, then who could it be? This has really been proven. The group of people were all paying close attention. Guessing was one thing, but seeing it with their own eyes was another. The entire world had been discussing this for so many days, and today, the mystery was finally revealed. It was Yi Fan who killed the heavenly prince. All of this was reasonable, and only he had such battle prowess. Otherwise, it would be a little hard to accept the fact that such an expert had appeared out of nowhere. Even the ancient race could only sigh in admiration. The human race's sacred body was too powerful. A magnificent ancient prince was brought away by him in the end and killed in a single battle. His death was extremely undignified. Yi Fan's return was like a storm sweeping through this highland, causing a huge uproar and causing a commotion among the people. Master, is he going to leave again? In the distant sky, Yi Tong was doubtful. The battle between the two of them was a marvelous sight. The golden princess body was overflowing with golden light, and she looked like a goddess of war. Her skin was whiter than snow, and her golden hair fluttered in the wind. She opened up a resplendent divine domain, and she looked like a deity. Meanwhile, Yi Fan's pair of golden fists were unrivaled. Each of his fists smashed into the domain. Around him, the endless starry river shone resplendently. Silver streams curled up one after another, ancient stars revolving around him. It was as if he was standing in the cosmos. The golden princess was stronger than the heavenly prince, this was the common understanding of everyone. At this point in the battle, it was not only a contest of divine techniques, but also one's spirit and willpower. Although she was a woman, she had an invincible heart. In terms of true battle prowess, who among the heavenly princes would be weaker? However, this kind of confidence and style were all different. The heavenly prince's talents could be considered top-notch and could almost be considered the most powerful bloodline since ancient times. He had the world's #1 constitution, but he had been sheltered since childhood and grew up in a greenhouse. His strength was extremely terrifying, but he lacked a certain fighting spirit. He would worry about personal gains and losses during the battle, and he didn't have that kind of courage to press forward courageously in the face of death. As a result, he was defeated. In essence, he was like a tender flower that grew in fertile soil and had never experienced the baptism of wind and rain. Meanwhile, the Golden Princess was completely different. She was extremely confident, and even a bit conceited. When the battle reached its climax, her pair of golden eyes were burning. A woman fighting crazily was actually so domineering. Many spectators felt a wave of guilt. Even if they all went up together, they might still be slapped into mush. Dang, the Golden Princess actually clashed with Yi Fan's fists. The sound was ear-splitting. They were both golden fists and fingers. It was as if divine gold had collided. Blazing patterns interweaved and tore apart the sky. That is, the golden divine wheel. Following a cry of alarm from an ancient race expert, a divine ring flew out from the Golden Princess' left eye. It was emitting intense golden light as if it was burning as it flew towards Yi Fan. This was a secret technique created by an ancient emperor. It was activated through the eye, and it was known to be able to lock down all enemies in this world. If someone of the same cultivation realm was restricted, it would be difficult for them to escape for the rest of their lives. Yi Fan brandished his fist. The space between his brows flickered with brilliance. The little golden figure sitting in his forehead released a long hiss. It stood up from the immortal platform and circulated the army formula. He didn't obtain the secret technique of a great emperor because he didn't have a complete ancient scripture. However, he obtained a few of the 9 secret techniques, allowing him to fight against any inheritors. He treated this divine will like a weapon. He controlled it to turn around and smash it towards the space between the Golden Princess' brows. He wanted to break it apart. However, this wasn't a true weapon after all, so it was difficult to completely control it. The divine ring released king-chong sounds as it burned even more intensely. Clang, sword chi rushed to the heavens. An inch-long golden sword flew out from the Golden Princess' right eye. Its brilliance illuminated the sky as it slashed over with a terrifying momentum. Once the sword was unleashed, the sun and moon lost their luster, the mountains and rivers lost their color, and the primal chaos became hazy. The attack power was exceptionally sharp as it slashed through the sky. The inch-long golden sword worked together with the divine ring. The two of them combined into one, possessing both offensive and defensive capabilities. Dang, Yi Fan channeled the army incantation and the battle saint technique at the same time to fight against this woman. With a loud explosion, 9 true dragons appeared, pulling a bronze coffin. It gave off a great aura that could suppress everything in the world. This is, the 9 black dragons and the ancient bronze coffin that appeared in the forbidden ancient land. Yi Fan once left with them and crossed the starry sky. Someone cried out in surprise. At this moment, seeing him use this secret technique, they all revealed strange expressions and paid close attention. Boom! The 9 true dragons soared up. This was the embodiment of Yi Fan's great offensive technique. It was swift and powerful, and the 9 dragons swung their tails as they charged forward. They tore apart heaven and earth, shattering the divine wheel and the Tao sword together. The golden princess's hair danced in the wind. Lightning shot out from her golden eyes as she received the attack with her bare hands. "I'll gift you a coffin," Yi Fan shouted. The ancient bronze coffin opened and sucked the golden princess inside. These were all evolved from the secret technique, but there was no difference from the real thing. If one was really sucked in, they would definitely be ground into a pile of mud and suffer a fate worse than death. Dang, the golden princess let out a light shout as her golden fist landed on the ancient coffin. The sound pierced through metal and cracked stone. Many people screamed miserably and covered their ears. Boom, Yi Fan's entire body was overflowing with blood energy. At this moment, he didn't hide it at all. The charm of his saint physique was fully displayed. He had a superb physique, and golden holy splendor filled the air. He used his fist to attack the golden princess's immortal platform, wanting to capture her primordial spirit. This kind of unrivaled fist intent emphasized on being invincible. If he advanced, he would live; if he retreated, he would die. However, the golden princess fought crazily. Her entire body was covered in a layer of golden feathers. She didn't retreat at all and forcefully faced his six-fist intense. Dang, after thousands of exchanges, the two of them fought intensely. The web between the golden princess' thumb and forefinger split open, and traces of blood appeared. In the end, it wasn't as tyrannical as Yi Fan's fist intent. But even so, she didn't retreat. Her eyes released cold lightning, and her style was peerless. With a clear roar, the mountains and rivers of the Great Desolate all collapsed. Rubble pierced through the clouds. She used all kinds of divine techniques to coordinate with her close combat. She turned into a ball of golden light, and the battle became even more intense, approaching its climax. The golden princess was not only confident, but also resentful. Last time, the great defeat of the Golden King was a humiliation to their royal clan. They had to give up their priceless divine quintessence to redeem their lives. As the most doted daughter of the ancient emperor, it was hard for her to accept this reality after being revived in this world. When had the Golden Clan ever compromised like this? This resentment could only be vented by sweeping away the sacred prince or suppressing the human race's saint physique. The Golden Princess is really so strong that it makes one's hair stand on end. The people didn't know what to say. Yi Fan's fame spread throughout the world. This Golden Princess actually dared to fight him head-on and fight him head-on. This caused a chill to run down the spines of the people. "Die!" the Golden Princess lightly shouted. Her golden pupils became even more demonic. She propped up the golden divine wheel and combined it with her domain, enveloping Yi Fan. Yi Fan was fearless. A golden Taiji circle appeared and fused with the Golden Princess. The two domains merged into one, and they stood in the middle, fighting to the death. After the battle reached 2,500 rounds, everyone was dumbfounded. The two of them used all kinds of brilliant secret techniques. When their blood boiled, they actually tangled together. The Golden Princess twisted one of Yi Fan's arms. Traces of Tao appeared and immortal light filled the air. She was actually going to break it. Meanwhile, Yi Fan also did the same. He grabbed one of her wrists and didn't let her have her way. A large golden hand stretched out, and his entire body almost pressed down on her. They emitted blazing light. Golden blood energy flooded this place. Yi Fan pressed down on her as they crashed from the sky to the earth. Boom! A mountain tens of thousands of meters tall was broken by the two of them on the spot. Smoke and dust rose, forming a large lead cloud that covered the sky. Fortunately, they had left the Great Tomb and entered the Great Wasteland. Otherwise, who knew what would happen if they crashed down like this? Boom, they fought in close combat and continuously broke through 61 mountain peaks. Anything that came into contact with the golden light they emitted would collapse the mountains and sink the earth. Great lakes would evaporate and everything would turn into dust. Ah, the golden heavenly princess cried out loudly. Fighting to this extent was a type of humiliation for her. When had she ever been so intimate with a man? Their bodies were almost touching each other, yet she still couldn't suppress the other party. During the archaic years, she was a heaven-warping beauty. Even the most powerful of her peers couldn't take more than 9 moves from her. Her beauty shocked the world and she was known as an unmatched goddess. Now, she was actually fighting to this extent. She was being suppressed by a man, fighting from the sky to the ground. It was truly ambiguous. Waves of scorching heat were transmitted from that robust and powerful body. It was extremely difficult for her to endure. Peng, in close combat, entanglement and contact were unavoidable. There were even a few times when the two's legs intertwined with each other. Their bodies were pressed together, their postures charming and gentle. However, a battle was a battle after all. Every time it happened, it was extremely dangerous. Even if they were stuck together, there would still be traces of the great Tao appearing. Dragon cries and phoenix cries could be heard. If it was an ordinary person, when these traces appeared, they would have been blasted into pieces with a single strike. The golden heavenly princess hair was like streaks of brilliant golden multicolored light. Her skin was snow-white and supple. She was absolutely breathtaking. In this type of great battle, they continuously fought hand to hand. She was so angry that her body was trembling. She was already at a disadvantage, so she naturally couldn't endure it any longer. Yi Fan's attacks were extremely ruthless. He struck from the sky to the ground, and then from the ground to the clouds. When he saw that she was uneasy, his attacks became even more vicious. Peng, his palm descended. Even though the golden heavenly princess was wearing golden silk divine clothes, she still couldn't endure the power. She turned into a rain of light. The upper half of the feather clothes scattered, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin. She was exceptionally graceful. A flush appeared on her snow-white and tender face. She was so angry that she was trembling. She became even more passive. Yi Fan didn't seem to care. He pressed down on her again, fighting from the clouds to the ground. End of chapter 1093. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.